What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. In a cold sweat. Fortunately, the little ones didn't take the opportunity to charge. This young marine is terrifyingly powerful, even the Red Earl was killed in such a fiasco. Has the outside world really become open air now? With a very shocking mood, Ivankov silently returned to the paradise on the 5.5th floor. Under the incomprehensible eyes of his subordinates, let them give up the idea of escaping in the chaos. Too scary. Just remembering the scene where the Red Count was defeated, Ivankov felt chills all over. A gust of cold air came from the tailbone to the tinling guy, and the scalp was numb. Chapter 129. Asura Hell, Killing God Weer. Thunderstrike. Thunder. The Thunder Dragon roars. Thoroughly regarded the pirate in front of him as a living target. Weer doesn't know how many times he has released attacks. Blood was surging all over his body, and his strength actually improved slightly. Whether it's armed hockey or observation hockey, even swordsmanship has improved faintly. It is not necessary to go to the attribute, and it can improve the strength. It can only be said that it was a relatively easy channel. But this kind of blood is surging, and it is also in the case of a strong enemy pirate. The effect of high pressure is still very effective for today's Weer. The original Weer, guarding the passage with one person and one sword, was impregnable. What's more, in the battle, he also sublimated himself. After the strength is improved, it is impossible for any pirate to break through Weer's guard. No matter how the waves charge, a large number of pirates were still killed like vegetables. 5:30. The corpses piled up constantly, shocking everyone's minds. Although there were many pirates, they all rushed in front of Weer. Even Weer, who also successfully hit. However, under the cover of the tyrannical armed color hockey, there is not even a single scratch at all. The spotless justice was startled and floated against the breeze. I don't know how long it has been. When Weer came back to his senses, there was no big pirate standing in front of him. He only vaguely remembered. When the last sword fell, it ran through a fairly well-known big pirate. World Breaker, Valdo. Relying on speed, it can attack incredibly fast. Then, a face-to-face, was pierced by Weer and shattered the heart. Just like that, his eyes suddenly burst, and he fell to the ground. A large amount of blood spread and gathered into a pool of blood. The breath dissipated and he died on the spot. At this time, the impel down bay is not far away. Two medium-sized warships, guarding a large warship, came by the wind and waves. On the deck of the large warship, there are two marine admirals. Akainu Admiral, and Kizaru Admiral. Ming, the beast pirates are really scary. Kizaru showed a wretched expression, but his movements were not slow. There is still some distance between the warship and the bay. It turned into a golden light directly and came to the top of the harbor. 8-foot Changgu Jade. In the face of a large number of beasts and pirates, it is directly covered by the police attack. Most of the marines at this time were forced into impel down. The bombardment of the golden light bomb by the police officer would not touch any marine at all. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. The violent bombardment even surpassed the power of heavy artillery explosions. A large number of beast pirates and pirates, with strong strength, burst out with various abilities to block them. But there are still golden light bullets escaping, touching the weaker pirates. Direct heavy damage, kill on the spot. Humph. Akainu saw Kizaru's intentions. Lazy guy. The reason for taking the lead is that it seems very positive. In the end, it was just a bunch of ants that dealt with some beasts and pirates. The real highlight, definitely Kaido. With a cold snort, Akainu's character wouldn't bother with Kizaru. Kaido is strong and will likely be injured, but, so what? He Akainu, who was he afraid of? Boom. Stomp on the deck, Akainu is also bursting and diligent. Wrapped in the terrifying and hot breath of the sky, he leapt towards the interior of Impel Down. Looking at the huge hole that was blasted open layer by layer, all the way to the 4th layer of scorching hell. With just a glance, you can see Magellan struggling. Akainu immediately punched Meteor Volcano. Summons a meteor shower like Magma Fist, and first solves the pirates who are scattered with beasts nearby. Then the body shape flashed, until it entered the 4th layer of scorching hell. Boom. With one punch and Kaido, the lava burst into all directions. Damn, Akainu, Marine's reaction, so fast? Kaido is angry. Magellan was indeed strong, and he fought for so long alone with his attack. But it seemed that he was going to solve her by himself. As a result, Akainu actually came. This is the real Marine Admiral, much tougher than Magellan. Facing Magellan's forbidden call, the poisonous giant. Even Kaido's body is affected now. The movement is slow, and every move will be slightly stuck. Akainu, it was timely enough. Here, I leave it to you first. I'm also going to Eternal Hell to have a look, please. Glancing weakly at Akainu, Magellan gasped for a moment. Immediately speaking, the words turned around without hesitation and shot towards the 6th floor Eternal Hell. As the director of Impel Down, he should have faced the terrifying pirates of Eternal Hell. As a result, in order to defend against Kaido, he couldn't escape at all. We can only let Weer face those vicious big pirates. Hopefully, in time. It's hard, don't make fun of it. Magellan looked heavy and worried. Weer, an 8-year-old enchantress. Advertisement if he suffered any irreversible injury because of him. He is a sinner, running all the way, enduring serious injuries. Magellan, anxiously, soon came to the extreme cold hell. Into the eye. Simply horrific, his rushing footsteps stopped immediately. The scenes in front of him made him unable to help his pupils shrink. Shock. Incredible. How is this possible? At this moment, Magellan is simply doubting life. As far as the eye can see, they are all pirate corpses lying on the ground. The only ones who could stand were Domino and more than a dozen jailers marine who held fire. Beside them, there was the old god Weer, who always had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Here, after all, what happened? 99 past the skeletons, Magellan came to Domino. He looked at Weer subconsciously and then continued with a dry hook. Actually, he knew. In front of all this, only Weer can do it. AJ. Shocked in my heart, I still want to be confirmed by the parties. Ah, it's Director Magellan. Hearing the familiar and majestic voice, Jailer Marine responded and said hello. Domino also quickly said hello and responded, you mean all this in front of you? Of course it was all done by Weer Vice Admiral. 1.0 We don't have the skills. These are the big pirates who are imprisoned on the 5th and 6th floors to defend against. All beheaded on the spot. Weer also continued with a smile. It's hard to stop without hurting them. Accidentally hit a bit harder and they hit too hard. Although he killed the head, can you say it? It can be said that it is a little troublesome. Weer hates unnecessary trouble the most. Well, just put an end to this trouble in the first place. Magellan. Looking around the pirate bones everywhere, Magellan was in a mess. The extreme cold hell at this moment seems to have really turned into an Asura hell. And in the center of this sea of corpses and blood, is Weer with an indifferent smile. Obviously, it looks like Shinigami from hell, however, he was able to say Yun's words easily. Speechless, Chapter 130. The gradually revealed darkness is being watched by the world government. Weir's growth is beyond my imagination. Naval headquarters, looking at the intelligence from impel down. Warring States wiped his forehead and smiled helplessly. Garp laughed as he ate the senbei. Ha ha ha, this old man's grandson, isn't this what it should be? When the words fell, he looked at the Warring States again and said, how do you plan to deal with this matter? When the Warring States heard the words, his face became a little solemn. There, let me hide the influence as much as possible. Avoid shaking the Marine and world government's prestige among the commoners. I finally managed to defeat the beasts and pirates last time, saving some face. The world government has been quite sensitive to this kind of thing recently. HMPH, a bunch of shameless old guys. So, my grandson has no reward at all? Garp was indignant. Warring States said apologetically, sorry, old man, I can't do anything about it. Also, there may have been noticed on Weer. It is said that not long ago, CP9, a class newspaper organization directly affiliated to them, was destroyed. This CP9 is very mysterious, and I don't know exactly what they do. The bright side is for the design of Pluton. However, Lu Chi, the leader, is known as the strongest person in the CP organization that has not been seen in 800 years. Just for this, silently staying in the 7 waters for so many years? 13? This has to be suspicious. It is indeed doubtful. It's just that their class newspaper organization was destroyed. What does this have to do with Weer? Garp heard the words subconsciously. Immediately, something seemed to come to mind. You mean, CP9 was destroyed by Weer? No, he has never been to the capital of 7 waters, 99. Garp shook his head, not quite understanding. The Warring States just remained silent and did not say much. The policeman didn't know, but he still knew. Weer, to the capital of 7 waters. Just left soon. And, this thing is no secret. If you want to find it there is absolutely no problem. That is, there is currently no evidence that Weer destroyed CP9. But, the world government has recently paid too much attention to Weer. Even, ask yourself to organize everything Weer is good at into documents and send them to them. These all made Warring States aware that it was a bad signal. Anyway, Weer was too inquisitive. I'm worried that this time we'll have an affair. Advertisement, why don't I transfer him back to the headquarters? Wait for the storm to pass before making other arrangements. What do you think? Hearing this, Garp looked at the Warring States period and shook his head. You really think Weer is stupid? What are you trying to do that he won't see? He is not like me. No matter what happens, it's not a mess. Including the bloodbath of the lawless place of the Sabaody archipelago. I think he must have a reason for doing this, therefore, his current strength is enough. Even if the 4 emperors existed, he could escape if he wanted to. It's time to tell him something. How to decide, let him choose. 33. As Garp spoke, Sengoku listened quietly. The entire Fleet Admiral office has been silent for a long time. At the same time, Kaido led the beasts and pirates to make a big fuss about impel down. The impact is worse. Both Marine and the world government have tried their best to conceal this impel down chaos. Available to all jailers at impel down, including Director Magellan. Guard Shiryu of Changyu, Deputy Chief Hannibal and Deputy Guard Domino. For Weir's mood, that's really different. Magellan and Hannibal are shocked, Domino is worship. As for Shiryu of Rain, very complicated, with other people. Shocked by Weer, almost blood-washing the Arctic hell is different from the emotional point of eternal hell. What Shiryu of Rain thought was that it was hard to find a place to welcome him. The first time we met, the dismounting was unsuccessful. As a result, Weer was seriously injured. For Shiryu of the Rain, it was a humiliation. How many days can be bypassed? Impel down the riot, Weer alone suppressed the older kids on the 5th and 6th floors. World Destroyer burned Valdo, the Red Earl who was as famous as the strongest man Whitebeard. These terrifying existences were all beheaded on the spot. The other 200 million or more pirates that swept across were countless. Isn't it useless? I'm really unwilling. Stroking the sword, Shiryu of Rain felt unwilling. Yes, obviously, judging from Weir's ability to suppress the Red Earl and others. When facing him, he definitely reserved room, and it's not even half a star. Even the Red Earl was killed in seconds. How could he possibly stop Weer? If he burst out with all his strength at the beginning, I'm afraid he would just lie down at that moment. Advertisement to die or not to die, that's really two things to say. Fortunately, it's only 3 months, but it can still be tolerated. Shiryu of Rain muttered to himself. The days that followed were simply a matter of fingertips. Months later, the sky is sunny. In a blink of an eye, the day came when Weer was leaving Impel down. Originally it was a temporary guard, in order to guard against Kaido. We fought off Kaido here 2 months ago, so there probably won't be a second attack in a short time. Call. This time, because of Kaido's riots. Let many pirates know that Impel Down has an 8-year-old marine boss. The combat power is even more terrifying than the director Magellan. And, more unscrupulous, do things without scruples. Therefore, no one dared to make any noise at all. For fear of being accidentally cut off by Weir's sword. So that Weer has nothing to do. Every day, he practiced in the scorching hell and the extremely cold hell. From time to time, I still take a 530 bubble bath in the scorching hot spring to exercise my body. For other prisoners, it was absolute pain, but for Weer, it's just enjoyment. Summon attribute panel. Open black lens bracket host. Weer close black lens bracket, strength, 3071. Open black lens bracket speed, 298, physical strength, 3001, frozen attribute, 12, poison attribute, 8. Ability. Thunder Fruit. Advanced Swordsmanship LV9, Conqueror's Hockey LV8, Observation Hockey LV4, Armed Color Hockey LV6. Compared to New World, when faced with beasts and pirates. Weer panel properties, not much added, but after breaking through 300, every increase is a huge increase. At least Weer estimates. With the current self, facing Shiryu of the Rain, it is completely useless to thunder. It only needs to compress 1,000,000 volts of high voltage and it is enough to hit him hard. In terms of strength, it has gone one step further in the quasi-admiral. Just the distance from Marine Admiral, there must be a gap. But the gap is not too big, just how Weer is not clear. It seems that you should find someone to learn from. Touching his chin, Weer thought of a candidate. Marine 3 Admiral is out of the question, still, Director Magellan is fine. Anyway, it's just a discussion and a general understanding of the gap between him and Admiral. With Magellan's strength, it should be enough to measure. Chapter 131. Challenge Magellan, the showdown of the century. Do you know where Director Magellan is? Walking out of the room, Weer casually grabbed a jailer marine and asked. At this moment, he can't wait to fight Magellan. Look at how strong your own strength is. In the case of the director, he should still be in the office. Looking at Weer admiringly, jailer marine responded quickly. Nodding, Weer smiled and turned away. Walked straight towards the director's office on the 4th floor of the scorching hell. And Marine, the jailer who watched Weer leave, suddenly felt a little strange. Weer Vice Admiral has been in retreat for so long, why did he suddenly find the director? Impossible. Could it be? 19 A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in this Marine's mind. Could it be that? Weer Vice Admiral, to challenge Director Magellan? God. This is really so appalling. Under the shock of the jailer, his thoughts quickly spread. Originally because of the Kaido incident, the Impel Down gradually calmed down. The atmosphere was detonated again. A large number of prison guards Marine, who had no need to stay behind, headed towards the 4th layer of scorching hell. A time. The whole Impel Down was a bit noisy. What are you doing? In such a hurry, could it be that there are prisoners rioting? Deputy Warden Domino stopped a Marine and asked. It's Weer Vice Admiral coming out. It is said that now, the director has been directly approached. Maybe, it's a showdown of the century. The voice just fell. Deputy Warden Domino and Deputy Commissioner Hannibal. The two of them looked at each other subconsciously, and looked at the shock in each other's eyes. What's the situation? Knowing that Weer Vice Admiral is powerful and talented like a monster. But, that's Director Magellan, second only to Marine San Admiral, such a top presence in combat power. In a confined space, it has the strength to compete with the 3 Admiral head-on. 8-year-old Weer Vice Admiral could not get around, even if one person suppressed the entire 5th and 6th floor prisons. The number of big pirates killed is even more uncountable. But most have been imprisoned for many years. His physique has declined in many aspects, and his strength has suffered a lot. But Director Magellan is different, always maintain the peak, that is the existence that is truly infinitely approaching the Admiral level. The one-handed poison dragon is even more terrifying. Simply in this Impel Down, once the devil fruit ability erupts. I am afraid that in a short period of time, it can be regarded as a real admiral-level police force. Advertisements such a terrifying existence. Weer Vice Admiral is actually interested in the challenge? OMG. Big things. Definitely, you can't miss such a confrontation of the century. Go. 9 The shocked Domino and Hannibal quickly turned around. Like a group of amazed jailers marine, he went straight to the scorching hell. Meanwhile, the director's office. Director. Weer looked at Magellan and greeted with a smile. Magellan also returned a stiff, ugly smile that was worse than crying. It turned out to be Weer Vice Admiral, just come. Headquarters just sent a mission document. The content is to let you escort an important document to the Berghain base of the scientific force. The headquarters said that they have communicated with you. This should be fine, right? Magellan looked at Weer with a strange expression. Quite unusual information. Even though, Weer is the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral. But Sengoku Fleet Admiral, do you still need to seek the opinion of the subordinate commander marine when ordering a mission? This, literally, treating Weer as a surefire future admiral. Future admiral? Thinking of this, Magellan took a deep look at Weer. He can't say what the police say, but this person is Weer's words. There is such a privilege and special attention by the police. It's still normal. Think of the appearance of that hellish Asura standing among the bones of a pirate 2 months ago. Weer's image of the god of killing gave Magellan a shock. Up to now, the impact has not completely disappeared. The task of escorting documents, I know that. Hearing this, Weer nodded, then looked at Magellan. But today I came to see the director, not for that task. Anyway, it's still early, so don't delay the time to leave. I want to discuss with the director, and I also ask the director not to refuse. When the words fell, Magellan was a little stunned. What? Weer Vice Admiral, did I hear it right? Chat with him? If you go to an open area, it's okay. But my poisonous fruit may bring bad effects. So if you want to learn from each other, you can only be in the relatively closed environment of impel down. In this case, it's not really fair. Looking at Weer's serious eyes, not joking, Magellan also said seriously. With the poisonous fruit, even his breath is filled with poisonous gas. In a relatively confined space, even Kaido will be affected over time. Advertisement in Weer is really strong, but Magellan doesn't think he can beat himself. More to say, before being affected by the poisonous gas, he defeated himself. That's just a joke. I hope the director will meet my request. 39. Weer didn't say much, listened to Magellan's words, and just spoke firmly. Magellan gave Weer a deep look, then shook his head helplessly. Make you. 8-year-old Marine legend Vice Admiral, a monster-like existence. It seems that gradually, I can understand a little bit. Okay, since Weer Vice Admiral is interested. So for this matchup, I'll take the next gap. 33 The words fall. Outside the door, there was a sound of gasping for breath. Accepted. Director Magellan actually accepted the challenge of Weer Vice Admiral? Domino's eyes were round and his throat was dry. His eyes were full of disbelief. Hannibal on the side was not much better. Weer Vice Admiral, how dare he? 93. How dare he challenge Director Magellan when he is only 8 years old? Even though, Weer's performance in Impel Down was astonishing. Suppress the riots in the 5th and 6th layers of hell. It is an unprecedented 8-year-old swordsman, the owner of Conqueror's Hawkeye. But also take into account what he is facing, well, it's Director Magellan. Poisonous fruit ability owner, in the hearts of many prison guards marine. Its combat power is comparable to Marines, Lee Howe's headquarters, Admiral's combat power. That is to say, Weer Vice Admiral, equivalent to challenging a Marine Admiral. Even, quite tricky, Marine Admiral with poisonous fruit ability. Can you win? A jailer Marine thought subconsciously, then shook his head. Difficult. Whether it's to the point or to go all out. Facing Magellan Director, even Weer Vice Admiral. I am afraid, there is no chance of winning. You're still young, it's too impulsive. Many jailers couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Domino was even more trembling. She didn't think the same as the other guard Marine. Maybe, Weer Vice Admiral can win. 99 It was just a subconscious mumbling, which was heard in the ears of many prison guards Marine. If you want to refute, think about it. After all, she's the deputy warden, and she's a Weer Vice Admiral fan. It's definitely not up for debate at the moment, but how will this showdown end? They all seem predictable. Chapter 132. The showdown of the shit century is basically a personal show. Clang. The 4th floor of the scorching hell, a place that has just been repaired, is above the wide square. Weer stood opposite Magellan and pulled out the famous sword Thunder from his waist. Magellan just watched silently, but his body was full of poisonous gas. Obviously, the heart is not peaceful. Weer Vice Admiral, be careful. In the face of you, I dare not keep my hands, and I will definitely go all out. After the words fell, Magellan's body was full of poisonous gas even more violently. Hearing this, Weer smiled. That's the best. How can it be interesting if you don't do your best? How can there be a learning effect? After the words fell, Weer's whole body also began to sweep. Not Conqueror's Hawkeye, but pure swordsmanship. The thunder flashed, and the sword power condensed. Formed similar to Conqueror's Hawkeye, the tyrannical and extremely oppressive momentum was suppressed. At the moment of being enveloped, Magellan put away his last thought. Weer, don't need him to keep his hands, just keep a little bit, maybe the one who is defeated will be yourself. Must, go all out, this. What a terrifying swordsmanship. It's even stronger than when I first came to impel down. If the warden is facing this moment, I am afraid that the combat power will be greatly reduced. 543. Just being affected by a little sword power, many prison guards marine felt their hair explode. Repeatedly retreated to expand the circle of battle, which was barely shrouded in sword power. But the shock in my heart, or let these jailers, marine, subconsciously compare with the previous battle of Shiryu of the Rain. At that time, Weer also broke out with swordsmanship. But compared to now, the oppressive force is simply the police of cloud and mud. Only when these jailers were stunned. In a certain corner, Shiryu of the Rain, who heard the discussion, had an unsightly expression on his face. A bunch of idiots, been underestimated, however, he couldn't refute anything. As soon as he circled around, he also touched the aftermath of the sword. Certainly not the same as those terrified jailers. However, he is also a quasi-admiral police presence. As you can see, there are more prison guards. Among the great swordsmen, have you gone further? Looking at Weer with flickering eyes, the only trace of hostility that Shiryu of Rain had was completely gone. Strong. This is the absolute powerhouse, even if it's only 8 years old. But in terms of swordsmanship, he was already ahead of him. Even now, there are few people who can surpass Weer's swordsmanship. BDBA. Boom. Let's start. At this moment, Weer clenched the famous sword Thunder in his hand. Advertisement it is like from a gentle and elegant scholar, turned into a bloody god of war who kills all directions. The suffocating and murderous aura converged on the monstrous sword force. Fierce, chill, majestic, the terrifying aura that shocked the soul was like a raging wave. Wave after wave swept through and diligently. The air of the entire scorching hell seemed to be condensed. Everyone felt short of breath. It was as if he was being stared at by a peerless beast. Finally, is it going to start? Domino and others who retreated and retreated, their eyes were extremely focused. The discussion stopped abruptly, and he stared at the battlefield ahead nervously. Poison Dragon, pure momentum crushed, Magellan fell behind. Immediately without hesitation, heart-throbbing horror venom dances wildly, rushing towards Weer. Is this the poisonous fruit? Squinting slightly, Weer stared at the roaring poison dragon. When it was about to hit him, the famous sword swung down. It seems extremely slow, but in fact it is incredibly fast. One blade stream thunder slash. 99 It does not incorporate the ability of the thunder fruit, but the pure meaning of the thunder sword. Boom. The venom splashed all over the sky, and the poisonous dragon collapsed directly. At the same time as Weer's attack, Marine 6 Styles has already been cast. By moving at high speed, he left the place. The roaring venom fell, corroding the ground and giving off bursts of white smoke. So fast, Magellan's pupils shrank, not caring that the dragon was defeated. Instead, he only felt that his scalp was numb, and he subconsciously waved his hand towards the rear. Poison bomb. A large amount of venom gathered and condensed into the appearance of a cannonball. Densely packed, constantly shooting and diligent. Boom boom boom. The poison bomb exploded in an instant, but hit nothing. Too slow, Director Magellan. Immediately afterwards, Weer's light laughter suddenly appeared on the left side. Magellan, whose pupils were shaking violently, was too late to attack. The venom was suddenly driven, and a venom shield formed on the surface of the body. Boom. Violent explosion, venom splashed. The ground where Magellan stood before was replaced by people. It is moonwalk, Weer floating above the venom everywhere. As for Director Magellan, directly slashed by the lightning infused with strange power, it will blow up in one move. Even if not injured, but at that moment, advertisement. What Magellan felt was an absolutely terrifying force that approached Kaido. Simply unbelievable, sure enough, it's a monster. 8-year-old Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, unprecedented. It's me, I drove you. Magellan's tone was serious and heavy. Just a face-to-face. Weer showed the strength of the hook, and he was not alone with Shiryu of Rain 2 months ago. Strength is incomparable. Can you lose even if you work hard? For a split second, Magellan thought so, surrounding atmosphere. In an instant, it was suppressed to the extreme. All around, a group of prison guards Marine was shocked beyond words. Magellan, Director, suppressed. How could that be? That's the Director. The poisonous dragon that easily diffuses the Director, counterattacks at an unbelievable speed, 99. One photo, hit the fly, Mr. Director, Weer Vice Admiral, it's terrifyingly unpersonal. Really unbelievable. That is Director Magellan, an absolutely powerful presence. Otherwise, they would not have been sent to guard Impel down. But that's how it exists. Did Weer Vice Admiral blow him away in just one face-to-face? 8-year-old child, what a terrible monster. On the battlefield, looking at the increasingly solemn Magellan, Weer smiled. That's it, the Director hooks his hands with all his strength. Do not have any reservations. Weer slowly raised the famous sword Thunder in his hand, and the blade flashed with a cold light. Only in this way, following a better test, my strength has improved in the past 2 months. After all, how big is it? After the words fell, Weer moved. Faster than the blink of an eye, he smashed the map and disappeared. This speed. Magellan's pupils trembled, trying to capture Weir's figure. Right. 99 for a moment. Venom erupted, and the poisonous dragon swept through to the right. D. Pung. Weir's figure is rhythmic, carrying the famous knife Thunderbolt in a violent collision with the poisonous dragon. The terrifying airwaves quickly swept in all directions with the two at the center. All the onlookers were hit by this airwave. Unsteady, they fell to the ground. Fortunately, the poison gas was annihilated by the thunder, otherwise these jailers marine would be seriously injured if they didn't die. Chapter 133. Perfect Restraint. Weer Vice Admiral who shows tingling scalp. Just perfect restraint. Seeing this, Domino muttered to himself. Yes. Weir's thunder power can actually annihilate Director Magellan's poisonous fruit ability. Just can't touch it, but even Weer was accidentally contaminated with venom. Under the protection of the thunder around him, he was not affected at all. Horrible. The director is completely suppressed. I'm afraid, I'm going to lose. To be forced to this point by Weer Vice Admiral, who is only 8 years old, 93. It's unbelievable. The jailers, Marines, felt like their worldview had been turned upside down. The world is so crazy. How could there be a monster like Weer Vice Admiral who is so terrifyingly talented? A duel with a huge disparity in age, I thought the strength was equally disparate. Now, actually, it was developing in an unexpected direction. Boom. Weer poured huge force and shook Magellan back. At the same time, slightly behind him, he opened the distance between the two to more than 10 meters. The famous sword Thunder in his hand began to be shrouded in the dark armed color Hawkeye condensation. Jumping and flickering, the thunder wrapped around the blade of the famous sword Thunder also became more and more intense. Blue turns to purple, and light purple turns to dark purple. As the color changes, the emanating momentum becomes more and more drifting. The void shattered faintly, making a crunching sound. The ground on which Weer stood, in addition to his feet, there are crisscrossing sword marks all around. Cut. Under a light drink, a deep purple thunder strikes, shooting in rhythm. Target. Directed at Director Magellan. The terrifying thunder slash pierced through Director Magellan directly from top to bottom in the blink of an eye. It's not a one-sided improvement, but a comprehensive strength improvement. Compared to the strike that killed Shiryu of the Rain in an instant 2 months ago, the power is more than 10 times more terrifying. 99. What the hell happened in these 2 months? At this level, how can swordsmanship and physical fitness improve so quickly? Magellan frowned deeply. Facing this thunder slash, the shocked mind could not calm down for a long time. It's hard to imagine him without playing against Weer. In the world, such terrifying monsters really exist. Boom. Poison Dragon. The Director Magellan, whose eyes were piercing and who refused to admit defeat, also had the ability of the poisonous fruit to explode to the extreme. It is almost the most powerful single attacking move under the giant soldier who is forbidden to recruit poison. There were more than 3 poisonous dragons, terrifyingly shot and lay down. Gathering in one place in midair, it became more and more ferocious. Even the void seems to be penetrated and broken. Advertisement. Wrapped in a frightening, terrifying penetrating force. Next moment, thunder struck, violently colliding with the giant poisonous dragon. Then, an incredible scene happened. How is this possible? Deputy Director Hannibal couldn't help but subconsciously exclaimed. The giant poisonous dragon attacked everyone with fear. Actually, he was unable to block the thunder slash for a moment. Instantly defeated, the thunder slashed towards Magellan with unabated momentum. Speed, to the extreme. Can't escape. 19 Magellan's pupils trembled, but he still tried to dodge to the side. But, it was simply too late. Weir's lightning strike smashed the poisonous dragon from the front. Then, it shattered the venom covering his body. It collided violently with Hawkeye, the armed color of the last layer. Sparks splattered, and the symphony of metal was deafening. Boom. Under everyone's horrified expressions, Magellan was knocked away. Like a kite with a broken string, dazzling blood is sprayed in the air. Boom. Magellan slammed to the ground, and the soil crumbled. Dusty. Hiss. Everyone in the audience took a deep breath. He looked at Weer, and then at Director Magellan. It's just a skeptical look at life. Incredible, Director Magellan, lost. Lost so fast, so neatly. This unscientific, it simply subverts the existence of their worldview. I must have read it wrong. Hannibal's eyes were rounded, his lips were white, and his face was shocked. That's right, the director was killed by Chief Weer in one move. 19. Swallowing nervously, Domino's voice trembled. It's incredible. One move to defeat Director Magellan head-on, I remember correctly. 2 months ago, the wardens who faced Weer Vice Admiral were able to hold on for a moment. The more powerful Magellan director seemed to be defeated more easily. The speed of Weer Vice Admiral's strength improvement is as simple as eating and drinking. 11. All Marines were dumbfounded. Can someone explain it to them? What happened to Weer Vice Admiral this month? Why, an 8-year-old? The speed of strength improvement will be as fast as this exaggeration to the extreme. Advertisement. It is completely subverting the existence of cognition. Whoa. Magellan rose from the rubble, covered in dust. Some were embarrassed, but did not suffer too much injury. But no doubt, it was he who lost. In the end, Weer kept his hand. Even if he did not use the strongest forbidden move, the giant soldier of poison. But Weer obviously has retained a lot, at least. Even the thunder all things that he cast on Shiryu of Rain didn't work. Once the outbreak of thunder thousands of copies. Magellan believes that not even the giants of poison can resist. There is a high probability that he will be defeated, but the loss will not be as ugly as it is now. However, the result has not changed, with all-out effort. Between Weer and Magellan, the loser must be Magellan. Weer Vice Admiral, you are a real surprise, terrible talent. The progress is so fast that I have never seen it before. Unable to hold in admiration, Magellan asked in a deep voice. You are now infinitely close to Marine Admiral, 99. Weer, who heard the words, nodded as a matter of course. He also generally understood his current strength. Infinitely close to the combat power of Marine Admiral. Don't be explicit about numbers. At this moment, if he is with any one of Marine and Admiral, the body is at least 4 or 6 open, this is almost evenly matched. In other words, if it weren't for Marine, you can only have 3 Admirals at a time. At this moment, Weer has the strength to serve as Admiral. The bland conversation between the two simply terrified the guards around Marine. What did they hear? Comparable to Marine Admiral, 8-year-old Weer Vice Admiral, Marine Admiral, that, but the fighting force standing at the top of Naval Headquarters, it is also the lifelong goal of all Marines. Result. In front of Weer Vice Admiral, that's it, 8-year-old Marine Admiral fighting strength? God, I must be dreaming. All the Marines, including Shiryu of the Rain, began to suspect that they were 10 years old. 4 Decigrams Chapter 134. New mission, Burgup and Lai. Are you leaving so soon? Impel went down the harbor and looked at the warship where Weer was about to leave. Headed by Domino, many prison guards Marine are quite reluctant. In addition to Weer's powerful strength, there is also an approachable attitude under that strength. In the face of pirates, it is a nightmare existence. And for them who are also Marine, Weer is quite approachable. With an Admiral-level police force, he can still get in close contact with him. Which ordinary Marine would you go for without going crazy? Didn't see Weer leaving, including Director Magellan, Deputy Director Hannibal, and Deputy Warden Domino also came to watch. Even, in a corner, Shiryu, the Guardian of the Long Reign, is also watching Weer. With a complicated expression, he watched the warship slowly leave the Impel down harbor. Go back, the police sent me. Weer, who smiled and waved at the crowd, didn't like this kind of scene. After the words fell, he turned around and went directly back to the cabin. You must, take care. Domino thought silently, watching the warship drift away. Weer's warship, May 4-3, rides the wind and waves all the way. Instead of going back to Naval Headquarters, he carried out the escort mission that had been negotiated long ago. Send some important information to the base of the scientific force where Burgup is located. Well, this is to meet this mysterious guy? Burgup Lai? Is it really Arkin? Weer stood on the deck, facing the gentle breeze, thinking a little funny. And at this time, on the warship, Weer's adjutant came to report. Report, sir. There was an island nearby, and there was a call for help. Change flight and leave, or go to rescue. After all, their mission was to escort important materials to Burgup. Change to other Marines, even if there is a temporary rescue in general. I'm afraid it's a direct change of flight. The best thing to do is to contact Marines in the nearby waters as soon as possible and go to rescue as soon as possible. There are priorities, and sometimes it just doesn't work. But, hearing this, Weer raised his eyebrows. Weird. This sea, for some reason. So, the island is relatively peaceful. The number of pirates is very small, and even if there are any, they dare not reveal their identities. Just happened to be passing by while performing a mission, and just came across the rescue? Conspiracy. Or, I thought of the phone call with Sengoku a month ago. A smile appeared at the corner of Weer's mouth. Could it be that those guys couldn't help themselves? Now, it's a good opportunity to be single, also some distance from Naval Headquarters. Even if the Marine Admiral-level police force is not used. The big pirates who come to 3 or 4 disaster-level police are still very easy to succeed. Of course, this is relative to New World's strength when he defeated Drought Gia. Change it to now, with Marine Admiral both 4 to 6. Even if there are 3 or 4 disaster-level police powerhouses, it is difficult to deal with him. Slightly weaker, that is the result of the destruction of the entire army. Advertisement, go and see. With this thought in mind, Weer directly ordered the adjutant next to him. At the same time, the island sent out a plea for help. On the coast, watching the rapidly approaching warship, there were a few figures quickly running towards the town in the center of the island. Boss, the bait has been hooked. The figure ran to a giant man as tall as a black iron tower and hurriedly reported. Come yet? Very good, go ahead and kill without arousing their suspicion. The big black man gave an order in a cold voice, slashing innocent civilians with the huge axe in his hand. The entire street was dyed red with dazzling blood at this moment. Innocent residents screamed and begged for mercy. But received no mercy. B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************� Quickly, none of you want to run, 99. An old man roared with blood dripping all over his body. He is the mayor of this town, and he thought it was a peaceful day. Did not expect. These are the ones who are kindly received by themselves and call themselves homeless. Actually today, suddenly violent. After some slaughter, the whole town became a hell on earth. The corpses of civilians are everywhere, and the stumps and broken arms can be seen everywhere. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. All of this made the remaining residents fall into boundless fear. Ha ha ha, Marine? I really wish they came sooner. 93. Hearing this, the giant black man burst out laughing. No lie, really looking forward to it. Dare to step on the prestige of their Don Quixote family, be damned. The young master personally teamed up with those people to calculate, not believing that a mere 8-year-old child could not be killed. Come, don't think about leaving, island coast, so blatant? Above the picture of the armor of the warship, I looked at the Don Quixote family's flag, which was roaring in the wind. Weer couldn't help raising his eyebrows. The adjutant on the side heard continuous screams. The complexion is also not very good looking, however, persuaded Cheng to speak out. Sir, the Don Quixote family is the power of Shichibukai Doflamingo. According to the regulations issued by the world government, we cannot arrest them at will. At these words, Adjutant Marine almost gritted his teeth. Simply outrageous. Dignified Marine represents justice. Watching these evils helplessly, but unable to do anything. What is this? Let's go. Weer, who heard the words, just nodded silently, and then made a sound. The adjutant immediately bowed his head, a little disappointed and taken for granted. Willing to risk punishment for breaking the law against the 7 warlords of the sea. Even some headquarters vice admiral dare not do this. Weer vice admiral is also understandable. Only, the rumored Weer vice admiral, even Doflamingo can suppress. Advertisement is this, yielding to power, yielding to the world government? Is this world sick? Justice, how could it be like this? That's when the adjutant doubts life. Weer had already jumped down and stepped directly onto the shore. Then, looking at the many Marines who were not moving, he wondered. What are you doing? Are my orders useless to you? 39. What? But sir, those are the forces under Shichibukai. According to rules. Seemingly thinking that Weer didn't hear clearly, the adjutant hurriedly hooked again. What happened to Shichibukai? Burning, killing, and looting here is evil, and there is no district police with pirates. Hurry up, save people is the most important thing. What happened? I hit it myself. After the words fell, Weer's figure exploded. With a flash, it rushed to the town in the center of the island. The Marines who watched him from behind, their eyes began to burn. Sure enough, there are still people who truly implement justice. Take your weapons, except for those who need to stay behind, all of them will get off the warship for me. Assist the commander in the rescue operation. With an order, the Marines on the warship took action one after another. Meanwhile, Weer has gone deep into the island. Wherever he went, there was chaos all over the place. There are discarded corpses of residents everywhere, and blood that hasn't dried up yet. Hurry up, haven't you eaten yet? Damn, it's your honor to serve those adults. Also at this time, just in front of Weer, a group of men with vicious spirits. A group of women and girls came scolding and scolding. Seeing Weer, he was slightly taken aback. Seeing it was Marine, he immediately ignored it with a wicked smile. Did you see it? Even Marine saw his Don Quixote do bad things. Don't dare to interfere. 1.0 sneered, and the leading villain was about to pass Weer. And a group of women and girls who had seen Marine coming, their eyes bursting with hope. Each of them was cut off in the middle and died in despair and pain. It was these women and girls who closed their eyes in despair. More than a dozen brutal wicked people who escorted them were given their heads on the spot. Go ahead. Prepare to meet this boundless dark world. In times of despair, completely lost the desire to survive. The knife fell, and the blood stained the sky red. A bunch of scum. A dazzling light that brightened their eyes made them unable to hold back their tears. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Justice, what is it? Weer, like a ray of light, descended in front of them. I don't know if it's too dazzling or infinitely moving. Trance, eyes slack. In desperation, several of the women who were bound screamed in despair. Soon, your young master, Doflamingo, will also come to accompany you. Before the meeting, Marine really didn't dare to do anything, and he was suddenly desperate. Chapter 135, Killing the Critical Situation, You Doflamingo is a Big Battle. Puff, 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 Weer, one sword at a time, swept the pirates under the Don Quixote family who ravaged the entire island. It's all cut off. Let them suffer absolute pain and die slowly. Damn it. You can't kill me, I'm a Don Quixote. When confronted in person, kill the god like Weer. I thought Weer, who was 8 years old, was no different from an ordinary child. The leading black sturdy man was sweating coldly on his forehead. The horror look is like looking at Weer with the eyes of a monster. When I was killed, I explained everything. Give me a chance to live and I can tell you anything. Otherwise, you will surely die. Seeing Weer begging for mercy unmoved, the black brawny man screamed in horror again. But what greeted him was just a flash of thunder that was approaching the extreme. Tick, tick. The blood sputtered and sprayed, dyeing the earth red. The big black man lowered his head in disbelief and looked at the separated body. The whole person fell into madness. You're dead. Damn Marine, you're dead. I'm waiting, you'll be with me soon. Ha ha ha. Got young master, 13 what if you were Marine? Hearing this, Weer raised his eyebrows and stepped forward. Looking down at the big black man, he chuckled softly. You mean to say, when I log onto this island, I've already been tricked? There has long been a net of heaven and earth all around, and the only purpose is to kill me? The black giant man suddenly widened his pupils. You. How do you know the 4 words, but you haven't said it yet? In the terrified eyes of the black and gigantic man, Weer stepped on his head. In the face of absolute strength, are conspiracies useful? I hope your arrangement doesn't disappoint me. It's annoying to have to snatch out the hidden bugs one by one. He spoke lightly, in a tone like talking to an old friend. But with a little force on the foot, the big black man was so frightened, his head was smashed into a puddle of mud by Weer. But because of the thunder package, Weer was always clean and tidy. No matter how the blood shoots, there is no way to stain Weer's body at all. Step on. Also at this time, a crowd of ready Marines arrived one after another. Holding the fire, his eyes were tense and he was about to face a fierce battle. Result. Running all the way, it is simply shocking. Advertisement, sir. Those rioting pirates. The adjutant swallowed nervously and hesitated. It's all settled. The rest is up to you. Soothe and help the residents calm down as soon as possible. Yes. When Weer finished speaking, the adjutant responded quickly. Then a group of Marines got busy and quickly helped the residents to stabilize the situation. About half a day, the matter was almost settled, and Weer also arrived on the warship. However, instead of leaving immediately, they asked to rest for 2 hours. Although the Marines were puzzled, but it was Weer's order and they couldn't refuse. It's all about resting and recovering as much as possible. Even Weer was on deck with a deck chair, lying on it, shouting at the sun, enjoying the rare peace. Crash, and just half an hour later, the sound of waves hitting the warship broke the silence. In the waters in front of the island, a black shadow began to appear frequently. It was a ship, a giant police ship. There are still pirates, they are so brave. Marine on the warship was terrified for a while. Looking at Weer, I couldn't help but admire. No wonder they were asked to rest on the spot, it turned out to be a precaution. The Marines on the warship were all gearing up. The pirates on the island were all eliminated by Weer alone. When they went, all that was left was to clean up the mess. Full of blood and no place to express, now is the opportunity. There is a large pirate ship in the area, and they don't read it at all. Only. Just the next moment, behind the shadow, there are a large number of densely packed ships. There are large ships, medium ships. The large number made the Marines' scalp tingle. Damn, our whereabouts leaked. How can there be so many pirate ships? Could it be the Revenge of the Beast pirates? 99 Some Marine looked at Weer and guessed subconsciously. After all, it is impossible for ordinary forces to do a pirate ship of this scale. Then the 4 emperors naturally became the primary target of conjecture in their hearts. No, it's not 100 beasts and pirates. Look, on the top of the picture of the pirate ship on the right. If I'm not mistaken, that person is the pillar of the 8 treasures navy, and the bounty is as high as 500 million Bailey's cone green pepper. Look at the one on the left. If I read correctly, he is the captain of the Spark Pirates, Hammer Jarvis. That's a bounty, up to 700 million terrifying big pirates. But the shadow showed its outline, and the big pirates from all walks of life stood on the deck. Looking coldly at the warship where Weer was, the identity was quickly recognized by the Marines. Advertisement. It was precisely because they recognized their identities that the Marines became more and more fearful. How so? These people are all big pirates who have disappeared for more than 10 years. Why are we here today? When the words fell, they suddenly came back to their senses. Subconsciously looked at Weer. Yes, besides Chief Weer, who else deserves so much from them? While proud, these Marines were also full of despair. This kind of lineup is designed to surround Weer Vice Admiral, who is no more than 8 years old. Can escape? Impossible. Long time no see Thor Weer. The present I prepared for you, do you still like it? But another person was lying on the deck of the pirate ship. The last hope in the hearts of many Marines was completely annihilated. One of Shichibukai, Doflamingo, such a luxurious lineup, except for 3 Admiral. I am afraid that any naval headquarters prospective Admiral will fall here. Dead. 543 this time, it is really dead. A group of clowns jumping on the beam, finally couldn't help but jump and lie down. Unlike the despair of many Marines, facing one big pirate who bought hooks one after another, he always had a relaxed look on his face. Keep a smile. Even Doflamingo's fishing didn't make him have other strange emotions. Hey, just to deal with this kid. Why bother? Lousy worked so hard to hide for so many years, for him to be exposed. Is it really worth it? Scar on face. The short and bloated Hammer Jarvis sneered at Doflamingo diligently. Because, have played against each other, so many people come, it's a waste. It's enough for me to deal with such a brat by myself. Weer is a mere Vice Admiral, even if it has improved over time. Because today, he is not alone, obviously still impressed by Weer's horror. More for insurance, however, that's it. I don't know what you were worried about. There is also the green pepper of the cone with a bounty of 500 million Bailey, and the Hammer Jarvis with a bounty of 700 million Bailey. But in the face of the current situation, there is absolutely no way to turn it around. The green pepper of the cone with the bare head heard the words, and also made a deep voice. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. There are so many ships around, gathering more than the rough-named pirates. Even Marine's quasi-admiral would die. Only Doflamingo paid great attention to Weer. These two plus themselves, and a large number of pirates. Chapter 136. Doomsday. Whose doomsday is it? Fur. As expected of the Thor Weer, he still wants to struggle at this moment. It's just that you don't know who you are provoking. Today is your last day. You must die. Looking at Weer with a wicked smile, Doflamingo smiled wickedly. When Weer was trampled under his feet, all the scenes hurt his heart. For so long, he lived with his fingers. After waiting for so long, it's finally here today. Killing Weer is a shame. Quick, send a signal for help. Marine on the warship looked terrified. Remain calm and make your own judgment. The current lineup is too scary, unmatched by non-admiral. In a desperate situation, you can only fight hard. Hope the nearby Marines can receive the news and rush to help quickly. That way, they might still have a chance. If not, he will surely die. And at this time, looking at Doflamingo's Weer indifferently, he heard his cries. He raised his brows and chuckled softly. The person who said this last time, the grave head grass, has no idea how tall it has grown. I thought you, Doflamingo, are so strong. After all, you are just a loser, no matter how hard you struggle. Still can't get rid of the identity of the loser. The words fell, looking at the green pepper of the cone and the hammer Jarvis, and continued. With these rubbish, the losers of the old days. Add in you, a loser in the new era, do you really think you can turn the world upside down? Yep. It saves me a lot of trouble by doing it all at once. Since they have all come today, let's all stay 543. Weer, who looked indifferent, looked at Doflamingo a little less confident. It's too long to delay, and Rhyme has other changes. His eyes widened, murderous intent pervaded. Super strike whip. In an instant, countless almost transparent silk threads spewed from Doflamingo's palm. They are quickly entangled together to form thick strands like hair. The terrifying penetration force can even penetrate and smash a high-rise building in an instant. At the moment when Doflamingo erupted, the green pepper of the cone and the hammer Jarvis also hooked hands. The voice that was so terrified that it was about to shatter the void, the shock came to suppress Weer. Boom. Wherever they passed, the waves burst. A raging wave was set off, causing the entire warship to shake. Clang. Just as he was about to land on the deck and envelop Weer. Wrapped in a metallic clang, it was the extremely dazzling thunder and cold light. Boom. Weer Vice Admiral. Many Marines have red eyes, hating their own lack of strength. Seeing that the officer was besieged, he and the others could only watch helplessly. Call. Only a slight sea breeze blew past, and the smoke dissipated. Weer was spotless, with an indifferent expression and a chuckle. That's it. When the words fell, countless pirates were shocked and exclaimed again and again. How is this possible? That kind of attack was actually blocked. Advertisement. That was the siege between the leaders, Green Pepper and Doflamingo. That kid. It's unbelievably powerful. It wasn't just the pirates who were shocked. Even the green pepper of the cone and the hammer Jarvis, their eyes are also shocked. Looking at Weer's emotions, it was full of disbelief. However, it was Doflamingo who was most shocked. Damn, how could it be? Such a growth rate, definitely not Vice Admiral. A quasi-admiral must be a quasi-admiral level police force. How long has this jar been? Just over 3 months. At the beginning, no one could say it was too easy for Weer. At this moment, he is facing the siege of him and the other two big pirates. It was so powerful that it could easily take over their siege. It's even spotless, not even the deck under your feet has any signs of damage. Nothing is impossible. Apathy glanced at Doflamingo. When a group of pirates have not been able to recover from their shock. System. Weer flashed instantly and came directly in front of the heavy hammer Jarvis. The big pirate with a bounty of 700 million bellies at this moment only feels heartbroken. Watching the lightning strike down with a flicker of extreme coldness, his pupils trembled. Dodge. Gritting his teeth, his armed color hardened and spread, covering the huge meteor hammer in his hand. Brazenly moved, facing the terrifying thunderstrike. Boom. Violent explosions echoed, almost collapsed at a touch. The huge and extremely hard meteor hammer shattered on the spot. Thunderslash unabated. Directly with the heavy hammer Jarvis, it runs through the entire deck of the pirate ship. Click. What followed was the sound of the keel of this large pirate ship shattering. Just to face, the 700 million bounty pirates were severely damaged, and the large pirate ship collapsed on the spot. Even the sea was under this terrifying blow. A bottomless crack opened, which could not be healed for a long time. Buried together were the hundreds of pirates on the large pirate ship. God, what did I see? The sea is cracked. The boss who can compete with Vice Admiral, Marines Veteran Headquarters, can't even take a BDBA move. Fear. Panic. Unprecedented crisis. All the pirates who saw this scene were horrified. It's a completely unimaginable scene. Is it really something that an 8-year-old can do? The original confidence was full, killing Weer's self-confidence. At this moment, the layers are broken. A heart sank to the bottom. The waste is piled up, and I think it will be useful if there are more people. 99. Shaking his head, Weer killed Jarvis with one move. As if he had done something trivial, he shook his head indifferently. A loser is a loser. Just hide and linger. You have to lie down and jump around, thinking you are strong. Ah, it's ridiculous. Advertisement the moment the words fell. Wei Er's figure disappeared again. What about people? Where did you go? Quick, cheer up, find him, kill him, 99. Seeing Wei Er disappear suddenly, the tragic situation of Hammer and Jarvis is still in front of him. All the pirates panicked, especially the sea area in front of you. The scarlet blood that spread rapidly stimulated their fearful nerves. The whole body could not help but tremble, shaking like a sieve. But under the threat of death, there are still a lot of pirates, gritted their teeth and roared. No matter where Wei Er disappears, as long as you do it, you will definitely appear. Let the attack cover the entire ship and be sure to hit him. Boom boom boom. The next moment, the explosion sounded endlessly. Many pirates were amazed. Did it work? The look of joy was just hooked on his face. Immediately, it solidified and became extremely rigid. One knife flow, falling thunder, Z-Lala, the dazzling light burst, and the flashing thunder filled the void. The violent attacks of many pirates were unable to shake even a little thunder. Seeing Wei Er rhyme in the next second, he looked at them indifferently and waved the famous sword thunder in his hand. Boom boom boom. The thunder fell, piercing the void. The thunder that spread all over instantly enveloped countless pirates. Including the green pepper of the cone, it blocked 3 thunderbolts. This is enough to make him proud, but there are countless thunders in the sky. After 3, unable to resist, the pillar of the 8 treasures navy with the dignified 500 million bounty, the green pepper of cone, was shrouded in endless thunder. The screams could not be hooked. He was directly shattered by armed Hawkeye and became coke everywhere. The monstrous thunder exploded, spreading the entire large pirate ship. Died. Immediately after Jarvis, the heavy hammer of the 700 million bounty. The pillar of the 8 treasures navy, the green pepper of the cone with a bounty of 500 million was also killed. A face-to-face thunder couldn't bear it. It can be said that he was killed in seconds without the ability to resist. The devil. This 8-year-old child is a devil after all. What terrifying power. Can this really be resisted by human power? The remaining pirates are crazy. Totally crazy. Even Doflamingo is still shaking in his heart at this moment. The emotion of fear made his pink coat seem to be completely immersed in seawater. How so? What exactly went wrong? He has taken Thor Wei Er seriously enough. I think. No one knows the power of Thor Wei Er better than him. But why is it so? Pre-Admiral, the top quasi-admiral combat power has even reached the Marine Admiral's combat power. Damn it. In the world, why is there such a terrifying monster? Chapter 137, beheaded and killed, one also wanted to run. I don't know who gave you the confidence. Actually, I thought a lot of people could besiege me. Looking at the fearful pirates with a chuckle, Wei Er smiled. Laugh recklessly. A group of moth ant-like existences, how dare you? The words fell, and the thunder slashed and shot. Brilliant, dazzling, brazenly suppressed, there was another heaven-shattering roar that echoed incessantly. But it was another one of the pirates, and it shattered on the spot. Even with a large number of pirates on board, they were buried and torn into a rain of blood. Damn it, all awake and alert, there is still a chance to fight back. If you want to escape, there is no chance, smarter pirates have already seen it. But 8-year-old Wei Er was far more brutal than any marine they had ever seen. In the current situation, it seems that they must be killed. However, he still has such strength. If you want to escape, there is no chance. Ah, what greeted them was a chuckle from Wei Er. The profound truth of the sword. Lightning destroys the world. Boom. Wei Er wielded a famous knife and fell, and thunderstorms all over the sky poured down. A large number of pirates who saw this scene were all tight. In the face of such death threats, how dare you have any reservations? Boom boom boom. The attacks of several devil fruit abilities were actually mixed with 2 swordsman-level police strikes. Wrapped in the sound of bursting air, it resisted the terrifying thunder that fell all over the world. Oh, there are also swordsmen. Do ants like you actually show the existence of swordsmanship in front of me? Wei Er reached out, and the famous sword and thunder stalked the dazzling light to the extreme. One blade stream thunder dragon. Roar. The thunders came together and condensed into the form of a roaring giant dragon. Then under Wei Er's thought, the ferocious roar slammed down, covering the 2 swordsman pirates. Thorn Lala. There was an eerie sound of minced meat. The 2 swordsman pirates had no resistance. Even the screams were too late to be hooked. It was directly torn apart by the thunder dragon and annihilated into a black residue that filled the sky. Boom boom boom. A large number of thunderbolts continued to fall, and it was simply a large-scale Shira field. Every thunderbolt hits the pirate ship's armor unstoppably. Then, it runs through the huge potholes and takes away the lives of the pirates. One person and one sword, so standing above the void. With a destructive attitude, he swept all the pirates in front of him. The Marines on the warship were almost numb with shock. So powerful, scary, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, is it such a strength? How do I feel? Wei Er Vice Admiral's strength is not something that Vice Admiral of the Headquarters can sum up. After all, it's pretty incredible. The road pirates in front of them, except for the green pepper of the cone and the hammer Jarvis. There are also more than a dozen big pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Such a question. Advertisement Naval Headquarters, the veteran Vice Admiral may also quickly fall in the face of it. The results of it? That's it, directly killed by Weer Vice Admiral? Even now it is said that Weer Vice Admiral has admiral fighting power. These are the Marines who witnessed scenes of terrifying massacres. Will be convinced, 8-year-old Marine Admiral? OMG, like never before, it was not them, nor the group of pirates who were shocked. Doflamingo, who was hiding aside, was shocked beyond words. Damn. Impossible, I don't believe it, watch Weer sweep all over the place. Standing above the void, that invincible posture. At this moment, Doflamingo is going crazy. Complete denial of reality, directly awakening the ability of the line fruit. The Great Wave White Line, Doflamingo didn't hesitate. With full effort, the goal is to sneak attack on Weer who is not paying attention to him now. That, sturdy garden. Incomparable, even stalking Hawkeye's giant wave white line. As soon as it broke out, Doflamingo saw Weir's ant looking down. While the sneer fell, it was a thunderous strike that had just reached the extreme with a terrifying murderous intent. Boom! Almost instantly defeated the giant waves and white lines, and at the same time took away the lives of a large number of pirates. It's not over yet. Looking at the pirates, they were strangled by thunder and blood. Weer directly ignored it and took a step forward. One blade stream thunder unicorn. No matter how many pirates are in front of you, what kind of attack is the explosive hook? All were suppressed with a single sword, and all were instantly killed. Weer single-handedly suppressed the pirates in the audience. The boundless sword energy that stalks the sword edge, plus the monstrous thunder that drifts to the extreme. Let the sea roll and roar, and the void vibrates and whine. Roar. There were unwilling pirates, roaring and waving weapons and charging towards Weer. Just started, not close to Weer. Thunder fell from the sky, killing him directly. There are countless pirates like him. Think. The only way to kill Weer is to kill Weer first. Then they will have hope of survival, but the imagination is beautiful and the reality is very skinny. The result was that their attack and killing had no effect at all. Instead, he went up to die for nothing, and gave Weer his head. It's over. In the blink of an eye, 15 or 16 pirate ships, and now only 3 or 4 remain. Because there are still 3 or 4 big pirates with more than 200 million to 300 million sitting in town, it is hard to support until now. Come on. This is our last chance. After such a long-range attack, his physical strength must not be able to hold it. When the thunder in the sky disappeared, the remaining big pirates roared in surprise. Finally, there is hope of escape. It's just that their roars have just fallen, and the surprise thought of escaping has just risen. An awe-inspiring sword light that made the scalp numb, slammed down from top to bottom. Boom. The only 3 remaining pirate ships shattered on the spot. Even the sea cracked at this moment. Advertisement. For Flowers Zero, fortunately, there were no pirates who were directly beheaded. In an instant, it was swallowed by the cracks chopped by Weer. With a terrified scream, the pirates who came to snipe and intercept Weer were almost wiped out. Why is it almost? Because, at this moment, there is still one person who has not been beheaded. Doflamingo. When you were in Magic Valley Town, you were lucky if you didn't die by my hands. Now, dare to provoke me. This time, is their admiral coming to guard you? Step above the void with moonwalk. Looking at the distance, Doflamingo almost turned into a black spot. Weer is not in a hurry and does not slow down the hook sound. Every step on the hook shoots a very long distance. So but a few blinks. Weer has appeared behind Doflamingo. Carrying the famous sword Thunder, his eyes are cold and terrifying. Thunder won reunification. In an instant, 500 thunder slashes were superimposed, and the terrifying momentum swept in all directions. The sharp edge that rose into the night seemed to shatter even the sky. Damn it. Feeling the looming death crisis, Doflamingo still wants to struggle. The cobweb wall. Struggling to explode a large number of silk threads, forming a cobweb wall after another. Under the strong desire to survive, Doflamingo made more than 10 cobweb walls in the blink of an eye. Densely stacked front and back, and also attached to the dark-armed color Hawkeye. This is definitely the strongest defense that Doflamingo can break out in his life. I'm afraid Momoshagi, the Marine's quasi-admiral's sword, will be able to block it. But unfortunately, at this moment, Doflamingo is not facing Gia, but Weer. A terrifying being even more terrifying than Momoshagi, who possessed the power of a great swordsman at the age of 8. AHTC, extremely bright thunderslash, shattered the void, and instantly shattered a large number of cobweb walls. Almost without hindrance, it continued to slash quickly. Block me. Doflamingo, with a ferocious face, struggled to continue to ask the cobweb wall. He was afraid, terrified, totally unexpected. At this moment, Weir's strength has improved to this level. Not more than 3 months. From the strength of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, has it climbed to an infinite approach to Admiral's forehead? Such a goddess, shouldn't it be me? Doflamingo thought unwillingly. The next moment, the world in his eyes began to turn upside down. The sky was stained with blood and severe pain struck. Under the blood spurting from the neck, Doflamingo, whose body was 2 parts, fell from the sky to the sea. His eyes were full of unwillingness and disbelief. Designing to kill Weer, he never thought of any situation. Even thought that the action would fail and they would be killed. But never thought it would end like this. Luxurious lineup enough to kill the would-be admiral at naval headquarters. Actually, you can't kill an 8-year-old child. Not even Marine on a warship died, but they were wiped out. Not one left. 10. Chapter 138. Are you waiting for Doflamingo? Dead, dead. The whole army is destroyed. If I read correctly, Don Quixote, Doflamingo of the 7 warlords of the sea. I saw it too. It was killed by Chief Weer. This. Simply appalling. Bunch of big pirates. In addition to the heavy hammer Jarvis with a bounty of 700 million, and the green pepper of the cone with a bounty of 5 million. Plus a Doflamingo from 7 warlords of the sea. Leading a number of infamous pirates, including more than 10 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Such a luxurious lineup is enough to kill Marine quasi-admiral in a critical situation. How could it be broken so easily, and not a single pirate escaped? All were destroyed, turning into pieces of dazzling bright red in front of the sea. Tread. That's when there were so many Marines on the warship that they were terrified. Weer floated lightly on the deck and patted May 4-3's wrinkled clothes. Then, the jar smiled and hooked. What are you doing? There are still tasks to be performed. Quickly notify the nearby Marines to come and clean up the mess around here. And the inhabitants of that island to help them with the aftermath. It's time for us to continue escorting Data to Vegapunk. After the words fell, Weer returned to the cabin on his own. Leaving behind a group of Marines who were messed up in the wind, they turned around for a long time. Have you heard it? Act now. Weer's adjutant Marine Rear Admiral was the first to regain his senses and acted quickly. They really don't have the big heart like Weer. After killing such a group of big pirates, don't you have any police-like emotions? This is as expected of a monster who has a title at the age of 8. The legendary Vice Admiral of this franchise is almost as famous as his grandfather Marine hero Garp Vice Admiral. The escort that followed did not encounter any threats. 2 or 3 pirates, big cats and kittens, were wiped out with a single slash. Looking at the group of Marines, they were all stunned as they sailed. Almost numb. As for the expected Bergapin, it is quite mysterious. Even if he knew that Weer was coming, there was no intention of Yun to meet. Just let people move the material to a dedicated warehouse. Don't worry, after delivery, Weer ordered the warship to return to naval headquarters. On the way, I received a phone call from Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Weer, are you okay? Advertisement opening. The strategy was obviously concerned about the inquiry. There was a little noise next to it, and it was obvious that it was Garp. Small problem, a group of moth ants. Knowing what Warring States was referring to, Weer responded with a smile. However, we didn't find what we wanted, and we hit each other too deeply. Warring States, on the other end of the phone bug, was silent for a moment, then continued. Normal, rooted for too many years. So easy to spot, it's not them. 33. When the words fell, Weer chuckled and continued. But Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea on the bright side. I killed him, you should be in trouble Sengoku Fleet Admiral, 99. Warring States was stunned for a moment and then smiled bitterly. You boy, when you are old, you have no courage. But on you. I have seen things that I never dared to think or do before, 39. Facing the decadent world government, we can only acquiesce. Because the Warring States also believed that he could not change anything. Even with Garp, the same is true, but as the owner of Conqueror's Hawkeye. In essence, Sengoku is still different from many other Marines. He has this idea, and will be in Weer's wake, put his many ideas into action. And, indeed, things were moving in the direction he envisioned. Laughing at himself, Weer didn't respond. The next moment, the voice of Warring States turned cold. For the world government, I will explain it myself. But one died, the original 7 warlords of the sea pirates. Just find another successor. Your word, I know what you want to do. I am not used to you, and will issue the document as soon as possible. Let you have a fair reason to clean up the remnants of the Don Quixote family. Sengoku Fleet Admiral understands me. Weer smiled and smiled. Then as soon as possible, take the position of the main staff of the Don Quixote family cadre of the master. All sent to me. As for Dressrosa, I've come too far. It is estimated that those old guys will soon get the news that Doflamingo was killed. Soon, people will be sent over to drown. Well, Dressrosa, don't worry about it. Warring States responded, and immediately told Weer to act carefully. Then he hung up the phone and prepared to go to Holy Mary in person. 7 warlords of the sea is the meaning of world government. Advertisement now, dead a Doflamingo with a complicated identity. As Fleet Admiral, it is still necessary to personally go to the 5 elders to specify. The benefits of going in person are not that, also able to test the attitude of the 5 elders. As well as burying as much as possible, Weer's influence in this matter. Not too far from Weer, somewhere on a large island. Here, is one of the forces controlled by the Don Quixote family. In order to respond to Doflamingo as quickly as possible, and Rhyme can be used as a secret killer at any time. All the officials of the Don Quixote family gathered here. Why hasn't there been a message from the young master? Diamandi, who was shaking his red wine glass with Erlang's legs crossed, frowned and asked. Do not worry. The young master personally thrips, and also asked Konji Green Pepper, Hammer Jarvis and others. The mission is absolutely impossible to fail. Pika, one of the top cadres, spoke in a sharp tone. I've called the bug several times and have not responded. No, is something wrong? Torpal slid to and fro on the ground like a furnace of disgusting snot. Between the words, there are also some worries. After all, it's the god of thunder, Weer. Even the young master has suffered a loss. Even if the gathered lineup is quite terrifying, it is enough to kill Marine's quasi-admiral level powerhouse. But the other side, if it is Weer, it's really hard to say what will happen. 8-year-old Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, the existence of evil spirits. Unless a quivering Marine Admiral character. When the words fell, the scalps of the 3 top officials of the Don Quixote family felt numb. Terrible. But it was when the 3 of them were talking and feeling slightly relaxed. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. That's why. They were still able to sit still and wait quietly for Doflamingo to take the initiative to send back news. You guys, are you waiting for Doflamingo? Then, a whisper that seemed to be a devil in his ears echoed in the hall. Diamante, in particular, jumped off the reclining chair in shock. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through. For this, Torpal is still very confident. Otherwise, if you want to go, no one can stop him. He turned around in astonishment and looked at the figure suddenly lying on the hull. Any accident is possible. Even if you know vaguely, you may be diligent. With the ability of Dover 1.0 Lumingo, even if the mission fails, he will not have fun. But, Chapter 139. The world government compromises and destroys the Don Quixote family. How is this possible? 33. This is absolutely impossible. 93. The one lying here, why is it you? Torpal was even more frightened, and his small mung bean-like eyes were full of horror. That's impossible. What about the others at Dover? Pika was no longer calm, and looked at Weer in shock. Inside, a bad thought arose. Could it be that? Ah, did you say Doflamingo? It's here. Looking at the 3 with a chuckle, Weer threw the thing in his hand. Gululu rolled, bumped into Diamante's feet and stopped. The 3 looked down subconsciously. Boom, I understand in an instant. Dover. In front of him, it was Doflamingo's head. His face was still frozen with the look of incomparable horror before his death. Obviously, at the moment of being killed, he faced absolute terror. And at this moment, it was Weer who came to them. Obviously, the big horror that Doflamingo encountered must be the person in front of him. 8-year-old Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Actually, even Doflamingo teamed up with the Green Pepper of the Chain and others to fail. Escape. Without hesitation, Torpal shook his disgusting snot and let out a loud drink. At the moment, there is no second way. Even Doflamingo with that lineup was defeated. These people are not enough for Thor, Weer, to get between his teeth. When the words fell, Diamante and Pika did not hesitate. 3 people, 3 different parties. With all his strength, he burst out trying to escape. Boom. But it was Weer who reacted faster than them. Ah. Wrapped in a faint squirt smile, Weer moved. Carrying the famous sword Thunder, it suddenly exploded and fell. 3 thunder slashes, shooting 3 different sides. Torpal, Pika, and Diamante only felt their hairs burst. An unprecedented terrifying aura enveloped them. The body seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, so slow that it was almost impossible to move. Frightened emotions just circulated and enveloped the whole body. Boom. It doesn't even have the ability to resist. Under the shroud of thunder slashing, the 3 people were unable to make inquiries with their screams. With the ultimate lightning flashes, leaving only blood everywhere in a broken body. And the shocking, crisscrossing terrifying sword marks. After doing all this, Weer's eyes remained indifferent. Keep going out, the screams rang out immediately. Can be brought here, ready to support Doflamingo. Those are the elite subordinates of the Don Quixote family. He was directly slaughtered by Weer mercilessly, and not a single life was left. With Doflamingo not even doing anything, in Weer's view, that means evil. Since it is evil, then damn it, there is no such thing as innocent. He's not Zephyr. Because of his momentary kindness, all of them were killed. Then he suddenly woke up. Pirates, that's a bunch of scum. No mercy and pity. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will be the one who will die. Things have been resolved. Plus, there's Weer, a spy who broke into Marine's interior. I don't care what the world government thinks. Weer must die, and the Don Quixote family must be destroyed. After solving the 3 cadres, Weer directly called Fleet Admiral's office phone bug. Leave such a sentence and end the call unilaterally. The warring states did not say much and ordered directly. He understands Weer's character. Advertisement: if he doesn't solve it himself, he will solve it himself. By the time, Weer is not the only one who is taking the bait. A few days later, with the order of the warring states, Weer, the last cadre of the Don Quixote, was killed by Akainu himself. It is said that it was ordered by the warring states period for Akainu to act. In terms of world government, the 5 elders are somewhat dissatisfied. But because of the need to hide Dressrosa, he had to choose to compromise certain things. Spread the word all over the world. Doflamingo was removed from the 7 warlords of the sea. At the same time, countless sins were committed, and they were all liquidated. Send a large number of people to assist Marine. All over the world, the remaining remnants of the Don Quixote family in the underground dark world that they have had an intersection with are all over the world. A time. The entire underground world shook, and terrifying bloodshed broke out. Because of Weer, it was directly shuffled, Naval Headquarters. The destruction of the Don Quixote family shook the world. Shichibukai is removed from the list and a successor needs to be selected. Therefore, the world government intends to convene a meeting of the 7 warlords of the sea. Discuss the removal of Doflamingo and his successor. Weer once communicated with Hancock. The matter of going to Nine Snake Island was naturally handed over to him. Well, time flies really fast. Standing on the deck of the warship heading to Nine Snake Island, Weer chuckled and sighed at the hook sound. It didn't take long to come to this world, but in Weir's view, several months have passed. In such a sigh, the warship rides the wind and waves. Quickly entered the windless zone and headed towards the daughter island in the depths. And this time, inside the Nine Snake Island palace. Empress Hanku held a newspaper in her hand. Looking at the above content, the beautiful face also flashed a shocked expression. Doflamingo, removed from 7 warlords of the sea? Even the Don Quixotes are being hunted down all over the world. The underground world shook and the world government asked Marine for bloodbath. Every message is enough to shock most of them. What's more, these things happen together. On the side, the Marigold and Sandersonia sisters who also saw the newspaper content. His pupils trembled, thinking differently from Empress Hankuli. I thought that if I became Shichibukai, I would be able to live a safe and secure life. Did not expect. The dignified heavenly Yaksha, a former heavenly dragon. Even Doflamingo, who had the #1 force in the underground world, was wiped out. Then, wouldn't they be expelled at any time? The relationship between the 7 warlords of the sea and the world government is nothing but mutual use. Once it loses its use value, the world government will definitely wipe it out immediately. I don't know where. Yesterday my mother-in-law suddenly took the hook. Pulling the snake stick, he walked over step by step. Looking at Hanku, he said with a very serious expression. It seems very unusual for the huge Don Quixote family to be destroyed so quickly. 29. If you read the newspaper carefully, you should be able to notice it. Yesterday, my mother-in-law's pupils trembled slightly, and she took a deep breath and said. According to the newspaper, it was Doflamingo who violated the Shichibukai regulations first. Therefore, the world government will continue to issue an order to remove the name. Then, the headquarters Vice Admiral Weer hooked and wiped it out. Weer Vice Admiral, although now Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. But he was full of plans, and the time to join Marine was only more than 3 months. How could such an important task be entrusted to him? When the words fell, the 3 Hankuli sisters all had a look of shock on their faces. They didn't feel weird before, according to what my mother-in-law said yesterday. So, a terrible thought rose in their minds. Could it be that? As expected of an old man, my mother-in-law guessed right. After I beheaded Doflamingo, the world government issued a delisting order. 39. A childish voice echoed in the hall. Let Hancock and others are all stunned in place. Absolutely no one found out, even scarier than last time. Without everyone noticing, advertisement Weer did not come to the main hall? If there is any conspiracy, can they still exist on Nine Snake Island? Hanku didn't have such bad thoughts as yesterday's mother-in-law. Looking at Weer, 2 blushes suddenly appeared on his face. His hands were even more subconsciously holding his cheeks with a shy face. When my mother-in-law saw this yesterday, her complexion changed slightly. He didn't say anything, but his heart was screaming. You dignified empress, blushing in a bubble teapot. You're here. What's the matter? Hankuli's trembling hook sound, looking at Weir's eyes are full of pink peach hearts. Can't I come over if I'm okay? Weer responded with a chuckle, watching Hanku almost sink on the spot. He smiled at his concubine. Does this mean that you like your concubine? Looking at Hanku, whose face was getting more and more red, Weer felt a little strange. However, he still sat on the chair in the hall by himself, explaining his mission this time. Doflamingo has been removed and needs to pick the next successor. So the world government convened a meeting of Shichibukai in the Holy Land Mariajoy. I want to discuss with you Shichibukai about specific delisting matters. 1. If it's your request, Weer, concubine me. When she heard that she was going to the Holy Land Mariajoy, the Empress's expression changed slightly. The police might not know it, but Weer knows it. Even this meeting was held on the outskirts of Mariajoy. But in the inner circle, all the people who live there are Tianlong people. Asking her to attend the Shichibukai meeting may bring back memories of being abused back then. Therefore, Weer directly interrupted Hancock Road. If you don't want to go, you can. Mr. Weer. In Hanku's view, Weer is Marine. To actually speak like this shows that he is disobeying the world government. This 543 actually cares about the concubine. It must be expressing the meaning of liking a concubine. The mother-in-law who heard the words, helplessly watched the performance of the female emperor's nympho. But what Weer said at the beginning, she firmly remembered. This kid is really surprising. Although I guessed it, my mother-in-law thought it was a secret yesterday. Unexpectedly, Weer would admit it directly. The information revealed by these words made yesterday's mother-in-law feel unusual. It was clear that Weer killed Doflamingo first, and the world government had to take the initiative to change the order. You know, Doflamingo is not Shichibukai on the surface. It is very likely that what was done behind the scenes was instigated by the world government. Thinking about it, yesterday, my mother-in-law asked the surrounding maids to retire. Then, G looked at Weer and said in a deep voice. Mr. Weer, maybe you don't know. Doflamingo's identity is not as simple as it appears. The surname Don Quixote is most likely related to the world aristocratic Tianlong people. When it comes to Tianlong people, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became depressed. Even Han Ku's expression turned gloomy, of course it does. Doflamingo once was one of the Draconians. Just because of certain things, when he was young, he lost the privilege of the open-air Dragon Man. Weer said casually, as for what you want to express, I can probably guess. But so what? Not to mention whether other Tianlong people will hook their heads for Doflamingo. Even if it is in the early stage, how can it get me? Shichibukai can be removed and replaced. World government, isn't it? 9. Weer's understated words. Hawkeye went to her mother-in-law yesterday. You, an 8-year-old, say something like that? That is the world government? Many big forces want to resist, and eventually their terrifying existences. Even if Shichibukai is wiped out, will the world government be overthrown? It's just, especially, Weer said these words very casually. It will never be made up on the spot in order to get their friendship. If one day, the world government will really be overthrown, there is a high probability that the guy in front of him did it. Simply daring. Sewing is only 8 years old, terrible existence. Chapter 140. Shichibukai meeting, that man, crash. The sea breeze is blowing, warm as the wind. According to the queen's inner thoughts, she tried to spend more time with Weer. So, promised to go to the Holy Land Mariajoy to attend the Shichibukai meeting. Of course, Weer didn't know about this. Enjoy the warm sunshine by yourself on the deck chair of the warship. And, well, from the Empress, the service of peeling grapes. How is it? Is it delicious? Looking at Weer with a heart full of heart, the female Emperor Hanku was almost unconcealed. Looking at the group of Marines accompanying him, he was stunned. Not surprising, though. After all, that was Weer Vice Admiral. At the age of 8, there is a legendary existence with the title of Thor. Maybe that's the only thing that exists. If you can make it as beautiful as Hanku, let's be so fascinated by it. Sir Weer, the Holy Land has arrived, and the warship is docking. Also at this time, Adjutant Weer, who was accompanying him, suddenly came up to report. Hanku's face suddenly turned cold, and he was not alone when he faced Weer. Next, I can't accompany you. Someone will invite you to the Shichibukai meeting, 99. Looking at the Empress with a chuckle, Weer's eyes were attracted by the other ships on the shore. Obviously, it can be docked on the shore of the Holy Land at this time, but it is not a warship. Probably some of the Shichibukai. Hey, will you come? Subconsciously, Weer is not interested in other Shichibukai. But for the existence of the so-called world's #1 swordsman, that's quite interesting. That concubine, go first. 99 gently watching Weer speak out, Hanku turned around and changed his face. With a look of indifference, he moved his long legs and stepped off the warship. Came to the coast and waited for a while. A few Marines hurried over, looking at the Empress Hankuli with a cautious expression. In the eyes of most Marines, Shichibukai represents the top-level existence that cannot be provoked. It is a terrorist pirate officially recognized by the world government. Ask the law to loot, Marine must not intervene. All kinds of privileges have made countless Marines dare not give them any slights. Your Majesty, please. Bending down, several Marines had hurried respect on their faces. Hanku's tone was indifferent and cold. Lead the way. Between the words, it is full of coldness that rejects others. The few Marines who heard the words nodded again and again. Walking at the forefront, I took the Empress towards the Shichibukai meeting place. As for Weer, when Hancock stepped off the warship, he was ready to leave. Mission accomplished. What's left? Without a special order, he could not have set foot on the holy site of Mariajoy. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku. If you want to enter the interview with 5 elders, you need to go through a tedious application process. Weer didn't care about that either. Advertisement. After 3 months of my own, I have been able to make a 46 with Admiral. Will it take a long time to subvert this rotten everything? Come on, it's time to leave. With this thought in mind, Weer gave an order directly. The military brain Marine mobilized quickly, and was about to turn away from the port coast of the Red Continent. Weer doesn't want to stay for a minute in this kind of place. Every time he breathed, he seemed to smell the disgusting smell of rotten frogs. It's just that the warship has just turned around, and another warship is approaching. On the deck, there is a standing figure. Facing the sun, Weer couldn't help but jump up his eyes. When he saw who was coming, Weer smiled. Some things are just so coincidental. When you expect it, it doesn't come. When you are about to give up, it suddenly appeared again. Hawkeye, Dracula Mahoret. Short black hair, eagle-sharp yellow eyes. He has a short beard and wears a black top hat with white fluff. Wearing a burgundy-patterned shirt, black trench coat, white trousers, and black short boots. A cross knife hangs on his chest. Such an obvious image, coupled with the strongest black knife, who is very discriminating behind him. It's hard not to recognize. The person in front of him is the hawk-eyed Mohawk who is known as the world's greatest swordsman. In the world of One Piece, there are many swordsmen and few great swordsmen, but it is not without them. But, can be called the world's greatest swordsman. It is recognized that there is only Hawkeye Miho. Well deserved. It is the goal that all swordsmen who practice swordsmanship pursue and surpass together. Stop. Feeling the warship still in motion, Weer waved his hand and gave an order. Sir Weer. Adjutant Marine was a little puzzled, but understood the next moment. Because, he also saw that man, the world's greatest swordsman. However, his commander Weer is also a master swordsman. The sympathy between the strong men made him suddenly realize. Immediately conveyed the order, the warship stopped temporarily. Zlala. At this time, the sub-police was located on the decks of 2 warships. They all saw each other. They also felt the sword intent that almost broke through the sky. It's very strong. As expected, he is recognized as the greatest swordsman in the world. At this moment, Weer is simply heartbroken, really, very strong. Especially that sword intent surpassed any swordmaster he had met. Whether it is Pluton Rayleigh or Shiryu of Rain or Red of Lonely. Their swordsmanship is very powerful, but compared with the eagle eye in front of him, there is still a gap. This kid, when he noticed Weer arrived, it was also the moment when he was a master of swordsmanship. Advertisement eagle eyes subconsciously burst into sword intent. But to his surprise, the one in front of him looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child. Actually, resisted his sword intent coercion, simply incredible. To know, on the warship where Weer was, everyone was enveloped by this sword intent. Almost instantly, everyone's eyes showed fear, the body couldn't help shaking. It is precisely because of this, eagle-eyed Mihoji can clearly know. It wasn't that there was a problem with his sword intent. But this small child in front of him really resisted his sword intent coercion. Even, no impact at all. This intrigued Hawkeye turned his head to look at Marine who was on the side and asked. Do you know that kid? Marine, who was operating the warship, was slightly stunned and then looked forward. Suddenly, he was stunned. I rubbed my eyes to make sure I didn't see the wrong person. This continued as much as possible to restrain his eyes in horror and replied to Hawkeye. You mean, the man standing on the deck with a smile at the corner of his mouth? Feeling the Marine in front of him, some fear and worship are intertwined. Hawkeye became more and more surprised, nodded and said, it's him. He's General Naval Headquarters, Chief Weer. It is also the only legendary existence who became Vice Admiral at the age of 8 and holds the title of Thor. Only 8 years old and owns Conqueror's Hockey. At the same time, he is also a master swordsman. Hiss. When the words fell, some Marine who had never seen Weer took a deep breath. How is Lee? Did they hear it wrong? 8-year-old swordsman, owner of Conqueror's Hockey? Does this monster actually exist? Even the eagle-eyed Mahori, hearing this, also had his pupils shaking. Are you kidding? Even him, it's hard to believe. 8-year-old Giano, 8-year-old owner of Conqueror's Hockey. Anything that goes off the hook is an amazing talent that will turn the world upside down. Result? This little devil in front of me has it all? Or even the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, usually, unless the strength is extremely strong. Otherwise, not even Vice Admiral would have any title. Anything with a special title signifies its strength. It is recognized by many, 8-year-old child, recognized Legend Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. For a moment, Hawkeye Miho felt that his worldview had been subverted. He subconsciously thought of disturbing. What kind of strength do you possess at this age? People are more popular than dead people, 8-year-old Giano? Myself of the same grade, I am afraid that it is completely crushed. Chapter 141. The world's greatest swordsman, Miho Lai, the Eagle Eye. Monster. Hawkeye Mahawk subconsciously sighed and asked. The other Marines heard it, however, they didn't feel anything. There are many gods in the world, however, as long as it is to run into Chief Weer. Which one doesn't feel like the worldview is upended? Which one doesn't exclaim a monster? That's a real monster. Even Hawkeye Mahort, at the age of 8, has the strength to rival Colonel Marine. Already a terrifying goddess. Result. Now Chin is in front of him, but it is an 8-year-old Vice Admiral. The owner of Conqueror's Hockey, a monster-level enchanting person. If you hadn't witnessed it with your own eyes, such a monster would exist in the legend relay. If the policeman said it, Hawkeye Miho would never believe it. He is a swordsman, and his perception is sharper than many. Weer is definitely not a child because of the side effects of taking some kind of devil fruit. That incomparably cold sword intent is indeed a real swordsman-level police officer. Or even a great swordsman? Because there was no action, Hawkeye Mahawk could not judge. After all, there are many swordsmen in the world who are infinitely close to the great swordsman. But it is infinitely close to it, and it is not a great swordsman. Even Hawkeye Miho. It is also impossible to see that Weer is a swordsman who is infinitely close to the great swordsman. Or, a real great swordsman. In fact, he tends to be infinitely closer. Because, Weer can't get around 8 years old. The 8-year-old infinite approaching the existence of a great swordsman is already scary enough. But the 8-year-old Dajanhao was even him. It is also difficult for 543 to imagine such an existence. Marine beside him saw Miho's mouth twitching slightly, and there was a flash of shock in his eyes. Couldn't help but show a proud look on his face. Do you see it? The dignified world's greatest swordsman was shocked by our Marine's monstrous TNG. Even if they are not familiar with Weer, they are not even acquainted. But so what? It is a great honor for them to be both Marines. Put the warship over there. Slowly restraining his emotions, Hawkeye spoke quietly. The warship marine was slightly stunned, then returned to her senses. There is no one to discourage, because they all believe in the strength of Weer Vice Admiral. So, soon the warship where Hawkeye was located moved towards the warship where Weer was. Just let me see. Does the 8-year-old Marine legend Vice Admiral really live up to its name? If really that powerful. Well, it's so fun. Subconsciously muttering to himself, the Marines next to him were horrified. What's the situation? This is, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mahori, wants to attack Chief Weer? Even just tentative discussions are shocking enough. Advertisement Eagle-Eyed Mahawk, the world's largest swordsman with deep strength. Weer is only 8 years old, and his strength is extremely powerful. However, how can I compare to you, the #1 swordsman? Just kidding. Bullying the weak, BDBA, thinking, Marine Vice Admiral on the side hurriedly hooked. Mr. Hawkeye, I have to tell you, this is the Laterite continent Marine site. Not the Shichibukai sphere of influence. Hearing Hawkeye, he just had a cold face and didn't intend to explain. But what if Weer gets hurt and is really misunderstood? This possibility is still very high. After all, an 8-year-old child, Jianao is indeed very powerful. Even if he is infinitely close to the swordsman, he is definitely not his opponent. After thinking for a while, Hawkeye Miho immediately asked, "Don't worry. I'm just curious about whether such a monster has the strength to match it. It's just a discussion, I'll keep it. Well, we'll definitely keep it. Beat the child to tears or injured the child. You, yourself, must be unlucky. As for losing, or being beaten back, non-existent." Hawkeye never thought of this possibility. This is the majesty and confidence of being the world's greatest swordsman. No one is allowed to question. Then, it was supposed to be close to the coast of the Red Continent and head to the warship where Hawkeye was at the Shichibukai meeting. Continue to ride the wind and waves, but the target has changed to the warship where Weer is. Seeing the hawk-eyed Mahawk who was getting closer, the adjutant beside Weer panicked. "Sir, do we choose inevitable? That one, but Hawkeye Miho, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If we provoke him, we will be in trouble." Oh, hearing this, Weer couldn't help raising his eyebrows. The world's greatest swordsman, so what? I have never had the habit of giving way to others. After the words fell, the adjutant Marine Rear Admiral wanted to dissuade him. But a gust of wind blew past, and a figure blocked some of the sunlight. It just fell from the sky and landed on the deck where they were. In the eyes of a group of Marines, in astonishment. He just stared at Weer quietly, and the two looked at each other. Then a wave of terror erupted. It was just the collision between the swords that made a lot of Marine feel a critical blow. There was a kind of shortness of breath, and the horror of Shinigami's death swept through his body. "Little devil, you are very strong." When faced with Weer, Hawkeye completely believed it. He couldn't help but take the initiative, his tone stiff and admiring. "Boy, you are not weak." A smile appeared on Weir's mouth and responded in the same way. Hawkeye laughed immediately. It was really funny. Rarely, there is an existence who can face himself face to face like this without changing his face. Advertisement, especially the age of Weer in front of him, unexpectedly, can't keep up with the age of 7 or 8. "Hope, don't let me down." Hawkeye continued to speak. Weer did not give in an inch. "You too." The two had a simple conversation, like old friends for a long time. But the surrounding Marines were terrified. Hey. 2 big guys, that's it. Although this ship is a large warship, it can't stand your counterattack. The police are in trouble for scoundrels, just when a group of Marines were thinking so terribly. Sonorous. With the sound of metal buzzing, Hawkeye slowly took down the black knife Yi was carrying. The blade is lacquered black and as slender as a hole. The lines on it are random swords and heavy flowers. One of the 12 supreme swordsmen, Black Sword Knight, known as the strongest black sword in the world. That's how it was exposed in front of many Marines. The forest cold air emanating independently, the sharp sword energy. It slowly swept through, covering everyone in the 2 warships. The dazzling sprinkles shone on the Black Sword Knight. Glittering dazzling light. "You are qualified to let me use this knife." Looking at Weer seriously, Hawkeye said solemnly. Not anyone is qualified to let Hawkeye use Black Saber Knight. This is the strongest black man in the world. Looking at the entire sea area, only the top powerhouses can possess the supreme sword. On the bright side, in addition to the eagle-eyed Mahori and the white-bearded pirate, who have a supremely sharp knife and 12 workers. The other one, the famous Sword Thunder, is in Weir's hands. Clang! Almost as soon as Hawkeye's voice fell, Weer also drew out the supreme sword on his back. The azure blue blade swept through the same fierce sword intent. It collided with the imposing manner of Heidaoyi, but he did not fall behind. Rao was eagle-eyed when he saw this, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. "I didn't expect you to have such a weapon. It seems that in the next competition, I need to go all out." "Do you usually like to talk so much?" But he didn't say anything, but the sword intent was condensed all over his body. "Get into the topic now." Now it's right, Hawkeye froze slightly for a moment. This, following the identity of the #1 swordsman in the Dark World. Feeling the solemnity of Hawkeye, Weer smiled. The unprecedented sense of oppression detonated the blood in Weir's heart. "Look forward to." Hearing Hawkeye's exclamation, Weer pouted. "Without any nonsense, the war is about to break out. Let's fight." "Kiwan let me down." What is the world's largest swordsman? I thought it was some kind of cold boss. The result is a word rash. I felt the fierce sword intent that erupted from Hawkeye. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Seriously. Looking forward to it for a long time. Why are there so many words? Chapter 142. Evenly matched swordsmanship. This is the fight of the gods. Fear. Shocked. The two swords collided and slammed into the extreme, and it was the marines of the two battleships who were tragically urged. The overwhelming sense of pressure squeezes every cell in their body. Either Colonel Marine or Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. In the face of the collision of these two momentums, they only felt the cold air rushing straight from the tailbone to the top of the head. Absolute horror, especially Weir's sword stance. The last time he crushed Shiryu of Rain, he learned to incorporate the tyranny of thunder. Compared with Hawkeye's sword stance, Weir's sword stance is obviously more aggressive. Really, is a terrifying, reality-denying kid, Feel the tyrannical and cold sword power. The calm and indifferent Hawkeye couldn't help but be amazed. Really powerful. Evenly matched, yes. In a simple sword fighting competition, he was not able to successfully overpower Weer. It did hold back at the beginning, but over time, his sword power completely exploded. And it condensed into a single point, and the convergence shrouded Weer. Attempt to occupy the absolute top score. As a result, the figure that clearly looked young was as steady as a mountain. Regardless of his sword stance, the waves swept through layers of rhythm. He remained motionless, with a faint smile on his face from beginning to end. Calm, even Hawkeye felt that he was provoked by Weer. Without any hesitation, the eagle eye shot. In the horrified eyes of the Marines, he took the initiative to take the initiative. Shameless. The world's #1 swordsman actually took the initiative. Immediately, Marine Vice Admiral, who had come to pick him up for the Shichibukai meeting, was angry. But no matter how he roared, he couldn't slow down Hawkeye's movements. Whoosh! Wrapped in a rumbling sound, he came to the sky in front of Weer in the blink of an eye. The Black Sword Knight, which was flickering with a cold light, just burst into a bright light in the sun. Boom! The next moment, Hawkeye slashed with a knife. A pure green slash slashed down fiercely. Angler, it's all about it. Weir's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had to admire Hawkeye's superb swordsmanship. Purely with swordsmanship, he is still inferior to Hawkeye. Although the difference is not large, there is still a difference. But, in other respects, enough Weer fills these gaps. The world's greatest swordsman? Bring it on. Boom. One knife flow, thunder slash. The next moment, the Weer angler is a thunder slash that compresses millions of volts of energy. For a strong man like Hawkeye, if you have reservations, you will definitely lose. The two hold the same idea. Advertisement boom. The two great supreme swords collided in the next moment. Sparks flew everywhere, shining brightly. At the center where the two collided, a terrifying airflow began to vibrate and rhyme. The layers swept through, setting off the surrounding raging waves. The two large warships swayed wildly under the lap of the waves. Numerous Marines, clinging to the railings of the ship, were barely able to keep the warship from being hooked. But row is so. It was just the aftermath of the collision that escaping downward, destroying the decks of the two warships. The terrifying sword beams staggered, making people tremble with fear. Gollum. Many Marines gulped frantically, they were shocked. One trick, evenly divided. Weer Vice Admiral did not lose to Hawkeye. God. Simply unbelievable. That is the goal that all swordsmen in the world dream of chasing. So arrogant, Weer 4 Emperors Shanks is the world's greatest swordsman who he regards as his opponent. Now, pure swordsmanship competition, how could it not directly suppress the 8-year-old Weer Vice Admiral? How is this possible? Even Hawkeye was shocked. Boom. In the violent explosion, the two separated at a touch. Looking at Weer in amazement, how can it be so strong? It is not infinitely close to the great swordsman. Rather, a true great swordsman, little devil, the world, how can there be a monster like you? An 8-year-old swordsman. The moment it was really confirmed, Hawkeye was stunned. It seems that over the years, the proud swordsmanship has been fed to the dog. He is the world's greatest swordsman. With a full blow, he was actually blocked. Still an active H**********, 8-year-old Weer just passively countered. It just makes people doubt life. Come again. Weer was emotional, completely different from Hawkeye. Really strong. Maybe the police couldn't see enough, but he knew it himself. Just in love with that sword, he fell behind, because I want to see what level my pure swordsmanship has reached. As a result, the tiger's mouth was cracked, but only a small wound. With Weir's abnormal physique, he recovered almost instantly. So, no one has seen it. Hawkeye was also shocked with Weir's strength and simply didn't pay attention. But even so, it was shocking enough. After all, the target Weer is facing at the moment is the man who is known as the world's greatest swordsman. Advertisement system. This time, Weer took the lead. For Flowers Zero moving at a high speed, the figure flashes and disappears in place. At the same time, the blade of the famous sword Thunder began to wrap around the jet black armed color hockey. Knives out. Clang. It collided violently with Hei Dao Yi, and sparks flew everywhere. Still an evenly matched stance, Hawkeye is no longer tied up at the beginning. Go all out directly, the sword momentum soars. Wrapped in unprecedented pressure, wielding the black knife, Yi broke out into a fierce battle with Weer. Boom boom boom. In the midair, two silhouettes that were almost invisible to the naked eye kept colliding. The void burst, and the sea shook. Looking at the group of Marines, I simply felt that I would die immediately without regret. What a great showdown. Is this the world's greatest swordsman? It's really powerful and terrifying. 1. But our chief Weer is just as strong and desperate. The police forgot, Weer Vice Admiral is no more than 8 years old. 8 years old, shake the Hawkeye Mohawk head on. Hiss. There was a lot of chatter, and every now and then there was the sound of Marines gasping for breath. This scene in front of me, absolutely the epic duel in swordsmanship of all time. Far beyond the terrible swordsmanship they imagined. It's a fairy fight. It seems that if we continue to fight like this, there will be no winner or loser. Constant collision, for Weir's strength. Hawkeye Miho also had a general understanding. Pure swordsmanship, slightly weaker than himself. But the Conqueror's Haki that I own is easy to use. Moreover, the strength of the armed color is slightly more than his own. The physique is not at all like an 8-year-old child, making up for the gap in swordsmanship. This battle can be described as an evenly matched battle. Once you go all out, I am afraid that the movement will not be too small. Who is Hawkeye Miho? Really, a fighting maniac. As for the 5 elders, I am afraid it will be quite dissatisfied. How to win or lose is up to you. Then he deliberately retreated and opened a distance of more than 10 meters. But, listening to Mikori's words, Weer nodded in agreement. Then next, let's use Yun's strongest stunt. Looking at Hawkeye Mihuoki seriously, he began to condense his strongest sword moves. After the words fell, Weer collided with Hawkeye again. Since you want, then I will fulfill you. 33 plus, I think so. Here, but the Red Earth continent is close to the edge of the Holy Land Mariajoy. In Hawkeye's view, it is even more hardy than the confrontation with Shanks. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hawk-eyed Miho was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Then, the next moment continued. Chapter 143. Hawkeye, you are very good and qualified to be my opponent. With an angry shout, Hawkeye also began to condense the strongest sword move. An extremely bright green light began to linger on the blade of the Black Sword Knight. At the same time, the armed color Haki spread and played to the extreme. Weer holds the famous sword Thunder and also spreads the armed color Haki. The thunder flashed, and what erupted was the pure meaning of the sword. Zilala. The two have not yet collided, just condensing the sword move in the sky and the earth are darkened. Heaven and earth changed color, thunder and lightning roared. The terrifying coercion even spread to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Shocked the 5 elders. What's going on? Where did the battle break out? Someone actually dared to fight in the Holy Land, is this trying to court death? Such a fierce sword intent, is it Hawkeye Mohawk? Damn, who does he think he is? Just 7 warlords of the sea, our lackeys. Dare to destroy the Holy Land, just damn it, who is the other sword intent? It can be almost equivalent to Hawkeye's sword power. Shanks. It doesn't feel like it, 99. J. Dare to disturb? May 43 inches in the Holy Land, then damn it. Isn't it just a Shichibukai meeting? Let the Shichibukai, who came to the meeting led by the warring states, hook up and take a look. The 5 elders, who were furious, immediately made a decision. The order was quickly conveyed to the hands of the warring states. He looked at the violent coon bear in front of him, and his face was cold. In her eyes, the female Emperor Hanku was a little worried. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. The two great pressures collided, and one of them was obviously Hawkeye Miho. The other one, the 5 elders, doesn't he know? This kid is just messing around. This is a holy place, is there any need to expose oneself too early? Obviously, the other must be Weer, in the vicinity, he is the only one who can have swordsmanship comparable to Hawkeye. A mission from the 5 elders asks us to go and suppress both sides of the fierce battle. Looking at the violent coon bear and the female Emperor Hancock, the Sengoku said without changing his expression. Understood. The violent coon bear responded indifferently, and the queen just snorted and said nothing. Then, under the leadership of the warring states period, he couldn't wait to rush towards the place where the violent commotion broke out. Boom. While they were running. Weer, who has finished the preparation of the sword move, and Mahori, the eagle eye. Both of them didn't hesitate and fell down. A dazzling thunderslash, containing more than 750 knives superimposed formidable power. This is Weir's strongest sword move that can be controlled and exploded so far. If you don't care, you can be stronger, but this competition is not a matter of life and death. Sword moves that are out of control, even if you win, it doesn't make any sense. Eagle-eyed Miho on the other side also burst out with the strongest sword move. The ultimate flash pierced through the void, and was wrapped in a green light with awe-inspiring sword intent. Thunder won, who was completely able to compete with Weer. Advertisement boom. The next moment, the two slashes collided. Heaven and earth paled, and all sound was lost in an instant. A huge mushroom cloud broke through the sky immediately, and after half a sound began to echo. Boom. The apocalyptic scene like the earth turned upside down, with the endless seawater being evaporated and annihilated. Under the feet of the two, in front of the two warships. Uzumaki, whose diameter exceeds that of brown rice, is the result of a collision between the two. The sea, which has been unable to recover for a long time, is like a huge monster that devours everything. The void wailed and wriggled, when the ultimate collision of light and dust settles. The two figures above the sky gradually appeared in front of everyone. The same clothes were broken, showing a slightly embarrassed appearance. This battle is evenly matched. Even if it burst out with all its strength, it would still be evenly divided. Ha ha ha. Hawkeye smiled, making all Marines round their eyes. The cold man, who has never been stern, actually laughed. Ha ha ha. Weer also smiled. The Marines were equally shocked, but the two of them smiled recklessly. You are really strong, I admit your swordsmanship. If you weren't too young, maybe it would be me who lost this battle today. I heard you're 8 years old. The 8-year-old great swordsman possesses such swordsmanship. Even I saw it for the first time. Hope to see you next time, your swordsmanship can go further. Slowly put away Hei Dao Yi, Hawkeye's smile gradually converged. Looking at Weer, he said very seriously, you are indeed the #1 swordsman in the world. Qualified to be my opponent. Weer, who heard the words, kept smiling as always. Nodding at Hawkeye Miho, he laughed out loud. Wei was stunned for a moment, and Miho was relieved. The world's #1 swordsman that he has dignifiedly recognized, is this recognized by others? Was recognized by an 8-year-old for his swordsmanship? All right. Except, if it's a cop, or even Shanks. Dare to say this, Hawkeye will definitely set off a fierce battle again. But if it is Weer, indeed, it is qualified to say such arrogant words. The first swordsman is only qualified as his opponent. Looking forward to your growth. I also look forward to the day when I am defeated by you. 99. When the words fell, Hawkeye Miho left without looking back. There was no return to the warship, let alone a trip to the so-called Shichibukai meeting. To meet an opponent like Weer, this trip is enough. He needs to go back as soon as possible to perfect his swordsmanship. Perfect, the Kendo insight from Weer. The so-called Shichibukai conference, or the world government. Advertisement in Hawkeye's view, there is no place to be compared with the swordsmanship he pursues. Weer watched Hawkeye leave the back. The warship was also ordered to leave and return to naval headquarters. The Marines came back to their senses for a long time and controlled the warship to leave quickly. But for the words that Hawkeye left, they still couldn't suppress the shock in their hearts. What did the world's greatest swordsman say? Looking forward to the day Weer Vice Admiral beats him. Even Weer Vice Admiral said, you are qualified to be my opponent. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Miho did not refute. It means, Weer Vice Admiral has the possibility to defeat the world's largest swordsman with swordsmanship? And, won't it be too long? God, Weer Vice Admiral is indeed a monster recognized by naval headquarters. And not long after they left, Warring States Fleet Admiral came with the violent Kun Bear and the female Emperor Hanku, and the three came in a hurry. Looking at the devastated harbor, the pupils of all three suddenly shrank. This. Simply terrifying. Most of the harbors of the Red Soil continent were shattered, and there were criss-crossing sword marks everywhere. The messy scene after the battle was comparable to the fierce battle between the 4 emperors. But the 3 of them didn't say anything. Even if he saw a warship not far away, he did not see it. Storm Kun Bear doesn't know what to think. The female Emperor Hancock and the Warring States period guessed the identity of another person other than Hawkeye. In an instant, there was a unified idea. Hide. Even if the 5 elders would know sooner or later, it would be good to know later. Then the Warring States went to the warship to understand the situation, but did not say anything. The Marines of the warship all volunteered to conceal Weir's identity. Even from their eyes, the Warring States period saw fanaticism and worship. Some unexpected Sengoku then left the warship and continued to support the Shichibukai meeting. Then came the violent Kun and the Empress, and the meeting didn't last long. The discussions were soon over, and the general matter of Doflamingo's successor was over. Even though he is still in advanced swordsmanship, Weir's swordsmanship has grown by leaps and bounds. Started a half-month-long practice. If there is a chance, play against Hawkeye again. They've been very upset about the Doflamingo thing lately. Although the 5 elders were a little unhappy with the result, they didn't say much. Meanwhile, Weer soon arrived at naval headquarters. Before leaving, Sengoku conveyed information to the 5 elders. In particular, he picked up 6 points of swordsmanship attribute value, which made his advanced swordsmanship level reach the full level of LV10. Another person is unidentified. I am afraid that under the full force of the outbreak, pure swordsmanship is not evenly matched. But the outcome of the swordsmanship competition is definitely 6 open. There is no need to take the initiative to provoke an existence comparable to the eagle-eyed Mahori. Although it won't beat Hawkeye, fight with Hawkeye and benefit a lot. The 3 of them left one after another. There was a fierce battle, and one of them was Hawkeye Miho. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Weir's pupils flickered with excitement, looking forward to the next meeting with Hawkeye. Chapter 144. Foreign objects fall from the sky, legendary pirates. Well, let me out. Staying in the headquarters, the bones are almost rusted. Grand Line, above a certain sea area. Weer stood on top of the armor of a warship, stretched his waist and sighed with emotion. Because of the fierce battle with Hawkeye, there was too much movement. The 5 elders were furious and wanted to investigate. To avoid premature exposure, Weer was directly ordered by the warring states to stay in naval headquarters for a month. Fortunately, he was able to digest what he gained from fighting Hawkeye. A month later, it was not too sad. When the deadline is up, things have passed for a long time. It is also very difficult for the 5 elders to investigate, and the warring states period gave Weer a new task. Said it was a new mission, and it had nothing to do with the holiday. Just aimlessly patrol the demarcated sea area and make a record report every day. Just when Weer stretches above the map, Marines suddenly began to gather. Looking at the rear of the police warship in disbelief, it was obvious that something strange had happened. There is no need for Weer to ask, and soon the adjutant will come to report. Sir Weer, there is a strange event ahead. There are many sundries that suddenly fall from the sky. I don't know what it is yet. I have sent someone to salvage Shao. When the words fell, Weer raised his eyebrows. Is there any debris falling from the sky? 99. Thoughtful, Weer thought of a possibility. Is it Sky Island? For many who haven't seen it, Sky Island is a legend that doesn't exist. Occasionally something fell from the upper 13 and was classified as a singular event. This is not surprising. Crash, also at this time. Going to the salvaged marine, dragged a bunch of debris back to the armor. At first, Weer was on guard and didn't plan to care. After all, he knew the existence of Sky Island, and even Enel was killed by him. There is no secret Sky Island, in Weir's eyes. There are no district police on the islands in the seas that pass by. Just suddenly, when his peripheral vision swept across the pile of debris. Suddenly he stepped forward and picked up a small piece of fabric. Although somewhat incomplete, the pattern above is quite clear. This is the flag of air pirates, as warring states once said. Their time has become a thing of the past, now is the era of the new generation. Therefore, if you mention the flying pirate logo. In fact, many marines and pirates are very unfamiliar now. But once the leader of the air pirates is mentioned, it is a legendary existence. Whether it is a pirate or a marine, it will show a look of awe and fear. Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard and Roger period can be the same as their existence. Definitely the legendary pirate. It is recognized that one of the 3 kings before the era of the great pirate. At the same time, it breaks the precedent that Impel Down has never been able to escape successfully. It is the only legendary great pirate in the history of Impel Down who has successfully escaped from prison. Actually, if it weren't for the Golden Lion to kill himself. Furious because Roger was caught, the brain dead single-handedly broke into the naval headquarters. Fight against Sengoku Garp for 3 days and 3 nights. There is absolutely no chance of being caught. Advertisement. Even if it was suppressed by the Sengoku Garp together. The Golden Lion still destroyed nearly half of the naval headquarters following the eventual defeat. You can imagine how powerful he is, after the Golden Lion escaped. The world government is also a strong force in the Lion Brigade, and wants to arrest the Golden Lion again. But as a person with fluttering fruit ability, Golden Lion can make itself and objects outside itself float. Even, an island can be floated to a height of 10,000 meters. Without special abilities. Even for Admiral level characters, it is difficult to find the Golden Lion who is hiding in the sky and has no fixed place. Over the years, the world government and marine, I haven't even seen the shadow of the Golden Lion at all. But now, holding the broken flag in his hand, Weer looked up at the sky. Nothing strange, just the usual sky. This can is normal. After all, it is the Flying Sky Pirate logo, and I don't know how many meters above it. It was so easy to find out that the Golden Lion had been caught long ago. Flying pirates. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Weer was interested again. For this rumored pirate, the king of the last era. He is quite interested, even if Golden Lion had 2 legs cut off because of his escape from prison. However, with the 2 famous knives as the pillars, the strength did not drop too much. Fluttering fruit ability is so peculiar. As an alchemy stone with improved strength, isn't it just right? You continue to inspect, and I will take a look at it. After the words fell, Weer directly stepped on the moonwalk and soared into the sky. Marines on warships have long been accustomed to it. Marine 6 styles, the moves that only marine powerhouses can learn before. And want a grandmaster, the difficulty is quite high. But who is Chief Weer? Tian Yao. The potential surpasses that of the active free admiral, the youngest vice admiral of the headquarters. It's not just to use moonwalk to check it out. What's so strange? It's normal. Even on the warship, the other marines are used to it. Hey, sigh. Weir's stature keeps climbing, and moonwalk is quite easy to perform. Physical strength, the benefits are enough. Kaido increased his physical strength attribute to nearly 300 values, which was fully displayed at this time. 3 cans of rice, 5 difficult rice, 8 difficult rice. He leapt nearly 10,000 meters in one breath, and Weer was neither blushing nor panting. Continue to soar high in the face of the fierce cold wind, and soon black shadows appear in front of you. A dark shadow, 3 shadows, 10 shadows, when the final height is above 10,000 meters. It is a scene that is enough to shock ordinary people. Countless islands are suspended in the sky above 10,000 meters. It is an independent world like a paradise. Sure enough, air pirates suck. Weer was not surprised, and raised his eyebrows slightly. After confirming that it is really Shiki, the Golden Lion, the interest in my heart is more and more strong. A hearty battle, I can't wait, with boiling blood. Advertisement. Weer flew directly towards the magnificent independent kingdom. After a few flashes, Weer came to the largest island. Stopped and slowly approached the center of the island. The center of the island, there stood a huge luxury palace, dazzling in the sun. Around the palace, there are a large number of pirates guarding it. This golden lion, the vigilance is really high, suspended at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, such a guard is still range. No wonder Marine and the world government have not been able to find any whereabouts for so many years. 99. With a chuckle, Weer didn't intend to hide his figure. He walked forward so calmly, and suddenly woke up all the bored pirate guards. Who? Damn, am I sleepy? Yes, this place is 10,000 meters in the sky. Besides this, where would anyone else ask for this? The awakened guard was a little surprised, unable to react for a while. They thought it was a mistake, and quickly wiped their eyes. Then, keep looking straight ahead immediately, his pupils shrank slightly, and he exclaimed diligently. It's Marine. Damn, how could a Marine come here? The police panicked, just a kid. 543. Some pirates were shocked and flustered, and some pirates were extremely calm. Because, Weer's image really doesn't have any lethality. In addition to wearing Marine clothes in front of the pirate guards. No threat at all. Even if it's a child, just kill it. 1. Let Lord Golden Lion know that we will be punished. As a vicious pirate, he has not met an enemy for many years. But the ruthless nature hidden in his heart will not change. When they woke up, they all had bloodthirsty smiles. Scrambled, wanting to be contaminated with the bloody smell that has not been contaminated for a long time. Sure enough, dogs don't know how to eat shit. Weer shook his head. He didn't release any malice at all, he just walked quietly. Actually, he just wanted to kill him. It seems, there is no need to have any psychological burden to destroy the entire air pirates. The result is very satisfying to me. In case the flying sky pirates are bad pirates, they're too kind. Weer looked indifferent and continued to move forward step by step. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Before taking the next step, his eyes rolled directly. His head lost consciousness and his body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Boom. The pirates who have just picked up their weapons and are ready to ask around. The weaker pirate guards were killed on the spot. The stronger pirate guard was also unconscious on the spot. When passing by a living mouth, waving his hand as a thunderbolt falling. In the end, it was the result of asking Weer what he wanted. Weer was also worried that he would not be able to do it himself. The next moment, a strange aura spread around Weer. Blood began to escape from the corners of his mouth. A time. Boom. On the square outside the palace, violent explosions echoed endlessly. Boom. Conqueror's Hawkeye, full coverage, chapter 145 to 10,000 meters high, independent world. It's very soon, at most it will be a few years before the research can be successful. At that time, the world will be able to understand the horror of real pirates. In the palace, a carnival was apparently being held. Shiki, the golden lion, had a ferocious expression, laughed wantonly and raised his glass and shouted. The leaders of the flying pirates gathered together and raised their glasses to celebrate with wild laughter. To that end, cheers, cheers, only. As soon as they finished speaking, they hadn't had time to finish the drink. Outside the hall, a terrifying roar resounded suddenly. Boom. 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 The whole island seemed to be shaking violently, causing many pirates who were so bad in the sky to stand unsteady. What happened? How can there be an earthquake? 99. Or is it bad weather? The flying pirates are bad, with a look of surprise on their faces. The golden lion Shiki also changed his face greatly, and hurriedly asked the navigator. B****************, D. The weather has changed, why didn't you notify me at the first time? Hurricane weather. The golden lion fears the most. In the event of a hurricane, his fluttering fruit will not have any effect. If one is not careful, the island will be destroyed, and the flying pirate couple will also be wiped out. Impossible, there is no such sign at all, even the mercury meter value is normal. Facing the anger of the golden lion, the navigator team responded in cold sweat. Not waiting for the golden lion to continue its fury. The shaking outside stopped, just when people were puzzled. Boom. The main entrance of the main hall shattered directly, and the sun was shining brightly and dazzlingly. Many flying pirates squinted their eyes subconsciously. For a while, I couldn't see the person coming, I only knew that it was a somewhat young figure. For a moment, when they got used to the sunlight, many pirates were stunned. I'm not delusional, am I? A Marine who looks only 7 or 8 years old? Strange, it's strange enough for Marine to find this place. The other party is actually a 7 or 8-year-old child? Could it be that it is a special devil fruit power user? What about him? Since it is not one's own, it is the enemy. The movement outside may also be caught by him, so it must be right to kill, asterisk. The leaders of the flying pirate paced, you say what I say. In less than 2 sentences, Weer has already been sentenced to death. Hearing this, Weer shook his head with a smile. Sure enough, what kind of boss is there, what kind of mother-in-law is there? This kills innocent characters, no wonder they can get together as pirates. Advertisement, 11 with a chuckle, Weer stepped into the palace. Looking at the many flying pirates with a cold expression, it was looking at the expressions of dead people. And the expression device Zhang, the pirates who just wanted to do it. Suddenly looking behind Weer, his pupils couldn't help shaking violently. How is this possible? Could it be that a large number of Marines discovered our whereabouts? Which would Admiral lead the naval headquarters? Little devil, who is your boss? Otherwise, it will definitely make your life worse than death. The scenes behind Weer are simply terrifying. The terrifying sword marks all over the place still faintly exudes a lingering power that makes their hearts palpitate. Countless pirates, all had their abdomens slashed by a knife. He screamed and struggled in pain, and there was dazzling blood everywhere. The scene is extremely scary. The ability to cause such terrifying scars is definitely a superpower. Even Naval Headquarters veteran Vice Admiral would never be able to do this. Must be a quasi-admiral police officer, don't panic. Where there are other officers, I am the only one. With a light smile, Weer swept over the many air pirate leaders, and Weer said calmly. Some pirates don't believe it, but they haven't said a word yet. His pupils vibrated violently again. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. What? Justice is shocked, only the school-level police officer Marine can wear it. And on both sides of this kid's shoulders are accessories awarded by the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Circle. The words shocked everyone present. They were even more frightened than the terrifying scene outside. 8-year-old Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. How is this possible? The old guys in the Warring States period, is this a broken brain? Or, is Marine so weak now? Then what are we running away from? Boss, go straight to Marineford and kill those damn Marines. The more pirates said, the more excited they became. An 8-year-old child, he must be strong. Marine has been reduced to this kind of role to be the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, which is definitely a decline. Although I don't know what happened, can be in this case. There is their boss, the legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shiki led the team. It is not difficult to destroy naval headquarters in minutes. It's just a kid, originally worried, he thought he was being chased by Marine. The result is this, the Golden Lion was relieved at once. One of the 3 kings of the dignified old days, what kind of storm can a little ghost Marine make? Little devil, are you ready to die? Advertisement? In my turf, your life is destined to come to an end, 99. Ah. Even in the face of Shiki, the Golden Lion, Weer just stood indifferently. The indifferent smile on the corner of his mouth is always the same. Quietly holding the famous sword Thunder, the thunder that jumped above the blade flashed. Ha ha ha, have you seen it all? 99, this kid, it seems that he really wants to arrest our boss. Hey, he's dead. Dare to make trouble when the boss is happy, who gave him the courage? How dare he? Many flying pirates sneered again and again. Not even ready to do it at all, because their boss is angry. All of them looked at Weer with pity, and seemed to have anticipated the solution of his tragic beheading. Even if Weer was wearing Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, so what? Not to mention the strength. Even if it really matches the strength of Vice Admiral, in front of their boss Shiki, the Golden Lion. That is also the object of arbitrary slaughter, to know. Shiki, the Golden Lion, is going to the naval headquarters alone. A terrifying existence capable of fighting with Sengoku and Garp for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, if it is not physically exhausted, it is impossible to even be arrested and imprisoned. Faced with such a strong man, Marine Admiral came to no avail. Not to mention the mere 8-year-old Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral? A 7 or 8-year-old kid, how dare he despise Lousy so much? Ah, even if Sengoku Garp came in person, he would not dare to treat Lousy so lightly. 33. The Golden Lion Shiki looked at Weer coldly and suddenly murdered his whole body. Immediately, the diffuse, how good is Lee, came out, sweeping and covering Weer. He's going to kill Weer, the damn Marine, with absolute terror. Next moment, where the cyan cross slashed, everything was instantly shattered. The 2 famous swords on both legs suddenly erupted with Lingzhou sword intent. For many years, hiding under Marine's pursuit. If you dare to anger the boss, you will be cut into pieces. 93. Wrapped in a terrifying sound of breaking through the air, he slashed towards Weer from top to bottom. Go back. At the same time, his face was full of bloodthirsty confidence. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Cough, I'm really looking forward to that scene. Ha ha ha, that kid is dead. When many air pirate leaders saw this, they all distanced themselves for the first time. The ground collapsed and the earth and rock crumbled. Almost the Golden Lion Shiki, leaping in the air at the moment. To be able to smear the blood of a Marine today can be regarded as interest for the things of the year. 2 terrifying cyan sword chi overlapped to form a cross slash. That fierce sword intent instantly cracked the walls of the entire palace. Chapter 146. Crazy slap in the face Golden Lion. The face is pressed to the ground and rubbed. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. At this moment, the atmosphere in Fleet Admiral's office is a little heavy. Sengoku Fleet Admiral sat opposite Akainu Admiral. Their faces were not very good looking. Recently, those old guys have really moved a lot. Sabaody Archipelago discovered the whereabouts of Pluton Rayleigh. On Kaido's side, he walked with Bigmom quite frequently. Whenever possible, ask them out to do something. The Warring States were a little helpless. These people from Lost Pirates, can't they stop? Even the guys from the Roger Pirates started to move. Time, is it going to be chaotic? Humph, you just can't make up your mind. It's just Pluton Rayleigh, can't you really do it if you have to catch him? 93. Akainu sat there with his legs crossed, his eyes grimly hooked. Even Pluton Rayleigh, who was once the vice captain of One Piece Roger. If you attack him, the old crew who caused Roger's pirate paste may riot. Including the former trainee, now the 4 Emperor's red hair soaps. It might be because of this kind of thing, but so what? They are Marines, and they want to carry out thorough justice. Because these pirates are powerful, do you have to cower? You think I don't want to? The Warring States sighed and said. Just dealing with a Pluton Rayleigh, nothing. But the power behind the hook, is that what we 543 can afford now? Kaido, BIGMOM pirates, and Whitebeard have been a little noisy recently. There is also the Golden Lion who has escaped from prison and has no Shang-Chi at all. These are all troublesome existences in the old times. It's so easy to deal with, so why don't you use it until now? Akainu, who heard the words, had nothing to refute. After all, Marine needs to suppress too many objects. Once a fierce battle breaks out, it is very likely to be too involved. So, to every legendary great pirate, all need to be handled with care. But, contemplating, Akainu suddenly spoke. Not good against Pluton Rayleigh, what about the Golden Lion? Just a solitary pirate. If you deal with him, no one will cut his hair for him. Just killed him too, to show those guys Marine's majesty. It's not that easy. That guy has been hiding in the sky tens of thousands of meters all the year round. For so many years, there is no trace at all, and wherever you want to find it, you can find it. Even if the 3 of you, Admiral, shoot together, it's definitely not that easy. Advertisement speaking of Golden Lion, Sengoku became more and more headaches. At least those 4 Emperor's forces are all visible existences. But the Golden Lion's whereabouts are too erratic, and the ability of the Fluttering Fruit is extremely powerful. If it does take revenge on naval headquarters, from time to time the first huge island came down, and naval headquarters simply couldn't stand it. This kind of guy is the most dangerous existence when placed outside. But, also because of the Fluttering Fruit, Golden Lion was too difficult to capture. Unless he takes the initiative to die. Otherwise, if he wants to escape, even if he dispatches 3 Admiral, there's almost no way. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh deeply. In the current sea, the 4 Emperors occupy a large area of the sea. Compete with Marine and the world government. Sabaody Archipelago also has big pirates like Pluton Rayleigh. Plus Golden Lion, one of the legendary 3 kings. When will this sea truly usher in an era of peace? An independent world suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The palace where the Golden Lion was located was almost collapsed at this moment. The thunder flashed, emitting an extremely terrifying power. The 2 vast sword intents that shot up into the sky were about to shatter the entire void. Boom. Next moment, a violent explosion resounded, a huge and magnificent palace. It burst open. 2 crisscrossing sword chi caused the earth to split open. The terrifying cracks that are close to the brown rice have shocked the hearts of the surrounding pirates. It's just an attack. My god, how is this possible? This kid looks like he is 7 or 8 years old, 99. How can you be able to go head to head with Shiki-sama without even falling behind? Is the threshold so high for Marine now? The monster who became Marine Vice Admiral at the age of 8 is unprecedented in history, right? Embarrassed, they rolled and crawled from the collapsed palace, and countless flying pirates screamed in surprise. Incredible. I thought it was just a BDBA kid, Marine. But they overlooked one thing. If Weer is really just an ordinary 8-year-old, contact Marine Vice Admiral. How is it possible to find and log into the airspace where they are located? Don't worry, even if you can barely support it for a short time. After all, this kid is too young to be physically strong. As long as it lasts, he's dead. That's right, he totally D off Shiki-sama too. Next, there is a good show to watch. The group of pirates looked at the 2 people standing opposite each other in the midair with lingering fears. His pupils trembled violently, full of awe. Advertisement. Especially the Golden Lion at the moment. The firepower was full, and the whole body was filled with an unprecedented terrifying momentum. Except when I once went to naval headquarters alone. They had never seen Shiki-sama so angry before, because of this. Awakened their memories of the terrifying power of the Golden Lion many years ago. Golden Lion, but the 3 kings who used to be as famous as the strongest man Whitebeard in One Piece Roger. Even, once pushed One Piece Roger into a corner. Such a strong man is angry. That was absolutely earth-shattering horror. Although the little ghost in front of him is strong, he is absolutely unable to stop him. Little devil, being able to become Marine Vice Admiral is indeed a bit of strength. However, that's the end of the cough. If you can make lousy rhyme with all your strength, you will have the capital to boast even if you die. 93. Looking at Weer coldly, Golden Lion's undisguised murderous intent. The legs moved one after another, and more than 10 golden sword chi kicked out in an instant. Wrapped in the piercing sky, all Weer's escape routes were completely blocked. Lion difficult to kill. 93. Do you just talk big? The rumored big pirates are not so powerful either. 97. Weer stood on top of the ruins of the palace, chuckling rather casually. Looking at the golden sword energy shrouded by the soaring shot, he was not nervous at all. He raised his brows slightly, and cut off the famous sword thunder at will. The road flashed with the sword of purple rays, and the hook was fluttered. Facing the dozen or so sword chi, he slammed into it. Knife flow thunder slash. Boom. The strong collision in an instant is almost just an instant. Twice the lion difficult to cut the shell, barely erasing Weir's thunderblow. Facing the face of the golden lion Shiki, he slashed down. One leg bursts of continuous flying kicks. The pupils shrank, and Shiki, the golden lion, did not dare to despise him in the slightest. It was even more unexpected that Weer actually possessed such superb swordsmanship. Boom. Crash quickly. Golden Lion's complexion paled, and his expression became more and more difficult to look at. The more than 10 golden sword chi the Golden Lion exploded were crushed and dissipated by Weir's thunder slash. Even the undiminished thunder slashes continued to flash with dazzling rays of light. Dignity was thrown to the ground and was trampled by Weer. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After all, he underestimated Weer. More than 10 golden sword chi burst out again, colliding with the thunder slash. They slammed each other for a moment, and then the thunder slash was wiped out. And those golden sword chi also wiped out the thunderblow. In the eyes of the arrogant golden lion, this is simply a slap in the face. Chapter 147. Finally woke up, you are Thor Weer. Damn it, kid. You're fine, you managed to s off lousy. Next, welcome your doomsday, Golden Lion finished his words and kicked with one foot. A huge giant sword energy suddenly shot up and rhythmically, brazenly slashed towards Weir's head. Clang! Weer swept the sword horizontally, easily defeating the giant golden sword energy. He pouted, looking a little disappointed. It's weaker than expected, which is really disappointing. Hearing Weir's muttering, Golden Lion instantly became angry. Lousy weak. Damn, Shiki, the golden lion with red eyes, was furious and burst out with golden sword energy. When it fell, it quickly melted. The same giant golden sword energy brings a different feeling. Before it was completely cut off, even Weer felt a tingling sensation on his face. It seems that the whole person will be torn apart by this sword energy on the spot. Sure enough, is it? A great swordsman? This time, the giant golden sword energy has definitely reached the slash of a great swordsman. As expected of the golden lion Shiki, the rumored king. In the face of that incomparably fierce, terrifying sword energy that would tear the sky apart. Not only was Weer not nervous at all, but he was even extremely excited. That's right. What happened to Gia now? Now, he can only meet the great swordsman, and then he will feel his blood boil. One blade stream thunder unicorn. Holding the famous sword thunder in one hand, Weer suddenly slashed down with a low voice. Roaring hideously, the unicorn fierce beast composed entirely of thunder brazenly confronted the terrifying golden sword energy. Boom! The Dao duo was terrifying to the extreme, and the drifting continent attacked, collided with such a bang. A terrifying air wave quickly swept away from the center of the collision between the two. A large number of flying pirates can't resist this gust of wind at all. They were photographed on the ground one after another, watching the fierce battle in the air with horror. Great swordsman? 8-year-old swordsman? The police are joking, this must be a dream? After following Shiki the Golden Lion for many years, the leaders of the flying pirates are not without knowledge. The collision just around was definitely a great swordsman. 8-year-old Marine Vice Admiral, astonishingly so. After all, no one knows the exact measurement of Marine Vice Admiral. But Dajanhao is different. Which great swordsman is not a superpower standing on the top of the sea? An 8-year-old great swordsman is simply an existence that subverts his worldview. But they couldn't believe it. Fact, it just happened in front of my eyes. No way they don't believe it. Boom. The huge golden sword energy of the great swordsman level burst and shattered. The thunder Qilin also shattered together. The first collision of great swordsmen, evenly matched. This kid. Advertisement: the more he fought with Weer, the more frightened Shiki, the golden lion, became. An 8-year-old swordsman. Even for him, it is an incredible monster-like existence. Especially at this moment. Weer holds the famous sword thunder, and even has the armed color Hawkeye to stalk him. Thunder with flickering jumps. The sword energy was so cold that Shiki, the golden lion, looked at him, and felt his eyelids jump wildly. The 8-year-old Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral is a great swordsman. The armed color Hawkeye with such strength, Golden Lion's eyes are not at all despised because of age. His eyes were full of seriousness, and he regarded Weer as a strong man of the same level. With a loud drink, he suddenly raised his leg, a sudden slash. Boom! Weer also slashed the sword light at the same time, swept away with the monstrous sword intent. At a terrifying speed that is hard to see with the naked eye. The blows of the two men collided in midair so brazenly. This moment. The two strikes collided in the center, flashing the ultimate light. Heaven and earth are all dark. Two sword intents that almost tore apart the sky and shattered the earth. Under this outrageous collision, an incomparably terrifying might erupted. Even more terrifying than the previous collision. In the blow of this collision, both of them focused on Hawkeye, their strongest armament. With the bonus of armed Hawkeye, the power of collision becomes even more terrifying. Next moment. Centering on the place where Weer and Golden Lion collided, waves of terror spread rapidly and swept in all directions. A small island not far away was torn apart instantly. The sky was torn apart, and the earth and stone shattered into slag. Marine behind Weer was shocked, and the corners of his clothes suddenly shattered and fluttered. The rudder-like thing above Golden Lion's head was completely smashed directly. This blow, Weer has a slight advantage. The Golden Lion, who was hooked upside down, had a grim expression on his face. Downwind. As soon as he got around that blow, he was actually suppressed by Weer. Although not much, just a little, or even negligible. But his pupils couldn't help but flow with shocking emotions. The 8-year-old Dagenhao was already horrified enough. But overpowering a veteran swordsman like him is a little too incredible. Simply miraculous, the thunder slash that just went around. Even comparable to the Golden Lion Shiki's peak, the stunt of using a two-handed sword. Even so, Golden Lion also believes that it can only be flat, and it is absolutely impossible to suppress. The other side. Weer unexpectedly looked at Justice Loud, who was shattering the corners of his clothes, and raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Is this the true strength of a great swordsman who goes all out? Even if the terrifying slash is blocked from the front, there will still be a part of the sword intent pervading and causing damage. Looking at Golden Lion Shiki with a chuckle, Weer became even more excited. It's getting more and more interesting. It's really cool to fight Hawkeye. But that can be regarded as learning from each other, so far. Where can Shiki, the Golden Lion, do it without any scruples? Advertisement: the thrill of a life and death struggle? Comfortable. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for successfully integrating platinum level attributes, swordsmanship +1, 93. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for successfully integrating platinum level attributes, swordsmanship +1. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for successfully integrating platinum level attributes, swordsmanship +1. At the same time, there are 3 points of swordsmanship attributes in the account, and Weer at this moment is simply too cool. The advanced swordsmanship that had already reached full level was a little loose. The realm above the great swordsman? Or is it a great swordsman? Is it just that the swordsmanship is better? Either way. Once the boundaries of advanced swordsmanship are broken, Weer believes the strength of his swordsmanship will definitely get another leap in quality. Look forward to. At the same time, the two were shocked by each other. The pirates who watched the air pirates that happened in this scene didn't know what to say. Today, this day, is completely a dream-like sense of sight. It's something you can't even imagine in a dream. The two great swordsmen collided, and Yu Wei shattered a small island. At the same time, the central island also had escaping sword energy slashed down. With ease, it slashed the incomparably hard ground, and cracked a terrifying crack nearly the length of brown rice. Is this what humans can do? The Golden Lion Shiki-sama is as strong as ever. But that little devil is also strong to this extent. This is such a complete monster. That kid. How can there be such a monster in the world? Sir Shiki's slash with all his strength was actually blocked. Also, it seems to be at a disadvantage. 99. Horrible. Who can tell me who that kid Marine is? Countless Marines exclaimed in amazement. Some Marine even held his head in horror and shouted at Weir's identity. It is an 8-year-old child with such strength. So impactful. Even the pirates who have followed the Golden Lion Shiki in the old times have seen the existence of a king. The surprise brought by Weer is definitely beyond the surprise brought by those kings. Without him, impossible. Occasionally receive information about some major events happening at sea. Does that legend actually exist? At this time, a pirate vaguely recognized Weir's identity. At first glance, it is only a 7 or 8-year-old child. Such a monstrous talent, but also age. They live at an altitude of 10,000 meters, but it does not mean that they have no understanding of the outside world. And in recent months, is it him? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Because, the little devil who can suppress them Shiki-sama. It is known as the terrifying Monster 10 that surpasses the potential of the active 3 Admiral. If I remember correctly, there will never be a second such existence. What shocked and concerned them most was that a sky circle appeared in naval headquarters. When the words fell, the air pirates and pirates present fell into an unprecedented shock. He is, Thor Weer, also the youngest naval headquarters vice admiral ever. Etc. Chapter 148. Thunder destroys the world, a devilish smile. 3 months ago, it was just an intern marine who was recruited by Marine. 3 months later, he killed the drought disaster and destroyed the Don Quixote family. It is said that even the thunderous 8 trigrams bursting with all his strength could not kill the kid. Thor Weer. If it were him, everything could be explained. 9. Thor Weer. At the age of 8, he was famous for his absolute strength in the entire sea. Every shot is a bloody killing. All the pirates he met never survived. Thinking of this, the pirates of the Flying Sky Pirates are horrified. Kill God. I once saw that Weer was young, but he was definitely a proper killing god. Meet other admirals, and some of them may still be able to survive. Meet Thor Weer. Either kill him, or all of them are beheaded. Other than that, there is no second possibility, and the air pirates, the horrified discussions of the pirates also spread into the ears of the Golden Lion Shiki. 543. When Weir's Thor's identity was confirmed, the golden lion Shiki's eyes began to flicker with more and more murderous intent. I didn't expect you to be the grandson of that old guy from Garp. Typical injustice is narrow, even if Weer shows the strength not inferior to the great swordsman. Shiki, the golden lion who was in anger at the moment, also scrapped his determination to kill Weer. I thought it was the descendant of some old guy, but it turned out to be that old guy from Garp. Lousy once had a grudge with that old guy, and there was no way to find him. There is nothing wrong with looking for you. The reason why he was arrested and detained in Impel Down prison. It's because Sengoku teamed up with Garp. Even when Roger turned himself in, he claimed to be captured by Garp. For Shiki, the golden lion, for his life, the most traumatic is Garp. Including the missing legs, you can put the account on Garp's head. The losers who have been abandoned by the times, how can they always hold such naive thoughts? Hearing Golden Lion's wild words, Weer couldn't help shaking his head. Inflicting anger on me because of fear of the old man? Garden. Really look up to you. One of the so-called legends of the three kings of the old era is nothing more than that. Just standing in front of the golden lion, Weir's expression became colder. As soon as the voice fell, the famous sword thundered. System. Instantly move, thunder roars. Wrapped in the sound of bursts of air breaking, the terrifying dazzling thunderslash may fall at any time. Little devil, belongs to the era of Lousy, why do you deny it? I really thought that when I first entered the great swordsman, I would have nothing to do with you. Facing Weir's light spray, Golden Lion became more and more angry. But beneath the monstrous anger, hidden is absolute calm. That old Garp's account, I'll get some interest from you little b********** D now. Advertisement boom. The dazzling light flashed away, and two new strikes collided. The sky was bursting with strong light, and it was about to be torn apart in an instant. The island shook and the earth and rock crumbled. Many flying pirates who couldn't dodge quickly screamed and screamed in blood. Looking at the many surviving pirates, the pupils were shocked. Tremble with fear. Crawling and crawling screamed, retreating to a farther place to avoid. Do you really think that Lousy relies only on swordsmanship? The trick is to divide the cultivation color equally, and at the moment when the sword chi collapses. Golden Lion's entire body suddenly turned into a streamer. He kicked out two golden sword chi again, forcing Weer to resist. Then, with a loud roar, he used the ability of the fluttering fruit. Hum. A strange force quickly spread and rippled. Boom. Mountains, boulders, and almost the entire ground are controlled by the ability of the fluttering fruit. Suddenly rushed up. It turned into multiple lion heads with a height of hundreds of meters, completely covering all Weir's escape routes. With crimson eyes, the golden lion Shiki's eyes flashed with an unprecedented frantic roar. Death to me, stinky brat, Lion Majesty Earth Scroll, 33. The power of the fluttering fruit burst out with all its strength, and its power even surpassed the slashing of the great swordsman that had just been circled. In the original book, this trick was used to crush all the Straw Hat pirates. But at the moment, because of Weir's strength, Shiki, the golden lion, did not suffer from some kind of bug-level police weakening. It can really match the combat effectiveness of the Admiral-level police, and it broke out in an all-round way. The terrifying lion head almost turned the world upside down. The huge stone lions formed by these soils swept in from all directions. Covering Weer, he wanted to crush it into a pile of meat. But before these giant lion heads could be disturbed, Weir's sneering laughter echoed in all directions. The terrifying squeeze wrapped in the sound of breaking the air stopped abruptly on the spot. The profound truth of the sword, lightning destroys the world. Boom, 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 endless thunder roared in all directions. The Lion Majesty Earth Scroll of the Golden Lion burst out with all its strength, and the huge lion head was instantly smashed. It shattered into pieces of soil that filled the sky and scattered in all directions. This shocking scene made those pirates who almost hid on the edge of the island terrified to the point of almost unable to breathe. Gollum. I don't know which pirate, and they swallowed their saliva subconsciously in shock. Hiss. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of gasping for breath among the crowd of flying pirates. Is this the battle of the top powerhouses? Between every move, it's almost going to shatter this world. My god, why is that 8-year-old Marine still alive? Advertisement, Boss Shiki, is there no way to take him? When seeing the golden lion Shiki, it is not just after using swordsmanship. Even the last reliance, the ability of the fluttering fruit broke out. Actually, it still failed to suppress Weer. The pirates panicked. The fear of death loomed over him. Staring blankly at the battlefield between the two, he was speechless for a long time. Only the sound of rapid breathing remained. Boom boom boom. And the battle in the air in the distance continues. Hum. Hundreds of millions of thunder, after crushing the golden lion Shiki's Lion Majesty Earth Scroll. Undiminished power. It turned into countless thunderstorms and continued to bombard indiscriminately. The golden lion Shiki's face changed wildly, and he constantly controlled the defense of the giant rock and mountain. At time. All over the place, there are broken earth and stone debris. Dust and smoke quickly filled the air, obscuring the sight in front of Golden Lion's eyes. Sigh. Also at this time, Weir's body and mind suddenly disappeared. Once again, the thunderblade of the famous sword in his hand condensed the terrifying thunder of 3 million volts of energy. Amidst the dust and smoke in the sky, it slashed towards the top of Golden Lion's head. The blade of the famous sword was completely stalked by the armed color Hawkeye, and the thunder burst with a heart-pounding deep purple light. Haven't fallen yet. There will be one after another broken and destroyed, all sword intent, sweeping and rhythm layer by layer. Makes you sweat and your scalp tingles. 1.0, one knife style 3 million thunder slash. Severely slashed down with a knife. A dark purple smear of sword light, wrapped in the floating continent sword intent that destroys the sky and destroys the earth. Crashed down. But the slashing power of Weer broke out at this moment, making Shiki the Golden Lion extremely terrified. However, Weer was already prepared for this. Seeing this, Golden Lion's complexion changed greatly. Just the devil's smile, faster than the blink of an eye, he successfully avoided the risk of being attacked from the front. Don't know when, Weer has rhymed and is now on the side of Golden Lion. He is fast. In fear, Shiki, the Golden Lion, roared wildly and tried to turn his body away. Damn, it's impossible. Dodge this lethal thunderslash. Even if it hasn't completely fallen. What? Hard connected to death. An unprecedented crisis of death quickly enveloped his body. Holding the famous sword Thunder, he looked at him with a chuckle. That simple sunny smile reflected in Golden Lion's eyes. Chapter 149. Thunder 10,800s return to 1. One knife flow, difficult 10,000 volts thunder slash. The ultimate move that is really brewing is not the so-called 3 million thunder slash. His eyes were slightly red, and Weer slashed the famous sword. Boom. Wrapped in a terrifying explosion sound that shakes the earth. On the spot, a large terrifying mushroom cloud rose and broke through the sky. Weer's speed was too fast, and his explosive attack was too diligent to be expected. He didn't give Shiki the Golden Lion a chance to react at all. Hearing the 10,000 volts thunder slash to the extreme, shrouded him in an instant. When Golden Lion was shocked, a subconscious burst of armed color Hawkeye enveloped his body. At the same time, sword energy erupted from both legs, trying to reduce the power of this difficult 10,000 volt thunder slash. Pity. Too fast, too close. Under the strong desire to survive, Shiki, the Golden Lion, indeed broke out with almost peak fighting power. But still not able to completely defeat the difficult 10,000 volt thunder slash. The escaping thunder devastated his entire body, whether it was armed with Hawkeye bodyguards, or did the Golden Lion feel the pain to the bone. Ah, damn kid. How dare you hurt me? 9913 Shiki, the Golden Lion covered in black, felt severe pain all over his body. His eyes were red, and he almost lost his mind. This is the kid you forced me to die. No more scruples. Even under this trick, he may perish with Weer. At this moment, the Golden Lion can't handle that much. Blue veins burst out in an instant, and the countless large islands around them began to hum and vibrate. Then, wrapped in a piercing sound of breaking through the air, followed by the burst of the Golden Lion's fluttering fruit ability. The rhythm of this scene makes all the pirates in the air pirates see hope. Appeared. Sir Shiki's ultimate trick, ha ha ha. With this move, this kid will surely die. Looking at the innumerable islands of different sizes, the pupils of the desperate pirates ignited the last glimmer of hope. Repression. It is difficult to suppress Weer. Only in this way can they continue to have a chance. As for this trick, Weer can survive, no doubt. Must die. During the fierce battle between Sengoku and Garp, most of the naval headquarters were even destroyed. It is under this trick. The combat power of the two was comparable to that of the Admiral-level police, but there was no way to stop them. At this moment, Weer, who is facing this trick alone, is just Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Must die. 8-year-old Marine is dying. Died at the hands of their Lord Shiki. What a joy. How exciting, how exciting. With boundless excitement, all the pirates in the sky were looking at Weer. Advertisement. I just wanted to watch this moment of near despair that forced them to the current situation. How he was killed on the spot by Shiki-sama's ultimate trick. It wasn't too disappointing. Looking at the countless gathering islands, Weer burst out laughing at the enormous pressure. Such strength is worthy of the former king. He is also qualified as a whetstone after his strength has improved. Ha ha ha, kid, you are too arrogant. Actually let the islands gather, regardless of the slightest. Then, let's experience the despair that Lousy brings to you, 99. Seeing that the island was almost disturbed, Weer had nowhere to run. Wiping the corners of his mouth, Shiki the Golden Lion laughed wildly. Finally, to be successful. Damn kid, as tough as that old Garp guy. But so what, today, isn't it going to die at his hands? Tianrao, who killed Garp, the monster who belonged to Marine. This kind of pleasure is unprecedented. Ha ha ha. Facing the confidence of Shiki, the Golden Lion, Weer couldn't help shaking his head with a chuckle. I've already given you a chance. If this is the strength of your full explosion, 19. Looking at Golden Lion Shiki seriously, Weer rhythmically said indifferently. Then next, welcome the doomsday that belongs to you. No ha 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 ha, little devil, this sentence is what I want to give you. Don't worry, you're just interest. Soon, my great plan will be completed. It's not just the old Garp guy. I will send this world to be buried with you. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Golden Lion's smile is extremely crazy. Looking at Weer's eyes, he is full of condescending confidence. His ultimate move is imminent. If it first break or flee, the probability of survival will be greatly improved. But Weer is too arrogant. He actually dared to watch with his own eyes, just facing the sky-filled island. Can you still live like this? He Golden Lion can't believe it? Even Admiral-level police officers would dare to face such an attack. Not to die but also to be seriously injured. Besides, Weer is a mere 8-year-old kid. Oh. Weer didn't explain much, just chuckled. Talking too much to the weak is totally unnecessary. The real powerhouse is the existence they cannot understand. Clenching the famous sword Thunder in his hand, he set off with an aura that was so cold that he was about to tear the sky apart. Weer was almost wrapped in thunder and fell into a semi-elemental state. The sword was instantly spread and covered with armed Hawkeye, blessing that terrifying dark purple thunder. Advertisement boom boom boom. The void shatters, the edge of the island shatters. A chilling and incomparably peaceful aura spread out layer by layer with Weer as the center. Boom. The sword energy rushed into the sky, and the sword force shook the earth. Thunder One reunited. Whoa. The justice behind Weer was shocked, and at this moment, the hunting sounded. Against Weer, it became more and more terrifying. This moment, Weer held the blade of the famous sword, exuding an aura. Weird and heart-pounding. Even Shiki, the Golden Lion who was still full of self-confidence before, felt that he had no confidence at this moment. Even more frightened. How can it be, such power? Under Golden Lion's increasingly vigilant eyes, Weer finally moved. In a face-to-face, all the islands that were squeezed together were suspended in midair and unable to enter an inch. The second photo is 543. The Golden Lion armed color Hawkeye was shattered, and there were terrifying and ferocious sword marks all over his chest. The third face, Thunderslash, 800 knives returned to 1. The void could not bear such terror, and the Golden Lion turned and fled. This is impossible. How could this kind of thing happen? He's just an 8-year-old kid, 19, manipulating the island frantically, trying to block Weer's approaching attack. But no matter how big or small the island is, they're easily crushed in front of Weer. Not a single bit of speed could stop it. Close. Weer is getting closer and closer to Shiki, the Golden Lion. But it was only a few meters away from Shiki, the Golden Lion. Weer's eyes flashed with a flash of purple thunder. Boom. Knife. An extremely terrifying knife fell. The splendid palace collapsed and annihilated in an instant. Golden Lion Shiki's body was out of control and flew backwards and crashed into it. The dazzling blood sprayed into the sky, and the next moment the Golden Lion was buried under the rubble. This scene fell in the eyes of countless pirates hiding on the edge of the island. The worldview is simply turned upside down. In the center of the island, a huge terrifying mushroom cloud rose. The splendid contiguous palace that originally stood was completely turned into powder. Even the whole island. All in the next moment, unable to withstand such a blow. The layers are broken, and a fracture occurs in the middle. What a squeak. The huge island instantly shattered in half along the crack caused by Weer's slash. Chapter 150. The legend falls, shaking the whole sea. Sad times old party. Wouldn't it be nice to stay and impel down and become a legend of the times? Weer stood in the sky, watching the falling island indifferently. There was no change in his expression. The Golden Lion disappeared without a trace. Trapped in the debris of the crumbling island. Life and death do not know. But Weer knew. The Golden Lion is over. Even at the last moment, a great swordsman-level police officer slashed to resist. It is the armed color Hawkeye that has been pushed to the extreme. However, in the face of the 800 knives, Juan still returned to the thunderstrike. Shiki, the Golden Lion, has no resistance, broken body, falling with the island. The evidence that confirmed his beheading came with the falling island. Only those with fruit power were killed. Those islands that are suspended in the void relying on the fluttering fruit will continue to lose control. Silently, all the islands fell towards the sea below. Countless flying air pirates are bad, and they are desperate at this moment. Roaring, desperate to survive, but totally useless. All accompanied by many islands, waiting for their death with fear and powerlessness. At this moment, the moment when life is about to freeze. Their eyes never moved from Weer. Tell me, that's not true. An 8-year-old Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, he's really grown up. But how could it be? Even Shiki-sama. Island falls and we're done. 93. Some people screamed in fear and their throats interfered. His eyes were full of shock and fear, and even more incredible. Lost. Their boss, the Golden Lion Shiki. The rumored big pirate is one of the 3 kings of the old era. Not even impel down could stop him. Result. In front of the 8-year-old Thor Weer, he lost. The defeat is so complete. The price of defeat, even his life. So far, the 3 kings of the old era, the 2 were terminated. The only thing left is the 4 emperors today. The strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. That is, Whitebeard, Gollum. It was also at Weer, who landed with the broken island. The phone bug in his arms rang. Hello, I'm Weer, 99. I am the Warring States. It's Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Is there a new mission order? Where are you? I heard that you suspect that you have found a foreign object from the sky. The police are chaotic. It may be the guy in the legend. You mean Shiki the Golden Lion? You really messed up. Wait, don't act on your own. That guy is good at escaping, but his strength is also very strong. Advertisement: although you are strong, you should not be his opponent at this moment, don't be impulsive. It's not as strong as a special police officer, I've accidentally killed him. Weir's words were very bland, and the Warring States period was about to go crazy on the spot. What did you say? Naval headquarters, Sengoku, who was sitting on a chair talking to Weer. Standing up suddenly, the seat collapsed on the spot. The escaping momentum, even the table has cobweb-like cracks spreading. Killed by you? You mean the owner of the fluffy fruit ability, Golden Lion Shiki? 3. What a joke. Simply incredible. Even the Warring States period had a certain understanding of Weir's strength. We also know that Weir's strength has improved quite rapidly. It can't be normalized, but Golden Lion, the owner of the fluttering fruit ability. If you want to run, even Marine Admiral can't catch it. A Marine Admiral can be tricky, even if it's head-on. As a result, what did he hear? This slippery, loach-like guy also has the combat effectiveness of Admiral-level police officers. Slaughtered. If there is no second Golden Lion Shiki, I am indeed here. If the sea area is located, I will have someone send you the coordinates later. Look at the islands scattered all over the sea, Weer said lightly. Warring States was speechless. He knew that Weer would never joke about such a thing. It's unnecessary, and it doesn't make any sense. However, Weer is about 8 years old. How long has this jar been? From the Vice Admiral strength of the headquarters to the Quasi-Admiral police strength. It took 3 months, then less than half a month. Breakthrough to Admiral-level combat power? Even knowing Weir's talent and evil spirit, the Warring States period felt terrified at this moment. 8-year-old Admiral-level police force. If it was true, it would definitely be terrifying news that could shake the entire ocean. Or, in fact, after Golden Lion lost 2 legs, their strength was greatly reduced. So, G will choose to hide rather than take revenge on Marine in the first place? If you think about it this way, it's easier to accept. Taking a deep breath, the calm Sengoku scene then made a sound. You can send someone to locate it as soon as possible. I'll send someone over as soon as possible to clean up the mess. 99. It's a big deal, and he can't take it lightly. The Golden Lion Shiki, once really killed. In today's chaotic world, Marine has a vaguely challenged majesty. It's quite a deterrent, once confirmed, published worldwide. Even those restless big pirates, I'm afraid they have to be quiet for a while, right? A few more conversations. After explaining Weer, be sure to locate the position to yourself as soon as possible. Sengoku Fleet Admiral couldn't help hanging up the phone. We immediately notified Huashaoshan, Stoloberg and other veteran headquarters Vice Admiral to go to the aftermath. Soon. Advertisement after half a day. When Weer will be in the sea area, the location will be sent to the Warring States. The warships dispatched by the headquarters came in large numbers. A full 10 warships, 5 Vice Admiral. Even the Marines who accompany him are the elite forces of the headquarters. This starts the scale of Marine launching a buster call. For the Golden Lion Shiki, it is so important. Are you kidding me? Huashaoshan, who just got the news, the first reaction was unbelievable. Some of them have seen Golden Lion Shiki before. I have some understanding of this once-old king. Strength, absolutely powerful. It is worthy of the title of the king of the old times. But it is such a great pirate, a living legend, it actually fell into Weir's hands. This is appalling. Stoloberg shook his head with a wry smile. It might be impossible. But how many miracles have our Weer Vice Admiral created? Does anyone in the room think they can stop the thunder of Kaido's 8 trigrams? As soon as these words came out, many Vice Admiral of the headquarters were speechless. Right. For such a monster, how can we look at it from the perspective of ordinary people? It's just a monster metamorphosis. Isn't it just killing the Golden Lion? Nothing surprising. Maybe at some point, the news came from a certain 4 emperors' domain in Duge. Then slaughtered a certain 4 emperors, and finally let them clean up the mess. Or, simply challenge the authority of the 3 admiral. Become the youngest 8-year-old admiral ever, Thinking of this, Stoloberg's eyes were a little strange. Couldn't help looking at the burning mountain and waiting Vice Admiral said. You said, after Weer Vice Admiral arrived at the headquarters. How is Lee? Won't you initiate a promotion challenge? Hiss. As soon as these words came out, everyone around took a deep breath. The police said it was really possible. The feud between Weer and Akainu, they all see it. It wasn't necessary originally, but Akainu is too arrogant and doubts Weir's origin. As a result, the seeds of evil were sown. At first the Marines and Naval headquarters didn't think there was anything. Even if Weer is tough, how long does it take to challenge Marine Admiral? But what about the result? Now, it seems that such a conflict may break out. The police said hurry up and do our thing. Shaking all over, Huashaoshan hurriedly hooked. That is the fight of the gods, where they can guess. Soon everyone stopped talking. Get on a warship quickly and head to the crashing waters where Weer shot down the Golden Lion. Soon, when Stoloberg et al. Came the news to confirm. Shiki, the Golden Lion, confirms the news of death. The entire high-rise of naval headquarters was shocked. Including the 5 elders of the world government, they were also stunned and unable to return to their senses for a long time. Chapter 151. Absolute attention, the name of Thor Weer. Ming, Shao Weer is really amazing. Even big pirates like Golden Lion were killed by him. 99. Naval headquarters, 3 Admiral also got the news after confirmation. Kizaru Duo pulled his wretched old face and squinted his eyes wretchedly. Alara, Weer is really busy. Recently, our marine's reputation has all depended on him alone. The combined influence of our 3 admirals is probably not as strong as his. Aokiji was also shocked, saying that, I looked at Akainu even more. Akainu's face was gloomy at the moment, and he couldn't see his inner thoughts enough. But for this matter, it is different from the surprise of the police. But anger. Yes, angry. No rules at all. If you discover the whereabouts of Shiki, the Golden Lion, you should report it to the headquarters. If you act recklessly alone, what if you let that guy run away? When the words fell, Kizaru responded with a rare response. It turned out to be good. Are you saying that because you are afraid that he is strong enough? After that, will you be challenged for promotion soon? Aokiji immediately raised his eyebrows and became interested. Alara, it sounds like it's very interesting. 93. Humph. Akainu's eyes gradually became indifferent, and he hummed. Although the challenge is good. 11. The Golden Lion is nothing but a loser abandoned by the old times. 543. After escaping, he also broke 2 legs. Killed, what does it mean? Even though Weir's strength has improved quite rapidly, it is amazing enough. But Akainu still has confidence in himself. After all, it is also the admiral of the dignified headquarters. More than half a month ago, Weer was only comparable to a quasi-admiral. Such a short time. Even killing Akainu doesn't believe that Weer has the strength to challenge these admirals. The news of the fall of the Golden Lion is confirmed. Soon, it spread all over the sea. Weir's silence lasted only a month or so, and it didn't go away in a flash for the strong. Killing Doflamingo, how long does it take for this can to kill the Golden Lion? The sea, which was not calm before, became more and more boiling. Golden Lion, one of the 3 kings of the old times. Even the impel down walls were not able to hold him. For more than 20 years, Marine had no clue. Advertisement. Result. Now it is confirmed. Weer, who was only 8 years old, was the youngest vice admiral in history. It's done. How shocking, compared with the Golden Lion, BDBA, child. Drought was destroyed, Doflamingo and Don Quixote were wiped out. That seems a little commonplace. Drought is strong, and he is indeed a big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Doflamingo is not weak either, and he is a quasi-admiral level combat power. But compared with the Golden Lion, it is really nothing. Once the Golden Lion, that is the king of the sea. The legend of the last era, the existence that used to be as famous as One Piece Roger and the strongest man Whitebeard. If the Golden Lion is discovered by Marine, it falls under the siege of Marine Admiral. Or being suppressed by characters like Garp Sengoku, everyone is at most surprised. Definitely not too surprised, however, it was actually the Golden Lion killed by Thor Weer. Even the former Weer claims to have the potential to surpass 3 Admiral. Even, one after another beheaded Drought Gia and Doflamingo. But people like the 4 Emperors or the 5 Elders should at most pay more attention. But this time is different. The one who was killed was Shiki, the Golden Lion who really possessed the Admiral-level police force. Even if his legs were cut off, it would affect his strength somewhat. Under the threat of life, Admiral-level police combat power can be absolutely erupted temporarily. In this way, they were all killed by Weer alone. This is terrifying, because no one has forgotten. Today's Weer is no more than 8 years old, 8-year-old Admiral of Headquarters Combat Power? Appalling. Sabaody Archipelago. This little brat, this time, the rhythm is a bit loud. Pluton Rayleigh with the latest newspaper in hand. The eyes are a little strange, and not surprising. I had known that this kid would soon be on the top of the world stage. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. This guy Garp has a great-grandson. 9. New World, the territory of the Whitebeards of the 4 Emperors. The strongest man in the world, and one of the 3 kings of the old era. Today, it is the only surviving legendary king of the old era. Shattered the newspaper at will, and then gulps drink. To live in harmony, is it really just an idea of the weak to deceive themselves? 22. Advertisement. There was a flash of nostalgia in Whitebeard's eyes, mixed with a police-like emotion. Weer, the grandson of that guy from Garp, heard it for the first time. But because, Doflamingo of 7 Warlords of the Sea was suppressed by him when he was only 8 years old. How long has this jar been? Has even the Golden Lion been killed in less than 4 months? The old era will pass away, and the new era will come. 1. New World, the territory of the 4 Emperors' red-haired soaps. Weer, this kid, did a big thing. 4 Emperors' red-haired shanks took the wine glass and drank it with ease. His face was full of infinite emotion. As a younger brother, he grew up so quickly. Looking at it this way, Luffy, that kid is really too far away. 99. It's not just that the gap is getting bigger and bigger. I always have a hunch, it won't be long before you face this terrifying monster. 8-year-old Thor Weer, smoking a cigarette on the side, Benman with a sullen face said with a smile. Maybe. Those of us are just the remnants of the old times. But the time has not come. The rise of Weer may be the opportunity for us to end? Shanraz meant something, and Benberman, who had heard the words, was speechless for a long time. Including Kaido and BIGMOM Pirate Paste, also shocked by Weir's record. Anyone who can claim the title began to pay absolute attention to Weer. The name of Thor Weer was once again hooked in front of everyone. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Because of the humiliation brought by Weer at the G4 Marine Branch Base in the Old New World. This time, it was the absolute attention, but he proved himself with strength. One day, Lousy will kill you completely. The news of the fall of the Golden Lion swept the entire sea. Even Weer is only 8 years old, almost as strong as Marine Admiral, qualified to be recognized by those who stand at the top of the sea. In less than a day. But so what? I didn't expect it to get stronger and stronger, this brat. Especially Kaido. Even, they are regarded as equal existence. Kaido never gave up killing Weer. Kaido picked up the barrel in front of him and continued drinking. He spoke loudly, like an oath. Chapter 152, Marine Admiral, it's time for a change. Somewhere on the sea, a figure galloped, walking on the ground above the raging waves. The waves burst at Weir's feet, but the water did not wet Weir's clothes. Just walking on water, Weer intends to traverse the entire sea with moonwalk. Headquarters Admiral Aokiji, where the sea freezes with air conditioning and rides a bicycle leisurely at every turn. He can. Now that he is an admiral-level police officer, he has no reason to do so. With a light smile on the corner of Weir's mouth, he walked steadily forward step by step. Just watching the ebb and flow of the tide, there is infinite emotion in my heart. Come to. This world is almost half a year. Finally, standing on the top of this world? At first it was just for self-protection, but later it was to realize the justice in my heart. And now, that is above everyone. Only by becoming a real world number one can Weer have a little motivation to move on. Gollum. Also at this time, Weer easily killed a giant Poseidon with a tempest kick, bursting sword energy. The phone bug in his arms suddenly rang. Before Weer could speak, a very gloomy, obviously angry voice sounded. Weer, it's you right? Not Fleet Admiral Sengoku, but Headquarters Admiral Akainu. Doing what? Weer raised his brows slightly, but his emotions did not fluctuate. Akainu, on the other side of the phone bug, felt a monstrous anger that wanted to be released. Why did you discover the Golden Lion without notifying the headquarters in advance? Once you let the Golden Lion escape, can you afford such a responsibility? Weer was surprised. The matter has passed. How can anyone still come to investigate? And, still Admiral Akainu. How old are you? I need to report everything to you. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Akainu. Weer, remember, you are nothing but the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Even if it is not bad, don't forget your identity. As headquarters admiral, I have the right to question your actions. Puhu. Akainu roared and was about to vent when Weer directly hung up the phone bug. Get used to your faults. Putting the phone bug back in his pocket, Weer squinted at the sun on the horizon. A curious smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Everyone has been sent to the door to get a position, and it seems that action must be taken as soon as possible. Marine Admiral. Advertisement, it's time for a change. 11. After half a day, walking across the sea, Weer got a little boost. However, there are already very few, almost indistinguishable gaps. With Weer's current combat power, it is actually very difficult to continue to improve. It is estimated that they must fight against the 4 emperors, and there may be a possibility of a small improvement. As for the substantial increase, that basically does not exist. Because at this moment Weer is already at the same level as those people. No matter how big the improvement is, wouldn't one person be able to single out the 4 emperors? You boy, you are welcome, Fleet Admiral Office. Seeing Weer, who pushed the door and walked in, a rare smile appeared on Zhongguo's face. Chaos comes and goes, there's no rhyme at all. It's fine for people to be good, and the rest is for later. Destroy the Golden Lion, and this time you are famous all over the world. And unlike the past, those old guys are afraid to miss you. Although, age is a bit of a problem. However, as Vice Admiral of the headquarters, you are not too comfortable. I'm going to put you in the position of General Counsel for Naval Headquarters, what do you think? With Weer on his face, Sengoku always smiled, as if looking at his younger generation. The General Council of Naval Headquarters is eligible to participate in the highest meeting room held by the headquarters. In terms of status, it is the same as Marine Admiral. Just like the headquarters Vice Admiral Crane, who also serves as Chief of Staff. Not to mention Weer's achievements in beheading the drought disaster and destroying the Don Quixote family. Simply beheading the Golden Lion is no match for a Marine Vice Admiral. Even if Weer is too young, his strength is still questionable. The warring states had the idea to promote Weer to Marine Admiral. Of course, just think about it, after all, the difficulty is not low. It's not that anyone who says he wants to be promoted can be promoted. Even if the conditions are in place, because there are no vacancies now. To become a Marine Admiral, you must challenge one of them. If you succeed, you can replace it, become one of 3 active Admiral. Although Weer defeated the Golden Lion, his strength was definitely not an ordinary quasi-admiral police officer. However, it would be very difficult for Sengoku to defeat any one of the 3 active admirals. Or almost impossible. You're still young, Admiral of Headquarters, and there's definitely a place for you in the future. Seeing that Weer was silent for a long time, he thought he was not satisfied with his arrangement. For Flowers 0 Sengoku then said in a kind voice. General Counsel, equal to Marine Admiral, indeed, nice job. Weer responded with a smile, and Warring States just wanted to nod in agreement. Advertisement as a result, Weer continued to say. But I'm not interested in clerical work. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, you know, I'm a person who can't sit still. Well, so I think this position is most suitable for Akainu. What? Weer's words almost didn't frighten the Warring States period. What did he hear? The meaning of this is so obvious. Could it be that? Really, I heard Weer speaking seriously and calmly in the next moment. Some people occupy a high position for too long, they will do nothing, and they will open their mouths. So it's time to take a backseat, and it's good to be the General Counsel of the headquarters. I, Monkey D. Weer, Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Apply for the headquarters Admiral promotion battle. The challenge target was selected as the Ministry Admiral Akainu, 99. Confirmed by Weer's firm words, the Warring States period was miserable. Among Marines, there are only 2 ways to be promoted to Admiral. First, 3 Admiral positions are vacant. It is then proposed by Marine Fleet Admiral, approved by the world government, and can then serve directly. Garp refused several times that year. The second. When the Admiral seat in the headquarters is full, have enough military merit. If you want to win Chin with an absolute advantage, you must at least reach the 4 Emperors level police combat power. If you fail, the army used to challenge will be cleared. The result will also be judged as a challenge failure. One Piece, after all, is the world of the strong. Anyone who can serve as Marine Admiral stands at the top level of the sea. Eligibility to serve as an Admiral is also the same. Because even if you have the same strength, if you are evenly matched. If he succeeds, his military merit will be doubled, and he will directly replace the challenged Admiral as the new Admiral. There have been very few such people since ancient times. Only. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Since Marine was established, promotion battles have been very rare. Therefore, there will be rules such as promotion battles. So in most cases, whoever has the bigger fist is the truth. It's all a vacancy in the Admiral position, and then someone replaces it to the top 10. If you want to win any of them, the difficulty is higher than the sky. In this way, you can apply for the rank of Ching and advance to the battle, and confidently choose an Admiral to challenge. Chapter 153. Weer's Akainu, Naval Headquarters shakes. Are you kidding? Sengoku took a deep breath and looked at Weer in front of him seriously. His expression was solemn, slightly heavy. Marine Admiral promotion challenge, it's no joke. Not even his Marine Fleet Admiral dared to despise him. I will submit the facial expressions as soon as possible. Looking at the Warring States with a chuckle, Weer's words were quite firm. The words fall, no matter what the Warring States period is. Weer turned around and left the office directly. Watching the back of Weer leaving, Sengoku's complexion changed. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't say anything. Sitting in silence for a long time, this can of phone worms fluctuated silently. Grand Line, New World. Marine Admiral Aokiji, enjoying the speed of his bicycle on the frozen sea. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, the phone bug in Aokiji's arms vibrated. May 4-3. Hey, I'm Kuzan. Aokiji answers the phone bug. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Then he said a few short words. Boom, just a few simple words. Aokiji couldn't help but be shocked. Almost failed to control the power of the frozen fruit. The sea of round brown rice under the feet condenses into solid ice in an instant. After half a ring, even if he hung up the phone bug, Aokiji still had lingering fears. Weer, little brother, this action is too fast. Marine's ever-young enchanting canopy, sure enough, anything is unexpected. 9. For Weer, Aokiji is still very optimistic. He expected that, with Weer's character, he would soon challenge Akainu. But that's at least a few years from now, did not expect. It's been a few months, and it's still only 8-year-old Weer. So, is this going to challenge Akainu Admiral's position? Scary existence, wrapped in a belly full of shock. Aokiji took a deep breath and calmed down. Immediately avoiding the bicycle, he quickly returned towards Naval Headquarters. And this time, Naval Headquarters. A room with the ambiguous justice plaque. Admiral Kizaru, who had a wretched face, soon got the news. Ming, Xiao Weer is really diligent and decisive. It's terrifying, even if he is confident in his own strength. Advertisement, however, if you are facing monsters like Weer. Even Kizaru has no idea. Fine, the person who chose to be promoted is not him, so there will be a good show to watch next. Who will win? Kizaru, who doesn't have a good opinion of Akainu either, has a lewd expression on his face. Pretty schadenfreude. As for the protagonist who was challenged this time. Headquarters, Admiral Akainu, was the last to get the news. What? The cup in his hand was crushed by the angry Akainu. The whole person suddenly stood up from the chair, blue veins bursting out on his forehead. Marine, who came to inform Akainu, lowered his head in fear. For fear that Akainu would be unhappy, he would vent his anger at being challenged by Weer on himself. This terrifying atmosphere even spread to most of the Naval Headquarters fortress buildings. All Marines who felt this chilling murderous intent were silent. Thor Weer. Good, and Akainu in the room, his eyes flickered coldly, and he asked coldly. After that, he didn't say a word. The angry expression on his face also quickly subsided. The aura of the hot pavement around it swept in all directions. It is enough to prove that the anger in his heart is still accumulating. He waved his hand to let Marine, who came to report, leave. Akainu continued to sit back all the time, his eyes full of murderous intent. Humph. You be asterisk 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 D. Who do you think you are? But killed a loser golden lion, or a crippled guy. Do you think you can challenge me? Please kidding me? Akainu at this moment. The boundless terror is surging all over the body, and there is the possibility of violence at any time. As for the Warring States period who felt this momentum, he shook his head helplessly. Garp was smiling happily and wanton. That be asterisk 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 D. Akainu, we'll have today too. As for the other naval headquarters, there was no immediate news. Feeling the terrifying aura that even their hearts palpitated, they couldn't help but look at the room where Akainu was. What happened? A dignified Marine Admiral, unleashing his aura regardless of impact. No Vice Admiral knew what Akainu was thinking, and there was some anger in his heart. You used to be domineering on weekdays, but now you are so unscrupulous? Humph. I really want to see the scene of being beaten by Weer Vice Admiral one day. Almost every Vice Admiral knows about the conflict between Akainu and Weer. Therefore, some people have such malicious thoughts towards Akainu in their hearts. Advertisement. It was unexpected. Soon, a message quickly spread. Step by step, not just Vice Admiral, can't get around half a day. 8-year-old Weer Vice Admiral applied for Admiral promotion. The challenge object was actually the news of Akainu Admiral. Like a storm, it quickly swept the entire naval headquarters. I didn't expect that what I thought would come true. Weer Vice Admiral, what a great courage. 9. Who do you think will win? How can Weer Vice Admiral challenge for promotion if there is not enough chance of winning? 93. Hey, I can see that Akainu guy's scratches. The entire naval headquarters suddenly became noisy. Then in 2 days, this matter swept the whole sea at a rapid speed. Marine Admiral represents the facade of Marine. Therefore, this promotion battle will not be concealed as much as possible as an internal incident. Not only is it completely open to the public, but it will even fuel the flames. 7 days later, Naval Headquarters Fortress, above the largest square. A large number of Marine generals with no assignments stood neatly on the edge of the square. There were no lieutenants among them, at least all of them were Marines of the rank of colonel. As Naval Headquarters, the biggest event ever, the location of the promotion battle is in this huge square. That is, in the original book, the huge battlefield where the top war broke out. The generals and officers standing on the edge of the square were divided into 3 parts. The most central direction is naturally the Fleet Admiral Warring States. In the center of the square, everyone is watching. Not just to watch the show. Akainu's face was very ugly, and his anger was beyond words. Behind them, the -1.0 Poly Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals. The 2 protagonists of this promotion battle stand opposite each other. Active Headquarters Vice Admiral, Thor Weer, and this time. And those, Marine generals who looked at the 2 from a distance. A heart beats as fast as an engine. Instead, try to resist as much as possible the aftermath of the battle between the 2 admiral-level police figures. Weer always had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and his emotions were very indifferent. There are also a group of Marine generals behind him, and the sub-police is located in 3 directions. Active Admiral Akainu. On the left is Motobu Admiral Aokiji, and on the right is Motobu Admiral Kazaru. 2 Marine Admiral, plus Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. From time to time, there are people who swallow nervously, and the subconsciously clenched palms are full of cold sweat. Chapter 154. This is Admiral, Meteor Volcano. Weer Vice Admiral, is it a little too impulsive? Beheaded the Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary great pirate. But after all, it's just a character with crippled legs. Even if he is strong, he shouldn't be able to compare to Sakazuki Admiral, right? At this time, if you propose a promotion challenge, the probability of losing is very high. A headquarters rear admiral said nervously, 3 active admiral, I think Sakazuki Admiral is the strongest. Hey, do you really think Weer Vice Admiral is weak? A Marine rear admiral who had followed Weer and had seen Weer's evil talent retorted. Sakazuki Admiral is strong, that's where the age is put. If he was the same age, Weer Vice Admiral must have abused him. Even now, I don't think Weer Vice Admiral dared to challenge for promotion, it would never be a mess. Hey, look, the battle is doomed. I just don't know how Sakazuki Admiral will end. All Marines who had followed Weer heard the words and nodded in approval. For Weer's talent and evil spirit, it is deeply rooted and powerful. One more thing. Compared to the grumpy Akainu, Weer Vice Admiral is much more approachable. The same are all super strong, if not 13 Akainu is too strong. I'm afraid, it's not just Weer who will challenge for promotion. As for the other generals who have heard of it, but have not followed Weer, they don't take it seriously. Don't underestimate any admiral. Being able to become an admiral is definitely a terrifying existence that surpasses the rough people. As the facade of Marine, the performance of the peak of combat power. Underestimate them, the only one who suffers will be yourself. Someone looked at the 2 people in the field with solemn eyes and said in a deep voice. Weer Vice Admiral is indeed not weak, and can even kill legendary pirates like the Golden Lion. But compared with Sakazuki Admiral, there is definitely a gap. It can only be said that now Weer Vice Admiral is qualified to challenge Sakazuki Admiral. But if you want to defeat it, it is impossible with a high probability. The speaker was the Ghost Spider who lost to Weer a few months ago. Stoloberg, who heard this, was immediately unhappy. Who wins and who loses, let's watch it honestly. Watched Stoloberry, the Ghost Spider's eyes were not emotional. Then he said to himself, Weer Vice Admiral, such an act of public challenge. Absolutely utterly p*** off Sakazuki Admiral. In this promotion battle, there will definitely be no holding back. Regardless of the outcome, this promotion battle is a great shame for Akainu. Because there are 3 admirals. Advertisement, but Weer chose him. Even if there is a conflict between the two, outsiders don't know it. Maybe because of this, some people will think, he, Sakazuki, is the weakest of the 3 admiral. This is an intolerable shame for the arrogant Akainu. Also as Ghost Spider guessed, as for Weer, Akainu did not have the determination to kill. Because it is a fair promotion battle, no one is allowed to kill. But serious injuries are fine. Therefore, at this moment, Akainu was staring at Weer. I have made up my mind, compete, it will never stop. Even if he was punished by Sengoku Fleet Admiral, he would seriously injure Weer. Let everyone know, challenging His Majesty Sakazuki will have to pay a heavy price. The furious Akainu keeps the surrounding temperature rising. The hot breath swept in all directions. Seeing that the war was about to break out, no one happened again. They all held their breaths and looked at the 2 people in the center of the field with all their attention. At this moment, Akainu, because of anger, is like a volcano that may erupt at any time. Before the battle really started, hot magma kept dripping from the arm. ZZ. A time. In all directions, there was the terrifying sound of the hard ground being melted by magma. Little devil, what are you waiting for? Chose me as your opponent, and now you're starting to be afraid again? Even so, I will not show mercy. Looking at Weer, who was always calm and had a smile on the corner of his mouth. Akainu was angry, but did not take the initiative to fish. Instead, he spoke coldly with a sullen face, you think too much. Weer chuckled and shook his head, spread his hands and said, I'm giving you a chance to hook. If I do it first, you won't have any chance of getting out. D kid, what are you kidding? Because of the smile at the corner of Weir's mouth, he thought he was mocking himself. An angry Akainu, hearing this contempt for himself, couldn't bear it any longer. Boom. Wrapped in the sound of breaking the air, the breath of hot magma swept through. Admiral Akainu, take the lead, Dark Hound, advertisement. Boom. Akainu's arms suddenly stretched and turned into lava. Wrapped in a hot and piercing sound, he bombarded Weir's face. Dark Hound is not only fast, but also extremely powerful. Even in the top battle of the original book, with this trick, he destroyed half of the experience of the strongest man, Whitebeard. Before the punch had completely landed, a terrifying hot breath rolled over the surface. The layers swept in all directions, shocking the hearts of many naval headquarters generals. He even took a half step back subconsciously, as if he was worried that he would be affected by such a long distance. On the other hand, Weer, who punched Akainu from the front, did not look nervous at all. Just looking at it so indifferently, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ah! With a chuckle, Weer also moved. At the moment when Dark Hound is about to hit himself, the famous sword thunder starts. Gently sweep a thunderstrike, rumbling. The void is about to shatter in an instant, a slash of 1,000,000 volts of thunder. Wrapped with the rumbling noise of 543, Weir's knife easily blocked Akainu's Dark Hound. Even, in shock, Akainu couldn't help but take a half step back. But Weer, as a passive counterattack, he did not move. Hiss. In the audience, there was a sudden breath of cold air. How is this possible? Have you blocked Sakazuki Admiral's angry blow, and managed to get the top score? The outcome of this battle seems to be a bit obvious. The power of each volcanic bomb is enough to destroy a super-large warship. Not only many generals marine were surprised, but even Akainu was surprised, and his face was ugly. Akainu's eyes flashed coldly, and he roared in a low voice. Great swordsman? Moreover, it also occupies a high score in terms of strength. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In an instant, Akainu's arm was covered with lava, forming a giant lava fist. Definitely a great swordsman. Even if it can be barely resisted, the subsequent great eruption will explode and turn into an endless volcanic bomb. Great eruption. 99 boom. If it weren't for the great swordsman, it would be impossible to block his Dark Hound with a random slash. Brazenly attacked Weer. But, so what? The moment of roaring, it simulates the impact of a volcanic eruption. Just an 8-year-old kid, don't look down on people. Even if it is a great swordsman, lousy is also impossible to lose. One punch is so powerful that it can instantly annihilate a large iceberg several brown meters high. Chapter 155. Who is gone? You're gone, little devil, see if you can still stand up. With a grim smile, Akainu's face was full of confidence. Under this move, Weer has to dodge. If he resists hard, Akainu is confident that Weer will be seriously injured if he doesn't die. The result is, Weer really didn't choose to dodge and still stood there with a chuckle. He didn't step back at all, just waving the famous sword Thunder. Thunder began to flicker around, quickly changing from blue to deep purple. A few danced the famous swords, and the whole body of Weer was covered with flickering thunder. Boom! With a loud explosion, the great eruption lava fist was defeated. It suddenly turned into an endless volcanic bomb and continued to erupt with endless power. However, in the eyes of many generals and commanders Marine, the offensive was extremely lethal. The rumbling fell, but it was completely blocked by thunder. A series of explosions occurred in midair, not even able to touch Weer. Not to mention causing any damage. It's just a photo effort. The fighting power that Weer showed was terrifyingly terrifying. No matter how Sakazuki Admiral fishes, he doesn't move. Just stand still. It was easy to follow the series of attacks from the Dark Hound and the Great Eruption that even the Admiral would not dare to face lightly. I thought you were so powerful and looked down on everyone so condescendingly on weekdays. Unexpectedly, that's what happened. Looking at Akainu indifferently, Weer said from the bottom of his heart. Not a deliberate sarcasm, but a real feeling. If this was the Admiral-level police force, it wouldn't even be as oppressive as the Golden Lion. Simply disappointing. Humph, Weir's plain words sounded like a deep sarcasm to Akainu. He snorted suddenly and said coldly, "It's just a test, do you really think you are invincible?" When the words fell, Akainu put his fists in front of him without hesitation. The endless magma surged wildly and was suddenly launched into the air. Subsequently, that terrifying magma fist like a meteor shower kept falling from the sky. Meteor volcano. The proper great eruption is strengthened, and the strength is not a single star. That was enough to instantly turn a piece of land into a sea of lava and fire. All revolve around Weer bombing, wanting to hit Weer directly. But a pity. Good idea, but unrealistic. The profound truth of the sword. Lightning destroys the world. 93. The thunder that also spreads all over the void exudes a fierce and tyrannical aura. Suddenly, it collided with the endless magma fist continuously, evenly matched. The hot magma was blasted and did not dissipate. Instead, it splashed on the hard ground, and immediately eroded out large potholes. The temperature above the square also began to soar sharply, making people sweat. Advertisement. Look at the Weer Vice Admiral who is constantly bombarded by countless magma. Gathering Marines, they were all shocked. Is this the rockberry power of Sakazuki Admiral? It is as powerful as it is to destroy the world, comparable to the terrifying combat power of Sakazuki Admiral. Wouldn't it be more terrifying to easily catch the Weer Vice Admiral of Meteor Volcano without changing his face? In the shock of the crowd, boom, 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 the entire square was constantly echoed by continuous roars and explosions. The invisible lava fist was blocked by the thunder of the sky. Not able to cause any damage, even Weer was able to take the time to break out a thunderous slash. During the flight, it directly merged into a giant thunder sword energy. Shattering the blockage of a large number of lava fists, from top to bottom, slashed the top of Akainu's head. Humph! Akainu snorted coldly and turned his body into an element. It turned into a magma split ahead of time, and let Weir's thunder slash hit him. Like falling into the air, it bombarded the square behind Akainu. Boom! The earth and rocks crumbled, and the earth shook. Most of the square was almost torn apart by this terrifying thunder slash. If not for the Warring States block, I am afraid that the entire square will be instantly covered with cobweb-like cracks. Not really human. Weer Vice Admiral. Is this the terrifying potential that claims to surpass the 3 admirals in active duty? 8 years old, truly comparable to Admiral's terrifying strength. Definitely the most terrifying monster ever created by Marine. Seeing the cracked square, everyone searched with their pupils. His expression shook violently. It's just you Wei that has already made them feel palpitations. If you encounter this knife slash yourself, immediately, many Vice Admirals trembled all over. Without a doubt, even the chance of serious injury is impossible, and the people on the spot are gone. I thought you had something to do. With your current swordsmanship alone, you won't be able to do anything to me at all. The kid actually tried to step on me to the top of Marine Admiral. You are so arrogant. Even though the battle was stalemate, Akainu couldn't help showing a proud look on his face. Humph. Don't try to climb Marine Admiral as long as you can't beat Lousy. Although he may be a little embarrassed, Akainu's mood is now different from the beginning. Weir's display of Jilai's combat power is too terrifying, and everyone can see it. Even if he didn't beat Weer, he wasn't ashamed. In fact, Akainu has no confidence to defeat such Weer again. To be able to maintain an evenly divided situation, I am afraid that it is almost the same. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. Facing Akainu's provocative words, Weer simply ignored it. One after another, the thunderous slashes shot continuously, and were easily evaded by Akainu with elementalization. But, who said that elementalization is invincible and can't be hurt? Chi Yi Dao flowed difficult 10,000-volt thunder slash. With a loud shout, Weir's eyes narrowed slightly. A terrifying, dazzling thunder slash. Wrapped in a piercing sound, he slashed towards Akainu. HMPH, I've said it before, it's useless. With a cold snort, Akainu still chose elementalization. Puff. Result. Careless. This time, the thunder slash was infused with the armed color Hawkeye by Weer. Even if it is elementalized, it cannot be absolutely immune to the damage of Hawkeye's blessing. Not to mention, the thunder slash that is difficult to 10,000 volts is no longer pure swordsmanship. That is the energy contained in the lightning fruit to compress the thunder, and it can also cause damage to those with elemental abilities. Puff! Akainu grunted, and a mouthful of blood poured into the sky. The whole body fell uncontrollably towards the rear, and crashed to the ground. The earth and rocks crumbled, and smoke rose everywhere. The whole place was silent. Deathly silence. What did we see? The elementalization of Sakazuki Admiral, has it been nullified? No, it's armed hockey, and that terrifying thunderslash, it's no longer pure swordsmanship. It seems that it is also the power of natural reproduction? A person who naturally breeds devil fruits. A group of marine generals, in astonishment, went silent. This love found. It turned out that, I don't know when, actually became a devil fruit ability. Moreover, the terrifying thunder had a complementary effect with Weir's understanding of the profound meaning of the sword. With a single blow, this detour made Akainu's elementalization unstoppable. Little devil, you actually retain your strength? Crawling from the rubble, Akainu's face was gloomy and terrifying. Staring at Weer, blue veins bursting out on his forehead, he roared with incomparable anger. Just to see how powerful Admiral is, now it looks like that. It seems that this battle should be over too. It's like explaining something that can be done at will. Weer looked indifferent, holding the famous sword Thunder. The incomparable power of thunder began to sweep with Weer as the center. Permeating in all directions, wrapped in a heart-pounding Ling Bing sword intent. Thunder 10,800 knives reunited. Chapter 156. With one knife, half of Marineford is almost gone. More than 800 slashes of thunder slashed into the void in an instant. At a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, it suddenly condensed into a deep purple thunder. Wrapped around the famous sword Thunder, it exudes a dazzling and terrifying light. A boundless sword force suddenly swept in all directions. This thunder scene was just hooked, and the people who saw it were terrified. Even Akainu felt an indescribable gloom enveloped his heart. The movement that was about to burst couldn't help but stop in place. A shocking expression appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Weer in disbelief. Akainu is not someone who has never seen powerful devil fruit abilities. He even fought against superhumans who had awakened devil fruit abilities. But no one has ever been able to give him such a feeling. The blow has not yet fallen, and he actually feels that he is enveloped by an unprecedented death crisis. In other words, will you fail? Lost to Weer? How is this possible? I do not believe. Akainu's eyes were red, and he denied a certain reality. But Weer remained calm. Maintaining the posture of slashing the sword light, he continued to accumulate strength little by little. Weer at this moment is in everyone's eyes, no longer the young figure of the 8-year-old. It's like Kun is a terrifying powerhouse in the world. Unprecedented momentum, just like this swept away in front of them. If I go down with this knife, you may die. Looking at Akainu in front of him, Weer chuckled diligently. Little devil, who are you underestimating? Hearing Weir's plain words, Akainu couldn't help but get angry. 543. Suppressing the involuntary fear in his heart, he said coldly. Even if you are strong, you may already be slightly stronger than me. But the strength is limited. Want to defeat, or even kill me in seconds. The police are kidding. Basically, it is impossible. In this regard, Akainu is very confident, yes? Weer laughed, the next moment without hesitation. Holding the famous sword Thunder in both hands, he slashed the deep purple thunder that had been accumulated for a long time towards Akainu. Boom! The blow of the deep purple thunder burst, with Weir's blade slashing. Wrapped in a terrifying vacuum, it suddenly swept towards Akainu's location. The monstrous thunder, wrapped in the fierce sword intent. It set off a thunderous flash, just the tyrannical remnants of thunder escaping, led a kind of marine general in the distance. They were all terrified, as if death could befall them at any moment. What a terrifying aura. How could he have such a terrifying aura? Weer Vice Admiral is only 8 years old, 93. A large number of marine generals were stunned. It is simply that the three views have been subverted. In their minds, Marine Admiral is chasing his lifelong goal. Advertisement they were even suppressed. Only Aokiji, Kizaru, and Sengoku Garp are the four. Seeing this, their faces changed drastically. Compared with some weak ones, they were more able to perceive the horror of Yun Weir's thunderous strike. That kind of thunder. It's terrifying. However, Sakazuki is a natural breeder and can perfectly elementalize, so he should. At this moment, everyone swallowed nervously, looking nervously at the astonishing collision that was about to break out in the field. Facing Weer, the sword fell, the thunder that poured down. Akainu suppressed the restlessness in his heart, followed by the sound of loud drinking. Wrapped in monstrous scorching flames, a punch slammed into the hook. At the same time, the body quickly turned into magma in advance and entered an elemental state. Next moment, with his waving fist, endless magma erupted and surged. It was about to scorch the sky and shatter the sky, frantically blasting that deep purple thunderbolt. Under this terrifying endless magma, the thunderslash was instantly covered. Done. Akainu suddenly looked happy. As a result, in the next moment, the happy look on his face solidified. Even the countless marines clamoring around, staring at him, have grown their mouths at this moment. Incredible spread. Crash at a touch. The terrifying monstrous magma was not able to hold it for a moment. It was directly annihilated by the deep purple thunderslash, and not even a single spark was left behind. It seems that it is not a level of power at all. Boom. The deep purple thunder quickly swallowed and annihilated the endless monstrous magma. At the same time, the power does not decrease, and it slams Akainu to suppress it. Everything just happens in an instant. Not only the magma released by Akainu, deeply swallowed and annihilated by the thunder. Even Akainu's elementalized body was instantly covered with sword marks, dripping with blood. Boom. This deep purple thunder struck and landed on the ground. Under the horrified gazes of the countless Marines, 2/3 of the square was directly shattered. A deep and invisible crack appeared in front of everyone. What a terrifying thunderstrike. Wow. Akainu was primed directly from the Yuan, BDBA, and was beaten back to its original shape. He fell to the ground in embarrassment, with scars all over his body. Even the elementalization of the natural complex has not been able to keep him safe and sound. This is impossible. Looking at the deep purple thunder, Akainu's eyes were full of despair and shock. Just that moment. If he didn't worry about elementalization, he even pushed the armed color hockey to the extreme. At that moment, I am afraid that I will be beheaded on the spot. This thunder actually surpasses his elementalization? How is this possible? The audience was in an uproar, shocking and incomprehensible. Not just Akainu, including Sengoku, Garp, Advertisement, and Aokiji, Kizaru II Marine Admiral. All because of the terror of Weir's lightning strike, and his face couldn't help shaking. Fuss. How can the terror of the strong be imagined by the weak like you? Overlooking Akainu, Weer has a smile on his face. Even after defeating Akainu, Weer is still calm at the moment. Is it worth the excitement? Not worth the excitement at all. Isn't this the right thing to do, Akainu? Just a dog? Even Weir's expression and words didn't have any meaning of Qingxi. But to Akainu's ears, it was an incomparable ridicule of the thick camp. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Akainu's eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes. Looking down on Lousy. You be asterisk 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 D. Akainu roared, and the whole person suddenly turned into lava. He raised his hand to attack, but Weer was faster than him. Cut. Teleporting to his expression, Akainu's pupils contracted suddenly. But Weer didn't give him any time to react. Boom. With a loud bang, a thunderbolt of 10,600 knives broke out at close range. Akainu, who had already been hit hard in the first place, was just holding on to his anger. How could it be possible to stop it? Boom. Thunder swept in all directions, sweeping in all directions with a terrifying aura. Make Aokiji have to release the ice wall to reduce the damage that Weer may cause to the headquarters. Even standing on the edge of the square, it is still far from the center. The Marines also felt their scalps go numb. If it wasn't for Aokiji Admiral's defense, few of them would have been able to stand. Only Yu Wei has such power. Thor Weer is so strong, so terrifying. Above the square, a giant scorched black pothole suddenly appeared. Just lying there quietly, not knowing whether to live or die. Wow. A defeat without any resistance, but the result is already obvious. Under the thunderstorm, no matter how Akainu struggled, he was instantly suppressed. Do not, at the bottom of the blackened crater, Akainu was covered in blood. When Weer sheathed the famous sword Thunder, the thunder also disappeared. Akainu, lost. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Stunned as a giant pothole that was cut off. Between heaven and earth, all the magma was replaced by deep purple thunder. It was the former Marine Admiral, Sakazuki. The original fierce battle, facing Akainu Meteor Volcano, was only a hard square with some shallow pits. Weer defeated Marine Admiral in an absolute crushing stance. Under the profound meaning of the sword, Thunderbolt, which erupted from Weer. The promotion battle, which was thought to be evenly matched, ended dramatically. Chapter 157. The world shakes, stepping on Sakazuki to the top of Admiral. Is this real? Am I dreaming? Sakazuki Admiral lost, so quickly? It's so thorough, it's like being defeated without any resistance. Everyone looked at Weer, and then at the huge pit. Gollum. Most people swallowed nervously in shock and saliva. In that gigantic pit, there's really Sakazuki Admiral. The dignified Admiral, the embarrassed rout, everyone looked at Weer, full of fear. And unbelievable. There is no doubt about the result of this promotion battle. Akainu was defeated, almost crushed by Weer Vice Admiral. Even, Weir's clothes have not been stained with any dust so far. This time, no one questioned Weir's power. Not Vice Admiral, not even Quasi-Admiral. It's a real Marine Admiral class police fighting force. Even the best of them all, 8-year-old Weer can't be bypassed. The strength at this moment is so powerful that it subverts everyone's worldview. Some people even looked at Kizaru and Aokiji with the same surprised expression on their faces. Obviously, with Weer now showing the fighting power of Hook. If you are facing today, it is Aokiji Admiral or Kizaru Admiral. As a result, I am afraid there is no district police with Akainu Admiral. Terrible existence, promotion, battle, Weer Vice Admiral won. For a long time, the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral murmured subconsciously. Less than half a year ago, Wei Irwin was just a Marine, a new trainee at the elite training camp. At the time of graduation, I graduated with a perfect evaluation of the whole body in 10 battles. If it wasn't for Akainu's interfering, he would have been directly awarded the rank of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. But even in the end, he was only awarded the subordinate Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral rank. It is definitely the youngest Vice Admiral in Marines history. At that time, Weer was less than 8 years old. After the first mission, he succeeded in arresting Doflamingo of the 7 Warlords of the Sea in demon suppression. 4 months ago, he participated in Marines' terrifying war against the beasts and pirates. As a result, the Thunder 8 trigrams, famous for beheading the drought heroes and facing Kaido's all-out attack, shook the sea. Over a month ago, one person and one sword, sweeping through the lawless land of Sabadi Archipelago, killed nearly 20 pirates with over 100 million bounty. Suppress all the big pirates on the 5th and 6th floors of Impel Down. Then, destroy the Don Quixote family, behead Green Pepper, Hammer Jarvis, and Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo. Just about half a year. Weer's record is something that many Marines would never be able to do in their entire life. Maybe not even the 3 admirals in active duty alone have killed as many big pirates as Weer Vice Admiral. And to do it all, only 8-year-old Weer Vice Admiral. Joining Marine is only about half a year. This makes these things with a legendary color. Now it is even more successful to challenge Akainu Admiral, and the promotion battle has ended perfectly. Next, Weer will become the youngest Admiral of Headquarters in Marine history. Brother Weer, it's terrifying outrageous. Aokiji shocked Weer's strength and couldn't help but subconsciously marveled at the hook sound. Other Vice Admiral was also very emotional. Back then, Weer was just a powerhouse at the same stage as them. Advertisement as a result, a few months later, even Akainu Admiral lost so easily. Them has been far from Thor Weer Vice Admiral, don't know where. The horror of monsters and evildoers is really not what they can imagine. Not the slightest concealment, the slightest rendering. The result of the promotion battle was soon announced on the sea. 8-year-old Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Thor Weer successfully completed the promotion challenge. Defeat the Admiral of Headquarters Akainu and climb to the top of one of the Marines' strongest forces. Become the new Admiral of Headquarters. The news spread and the world shook. Thor Weer, because of Doflamingo, drought disaster. This name is already well known in the sea, plus the Marine hero, grandson of Garp Vice Admiral. It is also the 8-year-old Marine Vice Admiral who has closed Dingtok's future Admiral candidate. Even, it is the Emperor-level powerhouse who closes the nails. Therefore, it has attracted a lot of attention, but after all, he is young, and although he pays attention, he is not afraid. Even though, the record against Golden Lion Shiki not long ago was very different. Let many people re-examine their attitude towards Weer. But in fact, they are still in the stage of collecting Weer data and conducting threat assessment. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. Soon after defeating the Golden Lion, it was rumored that Weer was going to challenge Admiral Akainu. If you want to ascend to the top of Marine Admiral, the world is watching. The entire sea is looking forward to the outcome of this battle. Soon, they all knew. Weer succeeded. Defeat Akainu and climb to the top of the Admiral of Headquarters with an almost crushing attitude. Countless forces shook. On a certain sea area, a man with a strange tattoo on his face, all wrapped in a green cloak. Holding the newspaper in his hand, there was a faint smile on his face. I want you to live in peace for the rest of your life. Unexpectedly, have you reached the top stage of the world? He was Weer's cheap dad who never showed up, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. The dragon looked up and silently looked at the sea with waves. His eyes were deep, and there was a strange look in his eyes. Then what will you do next, for this rotten world, rotten dragons? What is your attitude? In the end, what will you do? I'm afraid, you already have your own answer, 22. After the promotion battle, there is no doubt. Even on the 5 elders' side, there is no way to get in the way. Weer was also officially awarded the rank of Admiral at the headquarters. Became 3 active Admiral, alongside Kizaru and Aokiji. As for the former Admiral Sakazuki, because the injury is too serious, directly sent to the Holy Land to recuperate. At the same time, his former Admiral position was dismissed and he was transferred to the General Council of Naval Headquarters. Leveling up with Marine Admiral represents a different result. The General Council is equivalent to a clerical job, or a clerical job with no rights. Some people listen to what you say, and no one listens. For Flowers 0 but Marine Admiral holds unimaginable rights. Not only can you dispatch large warships at will, but you can even launch Buster Call and so on. Advertisement and after the successful promotion to Admiral. Weer also has a dedicated office, not Akainu's original office. Everyone knows that the discord between the two is of course the default. Therefore, it is another room specially arranged for Weer, on the top floor of the headquarters fortress. Below the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the space is quite spacious. The justice of the Marine Admiral was shocked, and the production was quickly handed over to Weer. Akainu's cuffs are red, Aokiji's are blue, and Kizaru's are gold. And Weer's is purple, and the epaulets are also the golden epaulets representing Admiral of the headquarters. Besides, after Weer became the headquarter Admiral, there should have been an official codename. Warring states proposed that there are alternative titles such as Fujitora and Green Bull to be chosen by Weer. However, because it was too ugly, he was rejected by Weer directly. Therefore, Weer went his own way and continued to use Thor as his codename. Although it does not match the codenames of Aokiji and Kizaru. Can manage so much. Weer doesn't care what the policeman thinks at all. Even Marine Admiral, do you really think he wants to be? But Akainu, this dog thing, is too annoying. At every turn, he still wants to use his power to oppress himself. Now, simply take your power, see what else you have. No one knew that Weer launched the promotion battle for such a simple purpose. For Marine, the coveted Admiral, for Weer, there is no attraction at all. Even a little annoying, because of Marine Admiral, there are only 3. There's a lot to deal with. Aokiji likes to hang out and Kizaru likes to run around. Akainu liked to take care of these things before. But now that you are expected by yourself, do you have to deal with these trivial things yourself? Certainly not. Meow, meow. Weer just sat in front of his desk, tapping his fingers rhythmically. Eyeballs rolled, thoughts flew. In front of Weer, he was specially assigned to handle chores. If it does not represent any identity, looking for a white beard is looking for a white beard. If you go to trouble with him, it should be pretty good. But now, Weer's status is different. What a joke. Even Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, in fact, is the case. That's Marine Admiral representing Marine's face. Can that be found anywhere? Once Weer really takes action against Whitebeard, it's going to turn the world upside down. At the same time, that is, the adjutant who sorts out and reviews some documents. Subconsciously, he almost didn't frighten the adjutant who was sorting the documents next to him. Having trouble finding Whitebeard? Mr. Weer, you must calm down. Words and deeds also represent Marine's external attitude. The king of the old era only has a white beard left. In order to escape from Admiral's obligations, Weer's eyes suddenly lit up. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Calm down. Chapter 158. Do something. Go to Vanilla Island. Crash. New world, some sea area. A lonely boat is galloping on the wind and waves. And in front of the lonely boat is a pitiful giant sea beast. Needless to say, this sea beast must have been treated in some kind of friendly manner. Temporarily acted as a puller. On the lonely boat, there are not many people. Only 2 people. One is a little younger, and the justice behind him roars loudly in the wind. The golden epaulets on both sides were almost blinding in the sunlight. On the other side, with glasses, his expression was a little scary. Just standing behind Weer, weakly said, Sir Weer, we are about to enter the realm of BIGMOM pirates. Your current status is unusual, not the same as before. 39. Weer heard the words and smiled. Kirby, you don't need to be so afraid. Isn't that the BIGMOM pirate? After all, it's still a pirate. As Marine, he represents justice. How can you be afraid of pirates who represent evil? Libby was a little helpless. You are powerful and 8-year-old Marine Admiral like never before. Of course, there is no fear of May 43, PE. Not even a colonel, but at most a Marine. It was so suddenly caught for me, and then went straight to the BIGMOM pirate field. That's the dignified 4 emperors. The world government is usually unwilling to provoke existence. Is that a good character? Libby is really afraid that if he is not careful, he will fall into the new world. Not waiting for Kirby to express his worries. Not far away, a lush green island can be seen impressively. There is still a certain distance, and there is even a strange smell of grass and trees. Refreshing. Wow, what a strange smell this is, it smells so good. Kirby looked like he had never seen the world. Although Weer had never seen the island in front of him, he seemed very calm. Take a look at the map, and then rhyme. Vanilla Island. It seems that we have completely entered the BIGMOM pirate edge waters. Let's go for a walk. With a chuckle, Weer doesn't care what Kebby thinks. Driven by the sea beasts, the lonely boat soon came to the shore of the island. There are many pirates coming and going here, and Weer caused a commotion when he arrived. A small lonely boat with sea beasts that are hundreds of meters in size. This shape is quite eye-catching, especially when Weer appeared. It caused bursts of exclamations. It's not that Weer's identity was exposed, and he changed into civilian clothes before disembarking. It is the handsome appearance that everyone wants to come up and touch Weer's face. Of course, just think about it, no one really wants to come forward. Also because of this, the two did not attract much attention. Then he successfully logged into the island, and the scenes he saw made the kind-hearted Kebby very uncomfortable. Slaves beaten with whips can be seen everywhere, all in rags. Skinny body, but doing heavy work. Advertisement a look that could fall on the spot at any time. Of course, this is also an island dominated by pirates. In New World, such islands make up the majority, unless the 4 emperors are removed from power and Marine takes over the outlaw world. Otherwise, it is very difficult to change anything by the power of the individual alone. Vanilla Island, worthy of its name. Clean and tidy streets, except for the occasional pirate that is a bit of an eyesore. Relatively speaking, it is still a well-planned town. And Weer took the ratio, and the two walked on and on. Following the scent, I quickly found a shop. Vanilla Cake Shop. There are many customers buying vanilla cakes here. Dispatching the team of elders, Weer was impatient. Just as he was about to leave, someone came to the store. Dressed up as the assistant clerk, he greeted Weer with enthusiasm. Looking at your attire, it should be an outsider, right? Following our scent, the visitor is a female shop assistant. With a gentle smile on his face, he asked softly. Weer raised his eyebrows, feeling a little weird. But in the face of absolute strength, he didn't care to see what the female clerk wanted to do. Kirby is different. Seeing the enthusiastic female clerk, her face turned slightly red, and she said nervously. Yes, your cakes are so delicious. Without saying a word, the female clerk continued. Then you were right. The vanilla cake in our shop is definitely the best in the whole Vanilla Island. Because you are the first-time customers, enjoy the privilege of having new customers. Don't wait in line, just follow me. As soon as the words fell, the other customers in the queue immediately had their opinions. What's the matter? Why should new customers have privileges? We've been queuing for so long, isn't it bad to have privileges? I really want to eat vanilla cake right away, can you give me a privilege too? 33. The crowd suddenly became noisy, and the female clerk also said with a gentle smile. You are all residents of this island, you can eat at any time. They are not the same, so don't care so much talking. The female clerk led Weer directly into the store. Boom. As soon as she walked into the store, the gentle female clerk's expression changed immediately. Outside the door, the customers who were still queuing also had grim smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha, it seems that he is really only an 8-year-old child, he is naive. 8-year-old Marine Vice Admiral, just a little bit of vigilance? 99. If you fall into our trap today, you will surely die. The boss will be very happy. I've heard of Vice Admiral because it's an unprecedented 8-year-old headquarters. The head of the so-called Thor Weer is worth 2 billion Baileys in the underground world. 19. My god, 2 billion Baileys. How much would that be? There was a lot of discussion outside the door, and they completely regarded Weer as a lamb to be slaughtered. Kebby, who was still in the usual vanilla cake at Maisie's, suddenly changed his face. Throwing the cake in his hand aside, he pointed at the female clerk and shouted angrily. Advertisement, you, bad guy, lied to us. Hey, no one has a hard time with money? The female clerk smiled and did not deny her purpose. But in the next moment, his eyes widened, his eyes were full of horror. Thunder erupted all over Weer, directly shattering doors and windows. Those surrounded outside the store, nearly 100 pirates instantly turned into coke all over the floor. The dead can no longer die. Tell me, who is the mastermind behind it? Looking at the female phone in front of him indifferently, Weer's fingertips jumped with thunder. The sharp edge of the floating continent made the female phone cry and kneel on the ground. Kill me, everything is our factory manager's idea. He's in the factory behind, and he's hosting the BIGMOM pirate fighter, Baron Ball. As soon as the female clerk finished speaking, Weer sold her hand with a thunderous slash. Boom. Following the voice of the female clerk, a thunderous strike with an aura of destruction directly destroyed the huge factory in the distance. Even the top of the hill on which the factory was located collapsed into slag in an instant. Boom. The sword chi lingered in all directions, spreading in all directions. The buildings of large factories collapsed quickly and were in a mess. In the blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed. This is still Weer not breaking out, just a random, ordinary thunderslash. I just want to test how far my swordsmanship is now. The effect is quite good. It was almost comparable to the blow of 1,000,000 volts of energy that erupted against Hawkeye at that time. You're done. The BIGMOM pirate tea party is about to start. The vanilla cake here is a tribute that must be provided. Now that you destroy the factory, you will definitely be hunted down by BIGMOM pirates. Even if you are Marine, you are sure to die. Seeing this, the female clerk howled in horror. Weer frowned and swept his sword straight away. 1.0, noisy, so much nonsense. This island has no civilians, all are pirates. That includes the female clerk. As long as it is a pirate, there is no S**x police. From Weer's point of view, they are all existences that can be beheaded. Libby looked at the side with trepidation and said quickly. Let's go Weer long. According to what he said, once the BIGMOM pirates are really messed up. When a world war breaks out, it will be really bad. After all, Weer at the moment represents more than just individuals. Instead, he carried the identity of Marine Admiral. Not urgent. Weer just smiled and shook his head, looking at the factory in the distance. Wei raised his eyebrows. There are still guys who haven't solved it yet. Kill him, you go back first. I am very interested in the tea party. The words fell, and the factory was in ruins in the distance. A figure soared into the sky, and the red eyes burst out shouting. Which B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** dead today. Chapter 159. It's over, something big is going to happen. Boom. Among the ruins, several figures rushed out. The leader was a foot-long clansman who was 3 meters tall. Iconic mustache and sunglasses, all in pink. The lower body is eggshell-shaped trousers. Holding a cane in hand. Needless to say, he is the fighter of BIGMOM Pirate Paste, Baron Dandan. As soon as he rushed out of the ruins, Dandan Baron grabbed a plate of vanilla cakes by the collar of the factory manager and burst into a drink. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** will happen if the vanilla cake is not served in time? Who the hell did you mess with? UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* The thought of a mom who might get irritated because there's no vanilla cake. He was so flustered. My lord, I really don't know. But I did get the news from my subordinates. The one who just destroyed the factory is most likely the current naval headquarters vice admiral. Thor Weer, because his underground world bounty is as high as 2 billion Bailey. So, presumably some of my bastards had a bad idea. The middle-aged factory manager's eyes rolled 13 frantically, and he immediately started talking nonsense. Those people have been killed by Weer anyway. Even if Baron Eggy suspects, he is dead without proof. Crack. In the end, he didn't wait for him to continue to say anything. In excitement, Baron Dandin directly pinched the middle-aged factory manager's neck. The next moment, his eyes could not see the young figure coming from the sky not far away. His eyes trembled, and the emotion of fear made him swallow nervously. Thor Weer. How come? You be ************* D, dared to provoke such an existence. This is the big trouble for us BIGMOM pirates, escape. Without hesitation, Dandin Baron immediately turned around and fled without hesitation. What a joke. Even the legendary pirate, Shiki, the Golden Lion, fell into the hands of this monster. Now, where would anyone dare to underestimate Thor Weer because of his 8-year-old age? Anyone who looked down on him because of their young age would probably be resisting seeing each other at this moment. Oh, I didn't expect that. Am I so famous now? A Baron Dandin who galloped through the air with moonwalk and saw a decisive escape. Advertisement Weer raised his brows and accelerated again with great interest. Hey. In the blink of an eye, the one who came from behind stopped in front of Baron Eggy. No, the police killed me. I'm the BIGMOM pirate. People, these 3 words haven't been said yet. Weer, whose eyes flickered with cold light, fell without hesitation. Boom. Plain and unremarkable, wrapped in a sword of icy thunder. In an instant, Baron Dandin's body was torn apart, and blood shot up in the sky. As soon as the sword fell, Weer didn't even look at Baron Eggy's tragic state. Turning around, he came to Kirby's side with a laughing hook. Since you're afraid, I won't take you with me next. Inform Sengoku Fleet Admiral and let him send someone to clean up the island. After that, you can go to the headquarters. Bai Duan nodded and asked immediately. What about you, Chief Weer? Won't you come with me? 19. Suddenly, then thought of a terrible possibility. Before he could think about it, Weer said directly. The annual BIGMOM Tea Party. At this point in time, the emperors of the underground world have basically arrived, right? The newly appointed Admiral of Headquarters has to find something to do. I am very interested in this tea party, speaking of which. Weer smiled lightly and muttered to himself under the horrified eyes of Kirby next to him. Some people say that first I'm a Marine Admiral who is not worthy of the name, and it is normal to have a prestige or something. Isn't this tea party specially held for me to stand up? The words fell, under Bai's terrified eyes. Weer just stepped on the sea and quickly disappeared into the sky. Oops, let's hurry up and notify Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Libby watched Weer leave in astonishment until no one came back to his senses. Something big is about to happen. The new Marine Admiral is making a big noise at the 4 Emperors BIGMOM Tea Party. This topic will definitely shake the whole sea, and even the whole world. Sea of Nations. Here is one of the 4 Emperors, the territory of BIGMOM Pirate Paste. At this time, on the central island of the territory, a large and luxurious palace decorated with desserts. BIGMOM's captain, 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin, is enjoying the cake. Mama, have the invitations for the tea party been sent out smoothly? Charlotte Linlin took a bite of a big cake, then sighed in satisfaction. Then, G asked a dessert minister next to him. Advertisement the minister of dessert, who heard the words, looked a little ugly. But she couldn't bear the terrifying condescending eyes of the ant, and then she trembled. The invitations have been sent out, and basically the emperors of the underground forces have received them. However, they currently have the same demands. I just hope can you postpone this tea party? What? Charlotte Linlin, who heard the words, suddenly turned ugly. What's the reason? Marine. Not long ago, an extremely rare admiral promotion battle broke out. Now, the original Akainu Admiral has been replaced by the new headquarter Admiral Thor. I heard that this Thor Admiral has a bad attitude towards pirates and likes to act randomly. Most importantly, it is said that he is only 8 years old, and even the Warring States period could not restrain him. Therefore, the emperors of the underground forces were worried that Thor might take this opportunity to do something at the tea party. 9. The dessert minister explained with great concern. Humph. Charlotte Linlin's expression was full of icy coldness. What Thor Admiral? Let him come. Is it possible that he postponed my tea party because of him? Postponing my tea party because of Marine, what a joke. As long as he dares to come, I don't care what the new admiral is. At the annual tea party, everyone will give face. Even the world government will not easily intervene. Even knowing that a large number of underground world emperors have gathered. You know, this is definitely a great opportunity to wipe out the evil forces in one go. But for so many years, did the world government and Marine ever think that they would do something about the tea party? Thought about it, but also don't look where is this place. Sea of Nations, BIGMOM Pirate Paste Site. Whatever Marine or the world government wants to do, let's go all out. So a full-scale world war breaks out, is she afraid of Charlotte Linlin? I'm afraid Marine can't take it, tell those guys. As long as Marine dares to come, the old lady will hook her hands to solve it. But for whatever reason, no one of them came to the tea party. Then, bear the consequences yourself. Speaking indifferently, Charlotte Linland's attitude is firm. Hearing the words, the dessert minister was full of cold sweat and responded quickly. Then, turned around to make arrangements, for fear of being beheaded on the spot by the moody Charlotte Linland. Chapter 160. The Big Mom Pirates are bad, the dessert 4 stars. Cake Island. Because of the annual tea party, it is very lively at the moment. It started. Mom's tea party, it's time, 99. Charlotte Linland is a soul fruit ability. Soul exchange is free. By taking the lifespan of the inhabitants, these souls are spread across the country. All kinds of things can be brought to life, and this kind of creature is called Hormies. Therefore, on Cake Island, not just humans, but big trees. Even animals and plants such as stones, flowers and plants are calling out enthusiastically. Celebrating the launch of the annual tea party, and at the same time. In the center of Cake Island, the palace where BIGMOM is located. Because Charlotte Linland's sentence is at your own risk, many emperors of the underground world dare not neglect. Even if he was worried about the new Marine Admiral Weer, he would not dare to offend the BIGMOM pirates. Because BIGMOM's captain, Charlotte Linland, is one of the 4 emperors. Crazy like Kaido, more terrifying than Admiral's deterrent to them. As this the 4 emperors, at such a time, it was still a huge and grand tea party as usual. It is said that the world government and Marine are trying their best to restrain their subordinates. It seems that there should be no accident. Hey, Kun, one of the 4 emperors facing the sea, this is no joke. The king of loan sharks and the queen of festivities, Stucci. Underworld emperors such as the master of the hand and the handicapped, the World Economic Newspaper, and the king of the sea. While walking into the arena, they chatted. Marine's admiral promotion battle does not just represent the birth of a new Marine admiral force. It also represents the increasingly strong state of Marine. In this situation, many dark forces, as well as the actions of pirates, have obviously converged. No one wants to have too much conflict with Marine at this time. But for Charlotte Linland, it seems that one more Marine admiral or one less Marine admiral doesn't matter at all. Everyone was talking, and they were somewhat worried. A BIGMOM pirate Bad Kadri saw this and greeted him with a smile and said full of confidence. You can relax. Since you have come to Cake Island, your safety will be guaranteed. The police said Marine was afraid to come. Even if they dared to come, our BIGMOM pirate paste will definitely make them pay the price in blood. The guarantee of the 4 emperors, we are of course no problem. The queen of Happy Street, Stucci, smiled and looked charming. Let a lot of people around him fall for it. BIGMOM's cadres were confident in their words, and some people immediately echoed the words with a smile. The annual tea party, the world government and Marine have not been ruined. But even with Admiral leading the team, they still retreated with heavy losses. Believe it will be the same this time. No one dared to risk Mom's wrath to disrupt the grand banquet. Advertisement unless someone doesn't want to live anymore. After hearing the words, Ocean King and the others didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded in agreement. Come all come, say nothing else is meaningless. It's better to show enthusiasm and give Charlotte Linland a full favor. This will have many benefits for them to develop their business in the future. With the Imperial power as a backer, it is quite convenient to do many things. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't take the risk to attend the tea party because of a word from Charlotte Linland. And before coming here, did the emperors of the underground world really not investigate the situation at all? Of course there is. And very detailed. At least before they came, Marine and the world government didn't have any large-scale action. As for the small-scale solo warship sailing, that is normal. Marines with that configuration, even they don't care. Not to mention, to provoke Charlotte Linland's tea party. Welcome. Also at this time, in front of the emperors of the dark world, a strange-looking man with candy in his hand appeared. Aiming at the crowd, he slightly possessed himself and said with a smile. Time is running out. If it is convenient, please let me relax. The words fell, the long-tongued weird man waving a candy bar. Suddenly, a dazzling elevator made entirely of blue candies appeared. Under the sunlight, it is beautiful. Anytime you see this candy craft, it's just art. When the emperors of the dark world saw this, they all echoed the rhythm with smiles on their faces. Without him, this strange man with a long tongue in front of him is the eldest son of Charlotte Linland. Charlotte Parasparrow. Then everyone, hurry up, Mom, I hate being late. When the words fell, everyone nodded and boarded the candy elevator. Soon, they came to the palace where the tea party was held. It's more of a candy castle than a palace. The building is entirely constructed from various ingenious desserts. There are cakes, chocolates, candies and other sweets. This is the characteristic of BIGMOM Pirate Bad. The cadres of BBIGMOM Pirate Paste have their abilities basically related to desserts. Entered the venue of the tea party. In the eye, it is one of the 4 desserts of BIGMOM Pirate Paste. A reward of 903 million and 2 million Baileys for milkshake, Charlotte Smoothie. Seeing everyone, Smoothie spread out his hands with a smile. Guests, welcome to visit. How about a welcome drink? Today there was lava from Mount Mary, beautiful women who stabbed 100 men, and giraffes with weird sounds. The president of the World Economic News immediately responded, I want a cup of giraffe. The Queen of Happy Street, Stucci also said immediately, "Me too." Then saw the smoothie and picked up a mug. Putting his hand on the giraffe's body, his neck twisted instantly. Advertisement: a strange liquid was squeezed out and fell into the cup. After the person who took the cup took a sip, he was immediately full of praise. Really, the highest delicacy. The status of being able to taste the smoothie is still quite high. Even if they are also the emperors of the underground world, their status has an absolute high and low score. Tall people, like the Queen of Happy Street, Stucci and others. It can be replaced as the most central place in the banquet hall. The status is ordinary and can only stand on the periphery. These people, some people know each other, some people are meeting for the first time. There may even be enmity between some people, but when we got here, everyone was fine. There will even be a sit-down chat that might lead to some deals. This is also the potential impact of the annual tea party. Among the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, and Beast Kaido are basically alone. Rarely has anything to do with the emperor of the underworld. BIGMOM pirates are different. Not only the captain Charlotte Linlin is super strong, but also has 3 admiral stars under her seat. Its cadres are also powerful and numerous. The influence spreads to the whole world, which is the most troublesome existence for the world government. Compared with BIGMOM pirates, that Don Quixote family, that is nothing. And when everyone was so happy, when they pushed the cups for a change. In a certain corner of the banquet hall, a young figure smiled and looked at everything in front of him. "It's really been a long time, it's lively enough. Kid, I seem to have seen you somewhere, is it my delusion?" The Queen of Happy Street, Stucci, suddenly came step by step. Looking at the young figure, "How is Lee?" His eyes are a little strange. "It's probably an illusion. My family has never brought me to a banquet." It was the young figure of Weer who smiled and didn't look at Stussy. Even if she was a beautiful woman who was secretly coveted by many guests. "Really? That's me interrupting." Stuffy smiled but doubted something. Instead, we observed Weir's words and deeds like a natural nobleman. To develop the potential to ask the author's ideas, Stucci took the initiative to find words. "I'm Stucci, Queen of Pleasure Street. If you come to play with you, my sister can give you a great discount. I'm underage and can't go to entertainment venues." Weer drank the juice and said quite seriously. Stuffy laughed and sighed inwardly. What an innocent and lovely child. I heard that the new Admiral Thor, Weer, is also about the same age as the child in front of him. Stucci, who suddenly thought of something, looked at Weir's mood differently. He opened his mouth, hesitant to say anything. The pupils vibrated, and there was a slight cold sweat on the forehead. The tone is no longer as relaxed as before. Chapter 161, and 4 Emperors, Charlotte Linlin. That. My sister has something to do, so I won't be here to accompany you. 99. When the words fell, Stuffy got up and was about to leave. Weer put down the juice and chuckled. "If there is nothing urgent, just wait. Perhaps there will be a good show to watch later." 99. Really? Stuffy was shocked and sat down in a chair instantly. "The whole body is tense, and I dare not make any changes. Marine Admiral, Thor Weer, brave God, how dare you break into this tea party scene alone? Or who? Actually, there are Marines lying in ambush all over the Cake Island." Just when Stuffy was thinking about it, Weer smiled. It seemed that he saw through Stuffy's heart and said indifferently, "Don't worry, it's just me. If you want to tip off, it's not impossible. But I can't guarantee that you will have a life to survive next." Cute looks, with indifferent words. It didn't sound threatening, but it made Stussy not dare to act rashly. You're joking." Embarrassed, Stuffy was a little fidgety and didn't dare to move on the spot. Weer is more relaxed. Look left, look again. It was like, really, a kid who came to a tea session full of freshness. "I know that I have a new officer recently. Under such circumstances, 560 also had to hold a tea party as scheduled. You emperors of the Dark World have also arrived as scheduled. Aren't you afraid that the world government and Marine have ideas?" 22. Stuffy was slightly shocked and said cautiously, "Actually, we don't want to come, but Charlotte Linlin gave us an ultimatum. If you don't come, you will be at your own risk, then possible potential threats. We don't really have a choice when it comes to Charlotte Linlin, a surefire threat." "Yes?" Weer smiled, thoughtfully, without continuing to say anything. "Because at this time, the guests who can come have basically expired. It's time for Charlotte Linlin to be on the field too." Click. As expected by Weer, the next moment, the hidden door on the side of Candy Castle opened. Wearing flower clothes, the bloated and huge figure slowly walked over. Advertisement. It's Auntie here. Everyone stopped talking and put down their wine glasses. Eyes, staring at the absolute center of the moment, 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin walked down the stairs step by step. Looking at the banquet room where the heads were shaking, he laughed. "Guests, welcome to visit. BDBA, since I came to the tea party, I am my own. Eat and drink to your heart's content," accompanied by Charlotte Linlin's hello. All the guests present responded with smiles. Then, people started to deliver valuable boxes one after another. Inside are some rare gifts. The lone shark drank a cigar and handed the treasure chest to Charlotte Linlin. "This is a present for you, Auntie. 11. Oh, I have a heart." Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes and smiled happily. Following the usury king, everyone presented beautiful and delicate treasure chests. Charlotte Linlin danced and looked quite happy. It was impossible to tell that she was a brutal four emperor's aunt comparable to Kaido. What a cute little brother, do you want some candy? At this time, Charlotte Bulling, who was wearing bangs, noticed Weer. He stepped forward to ask with a smile, and soon saw Stucci, the queen of Happy Street. Oh, it's Stussy, why didn't I see you bring a present to mother? If her mother found out, she would not be happy, Charlotte Bling said subconsciously, and was stunned the next moment. Because, she noticed the strangeness of Stucci. Follow the lights to see Weir's face. Boom. Immediately, I felt the same as my head, as if someone had smashed it hard with a giant hammer. This kid. Shush, don't make a fuss, I also want to enjoy more of these delicious foods. The real police said that the things at the tea party are indeed delicious. Weir said with a relaxed smile, with a bright sunny smile on his face. Charlotte Linlin only felt her scalp tingling, just like the devil's smile. 66 Bu Ling almost fell to the ground. I rubbed my eyes and knew that I was not delusional. It's not even a dream, and he exclaimed madly in his heart. God, this is crazy. The dignified new admiral of headquarters, Thor Weer. Actually, so open and above board without concealing his appearance, is there a tea party now? Bling was really terrified. Even if there are 4 generals sitting here, there is also an aunt present. Advertisement she didn't think that Weer could make a big noise. But I am too close to Weer. Weer really wants to do something bad, and he must be the first to die. Shish. 99 Weer smiled and motioned for Bu Ling to be quiet. He handed over a piece of cake and asked, do you want to eat it? It tastes very good. After a while, you won't be able to eat. No need, you, enjoy it. Bling stiffened and sat beside Stucci. The two of them, Weer is right, they didn't even dare to breathe. And as the banquet went on, more and more people paid attention to the corner where Weer was. Not that Weir's identity was discovered. It was Stucci, queen of Happy Street, and Charlotte Bling, the aunt's daughter, who caught their attention. They came up to say hello, but no one noticed Weir's identity. It's just a child of a big boss's family, bringing a scene of insight. Also at this time, one of the 4 dessert stars, the biscuit minister with a bounty of 860 million Bailey. Wisdom held the frame and saw Charlotte Bling coming up to say hello. Hey, Bling. What are you doing over there? Usually, isn't it your favorite to eat these desserts? Bu Ling turned her head a little stiffly and looked at the force frame. But she didn't dare to talk nonsense, even if Zhao Lija was one of the 4 generals. But compared with Marine Admiral, it is definitely not a rival. I just learned, sit for a while. But words can't say anything. I can only watch this pig teammate drift away, that's Marine Admiral. Li Jia suddenly nodded, and Bu Ling was slightly overjoyed. At such a close distance, you didn't recognize who the guy in front of you was? But no matter how crazy Bu Ling was roaring in her heart. And, as an 8-year-old child, can I still have any ideas? Li Jia warmly smiled and turned to leave. Blaine was going crazy. You know shit. He smiled and left. Bu Ling wanted to get the gripper back, but didn't dare. Bu Ling tried to fight, but still frantically winked with Weer behind her back. As a result, I saw Weer looking at himself with a smile on his face. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Simply retarded. He looked at Weer with some trepidation, hoping that he hadn't noticed. As a result, the next moment, Li Jia showed an, I understand, expression. Chapter 162. How dare you to have a tea party alone? I didn't say anything. Suddenly panicked, Bu Ling explained nervously. Weer nodded with an expression I understand, heart. When Bu Ling saw this, she was about to collapse. Hello. You all show a very understanding expression, what the hell is that? You know shit. My heart is beating so fast right now, it's about to burst. He quickly forced himself to calm down, and his thoughts began to fly. The more she thought about it, the more panicked Bu Ling actually became. The look in Weir's eyes is like seeing the expression of a lunatic. In Realm of Nations, everything is Hormies by Charlotte Linlin. Cake Island is the absolute core of BIGMOM pirates. Not to mention the gathering of the 4 generals, there are so many emperors of the Dark World gathered now. It's just Charlotte Linlin alone, in this ocean of nations. That is an almost invincible existence, because of all the buildings on the entire island, even the sky and the earth. Completely controlled by Charlotte Linlin, this is the independent world where she has the final say. The more Bu Ling thought about it, the more frightened it became. Once the war really broke out, he would definitely not be able to escape. Either killed directly by Weer or taken as a hostage. Then, the angry aunt killed it directly. Yes, auntie won't care about her children or not. Useless, anyone who affects her face and interests, kill them all. Just when Bu Ling was extremely nervous, a voice resembling a life-saving talisman rang out. Surprised to look back, it really is him, really, was surprising. Unexpectedly, there was a special guest who was not invited. It is the BIGMOM pirate who has the terrible existence of Conqueror's Hockey. It is the practice of observation hockey to the extreme. Even can foresee the future. Moreover, the bounty is even higher than the drought disaster, a man of 1,057,000,000 Bailey. The first of the 3 Admiral stars, Charlotte Katakuri. But even such a character found Weer an uninvited guest. At this moment, he was playing with jelly beans, but he didn't dare to make any radical moves. New Marine Admiral. This is definitely a proof of strength. If it is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, it may also be said to be a related household. But Marine Admiral represents Marine's face. Such a person is definitely in existence whose strength stands at the peak of this sea. Even, able to confront the 4 emperors, Katakuri really has no taboos and is unscrupulous. However, he is not stupid. The foreseeable short future made his face extremely heavy. The star, Katakuri, still a little disappointing. Observation Hawkeye has been practiced to the extreme, and he can even meet the future for a short time. Unexpectedly, was it not able to discover my existence in advance? 91. Advertisement Weer chuckled and tasted the pastry. Even if he knew that Katakuri was behind him, he didn't bother to turn around to face him. Even if he is the first of the 4 dessert stars. The great pirate with a bounty of 1.057 billion Bailey. So what? Weer, don't care at all, brother Katakuri. Bu Ling's expression became more and more nervous. I thought that Weer would have some reaction to being discovered by Katakuri. As a result, it was the same as facing myself. Is this the new Admiral's confidence in his own strength? Very scary, 8-year-old Marine Admiral, it was terrifying. Katakuri did not respond to Bu Ling, staring at Weer. This is a strong one, strong beyond imagination. Even if it is him, if one is not very good, I am afraid that he may be instantly killed on the spot. Even if he can foresee the future, you are very courageous and powerful enough. I, plus the other 2 generals, are probably not your opponent either. But you are so confident that you have forgotten where you are. Katakuri spoke heavily, ready to deal with Weir's outburst at any time. Not really worried though, because Mom is here, with Charlotte Linlin around, the outcome of this potential conflict is obvious. It's just the degree of damage, it's hard to say. Weer tasted the fruit drink by himself and was amazed. Pity. Such a delicious drink that you can't get anywhere else. Even worse. After a while, I'm afraid this place will turn into ruins. 33. Hey, Katakuri. Staring at Weer silently. The body is full of momentum, ready to deal with Weir's violent upheaval. Able to participate in a tea session, just about every simple character. Almost at the moment when Katakuri broke out, everyone turned their heads and gathered their eyes. Soon, the confrontation between Weer and Katakuri became the focus of the audience. These people, first of all, were puzzled by the reputation of Katakuri. This is the annual tea party, and it's better to give Marine eye drops and ante to hold it as scheduled. Even if Katakuri was the head of the 4 generals, he ruined the tea party. I'm afraid, the ant will not forgive him easily. Only, when they wondered after reading Katakuri, then, look at Weer again. Countless pairs of pupils trembled violently, and their bodies were tense. How can it be? How dare that guy, alone, must be my delusion. 99. The emperors of the Dark World with the highest status recognized Weer almost immediately. Every admiral of headquarters is an existence that they absolutely pay attention to. Seeking Flowers. 0 advertisement. The police may not know it. However, the new headquarter admiral, who has been in the limelight recently, Weer, is definitely the center of their attention. Previously, because of Weir's preparedness, I wanted to ask the ant to postpone the tea party. Until just after the ant appeared, everything was fine, and they were relieved. But did not expect. He is still here, the man who managed to defeat the former Admiral Akainu. With absolute strength, climbed to the top of Marine Admiral. Even, faintly the first of the 3 Admiral strengths. How dare this guy? 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin also followed the eyes of everyone. I noticed that Weer, who was still not around to taste the dessert. The small figure, at this moment, represents the ultimate terror in the eyes of these people. Damn, how dare he, Marine Admiral, did you really come to the tea party? 0. Oops, isn't the surrounding area already ambushed by Marine? Marine, is this an initiative to start a world war? The people present were full of horror. Even if they are big figures, they are the emperors of the Dark World that countless people fear. But compared to the behemoths of the 4 emperors and Marine, they are sandwiched in the middle, that is the existence of cannon fodder. Except these Dark World emperors shake. The officers of the BIGMOM pirates were also horrified. Under the fusion of faces, it is silent horror and unbelievable. Mama, Marine Admiral, uninvited, a little rude. Finally, Charlotte Linlin spoke up. After all, he is one of the 4 emperors facing the sea, so what if the opponent is Marine Admiral? The surprise was just Weer. How could he hook up the tea party silently now? Besides, there is no police. Concern? Fear? This is the realm of the world of the 4 emperors? Lots of Marines, maybe they'll be cannon fodder. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But if it's just one person, what if it's Marine Admiral? Mom, that's for sure. Ha ha ha, is he here to find death? Huh? Come alone? As soon as these words moved, everyone was stunned on the spot. I am afraid that this new Thor will fall here. 10. None of these emotions at all. Around, there is no Marine. It's her Charlotte Linlin territory. The previously suppressed emotions were instantly relieved. Because, this is the sea of all nations. Even if it's Marine Admiral, shouldn't he dare to come here alone? Just under the shock of the crowd, Milkshake Smoochie spoke up. This guy came alone. If no one comes to rescue Weer today. Chapter 163. Be bold, and strike a star in 1 second. Well. Eat and eat, drink and drink. Next, it's time to jump right into the subject. Watching the 4 stars, the only dessert, and the BIGMOM pirates paced all the officials. On the periphery of the banquet hall, there is a large group of underworld emperors who gloat over misfortune. Weer still had a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, and there was no sense of crisis at all. The moment the words fell, the famous sword thunder had already started. You are surrounded by me. You can save yourself from death if you catch it. If you resist to the end, you will die. Weer's actions and his sentence. Everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. What did he say? Am I right? Ha ha ha. Actually want to say, is one person surrounded us all? Charlotte Snag, one of the 4 generals, couldn't help but ridicule her face. Kid, let someone like you be the headquarter admiral. I think it's the end of Marine. Ah. Weer's eyes narrowed when he heard the words, 5 or 6-0. Too much nonsense, I'll take you to the knife. Snag, run away. System. Just as Weer disappeared, Katakori's exclamation resounded throughout the hall. His pupils trembled violently, as if he had met a terrifying future. As soon as the words fell, he even shot the jelly beans in his hand to block Weer's actions. Unfortunately, everything is too late. Puff, Katakori's jelly beans pierced through the void. Weer appeared behind Snag. Above the famous sword thunder, the purple thunder has been stalked. Under the shock of the air. Wrapped in the incomparably fierce blow of millions of thunder, it fell down towards Snag's back. Sweat up. There is no way to avoid it. At this moment of absolute crisis, Snug only had time to break out armed hockey. Push it with all your strength and spread it all over your body. Boom. When his armed color hockey had just spread, he was not relieved yet. Thunderslash, directly tearing the armed color hockey. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Snug's body was penetrated from the top of his head on the spot. Stab it. Divided into 2, blood splashed and stained most of the banquet hall. Yu Wei's undiminished thunderslashes even continued to spread. He killed several weak underground world emperors, and destroyed half of the banquet hall along the way. And in this scene, there is thunder raging around. All made the emperors of the dark world, who had looked at Weer, tremble with fear. Some people even pee their pants. Incredible, audacious in the extreme. Amazing is the attack power. Advertisement Snug, one of the 4 stars of the dignified dessert, didn't even have a chance to do it. With a single sword, he was beheaded by the broken armed hockey. Daringly yes. Ant is here. Weer dares to do it. And, to do it is to kill, it's still the dessert star of BIGMOM pirates. Waste die by talking too much, don't you know? Weer made a faint voice and surrounded everyone around him. The smile grew brighter, as if the person who killed Dessert General Star Snag with 1 sword was not him. Really, Marine Admiral, is that so scary? The new Admiral is a bit outrageous, 99. In such an instant, Weer swept the audience with momentum. Including Charlotte Linlin. The scene where Weer killed Snag, one of the 4 generals, was shocked. Thor Weer. In this era, the fame of the whole sea even surpassed that of the Warring States Fleet Admiral. Without him, this 8-year-old child has passed the most brutal admiral promotion battle. The one who stepped on Sakazuki's top. In the past few months, all the big things that happened in Marine have been implicated in him. Everyone knows that Thor Weer is powerful, but still because of age. Thought to be strong, feared to be the weakest among the 3 admiral. Even, it is a little bit stronger than the top quasi-admiral. Almost the same as Katakori. As a result, I saw it with my own eyes today, and I know that Thor Weer is really scary. Snag. One of the 4 dessert stars, even the weakest. However, the bounty is also as high as 600 million. Result. Such a terrifying big pirate, was struck by Thor Weer with a single sword? What a horror picture this is. Damn, Katakori withdrew and retreated the moment Snug was beheaded. Pulled away from Weer, while staring at Weer. His eyes showed unprecedented solemnity. Just now, he met a short future. Snug was exposed and defeated by Weer's sword, but I didn't expect it to be beheaded. And he took the first step to hook, but he was still slow. The other 2 generals also increased their hearts sharply. Including Charlotte Linlin, who has been motionless, is also blinking at the moment. She also talked about how Weer would do it. I wanted to stop it, but I couldn't. This is terrifying. In front of the 4 emperors, it is easy to kill people. What does that mean? But, even so, Charlotte Linlin still has absolute confidence. Because this is the realm of all nations. It's Cake Island, it's her territory. Advertisement Snug is also the weakest general, and being killed in an instant is the same thing. Depending on the strength, we still need to see the other 3 generals with absolute strength. Therefore, the corner was cut by Weer, and it was soon under the direction of Charlotte Linlin. The large group of BIGMOM pirate officers blocked up in horror. Surround Weer, leaving no room for escape. As for the emperors of the Dark World, it was with the permission of the ant and ran frantically towards the outside of the banquet room. This is a fairy fight. If they don't run, they will be crushed into slag by Yu Wei in minutes. Until everyone leaves. Whoosh! The 3 generals stared around the cradle, and they couldn't bear it at first. What about Marine Admiral? This is my mother's place. It's not the turn of a kid like you to go wild and die for me. With an angry shout, the force frame was quite brutal and brave. But he didn't dare to rush up with his body. It was really the scene where Snug was killed in seconds, which was really terrifying. Although he is stronger than Snug, he is also limited. Weer can beat Snag, which means that the possibility of killing him is not small. Therefore, the next few, the Roaring Cracker, controlled a large number of biscuit soldiers to charge. Armed color Hawkeye was pushed to the extreme. Blatantly charged Weer to the front and slashed with a savage sword. Wrap the stars around the hand cradle and offer a reward of 860 million Bailey. Armed color Hawkeye, the practice is still very good. Pity. Indifferently watching the charge coming, the biscuit soldier attached to the tyrannical armed color Hawkeye. Weer chuckled and said, "In front of me, I'm still a waste, 99. When the words fell, he raised his hand and slashed with a thunderbolt. The armed color Hawkeye of the force frame smashed directly, and a large piece of biscuit soldier in front of him shattered into slag. Even the Thunder 1.0 hit the aftermath unabated and continued to fly loudly. Clang. The force frame's pupils trembled violently, and he hurriedly urged the armed Hawkeye with the sword. With all his strength, G. Kankan blocked the aftermath of the slash. But even so, his whole body was still being dissipated by the sword energy. Split blood dripping. The surrounding ground is full of terrifying sword marks. You. Force frame horror, panic. It's just you Wei, who almost gave himself a second. Is this really what Marine Admiral should be capable of? He does not know, because he has never faced such a tyrannical opponent. Oops. 59, Cricket run away. Everyone backs up and leaves the banquet room, be quick. Just the next moment, Katakuri, who had been staring at Weer, was shocked. It seems that I have encountered a scene that is even more terrifying than just following Snug's spike. Roaring almost hoarse, he was the first to burst back. Chapter 164. The Four Emperors and the Unstoppable Spread of Terror. Katakuri, what happened? Why so panicked? Charlotte Linlin asked suspiciously, seeing such a terrified Katakuri for the first time. I don't have time to explain, Mom. Get back. Everyone present didn't know how terrifying Katakuri was. Just know that it must be terrifying. Therefore, the moment they heard Katakuri burst out, they all retreated. Unfortunately, there were too many people present. It is completely impossible to retreat all at once. Katakuri's forehead was covered in cold sweat, staring at Weer. Damn it, how can it be? Is this guy so terrifying? Will the future we meet really happen? For the first time, Katakuri had some doubts about life. The future he even hopes to see is just his illusion. Weer, who was facing the crowd at the moment, heard Katakuri's burst of drinking. And on the face, that terrified look, suddenly smiled. The 4 stars of dessert, there are still strong ones. Especially you who have practiced observation Hawkeye to the extreme. See that future? With a chuckle, Weer clenched the famous sword Thunder with both hands for the first time. Boom. A Kun's domineering aura erupted from Weer's 13. Wrapped in the cold sword intent, the tyrannical thunder momentum. On the blade of the famous sword Thunderbolt, a soul-stirring deep purple radiance erupted. The profound truth of the sword, Thunder 1000. The blade of the thunder, the jet black armed color Hawkeye, and the deep purple thunderlight were intertwined in an instant. It was followed by a monstrous thunder arc. With Weer as the center, it quickly swept away in all directions. In the past, it was a terrifying blow that could kill a Kainu in one move, and even resisted. At this moment, a complete explosion. Cut. Boom boom boom. The next moment, with Weer as the center, this terrifying dark purple thunder quickly swept through the air. Instantly shrouded in the biscuit soldiers of the force frame. These biscuit soldiers, even if they are covered with extremely powerful armed color Hawkeye. But the moment it touched the deep purple thunder, it all shattered into coke on the spot. How is this possible? How can there be such a terrifying ability? 99. Seeing a large piece of Cookie Night, it was instantly destroyed. Legia was stunned. Unbelievable at all. Advertisement. Boom. But he didn't wait for him to continue to be shocked. The monstrous thunder is like a monstrous wave. The biscuit soldiers, who swept the ground with blackened residue, continued to sweep in all directions. The members of the BIGMOM pirates who did not have time to escape were shocked. He didn't dare to show any negligence at all, he just broke out with all his strength in an attempt to resist the thunder that swept through the sky. Even Charlotte Linlin understood Katakuri's panic at this moment. This deep purple thunder made even her heart palpitate. He subconsciously used his abilities in an attempt to curb the spread of thunder in the sky. Originally some of the various abilities that could not stop the thunder, coupled with the outbreak of the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. The deep purple thunder that spread, followed the appearance of being controlled. However, Katakuri's expression was still extremely nervous. It's not over yet. In the future he met, the terrifying deep purple thunder was not successfully contained. Can't you stop it? Startled, run away. The pupils vibrated violently, and Katakuri looked at the slightly loose thunder waves. Horrified shouting. Everyone thought that thunder had been contained, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces just now. After all, 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin also shot. But Katakuri's roar made their scalp tingle instantly. What the hell? Could it be that these deep purple thunders can still erupt? The police are kidding. Mom personally suppressed it, this thunder. Li Jia said in a loud voice with hope and panic, but the next moment, before his words were spoken, a scene that really made Katakuri terrified appeared. Boom! In just an instant, the ability of a large number of BIGMOM pirate officers to explode. Directly swept away by thunder, it was abruptly defeated, and then was shrouded in a deep purple dazzling light. Disappear into the invisible. Among the countless devil fruits, the thunder fruit is almost invincible. The ability that erupted at this moment really has a ray of invincibility. No matter what ability it is, under the ravages of this deep purple thunder, all were swept away and destroyed, even if there are some special types of natural reproduction ability. It was also quickly destroyed by Weer, the armed color Hawkeye attached to the thunder. Thunder did not contain, and even a growing trend. Under Weer's calm and cold gaze, blatantly swept in all directions in rage. Boom! There were terrifying thunder explosions, but the remaining 3 generals were seriously injured by the thunder and flew upside down. Then there's 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. Roaring and roaring, the ant tried to resist the dark purple thunder. Advertisement much better than other generals. Big Mom didn't suffer any harm. But the body that was taller than Whitebeard was abruptly pushed out of the top floor of the Cake Castle. As for the remaining BIGMOM pirate cadres, as well as some miscellaneous soldiers. Not to mention that, it was completely collapsed at a touch, and was swept and killed on the spot in the blink of an eye. Hula. Deep purple thunder, like a storm. There is not a single mistake in the entire huge Cake Castle. Under the storm of thunder, including those Hormies who were given life by BIGMOM, all were destroyed. He didn't even have time to let out a scream, and it became a blackened piece of debris all over the place. Located in the middle of the island, the most exquisite Cake Castle decorated for the tea party. The exclusive palace of 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. Just like that, while everyone in BIGMOM was watching, it collapsed and became a piece of debris. Even the terrifying purple thunder continued to spread. Anyone who was swept away by the thunderbolt was annihilated and scorched black. Among the thunder, only one person was left standing in it. Just like a god, it makes people extremely frightened just by looking at it. He is Thor Weer, step-by-step 560 walk from the castle ruins. Every step down, the power of the thunder in the sky increases by 1 point. The scope of the sweep will expand a little, streets, houses. All were completely destroyed and annihilated under this terrifying deep purple thunder. As far as the eye can see, there are messes everywhere. At this moment, it was already pushed several kilometers away. The Usury King and others who were almost affected. Seeing the Cake Castle that was razed to the ground almost instantly, everyone's expressions were filled with unprecedented fear. Damn, is this really something an 8-year-old Marine Admiral can do? What kind of ability is that terrifying thunderbolt? The power of fear that destroys the world, is this the new Admiral of Headquarters stepping on Sakazuki's top? Thor Weer, well-deserved reputation, facing this level of police terror. In these normal days, the tyrannical Dark World Emperors above 10 million people. Just panicked. Is this something that humans can do? It is said that the 4 emperors are not like people, but this Thor, Weer, is like a person? No wonder, as Marine, he dared to come to disrupt the tea party alone. This is not death, this is leeway. Thor Weer met face to face, one of the 4 generals was beheaded, and the remaining 3 were seriously injured. Even if there is 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, they can't stop the terrifying thunder. Bearing the brunt of being bombarded by Thistle Castle, it is impossible to protect his subordinates. In addition to the 3 generals, the rest, the Minister of Polycandy, it was a heavy casualty. 5 decigrams Chapter 165. Doubt Life, Thor, Weer, who is more terrifying than the 4 emperors. Hey, are you kidding me? How is this possible? It must be my delusion, right? God, brothers Zhongxing. Even Mom. Charlotte Bulling was the first to escape from the castle as she heard Katakuri's reminder. Because the run is decisive enough and the speed is fast enough. At this moment, standing in the crowd of the emperors of the Dark World, watching the scene that is almost destroying the world. His eyes were horrified, and his mouth was full of unbelievable muttering. One hit seriously wounded 3 Admiral stars, including Katakuri. There's even a 4 Emperor's mom. That thunder, what a terrifying power. Cough. The cricoid closest to Weer was the most injured. Even at the last moment, he tried his best to urge Hawkeye to cover his entire body. Moreover, there is Charlotte Linlin's explosive ability to resist some of the thunder's power. But he couldn't completely resist the terrifying thunder, and his whole body was covered with bloodstains that were torn apart. Being able to stay alive is considered a blessing. This thunder, what a terrifying ability. The milkshake smoothie, a little better than the force frame, was also seriously injured. Constantly coughing up blood, shortness of breath, and heart beating violently. Lying on the ground, looking at the thunder god Weer, who was bathing in thunder. His eyes were full of terror. The first to remind everyone, and it is the most powerful category among the 4 generals. After the burst drink reminded everyone, they couldn't help but panic and retreat. The speed is very fast, but it is also 1 step slower than the rapidly spreading deep purple thunder. Being shrouded in a lot of thunder, he was seriously injured in an instant. However, with the training to the extremely powerful armed color Hawkeye, and the observation Hawkeye who can meet the future. Although he was seriously injured, he did not completely lose his combat power. Is this kid a devil fruit person? What a terrible fruit ability, so tyrannical and domineering. Since becoming a star, For the first time, Katakuri felt the emotion of fear. That was when I was a child, after being bullied for revenge. Emotions that have never been seen again. With his observation Hawkeye, who has cultivated to the extreme, he clearly foresees the short future. Result. It is still impossible to completely avoid this near annihilation of the world. In the face of absolute strength, is everything useless? Katakuri began to doubt life. As for the four emperors Charlotte Linlin at the moment, the pink dress is a bit dusty. That was when she was hit by the Thunderhook Cake Castle and she was contaminated. But, Charlotte Linlin is indeed worthy of the name of the four emperors. Known as a steel balloon, the sheer physical strength is terrifyingly amazing. Even the hail of bullets could not cause her any injuries. Advertisement at the age of 5. In the face of the giant's blade, it can be done unscathed. It even broke the blade of the giant clan. Even if Weir's deep purple thunder reaches tens of thousands of volts, its destructive power is terrifying enough. After using the same powerful armed color Hawkeye, he easily resisted the thunder. In the first instant, because of underestimating Weer, some parts of the clothes were torn by thunder. The whole person looks a little embarrassed. This is still since she became the four emperors. It was the first time that I was so embarrassed to stay sane without falling into food and medicine. What? Falling to the ground from midair, stomping on the streets of broken candy streets. Look at the charred ruins of the cake castle. Charlotte Linlin, like a child who lost something she loved. His eyes were instantly furious. My cake castle. The ant's face was full of anger, and her eyes were instantly red. A frantic killing intent ravaged her sanity. Under the dance, a terrifying rumbling sound came from the void. As if to destroy everything. Damn it, how dare you? How dare I make my cake castle? 22 Charlotte Linlin was furious and suddenly looked at Weer under the thunder. Boom. At the same time, a thundercloud rapidly expanded above the sky. The clear sky turned dark in an instant, lightning and thunder, like the end of the day. At the same time, another fire cloud was also rapidly expanding. Covering the entire sky, it seems that the sky will burn a huge hole. Oops, mom is P******** D off. Some luckily were not covered by the thunder, and the BIGMOM pirate cadres hid in the distance in embarrassment. Seeing the angry ant, everyone's eyes were full of horror. This moment, not only the sky, but also the earth and the sea were trembling wildly. The entire island is surging like living creatures. With Charlotte Linlin's rage, it began to tremble wildly. Thunder. After being furious, the ant suddenly controlled the thunder in the sky. A terrifying giant thunder column descended from above and bombarded where Weer was. Boom. Under the violent explosion, Weer ignored the giant thunder column. Holding the famous sword Thunder, stroll leisurely and rhyme. Representing the righteousness of the Marine Admiral, it screeched in the wind. The terrifying thunder was as docile as a kitten beside him. Not even a strand of his hair was hurt. The ability of the soul fruit is really strange. 99. Weer raised his eyebrows and looked at the discolored sky and earth with interest. The realm of all nations really belongs to the ant's territory. Advertisement it is equivalent to a realm-like existence. It's really scary. Saying such words, Weir's expression was not at all frightened. Instead, excited. Let me see what kind of strength the furious four emperors possess. 19. Compared to Kaido, he swept away purely in the flesh. Ant, there are many abilities. Weer, quite looking forward to the next battle. Boom. Stepping on the ground hooked into a deep pit in one step, and the two of them immediately struck down with a 10,000-volt thunder strike. The flashing thunder cracked open and shot straight towards Charlotte Linlin's face. The same thunder to thunder, Charlotte Linlin's thunder can't do anything to get in the way. Even, it was Weir's explosive strike to absorb and strengthen. It's like a subordinate relationship. Wrapped in more brutal sword intent, the already broken candy street is even more broken. Little devil. Seeing that the giant thunder column was easily defeated, there was even a suspicion of being an enemy. Charlotte Linlin grew furious. His eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and he wanted to crush Weer on the spot. He glared at the incoming thunder. I actually chose to face it hard. Armed color Hawkeye covers arms and palms. At the same time, he suddenly waved his hand, and faced the thunder slash with a punch. Lightning strike. A huge fist wrapped around a lot of flames and electricity is enough to instantly penetrate the terrifying power of breaking a building. Just like that, it collided head-on with thunder slash. Hum. The moment the two touched, the void buzzed and exploded. King Lee's. A terrifying wave erupted. Wrapped in a fierce and incomparable breath, layers swept in all directions. Sanjong Xing and the others all changed their expressions slightly. Katakuri, who was relatively lightly injured, fled quickly with the strength frame and smoothie. Fortunately, the aftermath of the escape did not reach the level of being able to strangle them. But still let Katakuri suffer a shock, and a mouthful of blood sprayed into the sky. Dyeing a large candy street red. The emperors of the Dark World who saw this scene were simply terrifying. What the hell? The new Admiral Thor, Weer, is really only 8 years old, right? Have a hard time with Auntie, why don't you fall behind? Is there any hope of leaving alive? Many underground world emperors present began to deeply doubt. There are also many people who are extremely regretful in their hearts. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to this damn tea party. Compared to Big Mom's threat, this daring, one person dominates the realm of all nations. The new Marine Admiral who invaded the Tea Party, the scene is even more terrifying. Chapter 166, Sweep the audience and destroy the stars. Garden face. Big Mom's thunder and fire. Weer was not nervous at all. Even some want to laugh. Knowing that thunder is useless, do you still use it to devour your own thunder slash? Stupid. Boom. The violent collision, the lightning crit and the thunder slash thought of each other. The next moment, it suddenly exploded. The thunder slash released by Weer occupied some high points. The thunderbolt attack that defeated the ant, Julie even pushed the ant's body, pushing her back abruptly by more than 10 steps. System. At the same time, it is directly bursting with Marine 6 styles. Instantly disappeared in place, Shin is now in front of Charlotte Linlin. The profound truth of the sword, Thunder Unicorn. The famous sword Thunder in Weir's hand fell, and a giant thunder beast formed from pure thunder. Roaring fiercely, Charlotte Linlin, who was still resisting the slash of the 10,000-volt thunder, shrouded it. Rumble. Almost instantly, the area where Charlotte Linlin was standing collapsed in an instant. When the dust and smoke in the sky dissipated, it was a scene that made everyone terrified and horrified. Under the tyranny of the Thunder Qilin, a huge crater of fear appeared with a radius of several hundred meters. Location, where Charlotte Linlin used to be, Mother. Seeing this scene, Katakuri could barely keep his composure. The other two generals, Smoothie and Cracker, they couldn't help but their pupils were shocked and exclaimed. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on Weer, trying to stop Weer from walking the giant pothole. The force frame is ignoring the seriously injured body, frantically urging the armed color hockey. Biscuit turned into a dense long sword, and launched a 10,000 sword attack on Weer, 560. Unfortunately, the attack of the force frame is too weak, and it has no effect at all. I can't even touch Weir's Yui Kakuzu. He was directly smashed into pieces by the thunder surrounding Weer. F*K cut. He didn't even bother to look at the cracker. Weer was just a big swordsman and a police officer who shot and rhymed. Scratched the ground, leaving a deep, invisible crack. From top to bottom, brazenly slashed towards the top of Liege's head. The ability to fry up and fry the biscuit fruit frantically. A large number of biscuit soldiers armed with shields and covered with armed hockey were created. Block in front of yourself. Boom. Even if it is a random slash, it is like destroying the dry and pulling the rot. Smashed all the biscuit soldiers covered with armed hockey, and the aftermath fell on the cracker. Even the cradle, and even itself, are covered with a jet black armed color hockey. But how can a body that is seriously injured can withstand it? Puff. The whole person was slashed and smashed into the sky, and blood was blasted into the sky. Fortunately, like Snug, he was not directly stabbed in 2 pieces. But it also fell in the distance and fell in a pool of blood. Life and death do not know. With a casual slash, another General Star left the stage miserably. As for the other side, advertisement the milkshake smoothie, which also launched an attack, also had no effect. Although the ability is a bit strange, the strength is there. Weer didn't even look, let the attack fall. Falling on the thunder that surrounds him, it becomes black everywhere. Damn, Katakuri was the only one who didn't do it. Because of him, he had foreseen the future of this scene through the ultimate observation hockey. I want to stop it, but it's too late. In front of Weir's absolute power, his weakness is like a thread. And Weer is an unshakable giant. Whatever he wanted to do, it was doomed to be in vain. One sword to suppress Charlotte Linlin, another to make Starcracker die from serious injuries. Lei Ting Wan's terrifying power swept the audience, literally swept everything. Even if Marine came to disrupt the Tea Party, Weer was the only one. But his aura just shook the sky, overwhelmed the entire BIGMOM pirate band. Led countless emperors of the underground world, as well as BIGMOM pirate officers. He looked horrified and horrified. 4 emperors. This is the realm of the 4 emperors. Every 4 emperors is a terrifying existence facing the sea. A terrifying figure that even the world government would not dare to treat lightly. Even if the troops of the entire naval headquarters are assembled, they will be very cautious when facing the 4 emperors. Be prepared for all wars, and dare not feel a little bit of contempt. It can be seen how terrifying the 4 emperors' forces are. Great pirates like Zhongxing and even the 3 calamities. Even together, Marine Admiral can be contained. Even if it is only for a short time, it is enough to prove the strength of strength. But, such strength, in front of Weir's Thunder Wan. It is fundamentally weak and weak. A quasi-admiral existence like Zhongxing. In the face of such a terrifying move as Lei Ting Wan, he was simply unmatched. Even Marine Admiral like Aokiji Kazaru Akainu. In the face of the thunderbolt at this moment, at most, he can barely resist. If you want to fight back against the thunder, it is impossible at all. This is just the beginning. This new Marine Admiral is a monster. At the age of 8, swept the 4 emperors' domain. Simply appalling, you said, if we were in the same position as the 3 BDBA generals. Now, what will happen? Just imagine, the many guests who came to the Tea Party felt horrified. There is no second possibility, they will be 100% crushed to pieces. It was instantly swept up and torn apart by the terrifying thunder that was like destroying the world. Boom. Weer bathed in the thunder and swept away with a sword. Even if the milkshake smoothie is weak, it's not worth Weir's hands on. But, Dare to attack oneself, no matter how weak. Weer, don't mind suppressing and obliterating it with your own hands. This, following the achievement of Weer's name of killing God. Advertisement: there is no mercy for the weak, only the ruthlessness of the strong. Boom. Unsurprisingly, Smoothie's ability was pushed to the extreme. At the same time, he covered his entire body with the armed color Hawkeye, but his entire body was still cracked with countless sword marks. Blood splashed, and the wolf was in a pool of blood. Life and death do not know, and in Weer, continued to wield the famous sword Thunder. It's time to attack Katakuri. The four emperors Charlotte Linlin, who had been shot down in a giant charred pit, did not move for a long time. Here comes the hook, unforgivable, damn it, I'm going to tear you apart. The furious four emperors Charlotte Linlin leapt out of the scorched black pit to lie down. The defense is indeed strong, and the equally strong armed Hawkeye is added. Weer's tens of thousands of volts thunder strikes only slightly injured four emperors Charlotte Linlin. It's just charred all over and looks a little embarrassed. Weer was not surprised by this. The existence that can stand at the top of the sea is even stronger than the Admiral of Headquarters. Such an Emperor-level powerhouse would be so easy to deal with. Over the years, it has been destroyed by the world government and marine I don't know how many times. Clang. When Weer looked at the furious Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin, also staring at Weer. The next moment, she took out a giant sword, and a chill broke out. That's right. Charlotte Linlin, also swordsman, and the attainment is not low. There are only two moves, the sub-police is Wei and the Emperor's sword, Po blade. These are all unique sword skills learned from the giants. As for whether it is infinitely close to Daijinhao or simply a Daijinhao level police officer, Weer didn't know. Also, don't care. No matter what kind, do you compare swordsmanship with him? Brain is broken. With a chuckle, Weer didn't interrupt Charlotte Linlin's charge. He also really wanted to see, this is the unique swordsmanship of the giants, who are wary of traditional swordsmanship. What a place where Yunchi is. I saw Charlotte Linlin pulling out the giant sword, holding the giant sword in both hands and swinging it fiercely. The posture of holding a knife looks like a new swordsman who is just entering the threshold of swordsmanship. The majestic and terrifying aura that can be wielded by the huge explosion is comparable to that of a great swordsman. Sure enough, can a swordsmanship with the power of a great swordsman be released? Weer raised his eyebrows, fortunately not obsessive-compulsive disorder. As long as it can burst enough powerful swordsmanship. Improper swordplay posture is not so important to Weer. No matter black cat or white cat, a cat that can catch mice is a good cat, right? With a chuckle, she realized that Charlotte Linlin's swordsmanship was about to finish. Weer also raised the famous sword Thunder in his hand. In just an instant, an extremely tyrannical sword force swept across the continent. With Charlotte Linlin's majestic and surging swordsmanship, they collided with each other. Buzz. The void is under the collision of the two swords, twisting and wriggling. Almost broken. Seeing this scene, Katakuri's expression became more and more shocked. Chapter 167, Terrifying and Mighty Country, Natural Disasters Collide. This. Mom, are you going to use that trick? Go on this knife? If the Thunder God Weer can't stop it, the whole Cake Island may be divided into two. Those emperors of the Dark World who saw Charlotte Linlin, took out their great swords and gathered their swords. It's also a horror at the moment, haven't seen it, but heard it. Waiguo. A terrifying giant sword technique that is powerful enough to shatter a large island. Damn. That B************ D Marine. Completely angered Auntie, this is going to be desperate to hook hands. Everyone was completely shocked, and some even wanted to flee. But, because of Weer's thunder, there has long been a big wave. Those large ships docked on the coast had long since collapsed and annihilated under the previous attack. At this time, rushing to escape, I am afraid it is also inevitable to die. Are we going to bury the new Marine Admiral, Thor Weer together? 93. In the crowd, someone exclaimed unwillingly, especially Katakuri who has seen this trick. The fear of imagining that he was once dominated by this sword technique is still vivid in his mind. As for the possibility of Weer blocking this move? Totally impossible. Unless it's dodging, maybe it's still possible. But Weer gave them the impression that it was impossible to dodge any attack at all. Even if he was facing the four emperors Charlotte Linlin. This arrogance is doomed to his demise. This is the real thought in Katakuri's heart at this moment. Looking at the entire sea, someone who can resist this move head-on. Absolutely very few. Weer is already strong and definitely worthy of the Marine Admiral title. But if it is hard to resist, except for the remaining three emperors. In the whole sea, I am afraid that no one can withstand the rage and mighty country under Charlotte Linlin's full blow. It was also when Katakuri was shocked and frightened. An unprecedented terrifying power swept in all directions from the giant blade held by Charlotte Linlin. She stared at Weer, and her swordplay was completely ready. The gun of Elbaf powerful country, Charlotte Linlin with red eyes, frantically pinned her hands on Weer. The blade fell, and the void shattered instantly. Layers of airwaves swept through, and the air came with a sour sound like glass shattering. As Charlotte Linlin's giant sword fell, the terrifying giant sword energy instantly took shape. Wrapped in extremely terrifying air currents and shockwaves, a shockwave similar to a tornado was formed. From top to bottom, it fell from the top of Weer's head. Wherever. The void collapsed, the earth collapsed. Countless earth and rocks were annihilated and dust and smoke rose up. The sky and the earth are shaking wildly, it seems that it is about to crack. This swordsmanship is peerless. The swordsmanship of the giants is so terrifying. Advertisement, it's just that the aftermath escapes, covering the entire Cake Island. It's enough to make the scalp tingle with so many visitors. Hair fry. Cold sweat flowed like a torrential rain, rushing. Is this the true strength of the four emperors? Such a terrifying blow. Thor Weer, can you stop it? Everyone looked at the giant sword energy, and then looked at Weer, the god of thunder. The answer is unknown. In the face of this powerful move, Weer's expression was calm and calm. Always wearing a shallow smile, not because of the giant sword energy that is almost shattering the world. And fear or shock is born. Yes, just unprecedented excitement. With a chuckle, he saw the terrifying mighty country that had fallen outrageously. The next moment Weer also moved. Lifting the famous sword thunder in his hand, the jet black armed color Hawkeye lingered instantly. Dark purple thunder leaps, wrapping around the blade covered in armed color. The breath circulated, sweeping the quartet. Next moment. Facing Wei Guo, Weer slashed with a knife, without any hesitation. The moment it fell, the air in front of Weer was torn apart. Boom. The fierce and terrifying thunderstrike, with the terrifying power that shatters everything. Smash the void and welcome the terrifying mighty country that fell with a bang. Wherever the thunder slash passed, the earth was torn apart with scorched black sword marks. The bottom is invisible, and the escaping Yue makes people tremble with horror. Compared to Wei Guo, it was the same terrifying and boundless blow. It also made countless guests around, stunned. The same powerful and outrageous, equally terrifying slash that makes people fear boundless. Even a few brown rice apart, everyone can feel the fierce sword intent wrapped around the thunderstrike. As expected of Ren Marine Admiral who succeeded in the summit by beheading Sakazuki. Compared to Big Mom's mighty country, this slash is equally terrifying and frightening. Sure enough, these are two monsters. Feeling the terrifying blows from both strands, many guests became more and more terrified. What a terrifying collision. It is simply the power to subvert their worldview. Even in rage, Charlotte Linlin of the mighty country. Feel the terror of Weir's thunderous strike. His pupils shrank, his expression trembling. Huh? 9 for flowers 0, how can it be? This kid, 99. Charlotte Linlin's red eyes, which were originally full of anger, suddenly had a ray of horror at this moment. Staring at Weer is unbelievable. That deep purple thunderslash wrapped in extremely terrifying power. Crazy approaching, advertisement hum, it's too late, it's too soon. Almost in the blink of an eye. Under the watchful eyes of Weer and Charlotte Linlin, as well as countless surviving guests. Two extremely terrifying blows broke out Akatsuki's most violent collision. Boom. Wrapped in the sky-shattering roar, the terrifying airwave almost penetrated the sky. The earth shattered and collapsed in an instant, and a huge deep pit appeared. The waves around the island exploded immediately. The raging waves swept across the sky and covered the sun. Click. Click. The cobweb-like cracks quickly centered on the collision of two slashes. Zero swept across the entire Cake Island. A large amount of earth and rocks crumbled and the ground shook. It seems that the entire island may be overturned and shattered into the sea at any time. Is this really the power that human beings may possess? Are those two really not monsters? Even if it's a battle between gods, I still believe it. Many guests were stunned. Just exclaimed the hook sound, a little closer to the guests of the airwaves. No matter what his strength is, his body is torn to shreds in an instant. It turned into a rain of blood, leaving only debris everywhere. Those who are a little farther away are frantically retreating. Until you retreat to the edge of the island, there is no way to retreat. And all of this happened in an instant, simply creepy. The whole Cake Island, the original bustling scenery. In such an instant, it was reduced to a desolate and ruined island. When the terrifying colliding airflow disappeared, everyone looked at the surrounding scene in shock. Stunned. Into the eye. At the center of the collision between the two strikes, the scene was the most tragic. The bottom of the island was directly penetrated, and a large amount of seawater poured into it. The buildings were completely destroyed on all sides, and not even a single residue could be seen. Terrible. Fear. The terrifying scene just around that moment is simply the end of the world. Calamity. Unless people see it with their own eyes. Can't imagine it at all. This kind of terror is like the collision of natural disasters, which can be caused by humans. What a magnificent Cake Island, just for a moment. For a moment, all things are destroyed, the land is devastated. Simply, unsightly, plus. Chapter 168. Maybe, this is the monster. How is this possible? Mom's such a terrible knife can't shake Thor Weer, 39. Is the 8-year-old Admiral of Headquarters really so evil? 3. Compared with those who had never seen the mighty kingdom, Katakuri was even more frightened than others. It is precisely because of his understanding of Waigo that he surpasses that of the police. So, when Weer blocked the knife, for Katakuri, the shock was nothing short of earth-shaking. With this knife, he thought that unless the other 3 emperors were on the spot. Otherwise, if you switch to other Marine Admiral, you will never dare to hard connect. It won't kill you, but you will definitely get hurt. And definitely not too light. even if it is elementalized, it cannot be immune to all the damage of Wiguo. But it is such a knife, like a terrifying and powerful country that destroys the world. Actually, it was blocked. Also, Thor Weer is still unscathed. Even the corners of the clothes were not broken. This. Katakuri, at this moment, can't express his feelings in words. Many other members of BIGMOM Pirates, 560s, even if they have never seen Wiguo before. But after all, it was the blow of 4 Emperors Charlotte Linland's rage. The power is absolutely extraordinary, from their perspective. Thor's Weer is hard connected, and he will be somewhat embarrassed. Result: nothing happened? Is that really human? Not human. New Marine Admiral, 8-year-old Thor Weer. It's a monster after all. That's it, invincible? Even the 4 emperors, who are facing the sea, can't do anything about it. Do not, impossible, should not, absolutely, it shouldn't be like this. My dessert, my cake island, at the moment, Charlotte Linland is in a state of sluggishness. She looked around blankly, looking at the devastated cake island. It's just that the cake castle was destroyed, and she was already a little stupid and angry. At this moment, the entire cake island was destroyed. Even if there are reasons why she is desperate, but in Charlotte Linland's view, the initiator is Weer. This damn, new Marine Admiral. The expression on his face changed wildly. Anger and murderous intent spread over Charlotte Linland's hideous face. Then, her eyes swept across, and she landed on Weer. Thor Weer, today, don't think about being able to leave the realm of nations alive. Anyone can talk big, it depends on whether you have the ability to keep me. 93. Facing Charlotte Linland's fury, Weer chuckled. No fear at all. Boom. Advertisement facing Weer's arrogant words, in Charlotte Linland's eyes, Xing-Shi smiled provocatively. Thoroughly angry Charlotte Linland, desperate to roar. The raging flames filled the sky, enveloped in a scorching heatwave that swept Weer. In an instant, the whole world is filled with the fire of the heavens released by Charlotte Linland furiously. This scene. Led on the edge of the island, the lingering surviving emperors of the Dark World see some hope. Such 4 emperors Charlotte Linland should be able to defeat Thor Weer, right? The power of flame. The power of flame is obtained by injecting the soul through flame. The degree of scorching and burning has a power that is close to that of natural rock berries. The 4 emperors Charlotte Linland of Kun near the sea really lives up to its reputation. Many guests were looking forward to this scene and were nervous. Look at the 2 people in the field. How will the situation develop next? No one knows, and no one can imagine. Boom. Next moment. When Weer clenched the famous sword Thunder, the terrifying edge lingered all over the body and broke through the sky. 4 emperors Charlotte Linland also moved. 2 terrifying monsters, wrapped in an incomparably fierce offensive. An unprecedented fierce battle unfolded, at the same time. The new Marine Admiral has a tea party. At this moment, there is even a fierce battle with 4 emperors Charlotte Linland. Such a big event can't be kept secret for a long time. After all, among the crowd of onlookers, there is also the president of the World Economic Society who likes large-scale exchanges the most. Favorite big news Morgans. The shocking news soon spread from Cake Island. Swept the entire world of nations, and then the New World. In the end, all the forces in the world with some strength have all received the news. The world is shaken, even if someone thought about it. 4 emperors Charlotte Linland, in this special time for the Marine. There will also be a tea party. There is a suspicion that something may go wrong. But just think about it, don't care too much, because in their view, the possibility is still very low. After all, that was the 4 emperors. Kun is one of the 4 kings of the sea, BIGMOM pirate bad. Once rioted. Both the world government and Marine have to mobilize the army to be cautious about the existence of terror. Can result? Beyond anyone's imagination. The new Marine Admiral, Thor Weer, really went to the tea party. Not only was it troublesome, but the results were brilliant. One of the 4 dessert stars, Charlotte Snag, hit the other 3. Now, it is one person who strongly suppressed all the officers of the 4 emperors BIGMOM pirates. Clash head-on with 4 emperors Charlotte Linland and don't fall behind. Madman. This is everyone's evaluation of Weer after getting the news. Too crazy. No one could imagine it. Advertisement. This Marine Admiral, who was only 8 years old, actually dared to directly operate on the 4 emperors. Does this show the majesty of the new Admiral? Just a total lunatic. And the whole world was shocked by Weer's crazy actions. Naval headquarters and world government are a mess. What did you say? What a joke. Weer, that kid is too daring. 11. Warring States, who had just received the news, almost didn't catch up. Knowing that Weer is crazy, he will definitely make some noise when the new official takes office. I didn't expect to offend Kaido. To actually go directly to the domain of nations and start a war with 4 emperors Charlotte Linland? After the stunned and roared Warring States, he could not help but smile bitterly while sitting on a chair and holding his forehead. It's not impossible for Li Wei, but it's not good to find anyone, so I want to provoke the 4 emperors Charlotte Linland. Weer was sneaking chin high, and of course Warring States knew it. However, because he was alone, Warring States thought that it should be within his control to do things. As a result, it just got out of control. The crazy Weer actually went to the realm of all countries alone. Also confronted the entire BIGMOM pirate paste. Does he think he is immortal like Kaido? Garp. UB asterisk 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 D. Ikoma has a good grandson. Perfectly inherited the family genes. This disordered character is really exactly the same. 9. Warring States said that he still cared about Wei Er's comfort. There was no hesitation, not even the world government that kept contacting him. Dial Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Aokiji directly. Let these two marines have the strongest combat power and go to the realm of nations to meet Wei Er. As for Wei Er, who came back alone after breaking through the siege. The possibility is there, but it's slim. Warring States dare not take such a risk. After all, the realm of nations is the home base of BIGMOM pirates. Even after defeating the 4 generals, there are also 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. Also, there are many BIGMOM pirates. Aokiji and Kizaru were the first to get the news. Shock 1.02. I know Wei Er is crazy, but I don't know how crazy it is. Under a wry smile, Aokiji didn't care about anything. With full firepower, he galloped towards the realm of nations all the way on the ice. Alala, Dr. Wei Er is too messy. I'm a wage earner, so why should I get into such a big trouble? With a sigh, Kizaru felt helpless. Or quickly take a warship, head towards the domain of nations, and pick up Wei Er to return to naval headquarters. It's just that even the 2 major marine admirals are already on their way. In fact, Sengoku Fleet Admiral's heart is still not calm. If Garp hadn't been running around, Sengoku might have even sent Garp out. Hope, it's alright. After all, it is the site of BIGMOM pirates, and the Sengoku can only pray silently. The distance is too far, and it will take a lot of time for Aokiji and Kizaru to arrive. During this period of time, Wei Er can only support himself. By this time, everything that can be done in the Warring States period has already been done. Next, except pray and wait for the results, there is no other way. Chapter 169. The unrivaled Thor Wei Er, the Big Mom pirates are in a desperate situation. Rumble. Above the Cake Island, the sky is dozens of miles in radius. All were enveloped in endless flames. The dazzling light is surging and hot. Under the control of the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, constantly bombarded where Wei Er was. Facing the raging flames, Wei Er calmly walked in a sea of fire. As he swung his sword, thunder flashed. The terrifying blazing sun was suppressed and defeated on the spot. Turned into sparks everywhere. System. Wei Er stepped out immediately and the ground crumbled. From the flames, teleportation came directly in front of Charlotte Linlin. The famous sword thunder in his hand, the sharp-edged thunder condensed. It suddenly fell, wrapped in a deep purple thunder that seemed to destroy everything. Boom! Charlotte Linlin's eyes flickered, covering her arms directly in armed color. Then he brazenly waved and collided with Wei Er's thunderous slash. There was a loud bang, and bursts of sparks exploded. The air of terror that was born quickly centered on the 2 of them. Layers of diffusion swept across the Cake Island. Boom! Wei Er fell to the ground, and the ground shattered instantly. Countless earth and stones were directly annihilated into endless dust and smoke, lingering around him in all directions. And 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin is not half a step back. With pure physical strength, Big Mom even surpasses Kaido 13 of the beasts. Kaido's so-called immortality is that he can quickly recover no matter how badly he suffers. But Charlotte Linlin, who covered the armed color hockey, was absolutely powerful beyond imagination. Die. With a wicked smile, he aimed at the smoke and dust that enveloped Wei Er. Charlotte Linlin hooked. Charlotte Linlin, who is born with a strong physique, is born with strange strength. Any punch can easily destroy a large building. Not to mention, after wrapping the armed color hockey, the angry hook hand. Wrapped in the roar of the exploding void, Charlotte Linlin's huge fist kept crashing down. Wei Er's eyes flickered, and the thunderblade of the famous sword continued to gather flickering arcs. Facing Charlotte Linlin's heavy punching, Wei Er kept hitting back with thunder. Boom! The 2 criss-crossing figures just kept colliding in the void. The terrifying explosions reverberated continuously, terrifying countless people on the edge of the island. How is this possible? Will my mother's body be injured? How could that be? That's the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. A short-term collision, a violent collision. Charlotte Linlin took the initiative to distance herself from Wei Er. On top of her fist, there are obvious sword marks. The armed color hockey was split open, and wisps of blood escaped. Even if it is small, it is a minor injury. Advertisement. But this scene directly made the nerves of everyone around him tense. Isn't there only hope? Charlotte Linlin, a rival too? 8 years old. The new Marine Admiral, Thor Wei Er, is only 8 years old. Now 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin can't bear it. If it were given a few more years, wouldn't it be possible for one person to single out all the 4 emperors? Okay. Boom! On the field, the fierce battle continued. Lightning, fire in the sky. A variety of abilities, 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin is constantly bursting. Powerful and powerful, the characters of Droughtjack and his like. Casual touching can result in serious injury, but Wei Er. Head-on collision every time, unscathed, tough, hardly human. At this moment, everyone realized it. It's not that Charlotte Linlin is too weak for the 4 emperors. Instead, the new Marine Admiral, Thor Wei Er, is too strong. Under the horror of everyone, Wei Er, who was devoured by the thunder of Charlotte Linlin, took the initiative. bathing in thunder and rhythm step by step, looking indifferent and relaxed. A move that can't be on the table, if that's all you can do as a four emperors. Well, today, the so-called realm of nations can be erased. Looking at the four emperors Charlotte Linlin lightly, Wei Er's words were amazing. Falling in the ears of countless guests and pirates of BIGMOM pirates. It's just a thunderstorm. What? That kid, did he say it's okay? Isn't he just for leeway today? But, want to take the opportunity to completely eradicate the BIGMOM pirate logo? 33? What a joke. Insanity. The BIGMOM pirates are the four emperors' forces. Kun is facing the sea. There are only four such terrifying powers at present. Everyone was nervously swallowing saliva, staring at Wei Er's side, hoping that he was just joking or ranting. No, Wei Er's expression, even with a slight smile. But that incomparably serious and solemn face represented everything. Tread. Step on the hook, accompanied by an amazing explosion. The thunder that enveloped Wei Er was directly swallowed and absorbed by the famous sword thunder in his hand. Swipe down gently, and that comes from Charlotte Linlin's terrifying thunder. Immediately swept in all directions. Wherever it goes, everything is destroyed. Whether it is the earth that has been given life, or the forest or the stone. All the special creatures created by four emperors Charlotte Linlin, Hormies. Advertisement all were shrouded in terrifying thunder, screaming and annihilating into nothingness. But, it's not over yet. Solving those homits was easy. Wei Er's real target is still four emperors Charlotte Linlin. Bathed under the thunder, it is like a god walking in the world. Wei Er slashed step by step, frantically swept and exploded in the direction of Charlotte Linlin. Boom. 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 The monstrous thunder continued to explode. Charlotte Linlin's complexion changed slightly, and she protected her body with the armed color Hawkeye. Constantly punching and bombing, crushing a large number of thunder. But there are too many thunders, and the destructive power is too strong. Even if Charlotte Linlin is strong, she is still being beaten by the strong Wei Er. The dignified four emperors actually fell into an absolute disadvantage. Puff. Immediately after, with a loud bang, 560 was stunned in the eyes of everyone. The blade of the famous sword thunder penetrates the armed Hawkeye and also has a skin defense. Successfully ripped the flesh of four emperors Charlotte Linlin. Puff. Fresh blood shot, dyeing the sky red. The pungent bloody smell escaped into the air. As the wind swept through, covering all directions. When the blood is sprayed, it flows down the arm. Charlotte Linlin looked at her shoulder, a sword mark that was neither deep nor shallow. Froze. I'm injured. 99 The pungent blood stimulated Charlotte Linlin's already furious nerves. When he realized that he was really cut by Wei Er. Charlotte Linlin was furious. Fury, his eyes were covered with red blood, and his reason was completely swept away by anger. Damn. B asterisk 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 DB asterisk 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 D. Thor Wei Er, you must die today. Totally crazy Charlotte Linlin, wiggling her wrists like crazy. The jet black armed color Hawkeye circulates and covers, constantly shattering the void. Launch a violent attack on Wei Er rising, clang. Wei Er smashed with the famous knife and thunder, and at the same time shot the thunder blow. Taking advantage of the great power of Charlotte Linlin's falling punches, he easily opened the distance. In a fit of rage, Charlotte Linlin's outburst of fists came to nothing. And this moment, the people around were not shocked by Charlotte Linlin's utter madness. Instead, he looked at Wei Er in astonishment, his eyes filled with fear. Chapter 170. One person suppresses all the Big Mom pirates. Bleeding. Four emperors Charlotte Linlin, injured, 19. It's done, we're done. It seems that we are going to be buried here together with the domain of nations today. Wei Er, too strong to be outrageous. After four emperors Charlotte Linlin shot with all his strength, he was injured by Wei Er town crash. In horror. The members of BIGMOM Pirate Paste, who saw that things were going to get worse, were under the trend of a strong desire to survive. Biting the bullet, all kinds of abilities began to explode. Approaching Wei Er, trying to help four emperors Charlotte Linlin suppress Wei Er. But, they didn't dare to get too close, and could only carry out painless attacks from far away. Even Katakuri could only launch a long-range offensive from as far away as possible. Hoping to get Wei Er's attention and give Charlotte Linlin some edge. But even the members of the four emperors pirates, all kinds of strange abilities are not fully diligent. Wei Er didn't even look at him at all. Let their attacks fall, they are directly annihilated by the surrounding thunder. No effect was achieved. Even, the effect of stopping Wei Er's forward speed can't do it. Boom. But, Charlotte Linlin also got her hands on it. Under the fury, the sky continued to have scorching flames swept down. Mixed with the attacks of many BIGMOM pirates, Wei Er's progress was successfully held back. Did you make it? Some of them, out of desperation, tried to risk their escape from the dark world of Cake Island under the raging waves. Seeing this scene, they all stopped. His eyes were full of hope. Hopeful. Finally, can we stop Wei Er, this terrifying inhuman monster? In the eyes of everyone at the moment, Wei Er, who is young, is almost the enemy of the whole world. Heaven and earth, as far as the eye can see, all of them were enemies who attacked him with full force. Under such indiscriminate bombardment, there are also four emperors Charlotte Linlin to contain. A wave of hope burned and spread from the bottom of everyone's heart. The eyes are getting brighter and brighter, and some people even want to join the bombing attack on Weer. Are we going to do it too? What a horrible monster. It's hard to hold his pace, it seems to be our only chance, 99. Right now, we're just hanging out with the BIGMOM pirates, and we're on the same boat. Stunned, let's do it. Don't think that if Thor Weer defeated the BIGMOM pirates, he would let us go. If you don't do it now, no matter which side wins, it is probably us who suffer. This is our only chance. Restless people, you speak my words. Many people began to be persuaded to be shaken, and the expression on Weir's face became more and more cold and cold. Yes, advertisement only chance. Weer is Marine, judging by past records. For these emperors of the Dark World, they will never show mercy. And fleeing, but also because the ships were destroyed by UA. They can't get away, so the only way at the moment is to join forces with BIMOM pirates. Suppress Weer. This is their only hope. Fight. Just in the crowd of guests, full of hope, when I was about to join the BIGMOM pirate Scorpion and attacked Weer. At this moment, Weer, who was stopped by various abilities in the center of the field, moved. ZZ Lala, the thunder, which was almost white, suddenly burst. Compared with the previous deep purple thunder, it was even more terrifying to spread. The attack that constantly bombed and fell from the sky was instantly annihilated and defeated. One knife flow, 3 rough 10,000 volts thunderstrike. Weer swept under the sword. All attacks by the BIGMOM pirates are suppressed. Whoosh. Also at this time, Charlotte Linlin, who seemed to find her chance, swooped in to penetrate the thunder. Carrying the bombardment of the thunder, he came to Weer with a giant knife. Emperor sword, broken blade. The terrifying broadsword wrapped around the blazing sun is comparable to the terrifying power of the mighty kingdom. At such a close distance, he slaughtered and fell towards Weir's face. Ah. Seeing this, Weer smiled. The dignified 4 emperors will also carry out sneak attacks. Really disappointing. Boom. One knife flow 5 difficult 10,000 volts thunder slash. Blazing thunder like daytime, wrapped in fierce murderous intent. Bang Long collided head-on with the emperor's sword, broken blade. The terrifying airwaves erupted, and the ground shattered under Weir's feet. The rumbling continued to collapse, and a huge deep pit appeared. There are endless sword marks all around. However, Weir's justice roared in the wind. Spotless. As for Charlotte Linlin, the blow that he thought was inevitable was successfully repelled by Weer. Under the bombardment of the 5 difficult 10,000 volt thunderstrikes, the whole body was scorched by the terrifying giant force. But this time, Charlotte Linlin, who was in a rage, quickly stabilized her figure. Pushing the armed color Hawkeye to the extreme, after a roar, he carried the thunder and charged again. He didn't even care that his body was burned by the thunder in his left hand and the sun in his right. Advertisement brazenly grabbed Weer in the face. Do you want to attack me even if you are injured? Charlotte Linlin's behavior was somewhat unexpected by Weer. But there was no panic. Quickly brought up the famous sword thunder, and the trilemma of 10,000 volts of thunder slashed and shot at will. A flash of blazing white thunder shattered Charlotte Linlin's attack. Abruptly chopped at her. Wow. Even if Charlotte Linlin is naturally defensive and terrifying, there is also Hawkeye who has cultivated to a very high level of armed color. Physical strength is definitely the strongest among the enemies Weer has ever seen. However, under the head-on collision, he was once again torn apart by the thunderous slash of the trilemma. In an instant, the blood splattered everywhere, and the crimson was dazzling. But at this moment, Charlotte Linlin managed to touch Weir's shoulder for the first time at the expense of her own injury. Little devil, you are finished. 99 grimly grinning, Charlotte Linlin seems to be taking off Weer. Pull something out. Weer, who was pulled, frowned slightly. This time, I understand Charlotte Linlin's intentions. The special ability of Soul Fruit. Be close to yourself even if you are hurt. How can the purpose be simple? In addition to the beast Kaido can resist hard and is unscathed. Others, at least part of their lifespan will be swallowed by her. A little weaker and the soul will be exterminated by Charlotte Linlin on the spot. It is not impossible to wipe out on the spot, unfortunately. Charlotte Linlin is facing, but Li Wang's, is Weer, a pervert. How can it be? Under the obstruction of elemental thunder, even Weir's soul could not be touched at all. A few months ago, it was just a Marine who just became an intern at Marine. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. How long has this jar been? There is such a terrifying monster in the world, TNG Jun. At the moment when Charlotte Linlin was pulling, Weer directly elementalized the thunder. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte Linlin tried to calm herself down. No matter how Charlotte Linlin explodes the soul fruit power. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't played against him. Not to mention damage or directly tug on Weir's body. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin felt a chill in her heart. An unprecedented terrifying aura, even she felt extremely frightening. The next moment, a body, soul strength, are absolutely not inferior to Charlotte Linlin's terrifying existence. Is this damn monster really just an 8-year-old child? How could this monster, Marine, be able to press me down? This is impossible. Chapter 171. The Broken Cake Island, everything that has been erased. Boom. In Charlotte Linlin, in a very frightening mood. Weer suddenly disappeared. Holding the famous knife thunder, came behind Charlotte Linlin. The blazing white thunder slashed and fell suddenly. Damn! Feeling the extreme crisis coming from her back, Charlotte Linlin wanted to dodge. However, he resisted a blow for Weer, causing his body movement to be hindered a little. In addition, because of the use of the Soul Fruit ability, her reaction was a little slower. This is absolutely deadly in a master duel. You can't dodge, you can only resist. Weer's speed is too fast. Approaching Charlotte Linlin, the four Emperor's powerhouse, they can only choose to hard connect with the armed color hockey. Sigh. The blade slashed violently. Blazing thunder, instantly tearing the armed color hockey that Charlotte Linlin covered on her body. With extremely terrifying power, it ripped apart Charlotte Linlin's body. On her back, a blood-colored sword mark was left incomparably hideous. Fresh blood sprayed, dyeing the sky red. What, ah. Charlotte Linlin suddenly let out a tragic and crazy roar. The whole person is almost in a state of madness. Under the trend of pain, roll back towards the distance. At the same time, he slapped his body with both hands, trying to dispel those terrifying and fierce white thunder. Hole, little devil, damn you, 9 for half a day. Charlotte Linlin had to get up from the ground around the wolf 560. The dignified four emperors were dripping with blood at this moment. However, there were no fatal injuries. However, Charlotte Linlin looked increasingly angry. The dignity of the four emperors was trampled on. A mere 8-year-old Marine Admiral pushed himself to this point. But angry at the same time, because there is still a little bit of reason left. Charlotte Linlin, watching Weer very carefully. Scary guy. Weer's speed and strength are even more exaggerated than just going around. How so? Progress in battle, visible strength growth. This made Charlotte Linlin, when she heard the name Weer for the first time. Gossip from one of the naval headquarters. The unprecedented 8-year-old Marine Rear Admiral has more terror potential than 3 active admirals. Anyone who knows Weer's talent and horror calls it a monster trainee Marine behind his back. The name of the monster is because he thinks that TNG is no longer enough to describe Weer. Advertisement Charlotte Linlin at that time sneered even more. What bullshit monster internship Marine? She has seen many strong men, but aren't there only a few who really stand at the top of the sea? Result. Now, BDBA, Weer's growth rate, less than half a year. From an intern Marine, to a level comparable to the four emperors? At the moment, Charlotte Linlin only felt her face swelled. In the world, there really are monsters like monsters. I haven't seen it myself, just because I haven't met Weer. Is there any hope? And watching the four emperors Charlotte Linlin, howling and rolling on the ground for a long time. Standing up, it was already dripping with blood. The pirates watching the BIGMOM pirates in the battle were extremely frightened in their eyes. Horrible. Even against the other four emperors, they had never seen Charlotte Linlin being forced to where she is now. Moreover, because of the tyrannical physique, never suffered such an embarrassing injury. Katakuri was also shaking more and more, because for the foreseeable future, Charlotte Linlin is being beaten down. Yes, without a doubt, Weer was pressing Charlotte Linlin from start to finish. Charlotte Linlin didn't have the upper hand for a single moment in the future he envisioned. Not even a moment, but no matter what, can't continue like this. He must find a way. Block Weer as much as possible. Otherwise, the doomsday for BIGMOM pirates is now. But without waiting for Katakuri, he made the next move because of the foreseeable future. Weer, under the thunder, has continued to attack Charlotte Linlin. Boom boom boom. Enduring the pain, Charlotte Linlin kept pushing back against Weer. Every time the two collided, there would be a violent explosion. The terrifying air currents that collided between the two continued to sweep through the shock, tearing the earth apart. Let the already devastated earth be on the verge of being broken. Simply outrageous. 19. What a terrifying battle. This is the battle between Emperor-level powerhouses. That Thor, Weer, is definitely an Emperor-level powerhouse. Well, scary existence. On the edge of the island, many visitors watched this scene. The idea of joining forces to besiege Weer has long since been put away. That's simply disgusting that he didn't die fast enough. Didn't you see Charlotte Linlin of the dignified four emperors being so desolately abused? The means were exhausted, and the result was completely suppressed. Even the Soul Fruit, which is invincible, was suppressed by some kind of strange ability. Advertisement, damn. How so? What a desperate scene. And at the same time, the surviving BIGMOM pirates are desperately trying to unleash their various abilities. Trying to help Charlotte Linlin to stabilize the situation. Among them, of course, including the only remaining fighting force Katakuri. But at the next moment, Katakuri's pupils vibrated wildly, and he kept muttering to himself in horror. Brother Katakuri, what's wrong? Charlotte Bulling was next to him. Seeing Katakuri's terrified expression, he hurriedly asked. Katakuri did not respond immediately. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes showed extreme fear. That is, despair, unprecedented despair. There's no way to stop it. Right at Katakuri, a trembling voice of fear fell. In the field, Weer held the famous sword thunder and swept around gently. A piercing thunder filled all directions in the west, briefly suppressing all the BIGMOM pirates who burst out to attack. When I was weak, I stayed obediently. if lingering lingers, waiting for the fatal blow to me. Maybe you can say that you have a brain. But such a tickling attack was a waste of time and d me off. This is the price you should pay for your stupidity. The profound truth of the sword. Lightning destroys the world. The famous sword thunder fell, and the void was filled with thunder. The thunderstorm summoned by Charlotte Linlin was directly destroyed by assimilation. At the same time, the deep purple terrifying thunder in the sky is under the control of Weer. It turned into endless thunder, and bombarded wildly towards the place where the remnants of the BIGMOM pirates were. Boom. 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 This is the first time Weer has used thunder to destroy the world since he reached the top of the Admiral level. The power is stronger than when facing the beasts and pirates in New World. I don't know how much stronger it is. Hundreds of millions of thunderstorms, with Weer as the center, swept through and spread. Almost the entire Cake Island is shrouded in it. Moreover, it is still rapidly expanding towards the sea area. Any member of the BIGMOM pirate couple who was affected by the thunder. Even at the cadre level, in front of this deep purple thunder. There is no resistance at all. Directly killed on the spot, turned into coke everywhere. Chapter 172. The power of the gods will carry Versailles to the end. Destroy the world. This is the end. When Katakuri saw this scene, the foreseen future became a reality. This shocked him and made him numb, just staring blankly at the endless falling thunder surging and bombing down, motionless. Many emperors of the Dark World have long been rolling around in Charlotte Linlin, desperate to escape towards the outside of Cake Island. Even if the ships when they come, they were all destroyed when Weer collided with Charlotte Linlin. But the emperors of these dark worlds can also distinguish the situation. In the face of big waves, there is a risk of being swallowed by the ocean. It is also much better than letting them stay and facing Weer, the terrifying Asura killer god. And at this moment, when they fled to a great distance, Kankan is on the edge of the spread of thunder, a kind of relief from the rest of their lives that surprised them. But then looking at the scene in front of him, it is almost destroying the world. Or let their fear spread, trembling all over. What a terrifying thunderstorm. It's a hellish scene like Shira. Boom, finally. When the endless thunder continued to expand and spread, it covered the entire Cake Island. Then, there was suddenly under the control of Weer. Quickly converged towards the center. At the end, they gathered together and transformed into a terrifying giant thunder dragon. Grimly growled this. With Weer as the center, it exploded in all directions. This terrifying giant thunder swept through and exploded all the way. Wherever it goes, everything is destroyed. Whether it is the cadre of BIGMOM pirate paste, or the General Star Katakuri. Or, those peculiar species of Hormies created by Charlotte Linlin. They were all destroyed on the spot under the sweep of this terrifying giant thunder dragon. The entire sky was dazzlingly reflected. The dazzling white thunder swept the Cake Island and plowed it all over again. It's just a blink of an eye. The whole Cake Island becomes a plain. All buildings, streets, all turn into coke, under the sweep of this ferocious giant thunder dragon. In a radius of dozens of miles, except for Weer. There is no more living thing. The Cake Island, which was already devastated, is in the next moment. Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore, and it was broken inch by inch. Cake Island, silent, under the ravages of this terrifying thunder. Not just the Cake Island, but also the sky and the sea. It seems that they have been forcibly burst into a giant pothole by the giant Brontosaurus. Beneath the destructive blazing thunder, everything is destroyed. What a terrifying scene. Even the emperors of the Dark World fled very decisively. There are also boats to meet you. However, there are still a large number of weak people, because the speed is not timely enough. Advertisement are not fast enough. It was simply affected by the terrifying thunder dragon. In front of the Queen of Happy Street, Stucci, and other bigwigs, she turned into ashes all over the sea. Near the moment of death, they can even see their eyes terrified. Also, that desire to survive, but it didn't work. Under the absolute blazing thunder, the giant thunder dragon with hundreds of millions of volts swept under it. All hope of survival has been wiped out, even if it is the entire BIGMOM pirate member that exists on the Cake Island. Katakuri, Smoothie, who knows nothing about life and death, and Rika. All turned into dust everywhere. Thunder represents the destruction of the world. This is simply the power of the gods. Thor, Weer, sure enough, is the real god walking in the world. The Queen of Happy Street, Stucci and others, who doubt life, are the few survivors left. Under the shock, he didn't dare to wait any longer. Mad without looking back, he galloped into the distance. Above the sea, because the Cake Island crumbled, the original island was soon filled with endless seawater. No big BIGMOM pirate paste, only left opposite Weer, the embarrassed Charlotte Linlin remains. I have to say that Charlotte Linlin is indeed a royal powerhouse. In the face of the terrifying thunder dragon of billions of volts, although it was hit hard. However, it is not a life-threatening attack, but except for her. All other BIGMOM pirate members, none were spared. All instantly turned into coke and became part of the charred residue that spread over the sea. It can be said, beneath these billions of volts, the whole BIGMOM pirate paste was hit hard, almost destroyed. The name of the 4 Emperor's pirates is no longer worthy of the name. Only one polished commander remains, Charlotte Linlin. Damn B***********. How dare you? At this moment, Charlotte Linland's angry pupils are full of madness that is almost irrational. How? Still want to fight? You at your peak are not my opponent yet. It's just a lost dog at the moment. Do you still think it is possible to defeat me? Looking at Charlotte Linland with a chuckle, Weer approached her step by step. Charlotte Linland's pupils shrank, her heart trembled. She's moody, doesn't mean she's a fool. If it is a fool, it is impossible to create a huge 4 Emperors force. Inspirational method. She heard it. Weer is provoking himself in the opposite direction, and wants to let himself fight to the death. But does it make sense? The family is destroyed. For flowers. 0 years of hard work paid off. If you continue to fight, what will happen to you? Advertisement. Shaking her head, Charlotte Linland didn't dare to think. Humph. With a cold snort, Charlotte Linland has already made up her mind. Damn it, just wait. Soon, today's hatred, I will wash away with your blood. When the words fell, Charlotte Linland turned and shot away without hesitation. Boom. Weer broke out in pursuit, but a huge wave swept over him. Storm. Heaven on fire. Thunder. At this moment, Charlotte Linland has displayed many abilities. Just to be able to stop Weer for a moment and buy himself time to escape. And Weer was indeed successfully stopped for a moment. Just a moment, enough for Charlotte Linland. Boom. Weer only had time to slash the ground, and the thunder slashed at Charlotte Linland's back. 0 fresh blood shot, dyeing the sky red. A mouthful of blood spurted out, Charlotte Linland groaned and disappeared into the sky. Pity. Weer fell on the sea, sighed and shook his head. Sure enough, it's still too weak. If a 4 Emperors wants to escape, I still cannot stop it at this moment. Fortunately, no one heard this. Otherwise, Weer will definitely be sprayed to death. What Versailles literature, it's literally going to Versailles to the end. Is this what someone said? The 4 Emperors, Charlotte Linland. The entire core of the BIGMOM pirates was wiped out. I have been severely injured several times, still not satisfied with the result? Still feel weak? The smell of blood was too heavy, Weer all killed with thunder. The 4 Emperors, both of whom have a grudge against me, took the time to go to Wano Kuni. With Charlotte Linland's relationship with that guy Kaido, he must have escaped to Wano Kuni. This is considered weak, so are there still weak people in the world? Stepping on the surface of the sea, he began to run across the entire world of nations. The only surviving person is one of the 4 Emperors, Charlotte Linland 10. So far, the blood was instantly evaporated, leaving only a spot of coke. The 4 Emperors BIGMOM pirates are bad, and they are almost destroyed. Half a day. Forget it, there is definitely still a chance. All suppressed by Weer. Surrounding Cake Island, there are 34 islands belonging to the realm of nations. Except for some innocent civilians, most of them were killed by Weer. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Just to be able to solve it together, once and for all. Yep. Touching his chin, Weer chuckled lightly, not wasting too much time in place. Chapter 173. The world shakes, the Big Mom pirate network is destroyed. On today, the cake was broken, and the remnants of the BIGMOM pirates in the world of nations were completely wiped out. Is this news frightening? Can't hide it? Spreading across the world at the speed of a storm? Everyone, what happened in the realm of nations shocked. God, how is this possible? As the realm of nations, Cake Island, home of the 4 Emperors Charlotte Linland, was destroyed. The whole BIGMOM pirates are bad, and all are destroyed. Is the 4 Emperors Charlotte Linland the only one on the run, whose whereabouts are unknown? Just kidding, that's the 4 Emperors, that's the domain of 10,000 nations. The annual tea party brings together most of the emperors of the dark world. This kind of terrifying force is forming a cabinet. Is it that Marine is in sympathy with all the members of the world government? No. There's only one man, the new Admiral Thor at Naval Headquarters. A person alone at a tea party, with power that is close to destroying the world. 5-6 zeros, defeated the 4 Emperors Charlotte Linland and destroyed the entire BIGMOM pirate, 29. Hiss. Anyone who knows the news will be in disbelief for the first time. However, after it was confirmed, they all took a deep breath. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Alone in the 4 Emperors sea area, facing the entire BIGMOM pirate of the behemoth. After the battle, the 4 Emperors Charlotte Linland fled? Even Aokiji and Kizaru, who rushed to the realm of nations at full speed, were ready to rescue Weer. When I first got the news, I was shocked and unbelievable. However, I saw the devastated islands of the Kingdom of Nations, as well as the sea area where the original Cake Island, which had disappeared in the center, was located. The shock that I saw with my own eyes far exceeded the rumors. Thor Weer, scary as a monster. In the eyes of these admirals, it is also an absolutely terrifying existence. This day, the world is boiling, no one thought. The destruction of BIGMOM pirates was actually because of one person. Thor Weer, Naval Headquarters, new admiral, unprecedented 8-year-old admiral. This news is too shocking, so the people who got the news were all stunned for a while. This is simply something that subverts their worldview. 4 emperors, each of them is an existence standing at the top of the sea. Even Marine and the world government have nothing to do with them. A child no more than 8 years old, the new Marine Admiral. It turns out, single-handedly destroying a 4 Emperor's power? There are even doubts. Advertisement. In fact, the eradication of BIGMOM pirate paste was premeditated by Marine and the world government. It's not just about mobilizing Thor, Weer, the new admiral. Including the remaining two admiral, Aokiji and Kizaru, must also hide and secretly ask Weer. But, where in the world is there an airtight wall? No matter how they inquired, they all got the same information. Thor, Weer, the cake island that I went to for a while. Marine and the world government don't know at all. The naval headquarters at the moment shook like them. To this moment, countless people have to admit it. Even though BIGMOM pirate paste was destroyed by an 8-year-old child. Incredible. But facts speak louder than words. Weer is strong. This is after Weer stepped up to his predecessor Marine Admiral, Sakazuki. Everyone thinks about his strength. It is recognized that the active 3 admiral are the strongest. But no one could have predicted it. Such an 8-year-old admiral actually destroyed a 4 emperor's power. This is no longer the so-called strongest admiral in the headquarters, which can be described. If it was placed among the pirates, it would definitely be a 4 emperors level existence. Moreover, it is very likely that the combat power is comparable to the strongest man Whitebeard who has no morale at the peak. In other words, today, Weer, who is only 8 years old, has become the strongest admiral in marine history. So scary world of nations. Aokiji and Weer have a relatively good relationship, and they are specially left to deal with the aftermath after the destruction of the BIGMOM pirates. As for the salted fish Kizaru, after confirming that the BIGMOM pirate gang was destroyed, they returned to naval headquarters first. Inexplicably sent to the realm of nations, I thought that I was going to fight Charlotte Linlin. As a result, I heard that the BIGMOM pirates were destroyed before they arrived. Kizaru felt like he was being asked for, however, the police said it was not intentional. Even if someone really wanted him on purpose, he could only recognize it by pinching his nose. 1 is Fleet Admiral Sengoku, his immediate boss. 1, it is the same level as himself, and he is still young. Ken, very brutal, and, the world of noise, has defined Weer as the strongest marine admiral ever. He has small arms and calves and doesn't want to be like a Kainu. Up to now, he is still healing in the Holy Land, at this time. In the realm of nations, a large number of warships are docked. Recovering this unlawful place in the domain of nations requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Among these warships, there are even some strange large ships. All from various underground forces. Advertisement. There is no absolute light in this world. Especially under the rule of the Tianlong people, the world government has long been rotten. Many dark transactions are closely related to the world government. Therefore, those emperors of the dark world who were lucky not to be killed by Weer were all acquitted at this moment. Weer didn't care either. Not even a single Charlotte Linlin can stay, and there is no need to turn against the world government at this moment. It's his business to catch it or not, it's none of his business to let it go. Of course, most of the Dark World emperors were killed instantly by Weer's battle. The loss is certainly not small, but he can also hold his nose and confess his emblem. As for the trouble with Weer, think more, they want to live a few more years? On a warship, the Queen of Happy Street, Stucci, is one of the only remaining emperors of the Dark World. At the same time, she is also one of the people chosen to be acquitted by the world government. Marine Admiral, 8-year-old. Do you really have no age falsification? Fake, is it necessary? Weer, dressed in Marine Admiral's justice loudly, met the deck breeze. Out loud with a chuckle, the smile is gentle and sunny. A gentleman's appearance, but as seen with my own eyes. Weer was one of the people who destroyed the entire BIGMOM pirate paste by means of almost destroying the world. 1.0 Stussy knew. Hidden under Weer's gentle exterior, he is a kind of domineering and ruthless that is more terrifying than the 4 emperors. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Weer chuckled, not denying anything. Weer raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, then what do I look like? If not, run fast. Stuffy, whose eyes were flickering, left immediately after he finished speaking. Not long ago, she should have transformed into this sea area with the BIGMOM pirates. Log in to pick up her ship and leave quickly. Subconsciously, her beautiful eyes flashed slightly, and she smiled softly. 4 emperors? From now on, there are no 4 emperors? Only, the 3 emperors. Did anyone ever say that? 99. Looking at Weer's profile, Stuffy was a little dazed. Has someone said, you're not really a marine? That is, the description is not quite right. It was all blackened. 4 emperors, chapter 174. 8 years old, the strongest marine admiral in history. The 4 emperors' pirates are bad, as expected of Kun's existence facing the sea. This time, it was a bit of a fluke to exterminate the BIGMOM pirates, 22. In the realm of nations, watching the warships coming and going. Weer thought thoughtfully, however, I still won in the end. Weer chuckled and returned to his own cabin on the warship. When he came, he really just wanted to join in the fun of the tea party. Of course, there is also the meaning of leeway, but destroying the whole BIGMOM pirate is really just a temporary intention. This battle, it also let Weer know the limit of his current strength. During the battle with Charlotte Linlin, successfully pick up 15 points of strength. Let the overall strength attribute, up to 330 points. Charlotte Linlin, the four emperors, was suppressed by herself even if she burst out with all her strength. Aside from the factor that the soul fruit was made by the billions of thunder of the thunder fruit. Roughly estimate the past. Now that Weer is bursting out with all his strength, he is estimated to be on par with the uninjured peak Whitebeard 13. 8-year-old, the strongest marine admiral in history, lives up to his name. Are you ready to leave? 3 days later. Chingshong was riding a bicycle on the ice, watching the other side to practice hard. Weer said. Weer put down the famous knife in his hand and nodded. The delay is long enough. In 3 days, I can do a lot of things. And you are here to take charge of the aftermath. I believe there is no problem. 3. Aokiji's mouth twitched slightly. 3 days? After destroying a 4 emperor's force, does it feel like a long time to rest for 3 days? It's really enough of a monster's idea. Shrugging, Aokiji reached out and said helplessly. Alara, I finally managed to settle down for 3 days. It's okay for you to go. Did you just tell Sengoku Fleet Admiral? Or do you want to keep silent again and go to other 4 emperors' domains to make trouble? 99. Weer laughed and shook his head. That makes it sound like I'm a murderer. I can't be idle for a moment, either to kill or on the way to kill. Is not it? Aokiji nodded seriously. Do you have no idea about this in your own mind? Weer was speechless, shook his head and said, for things like leeway, 1 time is enough. Moreover, there are only so many 4 emperors in total. Destroying a BIGMOM pirate is enough to make the world chaotic for a while. Advertisement again, no surprises to say nothing, just make the chaos even more confusing. Totally unnecessary. Aokiji. In the dark, you wiped out an entire BIGMOM pirate shit, and even hit Charlotte Linlin. Is it really just for Li Wei's actions after landing on Marine Admiral? I don't care what Aokiji thinks. At this moment, Weer is indeed thinking about what to do next. Back to Naval headquarters? The police are kidding. I finally ran out and made some noise, but I didn't want to deal with those trivial matters. It's okay to let him fight, to do clerical work, it's deadly. As for attacking the 4 emperors, there is no need. Compete with Whitebeard to see if you can continue to pick up attributes to enhance yourself. Weer is somewhat interested in this point, but now because the BIGMOM pirates have just been destroyed, too many eyes are focused on themselves. Looking for Whitebeard during this period, Weer has no plans to do so either. Compared to these, Weer wanted to find a quiet place and delve into observation hockey. Observation hockey, the ability to briefly foresee the future after training to the extreme. For Weer, it is still very helpful, therefore. Looking at the rippling sea, Weer stepped on the sea by himself and quickly disappeared into the sky. Under Aokiji's helpless smile, he chose a direction aimlessly. A few days later, Grand Line, Gonzales Island. The island is full of people, and there are many ships passing by. An island where shipbuilding flourishes. Above this sea area, the daily flow of people passing by is quite huge. Even if it is compared with the 7 waters, it is a little worse. However, the scale of the shipbuilding industry chain here is definitely not small. And this time, on the street, there are several people shrouded in black robes. Head down, hurried through the crowd. Because there are too many people in the past, there are also many pirates. This kind of dress will not attract the attention of others. Sabo, follow the orders given by the leader, after we get the news of this kingdom as soon as possible. Need to evacuate as soon as possible, but don't, and temporarily hook up with something. Otherwise, the leader will have a headache. Leeler raised his head and looked at Sabo seriously. This group of people are members of the Revolutionary Army who are regarded by the world government as a confidant. Advertisement, you know, am I so messed up? Sabo raised his head and said seriously. While speaking, he glanced at the surrounding streets with his peripheral vision. Whispered. Still the same. You are in charge of inquiring about the news, and I infiltrated the palace of the Oni Kingdom. Oni Kingdom, a small country standing on Gonzales Island. Even if the country is small, but mosquito legs are also meat to the Revolutionary Army, which is dedicated to turning against all kingdoms. Change the way the kingdom treats world government. Let the kingdom be able to join the large force of their Revolutionary Army. Stand on the opposite side of world government. This is the sole purpose of Sabo and Zira coming here. You know, you have to be careful. Leerla nodded, looking at Sabo with a strange look in her eyes and exhorting. For each other's feelings, the two are well aware of 560. Sabo, who heard the words, smiled and nodded gently. Don't worry. I will definitely return safely. You, too, be careful with the rope. Understood. I will wait for your good news. Looking at the confident Sabo, Zhao Erla smiled. Immediately, the two determined the details of the task and followed the meeting place afterwards. They turned around and prepared to go to the mission. When Kurla just turned around, she inadvertently glanced at a young figure standing in front of her. Suddenly my scalp felt numb and my whole body stiffened. You and I. The same stared round eyes and opened his mouth. Thor Weer, how could he be here? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After all, who would it be? Even the idea of running away could not arise. Saw. Sabo, Bo, how come? Frowning, Sabo turned to follow Kurla's gaze. During the mission, I have seen many enemies, and they are also very powerful. An emotion of fear swept through her body. Leerla's big eyes widened and she looked ahead in horror. Fear spreads all over the body. Her infinitely fearful voice made Sabo strange. Immediately, he was stunned. Damn, Marine Admiral. But there has never been one. Jean Erla would have such a reaction. Chapter 175. Sabo. God, are this family all monsters? It's really, fate. Stand opposite Sabo, lol. It made the two of them, Weer, who was infinitely terrified, laugh a little. Unexpectedly, you can come across this revolutionary army in any small place. Isn't this fate? Looking at the two with a smile, Weer was gone. Step by step closer to the two, Sabo and Kurla wanted to turn around and run away. But don't dare, even the 4 emperors were killed by you alone. Is it just them? Can they run away? Are we just waiting to die? Kurla looked at Sabo stiffly, a little unwilling. She didn't think Weer would let them go. The Revolutionary Army, the world government, and the Marines are mortal enemies. Seeing it, it must be a scene of fighting for each other's lives. Gollum. Sabo swallowed nervously, as if he didn't hear Erla's words clearly. What did you say? I said, is this Thor, Admiral, here specifically to arrest us? Now, can we wait to die? Kurla said stiffly, as for. Sabo shook his head for the first time. For us, a terrifying character like Yen Dong? Most likely, it's just a coincidence, right? Other than that, Sabo couldn't think of anything at all. Indeed, his strength is very good among the Revolutionary Army. However, Weer is young, only 8 years old. That was the Admiral, the strongest headquarters in Marine history. Trembling to catch him and Kurla, isn't this a bull's knife to kill Jia? He must have found us. Kurla's pupils trembled violently, clearly seeing Weer straight ahead. Yu Guang swept both sides, definitely not the place to go. Yes, I came for myself. Realizing this time, Zhao Erla became more and more flustered. Frightened, almost crying. Escape. Sabo forcibly calmed down, grabbed Kurla and turned around and ran. Want to drill into the crowd and get rid of Weer. Now that Thor Admiral has arrived, the mission is also a 100% failure. It's just a waste of time to stay on. Boom. Sabo used all his strength in an instant, smashing the hard map with 1 foot. In his entire life, the explosive speed was unprecedented. With Kurla, he was about to distance himself from Weer. Run away and leave the island, but he just made a move, only to feel a gust of wind coming towards him. The originally bright sun suddenly seemed to be blocked by something. Looking up, Sabo's pupils trembled violently. Protecting Erla, horror took a few steps back. Sure enough, it's Marine Admiral, strength, terrifying, scary. This speed. When, now in front of me? Advertisement. I don't know at all. The strongest Marine Admiral ever, 8-year-old Thor Weer. It's a monster. Sabo's body is covered in hair, and he's going crazy. How could it be such a coincidence that this monster could be encountered in such a remote place? You two, do you know me? Stopping the two of Sabo, Weer raised his eyebrows and chuckled diligently. Don't know us? Sabo heard Weir's tone, and a hint of hope suddenly rose. Just before he could speak, the next Weir's words were like a bolt from the blue. Or is it that the instinct of the Revolutionary Army is to run away when it sees Marine? 3-3. When the words fell, Kurla hesitated in horror. Mr. Thor Weer, it's an honor to meet you here, 93. Sabo took a deep breath and forcibly calmly looked at Weer. As he spoke, the corner of his mouth forced a terrified smile. It looks as ugly as it looks, so you know me, so why are you running so fast? Are you looking down on me? Weer looked at Sabo with interest and lay down with a chuckle. Cough cough. Sabo, who was frightened by this sentence, hurriedly said, how could it be? Thor, Mr. Weer, misunderstood. We didn't see you, just happened to have something to go. Absolutely, not looking down on you. Sabo's tone was respectful. For fear that this monster who destroyed the realm of 10,000 kingdoms without asking a word would directly kill Akatsuki, both of them. While listening to Sabo's words, Weir's eyes were not on him. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the end of the street, a tall figure shrouded in black robes. His brows were slightly raised, and his heart became more and more surprised. I thought about meeting that person one day sooner or later. Unexpectedly, it is here. Yes, in this case. Noticing Weir's expression, Sabo was suddenly pleasantly surprised. Turning back, it was the most reassuring and reliable existence. Leader, Leerla also turned back, and the two were excited. Saved. Even they have never seen the true strength of the leader dragon. However, it is possible to form a terrorist body like the Revolutionary Army. Without the strength of the Admiral-level police, I am afraid they would have fallen apart long ago. Tapping. She nodded slightly at Sabo and Zerla. Long walked step by step, his eyes never leaving Weer in front of him. When the two faced each other, there was some kindness on Long's grim face. It's been a long time, gone. Sabo and Kurla were a little surprised. Boss, is he still in a relationship with Thor Weer? It's not too long to see. More than half a year ago, you pestered me to hand me over to the old man, 93. Weer shrugged and said nothing. The bland exchange between the two left Sabo and Kurla stunned. Advertisement. His eyes were full of horror, even more than they will meet Thor Weer here. It is not difficult to guess from the few words that the two talked about. It is said that the chief had 2 children. The eldest son, Luffy, is now a pirate on the sea. Also, is Sabo's younger brother, and another, never seen before. Even if the Revolutionary Army knew that this person existed. But no matter the name or appearance, no one knows. King Lee's, only know. About age, it should be around 7 or 8 years old. Etc. 7 or 8 years old? God. Thor Weer, isn't he the strongest admiral of headquarters at the age of 8? Leader. Could it be that, Mr. Weer, Thor, is it you? Kurla looked at the dragon in horror, Long nodded and said casually. Yeah, I'm like a kid, Monkey D. Weer. Boom, after being confirmed by the leader, Sabo and Kurla were stunned on the spot. Naval headquarters, the strongest admiral in history is actually the son of the leader? What the hell is going on now? Since his father is a marine hero, he is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. 2 sons, Luffy is the pirate, Thor Weer is the admiral of headquarters. God. Are this family all monsters? Sabo and Jawerla are 2 iron-handed worldviews. At this moment, it was completely subverted, but no matter the name or appearance, no one knows. King Lee's, only know. About age, it should be around 7 or 8 years old. Etc. 7 or 8 years old. Boom. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sabo and Jawerla are 2 iron-handed worldviews. Could it be that, Mr. Weer, Thor, is it you? Long nodded and said casually. God. What the hell is going on now? At this moment, it was completely subverted. Kurla looked at the dragon in horror. 2 sons, Luffy is the pirate, Thor Weer is the admiral of headquarters. Since his father is a marine hero, he is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. God. After being confirmed by the leader, Sabo and Kurla were stunned on the spot. Thor Weer, isn't he the strongest admiral of headquarters at the age of 8? Are this family all monsters? Leader. Yeah, I'm like a kid, Monkey D. Weer. Naval headquarters, the strongest admiral in history is actually the son of the leader? Chapter 176. The collision of ideas, the man who wants to subvert the world. So, you don't know me? Weer raised his eyebrows, which was strange. He never concealed his surname, and thought that Sabo knew his identity. Unexpectedly, I don't know the result. So then, in fact, everyone is their own? Then, things are much easier. 99 Sabo immediately relaxed. Ella breathed a sigh of relief. Since it is the son of the leader, it must be his own. The leader is here, so he won't do anything to the 2 of them, right? Easy to do. What's easier to do? Weer raised his eyebrows. In addition to being a member of the Munch family, I am also a Marine. The police forgot, you are the Revolutionary Army. People, what do you think? After the words fell, Sabo's pupils trembled violently again. Really, do you still have to deal with this god-killing madman? Looking at the leader, Long felt a little helpless about the reactions of Sabo and Kurla. You came here because the world government discovered us, so it was sent here? Ignoring Weir's words to threaten Sabo, Long asked strangely. Of course not. Those rubbish Tianlong people still want to order me? What are you thinking? Weer spread his hands without any shyness. Okay, I won't make fun of you, came here just by chance. I don't have any interest in your actions against the kingdom. 560 inches just in my opinion. If you want to remove corruption, then make yourself the strongest in the world. Suppressing with absolute strength and directly destroying the rotten Tianlong people is not enough? With such a mess like you, can the year of the monkey and the horse moon hurt the world government, and even the foundation of the Tianlong people? Weer really didn't have much thought about the Revolutionary Army. As long as it's not like pirates, people who treat civilians with wickedness. Such forces, he is not interested in hostility, it's just that he doesn't quite agree with Long's idea of implementing it to the Revolutionary Army. The strong are respected, and the weak are sins. With strength, what you say is the truth. Why take such a soft-hearted policy? And heard Sabo, Kurla, including the dragon. The 3 corners of their mouths twitched, actually. Weir's words are not without reason, however, it's more difficult than countering, isn't it? Do you really think that everyone is a monster like you? At the age of 8, he became the strongest Marine in history? Stronger than the 4 emperors, stronger than the strongest man, Whitebeard. It's not just that he can only bless his own 1/3 of an acre. Advertisement with such an existence, it is impossible to overthrow the world government and Marine. I want to increase my strength enough to suppress everything. How long should it take? How many talents? Okay, I'm too lazy to care about you. It's enough to do a murder and arson for me, the rest, you are free. If you commit a crime and run into me, the police will check whether it is your own. Get it right. According to waving his hand, Weer who left this sentence left. After giving the 3 of them a full back, they disappeared into the crowd. Watch Weer walk away until she can't see it. Sabo looked at the dragon and said. Leader, Thor, Mr. Weer, is it really yours? That talent is outrageous and a little exaggerated. With a helpless sigh, Long smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for my own son, I wouldn't believe it. 8 years old, the strongest Marine in history. Even me, facing him, had a huge pressure that I couldn't breathe. 99. If it's our enemy, really do it. Just in love, all 3 of us have to explain it here. Speak. Both Erla and Sabo were stunned. Stronger than the leader of the Revolutionary Army. In the face of the 8-year-old Admiral of Headquarters, there is no certainty at all? Listen to the meaning. If the 3 of them join forces, they can only be killed in seconds? Even if the BIGMOM pirates are destroyed, everyone knows that it is because of the god of thunder Weer. But without seeing it with my own eyes, the deterrent force is still not as high as a SWAT. Therefore, Sabo and Erla couldn't imagine it when they heard that Long had no chance of winning. It only takes half a year to sow. Weer has stood at the top of the world. If it continues to grow, no one knows how powerful it will be. Maybe as he said, my wind wish for many years may also be fulfilled by him, BDBA. Watching the back of Weer leave, Long Chen made a deep voice. Weer is back at Naval Headquarters. Even lazier than Kizaru Aokiji, they don't handle clerical affairs at all. As long as it is not related to combat, it will be handed over to the adjutants and Naval Headquarters advisors to deal with. In the Warring States period, Weer was often found. However, the results obtained are very consistent. Don't do it. Alright. The policeman said no, even if it was Kizaru, Sengoku would give him a reprimand. Weer said no, then coaxed it. Advertisement not coaxing? Row. Weer immediately took a trip to the New World and walked around the current 3 Emperors field. If you provoke another wave of Emperor-level forces, then Naval Headquarters will be busy. Therefore, the Warring States also went with Weer. Of course, the reasons are not so simple, because the BIGMOM pirates were destroyed, the world shook. The World Summit was originally scheduled to be held every 4 years in 6 months. Earlier, because of the BIGMOM incident, Marine and the world government sent a lot of people. Taking over the original world of nations has caused some manpower to be tight. Then, the Revolutionary Army's actions dedicated to overthrowing the world government are becoming more and more frequent. There are many countries on the bright side, flowing with the thoughts of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Longguan. Revolutionary wars have been exposed. Even now, the majesty of the world government cannot be touched. But, a single spark can start a prairie fire. If you can come forward, like the 4 Emperors pirates, you will fight against the world government. This is nothing, however, Long was ideologically overthrowing the world government. This is pretty scary stuff. In today's era of great pirates, why do people keep moving forward like this? Isn't it because of the belief left by Roger of Pirate.com? Faith is the scariest thing. Once the flame of belief cannot be extinguished from the root in time. Even if a dragon dies, another dragon will be hooked. The idea of overthrowing the world government will not change. Little by little, over time. Maybe one day. First, how to deal with the increasingly pervasive revolutionary army. How to properly handle this matter. We'll attend this meeting. This led to the spread of wars all over the world, and the madness of pirates to kill completely. Therefore, because of the fear of the revolutionary army, the centuries-old rule of the Tianlong people will also be declared shattered. The kings of these countries will all come to participate in this world summit. The concept implemented by the dragon will flow through most of the world's national shocks. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. And it's that time, including the World Noble Dragons and the World Government 5 Elders. There are 2 themes of this meeting. There are more than 170 member countries of world government. Because the BIGMOM pirates were destroyed, a new round of the 4 Emperors battle was detonated. Second, World Summit is held early. World government is also fragile and shattered with a single blow. All have become the topic of this World Summit. Chapter 177. Zephyr is attacked, and the 4 Emperors alliance is just around the corner. Naval Headquarters, exclusive to Weer, the office of the strongest Marine Admiral. Weer is closing his eyes, making a delicate construction for a potted plant. Katakuri is weak though. But Observation Hawkeye, who has practiced to the extreme, still has merit. With a chuckle, Weer opened his eyes and looked at shoe-built potted plants with general satisfaction. Still very good. In the Battle of the Realm of Nations, 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin provides 15 points of strength. And Katakuri also successfully brought Weer's Observation Hawkeye to the high level of LV9. Even if you can't, you can directly break through level 10 and reach the level of predicting the short-term future. But also a little progress. The previous Observation Hawkeye was only able to capture the movements of living creatures. Once you close your eyes, the whole world is completely plunged into darkness. If you want to detect the enemy, you need to rely on multi-directional factors to perceive. But for now, just relying on Observation Hawkeye is enough. Up to level 9 Observation Hawkeye, is Weer able to perceive living things? Even dead objects such as buildings can be seen in the world after closing your eyes. Even if it's not clear enough, however, the outline and prototype are quite clear. Weer roughly estimated. This level of Observation Hawkeye should be similar to Fujitora. After all, Fujitora is not so far as to rely on Observation Hawkeye to be able to predict the future. If not, I won't say hooked, I want to see what Luffy looks like. Speaking of Fujitora, Weer has some headaches. Among the original works, he successfully became a folk powerhouse of Marine Admiral. The trail is too erratic. Weer deliberately made people pay attention to the major casinos, and was surprised that no trace was found. Why are you looking for Fujitora? Be the master of the hand. After becoming an admiral, there are too many trivial clerical jobs. Fujitora is a human being, and it is relatively in line with Weer's view of looking at people. If you can find him to share those clerical chores with him, it would be great to police Tijushang. Monument. That's when I was thinking about Fujitora's problem and practicing Observation Hawkeye at the same time. There was a knock on the door of Weir's office. "Come in." With permission from Weer, the person outside the door came in. His face was not very good looking, and he was holding a stack of love reports. "Sir Weer, you are really relaxed. Actually, still in the mood to build flowers and plants here? Advertisement. Do you know how much bad things Sakazuki's ex-admiral said about you? It must be said that you were the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the son of Long. The identity background is not simple. Becoming a Marine Admiral may be a disaster and a time bomb. Also said that you could suddenly defect like a dragon at any time. I even want to put how to treat you on the issue of World Summit. Let the participating nations decide how to treat you. It's just irritating." Levy's tone was full of resentment and anger. "Ha ha ha, why bother?" Weer opened his eyes and smiled. "It's just a small mistake that failed. He wants to seek attention again and beg for pity with the Tianlong people. That is his business. It's a waste of time to deal with this crap. You didn't come here simply because of this, right?" Facing Weer, who ignored Akainu, Bai shook his head helplessly. He sent the document in his hand to Weer and said, "This is the list of 25 kings you need to escort for this World Summit. This task, I'm afraid you will need to do it yourself. Once there is a little problem aside, the world government will be quite troublesome." 93. Send men and warships to escort the king of the World Summit to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Definitely not a small thing. It is so important that any vice admiral is not eligible to participate in the escort mission independently. Must rhyme admiral. Weer looked at the document in front of him and asked thoughtfully. "Apart from these, is there nothing in the world to discover?" Bai Wei was stunned and said immediately, "Some. Since you defeated Bigmom, Charlotte Linlin managed to escape. It is said to have entered Wanokuni, reached some kind of agreement with Kaido. Now, under the Beast Pirates, the only two remaining disasters, the fire disaster and the epidemic disaster, have begun to make people feel ready to move. Diligently entering the major islands, it seems that a big event is brewing." Weer, who heard the words, raised his brows. "Making big things? That guy, what big things can be brewing?" Shaking his head, Weer didn't care at all. A crippled beast pirate paste, plus a polished commander Charlotte Linlin. For flowers 0 totally fearless, 4 emperors? So what? Advertisement, the kings of the countries of the New World, let the ghost spiders, Stoloberry and these vice admiral escort them. As for the first half, dispatch the headquarters rear admiral on it. A country from east to west, north to south, 4 seas, rear admiral is enough. 99. Sir Weer, warring states fleet admiral means that the kings of those countries in the New World need your escort. Seeing that Weer was constantly calling names, he said with a headache. Well, Weer thought for a moment. Nothing has happened recently, and observation hockey has also reached a bottleneck. Going for an escort is fine as a distraction. Just thinking about it when I wanted to respond. 0 The phone bug on him suddenly rang. Which one? Weer took out the phone bug and saw the anxious expression of the phone bug's anthropomorphic expression. His face sank slightly and he answered the phone. Almost as soon as Weer answered the phone, a very anxious voice came from the other end of the phone bug. Sir Weer, Mr. Zephyr has an affair. Don't panic, what happened? Hearing the anxious voice of the other party, Weer had some bad thoughts in his heart. The warship Zephyr Sensei was attacked by the Plague Queen of the Beast Pirates. An extremely anxious voice came from the other side of the phone bug. The moment the words fell, Bai fell backwards one after another and fell to the ground. Weir's expression was instantly bone-chilling. A boundless slaughter surged up from around him. Instant rage. Tell me the location. Weir's face was sullen, his eyes flashed with a cold murderous intent and he responded with a cold voice. Teacher Zephyr's position is, understood, I'll go right away. Weer hangs up the phone bug and looks at Kirby. As for the escort task, just follow the list I gave you to have someone escorted. If anyone is unwilling, let them come to me in person. When the words fell, Weer walked directly to the fortress office building. Stepping on the surface of the sea, galloping and disappearing into the sky. Although he didn't know what happened, Bai also knew that it could make Weer furious. Definitely not a small thing. He quickly returned to his senses, and went to the Warring States period to return to his 10th. Chapter 178. With a single knife, slay the super dilemma and the famous pirates and pirates. On the sea surface of a certain sea area, there are big waves. Because of the fierce battle, the collision of airwaves swept in all directions. Among them is a warship, a giant pirate. On top of this big wave, it swayed and swayed. On the warship, Zephyr was fighting with a figure in blood. On the warship, there was red blood everywhere. Many elite battalion recruits lay dead or wounded everywhere on the warship. Zephyr's eyes were red with anger, desperate to kill the burly pirate who wanted to kill the battle in front of him. Damn, Epidemic Quinn, you are courting death. Zephyr was furious and almost went berserk. Because of your own mercy, you were killed by pirates. Now, he is alone, and his sustenance is only to teach students. Every student is like his family. Even if they are a little too strong, they don't have Weir's 5 or 60 endowment. After graduating, he disappeared in the crowd, but it still exists like a human being. A few years ago, the encounter with Whitebeard II had already made him extremely angry. The entire warship was searched, and the students were almost destroyed. Now, do you want to repeat what happened back then? Ha ha ha, struggle Zephyr. Is that useful? All this, you have to blame your good student Weer. This is just interest. Kaido boss, will soon go to harvest Weer's life. Plague Quinn smiled recklessly, punching Zephyr, even if Zephyr is a former admiral. But because of the lack of an arm, he has not fought for many years. Facing the Plague Quinn with a bounty of 1.32 billion Bailey, he could only barely resist. Fighting alone, you will be suppressed, but not killed. However, Pandemic Quinn is not alone. The beasts and pirates, who are more than two rough people, are now staring at the side. Boss Quinn, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? That's right. Kill all these students. Then, let this old fellow die in endless pain. Ha ha ha. Really looking forward to it. Looking forward to Weer seeing his teacher die tragically. What a painful and wonderful picture. The members of the Pilgrims of the Gathering of Beasts, the tears of laughter are almost rhythmic. Hearing the Plague Quinn, he moved his huge body. He punched Zephyr away with a punch, and then a bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's a good idea. Then these students will be handed over to you. Work hard, don't die too soon. 99. Advertisement. It's good to laugh at Boss Quinn, you should be optimistic. Gathering Beasts pirates, can't wait for a long time. With the permission of Plague Quinn, he swung the blade directly. Look cruelly at the students who fell in the pool of blood and still have breath left and did not die completely. Damn it, you, all be damned. Zephyr's eyes were splitting. Crazy fury, armed color Hawkeye spread the katana in his hand. Continue to burst out trying to break through the blockade of the Epidemic Quinn and go to rescue those students. But no use, he was completely suppressed by the Plague Quinn. It's good to be able to protect yourself. There's absolutely no possibility to save these students. Gia. Pain. I love seeing Marine's pained and helpless expression the most. Seeing the helpless translation of rage, the beast pirates and pirates became more and more excited. Tapping. Step by step, he saw that the blade in his hand was about to fall on those students. Just when the jar was dying, the temperature of the air suddenly dropped a lot. Sen Lang's chill and murderous intent made all the members of the 100-beast pirate gang stop in panic. Even the Plague Quinn, his face changed greatly. How can it be? Such a familiar vibe. If you guessed correctly, who is it? But, Naval Headquarters is coming. Even if the warship is running at full speed, it can't be so fast. Boom. But even with the epidemic, Quinn was shocked and unbelievable. The unimaginable thing still happened. Turning back stiffly, a purple blow shot from afar. On it, there is a dark purple arc around it. Across the brown rice, it also made all the members of the beast pirate paste, including the Plague Quinn, horrified. Scalp burst. Boom. With an explosion, the mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The entire search of the large pirate ship surpassed the members of the Dilemma and the famous pirate. There is no possibility of escape at all, under this shocking thunderslash. Along with the shattered pirates, they were torn apart by the purple thunderbolt. It turned into black debris and floated on the sea. Terrible so. Knife, slay the super two rough-named beasts, pirates. Advertisement as terror strikes through the pirate ship. The U-way that swept away even spread to an island not far away. Boom. The soil and rocks on the edge of the island exploded and shattered in an instant. The sword energy ran rampant all the way, deeply creating a terrifying crack that was close to brown rice in the earth. The residents on the island only felt that the end was coming. The earth shook violently, and the waves swept across the sky. That shocking thunderslash stirred the sea. The originally calm sea area was directly covered with overcast clouds and heavy rainstorms. Wave after wave of raging waves slammed violently against the shore of the island. Weer's sword is so terrifying. What happened? Natural disaster? Earthquake? The original clear sky was thousands of miles away, but it was cloudy in an instant, and the rainstorm continued. I am afraid that apart from natural disasters, there is no other possibility. Manpower, it's impossible to cause such a movement, right? The island shook wildly, and the people living in the central area had no idea what was going on. However, all panic attributed to natural disasters. As for this kind of movement from people dry hook? How can it be? That's a disaster. Manpower can cause this kind of movement that is comparable to natural disasters. Is it not that the gods have come? Impossible, more than a few brown rice from the coast. The Plague Quinn hit on the warship and was not affected by the terrifying slash. However, it was just the severity of the aftermath that made his entire 1.0 heart skip a beat. Just the little blade that escaped, even split his Brachiosaurus form flesh. How terrifying. In a few months, is it already strong to this extent? Damn it. Quinn's eyes were filled with rage and fear. Even if you haven't actually seen the person coming. The identity can also be completely determined. As far as the eye can see, a young-looking figure quickly rides the wind and waves. Behind him, Marine Admiral's Justice fluttered in the wind. On both sides, gilt epaulettes. Under the blazing thunder, it was bright and dazzling. The slightly embarrassed translation also saw the galloping figure. An angry look on his face greeted him, and he didn't even go to see Epidemic Quinn again. Instead, he turned around randomly and went to take care of the students who were seriously injured and fell in a pool of blood. Because who was coming? He already knew. Chapter 179. Wanji Thunderbursts, and the epidemic disaster Quinn dies. Pandemic Quinn is not small. Actively attacking and killing Mr. Zephyr, do you still want to torture and kill my junior schoolmate? 39. When the people come to ride the wind and waves, looking at the plague Quinn who did not dare to move at all, his face was extremely ugly and accompanied by a touch of fear. The strongest admiral in marine history, Weer said. Rarely, there is no expression on Weir's face at this moment. Looking coldly at the plague Quinn in front of him, murderous intent pervaded. Who gave you the courage? Kaido that crap? Weer. Plague Quinn looked at Weer in front of him, and his heart was filled with monstrous anger. Dare to insult Kaido boss, you are courting death. The plague Quinn, who was swept away by anger, stared at Weer. Holding a huge axe in both hands, he roared and slashed down towards Weer. Roll. Weir's eyes were cold, and the killing intent exploded. Swing the sword at will, a million thunderstrikes. Flashing bright light, slashed down the plague Quinn who flew in the air and held a giant axe. Clang. Wrapped in a burst of explosive metal 13 symphony. Head to head, the plague Quinn was easily repelled. Even the hands holding the giant axe were shocked. Even with the armed Hawkeye bodyguard, there are still strands of blood that penetrate and hook. Boom. With one move, the plague Quinn flew, and Weer came to the warship. Ignoring the more than 200 remaining beasts and pirates around, watching Zephyr said, Teacher, treat these students with peace of mind. The next thing is left to me. Okay. Zephyr nodded and said nothing. Not to mention that Weer needs to be careful, because, no need. Facing the mere plague of Quinn, Weer, the Thor, the strongest marine admiral in history. Need to be careful? Weer is his most outstanding student and the pride of his life. Even with the 4 emperors ahead, Zephyr also believes that Weer is invincible. Soon, the recruits who fell in the pool of blood woke up one after another. Fortunately, Weer came quickly enough, and they were seriously injured. Not even a single one died, but if he arrives a little later, I am afraid that the whole army will be wiped out. Teacher, are you alright? Some students woke up and looked at the translation covered in blood with concern. Zephyr shook his head. I'm fine. Advertisement, damn, is that guy still there? Some people also noticed the plague Quinn and the beast pirates who surrounded them. Are we all going to perish here today? It's too far from naval headquarters, and even if Admiral comes to the rescue, there won't be enough time. 99. Just embarking on the road of dreams, is it about to be extinguished in advance of hope? Damn, I'm really not reconciled. The recruits of the Juing camp all shouted helplessly with fists and red eyes. Someone has come to the rescue. Looking at these students who still have blood and are not afraid of death. Zephyr was moved and hurriedly asked, rescue coming? Could it be from the nearby marine base? But in the face of the 4 emperors' disaster, the plague Quinn. And those 2 pirates with more than 100 beasts and pirates are not rivals at all, right? 33. Someone lay down in surprise. After the words fell, Yu Guang seemed to see something. Ah, that bright and blind figure stood above the void. And why is the plague Quinn not far away, so motionless? That large ship carrying more than 200 beasts and pirates? Next moment, when recruiting at the elite training camp, everyone was in shock. Someone clearly saw the voice under the bright blinding thunder. Yes, Thor Admiral. What? Thor Admiral came to our rescue? 2. Great, there's help now. Knowing that Weer was coming, many elite recruits were completely relieved. If it is someone else, there may be doubts. However, the person who came was Weer, the god of thunder. The strongest 8-year-old admiral of headquarters ever. This is the fierce man who single-handedly destroyed the BIGMOM pirates and approached the whole team. A plague Quinn, wasn't he hanged? You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* got to teach you a lesson for Boss Kaido. Plague Quinn, holding a giant axe in both hands, roared and charged towards Weer. Swinging a giant axe, it slashed fiercely. Teach me? Weir's eyes flashed coldly, and he spoke coldly. You too? Kaido is not qualified to speak such big words, let alone a small character like you. 3-3. Too lazy to continue nonsense, Weer directly mentioned the famous knife and thundered. The dazzling sword she wrapped around the tyrannical thunder and flashed across the void. Advertisement Plague Quinn's giant axe is attached to the extremely thick armed color Hawkeye, and it is instantly transformed into a brachiosaurus form. With an extremely terrifying force, he smashed the giant axe in his hand. This axe was cut down, and there was a sense of sight of a landslide. Boom! The thunderstrike collided with the giant axe, and the thunder exploded. The air vibrated and the airwaves swept through. It's just Yu Wei that has already made many beasts and pirates tremble with fear. Even the pupils of many people showed a desperate look. Boss Quinn, it doesn't seem like an opponent, we're done. Damn it. How can there be such a terrifying existence in the world? 33. In a face-to-face, the Plague Quinn in the form of Brachiosaurus was directly repelled. Blood shot up and down all over his body, covered with ferocious bloodstains. A pair of eyes, no longer any anger, filled with unprecedented fear. Are you afraid? Then these 560 game battles have no reason to continue? Weer chuckled lightly and looked at Quinn, and brought up the famous sword thunder again. In an instant, a wave of terror erupted from Weer. Brazenly moved towards the place where the Plague Quinn was, and suddenly suppressed it. How come? Feeling stiff all over, it is extremely difficult to even move your eyes. Epidemic Quinn only felt that his heart was enveloped by an unprecedented death crisis. I'm not convinced. 53. I do not believe, you can't be this strong. Subconsciously roaring and roaring, Quinn only felt her scalp tingle. A purple flash that is approaching its extreme is like a phantom at a glance. It just went by so lightly. Then, Plague Quinn couldn't help but bow his head. Feel a little pain in the neck, and then continue to expand. Puff. With a soft sound, blood shot 3 feet high. The bright red blood dyed a large area of the sea red. It hurt the nerves of everyone present. At this moment, time seems to be frozen. The atmosphere is depressing and terrifying. Everyone's eyes were stunned, and their eyes moved with the heads flying in the air. Feeling the pungent bloody smell, I began to gradually regain my senses. At the same time, with a thud, waves rolled up on the sea. The huge flying head just fell straight into the sea. Quickly swallowed by the red-stained sea. Chapter 180. Provoking Yanjajin, your brother is gone. Gollum. Above the dead warship, only the sound of incomparably thick breathing remained. The huge head fell into the sea and was quickly swallowed by the sea. Everyone was shocked for a long time and then gradually recovered. Died? Boss Quinn was killed. It's just a face-to-face, so you'll be killed right away? Hey, just kidding. It must be me, dreaming. The remaining pirates of the 100 Beast Pirates opened their mouths in fear and were unwilling to face reality. But no matter how much he rubbed his eyes and shook his head, he tried to wake himself up. Entering the eyes, it is the bright red seawater that is constantly spreading. Gollum. They swallowed nervously again. He was stunned and stood on the warship, his legs trembling and his whole body trembling. It is true. Plague Quinn, dead, being beheaded by a knife, there is absolutely no hope of surviving. Fear. Unprecedented fear spread over the whole body of these pirates. The police are so panicked. Do I seem to kill innocent people indiscriminately? That's when these pirates are afraid. Weer landed on the warship Jiakuo from midair, walking around the crowd step by step. That smile like a spring breeze is so terrifying in the eyes of many pirates. Creepy. Mr. Thor. Please forgive our disrespect. All this is forced upon us by Plague Quinn. It is true that he is a pilgrim of beasts and pirates, and he is quite loyal on weekdays. But watching the epidemic Quinn was killed in seconds. Resist, and only face the possibility of death. It is a person who wants to choose the way of the police. Live. Want to live? Weer raised his eyebrows, and many beasts, pirates, and goslings nodded frantically as if they were pecking at rice. It's not impossible. When the words fell, Weer met the hopeful eyes of many pirates. I need your help. Get your phone bugs out and call Kaido. If that phone bug isn't on you, then me, it's just my request. Here I am. As soon as Weer finished speaking, many pirates rushed to inquire. It's that our hierarchy is very strict, there's no way to contact the captain directly. Our phone bug can only contact Yan Ash. Whoever makes this call for me, I won't kill anyone. As soon as Weer finished speaking, bursts of miserable howls resounded through the armor. This is the inferiority of pirates. In the face of survival, there is no so-called form of friendship at all. A time. Wrapped in bursts of miserable howls, the sky is full of flesh and blood. The pungent smell of blood made all the recruits from the elite training camp stunned. Some people couldn't bear it and frowned. We are marine. Even if they are pirates, is this behavior too cruel? Madness. As soon as these words came out, Weer suddenly squinted. Before he could speak, Zephyr was furious. A slap slapped the speaker's head and slapped him directly. Idiot. They are pirates. Weer is just a word, and there is no need to let them kill. They, too, can choose to deal with us together, but no. For his former companions, he can wield a butcher's knife without hesitation. Have compassion for this kind of person. Is this what I gave you? Idiot. Anger. Advertisement. The translation at the moment is very angry. Okay, teacher, these children are still young after all. Doing justice is not about making yourself a good person, Our Lady. In the face of the so-called evil, if you have the ability, you must do everything you can to get rid of the evil. This kind of real justice still takes time for them to understand slowly. Weer chuckled lightly, seemingly reassuring Zephyr. In fact, it is also educating these new students. Many new students who heard the words began to think deeply. Because the justice Weer said was different from the justice they had been taught to understand. But a single spark can start a prairie fire. Even at this moment, they still can't fully understand Weer's words. But as long as this idea is successfully planted, there will be a day in the future. It will definitely grow into a towering tree, and Weer doesn't know. He casually remarked about his own understanding of justice. What a profound impact on the future world, because in the understanding of justice he said expounded. The Rotten World aristocrats are Tianlong people, the Rotten World government. They are all under the rules of justice, Mr. Thor. I succeeded. This is the phone, I'll call you Yan Ash. Please also keep your promise and don't kill me, soon. Under the shock of many academies, more than 200 pirates, only one person remained. Others have long piled up the entire deck sideways. A lot of blood flowed, constantly impacting the fragile hearts of these elite training camp recruits. Quinn? When Weer answered the phone, a deep male voice sounded on the other end. Your brother is gone. 11. Weer laughed rhythmically. Huh? Thor Weer. Yan Ashes on the other end of the phone bug, his pupils vibrated violently. The whole person suddenly stood up. Bloodshot spread in both eyes, and the whole person fell into the edge of rage. Damn, what did you say? What's the matter with you taking Quinn? Facing Yan Ash's roar, Weer took the phone bug a little further. The police are so excited. Quinn went to see Droughtjack first. I'm calling you to wash your neck with Kaido. Wait for me to take your dog's head. With a faint smile, Weer said slowly. B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************I thought it would be amazing to be a Marine Admiral. Wait. Soon. You little B***************** D will pay the price you deserve. Very inexplicable. The furious Yan Ash, after speaking to himself, hung up the phone directly. Weer was also a little puzzled and suddenly seemed to remember something. Mr. Zephyr. I remember that the actual combat training in the training camp was all classified operations. Why do you happen to meet the Plague Quinn and the others? Zephyr didn't find it strange at first. Now hearing what Weer said, I immediately noticed something was wrong. The only pirate left with 100 beasts, at this time, shuddered and said. Mr. Thor. It's Whitebeard, it's the information that the Whitebeard pirate gave us in the paste. Boom. When the words fell, Zephyr was shocked. This is impossible. Whitebeard won't take the initiative to provoke Marine, are you trying to provoke? Caused our Marine to fight with the Whitebeard pirates, and then the Beast pirates could get a bargain? The frightened pirate shook his head again and again. I'm telling the truth. Also, I overheard the conversation between Quinn's boss and Kaido's boss. Not just Whitebeard pirate paste. Charlotte Linlin, who was seriously injured by Mr. Thor, is now in the field of beasts. The purpose seems to be to promote the Four Emperors Alliance and attack the naval headquarters. Advertisement Four Emperors Alliance? When it comes to these people, the matter is quite serious. Weer. Zephyr wanted to say something, but Weer interrupted. Don't worry, Teacher Zephyr, I won't be impulsive. One thing is for sure, Charlotte Linlin will definitely be colluding with Kaido. There is nothing strange about the alliance between the two. As for redheads, certainly not. After a pause, Weer continued. As for the attack on you, is it really related to the Whitebeard pirates? All of this, I'm afraid I need to talk to Whitebeard in person. 33. Speaking of this, Weer's tone revealed a murderous intent. If it really has something to do with the Whitebeard pirates. Well, even though he is known as the strongest man in the world. It is even more faintly the head force of the Four Emperors, so it is also correct. Feeling the murderous intent in Weer's words, Zephyr sighed slightly in his heart. Although Weer was alone, he managed to destroy the BIGMOM pirate band not long ago. Showing the strength of rhyme, it definitely deserves the title of the strongest Marine Admiral in history. However, the other party is Whitebeard, but sitting in the position of the strongest in the world, the strongest man who has stood for nearly 20 years without falling. The strongest in the world is not defined by Whitebeard himself. Anyone who wants to become a pirate, Whitebeard is an indispensable mountain that they need to cross. In these decades, many Whitebeards have been challenged. But none of them won. All were suppressed by Whitebeard with absolute force. The title of the strongest in the world, but stepping on the bones of endless losers. From what I know about Whitebeard, he shouldn't be someone who can do this kind of thing. And, you've already provoked Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Provoking a terrifying existence like Whitebeard again will pose a great hidden danger to your own safety. Zephyr said in a deep voice. He is more concerned about Weer's life than others. Weer heard Zephyr's concern for him, and chuckled. Yes or no, go to GG. And, I'd love to see it too. I am now the strongest in the world. What is the difference in strength? 11 Hearing this, he looked at Weer's firm eyes again. Zephyr knew that he could not dissuade Weer, of course, also because Weer is really strong. Destroyed the entire Big Mom pirate as a duel, and hit Charlotte Linlin. Even if it really conflicts with Whitebeard, once you really want to go, King Lee's, all the Whitebeard pirates can't stop the rhythm. For others, finding Whitebeard is too threatening. For Weer, that is indeed the case. If you have decided to hang it, pay attention to safety. Zephyr did not dissuade Weer anymore, but asked Weer seriously. At the same time, his eyes flashed with emotion. Since he was less than 8 years old, he dared to collide with Aokiji head-on. Zephyr knew how monstrous his student talent was, and sooner or later he would stand at the top of the world. Overlooking everyone. I just didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. Just imagining it is unbelievable. This is the price you should pay. By the way, the samurai sword was swung. Thinking about it carefully, everything is like a dream. With the knife in his hand, he beheaded the last pirate who was 100 beasts and pirates. One day, sooner or later, I will come to the door. Can it be successful? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But aren't you good at creating unexpected miracles? Weer promised you, I have no intention of letting you go. If Whitebeard wins this battle, then he is the strongest man in the world at the age of 8? Zephyr sighed and watched Weer disappear into the sky. Thinking of this, Zephyr couldn't help shaking his head in shock. Can't get around the 8-year-old Weer, is he going to compete for the strongest in the world? As for that B*********** D Kaido. Hurt my students. Weer 6 months ago was by no means an intern Marine. Puff. Chapter 181, Arrogant Thor, on the Whitebeard Realm. 3 days later, New World. The sea area where the Whitebeard pirates are located. As the core, the Moby D*K is docked on the shore of a large and prosperous island at this moment. Make some necessary supplies. World Summit, it's over. The Revolutionary Army makes those guys worry. 99. Captains and Whitebeard himself. They're gathered on the coast, each holding drinks and chatting and laughing. While chatting and laughing, the captain of the first team, Marco, said somewhat silently. Compared to World Summit, those stupid draconians. In my opinion, the new Marine Admiral Thor, followed by the most unstable factor. Before becoming famous, even Shichibukai and Kaido dared to be hostile to destroying BIGMOM pirates. Such people, I am afraid, will not be idle. I just don't know if there will be another action on New World next. 99. One mention of Weer. The white-bearded pirates present were terrible, even the many captains with great strength. The expressions are extremely solemn. The rise of Weer is really fast. Approaching them, the dignified members of the 4 emperors are all in disbelief. From more than half a year ago, I just became an intern marine. Afterwards, the 3 perfect graduation examinations started directly with Doflamingo leeway of 7 warlords of the sea. Step by step, in half a year, he embarked on the strongest marine admiral in history. This growth rate, coupled with its marine's body 560 copies. Let them Whitebeard pirates paste their attitude towards Weer. Don't take it to heart from the beginning. Up to now, it has changed like an enemy. It's a sea change. Especially a few days ago. Weer has just assumed the position of Marine Army, and the news has not been fully digested by many forces. He dared to break into the Tea Party alone and provoke all the BIGMOM pirates, including the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. As a result, it was close to destroying the BIGMOM pirates. Only 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin fled with serious injuries. This piece of news made them, who are also the forces of the 4 emperors, terrified. Even if the Big Mom pirates are bad, they may be at the bottom of the 4 emperors. But at the bottom, it was also the 4 emperors. Standing on the apex of the sea, it is one of the 4 top forces. 8 years old. It's just an 8-year-old child, and he actually does it all by himself. Destroying a 4 emperors pirate couple in a single duel is like a fantasy. Unfortunately, the facts are in front of them, and everyone has to admit it. The atmosphere was a little dull, but it lasted for a while. Marco looked at the indifferent Whitebeard and continued to drink. Looking at the crowd, a look of pride appeared on his face. Why don't you talk? Thor Weer, this guy's talent is indeed monstrous. BDBA. If you think that if you defeat the BIGMOM pirates, you will be able to provoke us. Then, he must pay an unimaginable price, advertisement. Because, we are white-bearded pirates paste, that's right. The captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Yoja, immediately laughed. Dad has been the strongest in the world for decades, and there are countless people who want to challenge. To deal with us, one naval headquarters is not enough. I'm afraid that the world government will rhyme with naval headquarters, otherwise don't try to deal with us. Jose's words, although some bragging suspicion, however, it still got a lot of responses. That's right, we are the strongest force among the 4 emperors. If you want us to perish like Big MOM, even Thor, Weer, can't do it. 39. The atmosphere of the scene was instantly relaxed and happy. Because they have the biggest backer, Daddy, Whitebeard. Standing at the peak, it has existed for nearly 20 years. The strongest in the world. This is recognized as the strongest whether it is a pirate or a marine. Before defeating Whitebeard, this is the absolute obstacle that the One Piece world cannot overcome. Seeing this, the Whitebeard watched everyone's mood change. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a bunch of idiot sons. Even if he wanted to scold him frequently, how could he be so reliant on him all the time? But don't I just like the feeling of being depended on by my sons? Therefore, Whitebeard scolded himself a stupid son. Then, grinning smiled at the crowd at Joe's, old Lala. That's right, at least move the entire naval headquarters around. Ha 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 ha. Hearing that Whitebeard also agreed with them, the many squad leaders laughed even more happily. That is, the strongest in the world, before dying of old age. This peak, Marco et al. Believe. Absolutely, no one can get over it. Sengoku Garp can't, Shanks and Kaido can't, not Bluzolino, not Sakazuki. Thor Weer, the same can be done, and when the captains were chatting, laughing and drinking with Whitebeard. Far away, at the end of the sea, a shadow came from the wind and waves. Not a boat, nor a Poseidon class. Rather, a figure in the shape of a child. Marco just swept across the corner of the eye, and his pupils shook violently. How is it possible, could it be? Marco looked at the figures that were getting closer and clearer and clearer. When facing the sun, look at the golden epaulette representing Marine Admiral, who is almost blind. And there's that windward grinning cloak of righteous fright reserved for Marine Admiral. Marco was shocked, and a look of horror flashed on his face. Unbelievable. Advertisement, that guy is here. The guy who was talking just now, Marine's new headquarters admiral. Thor Weer, here we come. How could it be, this kid, he's too daring. Whoosh. Looking at Weer who was approaching in horror, Marco's heart beat more and more violently. Mouth pound to return to regret. For one, the terrifying guy of the 4 emperors' forces, such as the BIGMOM pirate, was destroyed by one person. No one dared to underestimate. even if they are Whitebeard pirates. The faint head of the four emperors, there is an absolute powerhouse, the strongest white beard in the world. In the face of such a crazy and strong enough guy. Equally terrified, but in the end, Marco still shook his head and calmed down. There was a proud look on his face. Unfortunately, you are 8 years old. Although very strong, it is also known as the strongest Marine Admiral in history. But if you want to defeat Dad, you must not be able to do it today. Under the bright sun Weer came from afar, with a relaxed expression. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and he did not deliberately hide his figure. Therefore, soon, someone noticed Marco's strangeness. Then he raised his head and followed Marco's gaze towards the distant sea. Suddenly, the pupils suddenly contracted. Soon, more and more members of the Whitebeard pirate gang responded. Recognizing that the person who came was Weer, the god of thunder, many squad leaders stood up immediately. Blocked, Weer wanted to land directly in front of Whitebeard's only path. When approaching the coast, he looked at the many squad leaders and chuckled lightly. What a big fight. Even if he clenched the weapon in his hand, he didn't have the courage to step forward to face Weer. Stand in a row, blocking the shore. ABF, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In addition to the squad leaders, they can also stabilize their minds. He is the new Admiral of Headquarters. At the moment of recognizing Weer, I couldn't even recall a little bit of fighting spirit. Thor, Weer, it is not a great honor to be welcomed by all the Whitebeard pirates, the leader of the four emperors. Other ordinary Whitebeard pirate officers and members below. God, is he crazy? Are you here to welcome me? Weer came across the waves and looked at the many white-bearded pirate paste members with nervous expressions. Not long ago, the BIGMOM pirates were destroyed, and now you really want to attack us? Chapter 182. Destroying Natural Disasters, Terrifying Thunder. What do you want to do? Hearing Weer's lighthearted and mocking words, Marco took the lead. No questioning, no rhetorical questioning, only doubt. At this time, to come to them Whitebeard pirate paste, is there a high probability of conspiracy? They are pirates and Weer is Marine Admiral. It's just that the BIGMOM pirates were just destroyed, and now New World has long been a mess. Both Marine and the world government are very busy, and the manpower is very short. At this time, we have to do something to them. Marine is trying to detonate in advance, World War? What does Naval Headquarters mean? Or, is it just the meaning of Thor Weer, a lunatic? Before a direct confrontation, Marco had to figure this out. In this way, G can decide how to face Thor Weer next. If it's the order of Naval Headquarters, that's fine. If it's the madman's own decision, so today, I am afraid that a war is inevitable. Watching the nervous Marco waiting for the squad leader, Weer smiled. The police are nervous, I have no ill intentions. However, you people are not qualified to talk to me. I'm just here to find Whitebeard. The words are relaxed, as if looking for an old friend to reminisce. But the repayment between the words does not need such a fierce tone. Still let these white-bearded pirates feel the challenge of Weer. Sure enough, is this madman himself going to provoke us? There is a certain Marco, his face is hard to make out. The police are kidding. If you want to find Dad, then walk over my body. With an angry shout, Marco was on full alert. Devil fruit ability, ready to deal with Weer at any time. But in the face of Marco, who was on guard, Weer smiled and said nothing. His eyes were always looking at the white beard who was drinking quietly in the distance, and he walked forward step by step. It seemed that he completely ignored the numerous squad leaders who stood in front of him. Damn it, don't underestimate people. Marco's thriller is when Weer destroys BIGMOM's pirate bad, crippling Charlotte Linland's terrifying power. However, they came to their white-bearded pirate paste site. Dare to turn a blind eye to their battles, find. This is Kai Guoguo's provocation. With an angry roar, Marco's anger erupted directly. Armed colored Hawkeye spread his legs and swept toward Weer's waist as he approached. This kick seemed to be a kick, but the devil fruit ability exploded directly in midair. Animals, phantom beasts, bird fruit, phoenix form. The legs that covered Hawkeye's armed color suddenly turned into sharp claws wrapped in blue flames. Firmly grasped Weer's waist and abdomen. Advertisement. Phoenix, Marco. Weer's eyes were flat, but he still didn't mean to stop. 99 with a chuckle, he continued to ignore Marco. Weer walked steadily forward. Boom! In the next instant, a violent explosion suddenly exploded. The monstrous thunder roared from Weer's side, sweeping in all directions. Marco's claws have not touched the corner of Weer's shirt. It was directly hooked by the terrifying deep purple thunder and the bombardment. Bathed in thunder, Weer turned his head for the first time and looked at the Rumarco crowd. Not even the famous sword thunder behind it was unsheathed. Just so bare-handed, bathed in thunder and laughed lightly. Want to stand in my way, are you guys qualified? Very plainly expounding the facts, Weer didn't even pay attention to Marco who fell heavily on the ground. He looked at Whitebeard so calmly, and continued to move forward step by step. Rumble. Whoa, around, with every step of Weer's fall, there are thunderous explosions and flashes. Endless thunder shrouded in all directions, and layers of tyrannical energy swept through. Including Diamond Yoja, Foil Beasta and other squad leaders, they felt extremely terrifying for a while. This thunder, What's going on? Damn it, is this Weer, the real power? Natural multiplication fruit? How can there be such a terrifying natural multiplication fruit? Then thunder, what's the matter with the tyrannical aura that is almost like a natural disaster? For the first time facing Weer, he saw his true strength. These white-bearded pirate paste members know how naive they have just said. Is it not enough to say that one person can destroy BIGMOM pirates? Just look at what happened to Marco. The dignified team battle is absolutely comparable to the strength of the naval headquarters quasi-admiral. But Weer didn't even do it himself, he just protected his body with thunder. Under the active attack, Marco was directly hit and fell into the deep pit. The blue flame was instantly defeated by the deep purple thunder. Fortunately, blue flames are not real flames. It is the derivative ability of Marco's phoenix form, which has the characteristics of healing. All injuries can be quickly recovered in the blue flame. Sigh. Marco returned to the front of the crowd, with a touch of red blood on the corner of his mouth. The body was charred black everywhere, and there were blood marks of sword chi crisscrossing the body. Even with the healing properties of the phoenix, the wounds Weer left him for so long have not been able to. But, watching Weer keep getting closer to Whitebeard. Even though he knew that he was not an opponent, Marco roared loudly. For Flowers.0, stop this guy, 11 advertisement. Don't let him get close to daddy. The captains looked at Marco's miserable appearance and shocked Weer's attack power. It's just the wounds caused by defense, with Marco's recovery ability, has it not been able to recover for so long? Scary guy. Can they be defeated? The answer is obvious. They are definitely not the opponents of Weer. But in order to protect their father, their faith is vigorous and firm. With a resolute look on his face, he gritted his teeth and blocked Weer's path. The first time they burst out with all their strength, trying to resist Weer. Weer bathed in thunder, with both hands behind him. Looking at the many captains of the Whitebeard pirates, they approached step by step. Every step is a thunderous explosion, and every step increases the momentum by 1 point. His seemingly young figure was under the eyes of everyone. 0 as each step fell, it became taller and taller. The whole person is bathed in thunder, like a god who really walks in the world. Thor, with you still want to stop me? Roll. Before stepping indifferently, Weer's gentle aura suddenly became fierce. The thunder that permeated the whole body quickly exploded and swept in all directions. Stop him, 9, Marco and the others, with red eyes, roared and hooked. Various abilities erupted and collided with the thunder that swept in like a big wave. Rumble. A lot of explosions echoed. The dark purple thunder suddenly became a little dim, but everyone's attacks were also defeated. Wrapped in the tyrannical Way, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't hold it anymore. They were unable to fly upside down and fell to the ground with a bang. Those who can be elementalized, the armed color hockey is strong enough, and the injuries are not too heavy. The weaker people are covered with charred black, and there is a faint rhythm of fresh blood flowing in and out. What a terrifying thunder! He didn't kill anyone, and easily defeated all the Whitebeard pirates with a thunderbolt. Marco et al. Are unbelievable for such a result. They already knew how strong Weer was, so they all went all out. I believe that even other 4 emperors can resist such a violent uprising. It will definitely be blocked. Unexpectedly, Weer was so powerful. Really, can it be comparable to Dad? Many squad leaders are unwilling to admit it. But the facts were in front of them, and they couldn't help but refuse to admit it. The strongest Marine Admiral in history, the 8-year-old Weer. Actually, they are already qualified to face their father. Recognized as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, plus. Chapter 183, Facing the World's Strongest, Domineering Weer. God, I must be wrong. How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. The captains attacked together, but, unexpectedly, all of them were defeated in an instant. Even, some people were hit hard. As a member of the Whitebeard pirates, what kind of strength do the major squad leaders possess? These subordinate members, of course, know it very well. Even against Marine Admiral, head-to-head combat can be short-lived. However, in front of this 8-year-old Weer, the whole team broke out, and they didn't even have the qualifications to let people hook their weapons. It's just that pure thunder filled the air, and everyone was defeated. What a mighty force this is, in this world. Except for the old man, they really have never seen such a terrifying power again. Even if the beast Kaido. In their view, they are definitely not as powerful as the man in front of them. Because, many squad leaders, all of them can stop Kaido for a moment. But now, it can't stop Weer, the difference is clear. The strongest in the world. Are you going to change the throne today? All the 560 Whitebeard pirates began to doubt life. Completely lost the confidence in the past. Weer's strength shattered their pride as the leader of the 4 emperors. Damn it, even if you're strong enough, however, it is absolutely impossible to walk in front of Dad. Among the many captains, Diamond Yoja has the strongest defense. At this moment, he was the least injured, and roared at Weer with full anger. Weer raised his eyebrows immediately, and a thunderstorm fell from the sky. Who gave you the courage to say such cruel words to me? Lie down. With a cold snort, Luo Lei has burst into the void. From top to bottom, it smashed towards Diamond Yoja. Many captains want to help resist. However, being locked by Weer's tyrannical thunder, he could only let Diamond Yoja face it on his own. And the Diamond Joes, who wanted to dodge the first time, found it. Can't dodge, the body is stiff, and I am locked in. Enough. Seeing that the thunder is about to drop the Diamond Joes, Whitebeard, who had been sitting there, spoke silently. Finally, don't you plan to continue watching? Hearing this, Weer turned his head and looked at Whitebeard with a chuckle. However, his voice gradually became indifferent, even when he faced the most recognized man in the world. Not only did he not have any fear in his heart, but he was even full of fighting spirit. Boom. At the same time, there is no obstacle to getting the thunderbolt. Completely ignoring the majesty of Whitebeard, he crashed down. Boom. With a loud explosion, Diamond Yoja activates the fruit ability. Being hit by a thunderbolt, he forcibly resisted. When the dust in the sky dissipated, the dazzling diamonds were cracked inch by inch. Even with diamond body protection, Hawkeye, the strongest armed color, erupted immediately. Advertisement but under the bombardment of thunder with millions of volts of energy. Still charred black, with plenty of bloodline permeating through the surface of the chipped diamond. Asterisk hole. Marco and the others were stunned, and they were about to start again when they were angry. Go back and let him come. Dad, idiot sons, don't you even listen to me? Looking at the many squad leaders who were unwilling, Whitebeard's eyes were sharp. Marco and the others stared at Weer angrily, even if they were not reconciled. However, he was obedient and gave up continuing to block Weer. But even so, their eyes never left Weer, because Weer is too dangerous. Just after Whitebeard spoke in person, he even forcibly attacked Joes. Such an arrogant character is too different from his cute appearance when he is only 8 years old. Even if they have absolute confidence in Whitebeard's strength. But as long as Weer hurts his father a little bit, they won't just watch it if they die. This seems right. The weak should stay quiet. Ignoring the hostile eyes of the squad leaders, Weer dissipated the thunder that lingered around him. Step by step, he quickly came to Whitebeard. Whitebeard stared at Weer and suddenly laughed. Goo la la la, that Garp guy, he really has a good grandson. What? You find that you might not be able to beat me, so you want to get close? Weer raised his eyebrows and looked at Whitebeard calmly. Of course it's just a joke, but he will never underestimate this old king who seems to be in his old age. Even at this moment, Weer is already known as the strongest admiral in history. Strength, impressively Kun is the pinnacle of this world. But, the strongest man still has a white beard. In the face of such existence, Weer's fighting spirit continued to rise. Feeling Weer's rising fighting spirit, Whitebeard grinned lightly. You kid, you're exactly the same as that Garp guy. I didn't come here to get close to you, I just want to ask you. Does the attack on Mr. Zephyr have anything to do with you? Weer looked at Whitebeard indifferently, and hooked up the purpose of his trip. Even, he knew that Whitebeard would not do such a thing. There is a high probability that the guy is under the guise of Whitebeard. Such actions of oneself may anger Whitebeard, but isn't that just right? Whitebeard took the initiative, isn't this what I did? Just when Weer thought so. With a solemn expression on his face, Whitebeard suddenly stood up from the chair. The figure that covered the sky and the sun began to erupt with Weer's strongest terrifying and domineering aura in the face of the enemy so far. Instantly broke through the sky, making the surrounding captains look a little dazed. King. This is the real king. This is the Whitebeard known as the strongest man in the world. Did you think you can challenge me if you beat Charlotte Linlin, kid? Who do you think you are, injuring my sons and wanting to question me? If you want to agree, you can, beat me and I'll answer all your questions. Advertisement otherwise, apologize to my beloved sons. With Whitebeard's words, the explosive power of the king climbed to its peak. The air seemed to be unable to withstand the enormous pressure, and it was wriggling crazily. The sea area that was originally clear skies was under the fury of Whitebeard. Suddenly there were dark clouds, and it was clear that the storm was coming. Father, angry. It's been a long time since I saw the angry old man, it's really terrifying. Hey, this time, this kid is suffering. How long can Thor Weer hold out against a furious dad? Whitebeard's terrifying aura made Marco and the other captains feel their breath stagnant. Looking at Weer's expression, there is also a little pity. They hadn't seen the angry Whitebeard in a long time. Even if it is Kaido the beasts to provoke, the world government and Marine will provoke them. Whitebeard is always calm, but this time, he was definitely angry. Weer is so domineering, as Marine, domineering goes straight to their squad leaders. For Whitebeard, who treats all the crew members as his own sons. This is absolutely intolerable. Besides, Weer's identity is there. Marine and Marine, natural opposition. No matter what Weer asked, Whitebeard could not answer. But based on another layer of Weer's identity, Whitebeard still gave a little chance. But this opportunity, in the eyes of many captains, is not an opportunity at all. Defeat the strongest man in the world? The police are kidding? Even if Weer is very strong, even if Weer beats the whole BIGMOM pirate alone. It is also known as the strongest admiral in history. But, who is Whitebeard? Yes, Kun the king of the sea. Yes, recognized as the strongest in the world. Does Weer stand a chance? Impossible. In front of Whitebeard, no one has a chance to win. Even if this person is 1.0 Thor Weer, the most talented person in the history of the sea. Facing Whitebeard's terrifying power, Weer's expression was quite relaxed. It is also the strongest of the three kings of the old era. If you give some time to grow, maybe the strongest in this world is Weer. The whole body was filled with dark purple thunder, which easily offset the huge pressure brought by the white beard. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But it is about to decide who the strongest in the world belongs to. But, so what? Roger died in the East Blue, and the Golden Lion died at my hands. Even in the face of Whitebeard, Weer had no other emotions in his heart except fighting intent. He is Marine, the strongest admiral in history. The king of the old times, Whitebeard is indeed very strong. Of the 3 kings of the old era, you are the only one left with a white beard. But now, after all, it is too young. It is time to usher in a new era. Whitebeard is a pirate, the strongest man in the world. The time that belongs to you is over, but he is only 8 years old. It's a age gap. Chapter 184, Crazy Fierce Battle, the sky is cracked. Little devil. Whitebeard took out his weapon, and cut from Yunky one by one with 12 workers. From top to bottom, take the lead to attack Weer. Anyone can talk big. If you want to beat me, then show your true skills. Hum. A blow fell, and the void trembled and hummed. Almost burst. Even without the ability to use the shaking fruit. Just this ordinary blow has made Weer feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. As expected of the strongest man. Very good, then let's fight. The fighting spirit is bursting. Weer is behind the famous sword thunder, sonorous and diligent. Then a thunderstorm appeared. Wrapped in a dazzling light, the terrifying purple thunder swept up in rhythm. The deep purple thunder roared like an ocean wave. It seems that the sky will be shattered, and the white beard on the other side. Kong Yun cut off, and a heart-pounding white light surged above the blade. Between Weer and him, there was a sudden explosion. What the hell? The air shattered like a mirror, and cobweb-like cracks quickly spread in all directions. Oops. 99. Go back. Seeing this scene, many white-bearded pirates were bad squad leaders. Including Marco. All of them suddenly shrank their pupils, and immediately stayed away from the battlefield where the two confronted each other. Boom. The next moment, in the midst of a terrifying explosion, Weer swung down the thunder for 13 days, completely blocked by an invisible offensive. This moment, the entire island is in a 2-level state. With Weer and Whitebeard as the center, the rhyme shows 2 worlds. On one side is the terrifying deep purple thunder that will destroy the sky. On the other side is the terrifying crack that shatters the void. Thunder fruit vs earthquake fruit. On one side is the natural multiplication fruit, known as the almost invincible thunder fruit. On the other side is the quake fruit, known as the strongest superhuman type, known to have the power to destroy the world. This collision is unprecedented. The moment when the two collided, a terrifying airwave erupted, sweeping across the entire island in an instant. Let the originally prosperous island, countless people's scalp numb. My god, is the end coming? How could it be? Could someone attack the Whitebeard pirate? That is, the fruit of shock. How could someone dare to do something to the Whitebeard pirate? As a domain blessed by the Whitebeard pirates, many people have seen the shocking fruit of Whitebeard. But just like this moment, the ability to almost destroy the world erupted. It was the first time they had met the residents of these islands. The entire island, swept away by the airwave, almost collapsed. The ground was shaking, a large number of buildings were damaged, and it was extremely terrifying. Hum. Weer's deep purple thunder was stopped in the midst of the crackling roar. Advertisement for the first time, a thunder slash with up to 5 million volts was actually difficult to penetrate other people's defenses. This is the so-called strongest Superman fan, the power of Junjen fruit. But, the thunder fruit has been developed to the extreme by Weer. Even if he hasn't awakened, it's not something that Whitebeard's shock power can wipe out. The two forces collided with each other for a moment, and then burst together. Boom. Centered on Weer and Whitebeard, a shockwave of terror swept through. Large swaths of the island collapsed into slag, and the sky was filled with dust and smoke. However, since it is still on the edge of the island, it starts from Weer login. Many members of the Whitebeard pirate network began to disperse ordinary residents. At this moment, the small half of the coast was blasted, but there were no casualties. Little devil, you are very good to be able to take this move from me. Whitebeard waved Kong Yumcute and said loudly, here, we can't let go. Go over there, the island is big enough for us to fight with all our might. 22. When the words fell, Whitebeard took the lead in leaping into the air. Towards a giant island with only a large number of wild beasts a few brown rice away. Weer didn't say anything, knowing that Whitebeard was there to protect the inhabitants of this island. Immediately, he stepped into the air with Moonwalk and quickly flew towards another island. As soon as the two landed, they burst into action with all their strength. Boom. The void shattered, and the huge island shattered in an instant. Thunder spreads everywhere. Wherever he passed, the sea split open. This is the real peak battle. Weer and Whitebeard collided with each other. It was evenly matched. So scary, this Thor Weer. It's so strong, it's not easy for this kid to be able to regret father's full blow. If we say that Whitebeard is the pinnacle of the last era, then the pinnacle of this era is Weer. Now, it is the peak of the old era and the confrontation between the peak of the new era. This represents the terrifying collision of an era. Under the horrified eyes of many Whitebeard pirate captains. Total explosion, Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Office. Warring States held a piece of information in his hand, thoughtfully. The Four Emperors Alliance? This can't be true, can it? Those guys, if they were willing to ask Zuo, would have asked Zuo long ago. The red-haired Shanks had already contacted someone. There is absolutely no thought of wanting to break out into a war. This guy Kaido, I am afraid, has really planned something with Charlotte Linlin. As for the Whitebeard pirates, crushed, Warring States fingers knuckles, rhythmically tapping the tabletop, thoughts flying. That guy, are you still interested in joining this kind of alliance? Forget it, it shouldn't be. So, let's get ready for Kaido and Charlotte Linlin next. As for Whitebeard, Kizaru, it's up to you to go and check your attitude. Sengoku raised his head and looked at another person in the office. Salted Fish Admiral, Kizaru. Advertisement. Hearing the words of the Warring States period, Kizaru withdrew his mouth and said vulgarly. It's really annoying. The guy with the white beard has a bad temper, 99. If you don't want to be paid on time. Warring States hooked his mouth at will, and Kizaru then had no choice but to spread his hands. But there's nothing wrong with taking a trip. Then, after a pause, Kizaru said thoughtfully. It's just, it seems that I haven't seen Xiao Wei 93. After the words fell, Kizaru was also shocked by Wei. The Warring States also woke up instantly. The two immediately looked at each other, their pupils shaking violently. No way. That crazy guy, is it? New World. A large island collapsed and shattered in an instant. The waves were raging, and two figures collided wildly on it. Half the sky, dazzlingly illuminated by the deep purple thunder. Where the thunder passed, the seawater directly transpired and opened a terrifying crack. Whitebeard pirate captains such as Phoenix Marco and Diamond Yoja. Watching Wei inflict 560 destructive power, the shocking eyes never disappeared. That kid, how is that possible? So strong, is it really only 8 years old? It's outrageous. I just doubt life, of course, they didn't intend to intervene in the fight either. Because they all believed that Whitebeard was the strongest. Even the strongest evildoer in history, Thor Wei. From your father, you will definitely be able to win. Boom. Just then, above the void, between Whitebeard and Wei. A terrifying roar exploded. Immediately, blazing white thunder flickered. The more tyrannical and terrifying cold sword intent swept across the surrounding area. Even the sky seems to be cracked. The sky will be shattered by them. Wei has never been inferior to Whitebeard. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Thor Wei, powerful and terrible, Dad, we will definitely win. Yes, under the head-on collision, whether it is the fruit ability or Conqueror's Haki. The center of the fist is full of sweat. I thought it was a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. Marco and the other captains clenched their fists. Looking at the top of the sea, the explosion and roar continued to erupt. The two were evenly matched, and fierce battles broke out constantly. Sure, 8 years old, it is rumored that he has a great swordsman-level police swordsmanship, and he has the qualifications of a king who has 1 million people to follow. And the degree of development even surpasses other 4 emperors, 39. Court fight, at this moment, his confidence in Whitebeard's victory has been shaken. Conqueror's Haki. Gosh, is this Conqueror's Haki collision? Chapter 185. At that moment, the world lost its color, and the world lost its voice. Boom. The thunder roared into the sky, and the air shattered. Standing above the surging waves, the thunder in Wei-er's hands. The blade stalks the jet black-armed Haki, surrounded by dark purple thunder. Constantly clashing violently with Whitebeard's Kong Yunki. With each impact, a large amount of seawater was evaporated. Under the feet of the two, a huge Uzumaki continued to emerge, blood-filled with water. It was under the remnants of the battle between the two that the Poseidon class who had inadvertently invaded the sea was torn to shreds. Not just one head, causing a pungent bloody smell to escape from the vast sea area. What a terrible thunder, you little brat, very good. The hard shaking of the shock fruit and the thunder fruit is evenly matched. The two forces were constantly colliding with each other, and the destructive airwaves spread in all directions. Whitebeard's body was faintly attacked by lightning, and occasionally it was blackened. Of course no injuries. But at close range, the surface of the body was burned by the arc that exceeded the 10,000-volt thunder escape. However, Whitebeard's armed color Haki is strong, and the shock fruit resists most of the thunder. It just looks charred, and actually didn't even break the defense. Clang. Wei held the famous sword Thunder, and swung it down to explode a thunderous strike. The more fierce the battle, the more surging the war will be in my heart. Even if he had already imagined the power of Whitebeard. But only if you really meet Whitebeard, you will be able to know what is the strongest superhuman multiplication fruit. The power of shaking the fruit, the strength of the strongest man. Absolutely outrageously powerful, his famous sword, Thunder, collided with the white-bearded Kong Yunchi countless times. The shocking power passed over made Wei rarely feel that his arms were a little numb. This is still the famous sword Thunder itself, resisting part of the shock force. And he himself is the result of protecting his body with the armed color Haki. Thunder that destroys everything, the vibration that shatters everything. The two fruits, developed to the extreme, both possess infinitely terrifying destructive power. It is quite difficult to theoretically divide the hooks. Only the respective fruit owners can fight a battle in person, and it is possible to determine the real victory or defeat. Even with Whitebeard's shocking fruit, the brief confrontation made Weer very uncomfortable. But wouldn't it be better? The enemies who fought in the past were too weak. He did not force out his potential and full strength at all. Now, Whitebeard is definitely the best touchstone. Ding dong, I detected that there are diamond-level attributes falling around. Do you pick it up? Pick up. Congratulations to host, you have successfully picked up the wrong one diamond-level weapon color Hawkeye. Congratulations to host, you have successfully picked up the diamond-level attribute observation Hawkeye, 99. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully picked up the Conqueror's Hawkeye, a diamond-level attribute. And what surprised Weer the most was the attribute that Whitebeard could drop. Just don't be too cool, advertisement Conqueror's Hawkeye are improving rapidly. Not since becoming Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral has such a terrifying ascension. Even Weer felt that his observation Hawkeye was about to reach its peak. After closing his eyes, the blurred world became clearer and clearer. Once he successfully breaks through, he can have the ability to meet the future for a short time. Moreover, the strength of the armed color Hawkeye has been improved, and it can also better resist the shock ability of the shock fruit. Let Weer continue to fight, and become more and more used to the fierce collision with Whitebeard. This kid. The more they fought, the more frightened Whitebeard became. This is the strongest Marine Admiral in history at the age of 8? Sure enough, the talent is terrifyingly powerful. Actually, in the process of fighting with me, I can continue to improve myself. Not just one-sided, but all-round improvement, 91. While shocked, Whitebeard was also a little emotional. Old. It seems that I wait for the remnants of the old era to finally usher in the end. The advent of a new era, I am afraid it will be kicked off by the little ghost in front of me, 22. Thinking like this, Whitebeard slashed Commune Dao with all his might. Yesterday, the air couldn't bear such terrifying destruction, and it shattered layer by layer like glass. Before it fell, the scalps of the surrounding Marco and others were numb. Dad, after shouting, Whitebeard did not respond to them. What's the harm in working hard regardless of the injury? Meeting an opponent like Weer, Whitebeard was also aroused by a fighting spirit that had not been ignited for many years. Battle. 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 Weer smiled. Looking at the Whitebeard with surging fighting spirit, there was a smile on his face that he hadn't seen in a long time. That's how it should be, hook your hands with all your strength. Hey, the next moment, Weer forced Whitebeard back with a slash and instantly retreated. Then he clenched the famous sword Thunder with both hands, and suddenly fell heavily from top to bottom. Thunder destroys the world. Boom. Along with Weer's famous sword, Thunder fell. The void filled the sky, and countless thunders suddenly appeared. Rumbling dark clouds covered all directions, and thunder lit up a large area of the sky. The air in this sea area is filled with the tyrannical and icy thundersword intent, D. Thunder exploded in all directions and quickly swept around Whitebeard. Under the sweeping explosion, he wanted to completely cover and swallow the Whitebeard. Have you finally done your best? La 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 la, Thor Weer. You little b************ D. Standing above the thunder, Whitebeard did not panic at all. His expression was arrogant, as if the spleen had taken away everything. I saw that the blazing white thunder in the sky hadn't succeeded in asking, and the Whitebeard immediately raised his foot and stepped down. Advertisement boom. Under the footsteps of Whitebeard's giant force, the space shattered layer by layer like glass. The blazing white thunder that was about to devour him was abruptly shattered on the spot by the terrifying force of shock. Destroy the thunder. Humph. Facing the strength of Whitebeard, Weer snorted coldly. The whole body burst with momentum, bathed in thunder and rhythm. It seems that he instantly turned into a thunder giant. His spleen is everything in the world. The thunder that filled the sky also gathered in between. Under the traction of Weer's famous sword Thunder, it completely turned into a giant thunder. From top to bottom, it is wrapped in a tyrannical sword intent of destruction. Smashed down. The last time I used such a trick, it was still in the realm of the nations. With Charlotte Linland's natural physique, plus the extremely terrifying armed color Hawkeye. They were all hit in an instant. No matter how strong the Whitebeard is, his pupils vibrate violently at this moment. Under this terrifying thunderous remnant, even Marco and the others retreated far away. At this moment, the island separated by several brown rice can feel the terrifying thunder. It even needs to take the initiative to join forces to be able to barely resist the tyrannical thunder. Damn. Thor, Weer, how can he be so powerful? Dad, he will be fine, right? It is simply destroying the world. Is this the power that human beings can possess? See the terrifying giant thunder that roars fiercely. Marco and the others had worried expressions on their faces. Diamond Yoja simply couldn't wait, so he was about to leap to join the battlefield to aid Whitebeard. King Lee's, even if it's a fair fight, they don't want Daddy's affair. Weer's outbreak of fighting power at this moment even surpassed Kaido's full strength strike in his dragon form. It's definitely possible to hit Whitebeard again. With Whitebeard's own injury, once he was hit hard by this move. I'm afraid, there is no escape. Stupid sons, take a good look. Lousy, the strongest in the world. Feeling the worries of many sons, Whitebeard let out a loud shout. Standing tall and tall, facing the terrifying Thunder Dragon, he did not retreat half a step. He slammed Kong Yunchi to the ground for a while, then bowed his body and threw his arms. He clenched his fists with both hands, and suddenly burst into the void on both sides. What? It was obviously knocked on the air, but it seemed to be knocked on the real glass. The air shattered like a mirror, and a terrifying crack burst open from where Whitebeard's fist fell. It suddenly spread in all directions. Next moment, two terrifying attacks suddenly collided, under the horrified eyes of Marco and others. At that moment, the world lost its color, and the world lost its voice. Chapter 186. After all, it's the remnants of the era, it's time to end it. Boom. Cracked. At the same time that Whitebeard detonated the air shock, the sky seemed to crack open. The sky is like a mirror, and there are a lot of terrifying cracks. Centered on Whitebeard's fist, it quickly swept across a large area of the sky. Roar. The thunder dragon condensed by Weer was swept away by this terrifying shock force. The blazing thunder continued to explode, but it was quickly replenished and restored by the thunder in the sky. With undiminished power, he continued to bombard Whitebeard. The destruction thunder and the shattering vibration are constantly colliding with each other. But Whitebeard's shocking power easily crushed a lot of thunder at the same time. The sky is able to supplement and repair the giant thunder at a faster speed. With one increase and one decrease, Whitebeard's vibrational power fell into an absolute disadvantage. How is this possible? Marco and the others, who were watching this scene, were completely unbelievable. Shocked and shocked. Father, he was actually suppressed. Is that a natural fruit? In this world, there is actually the power of pure fruit that can suppress Daddy's shaking fruit? It is completely subverting the existence of imagination. The thunder god Weer they heard was known for his swordsmanship. Including the title of Thor is also because the 560 profound truth of sword belongs to the thunder attribute. It was unexpected. The real ultimate move is not just thunder swordsmanship. But, at this moment, the ability of the thunder fruit that even suppresses the strongest superhuman type fruit? I can't go on like this anymore, I'm going to help Dad. Diamond Yoja was covered in diamonds and was about to head to the center of the battlefield. However, it was stopped by Marco, who was in a state of phoenix. Wait, look. Hearing the words, Diamond Yoja immediately looked towards the battlefield. Suddenly, the pupils shrank slightly, the air and waves around Whitebeard were all crumbling and annihilating. But their father himself did not suffer too many injuries. Let the thunder flash, the thunder dragon rages. Always free in front of Whitebeard, unable to break through the shocking power of the shocking fruit. As expected, he was the absolute king of the old era, much stronger than the golden lion. Bathed in thunder, Weer looked at Whitebeard and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. It was an offensive that even Charlotte Linlin would have avoided. As a result, he was not able to completely restrain Whitebeard. It was just that a delicate balance was formed, which prevented Whitebeard from continuing to act. Gulala. Advertisement. It's not good to be old. Today's young people are really powerful and terrifying. Thor Weer, lousy remembers you, under the package of thunder. Whitebeard knew that with the current strength of the shocking fruit, it was absolutely impossible to defeat the thunder dragon in front of him. With his eyes flickering, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. Click. Immediately afterwards, the originally balanced thunder and shock power finally tilted. Whitebeard, go all out. How strong was Whitebeard at his peak? I am afraid that in addition to the powerful old-time characters such as Sengoku Garp, G can know a thing or two. Whitebeard now, either hockey or power. Even the control power of the Junjen fruit has dropped a little compared to its peak. Boom. But, without hesitation, Whitebeard can still burst into peak strength for a short time. It's just that after this battle, I just don't know how long I can live. But, so what? Is his Whitebeard afraid of death? To be able to play such a hardy game and then end this glorious life. What's not to do, Dad? Seeing Whitebeard's intentions, Diamond Yoja's eyes were split open. Marco's eyes were red, with tears flashing, and he said heavily. Daddy has sheltered us for too long, now, let Daddy thoroughly enjoy the last battle. Many squad leaders heard the words, all with heavy hearts. However, they all nodded obediently, not wanting to destroy Whitebeard's last thoughts. Boom. In the distance, there's the terrifying sound of the sky as if it were peeling off and shattering layer by layer. Even with a distance of several brown rice, the terrifying force of shock that wanted to tear everything apart was stunned by Ma, BDBA, and the others. Under everyone's astonished expressions, the sea overturned. The sea is divided into countless small pieces, the waves are monstrous, and the tilted and twisted surfaces. Another large island around the two was about to be turned over completely. It's just a doomsday horror scene. Rao is that Marco and others are well informed, and they are silent at this moment. Boom. The next moment, Lei Ting was completely shaken by the Whitebeard who burst out with all his strength. It was the kind of terrifying giant thunder dragon that collapsed in the first place. Little devil, go all out. Gloria is here, advertisement. Whitebeard laughed recklessly. The moment the thunder was defeated, a terrifying shock force spread immediately. With Weer as the center, quickly wrap it up and suppress it with full force. Very good. Seeing that he had almost wiped out the BIGMOM pirate, the billions of volts of thunder destroyed the world, but was successfully blocked by Whitebeard. Weer was not surprised but delighted. System, go forward, pick up platinum level attributes, and strength +1. Then, his eyes flickered with intense fighting intent. Holding the famous sword in both hands, he shouted loudly, and the condensed thunder flashed from the blade and hooked. Boom. since his advanced swordsmanship has been successfully upgraded to LV10, and he has been able to complement each other with the Thunder Fruit. There is no longer the feeling of overheating, even in the face of the entire BIGMOM pirate thick, +4 Emperor's Charlotte Linlin. In fact, no Charlotte Linlin is strong, but within Weir's expectations. But Whitebeard is worthy of being recognized as the strongest in the world. The powerful strength makes Weer feel unprecedented pressure at this moment. If it is Whitebeard at his peak, Weer thinks that he may not be his opponent. But now, after all, it is the remnant of the times, it is time to end. 19. A loud drink. The power of concussion that swept and spread was directly defeated by the dazzling blazing white thunderslash. This sword chi fell vertically and horizontally, tearing apart the sea. The sky shattered, and the terrifying thunderslashes stopped. This is the power of the strongest man. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Even if separated by a few brown rice, even hiding on the edge of the island. If it weren't for Marco, Joes and others, they responded in a timely manner. I am afraid that this move is under the collision of thunder and shock. Wrapped in monstrous waves, it fell from top to bottom towards Whitebeard. The first time they all stopped Yue. The weaker members of the Whitebeard pirates could not help but work hard with a mouthful of blood. Beyond count. Whitebeard laughed loudly, waving the supremely fast knife beside him, Kong Yunki. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates will be beheaded on the spot. And this is just Yue. Boom. After a moment of stalemate, it shattered directly into a sky-high arc. Under the full force of Whitebeard's explosion, every shocking force can affect a radius of brown rice. Looking at the thunderbolt slashing with cold eyes, the knife wrapped in the power of shock slashed fiercely. Chapter 187. The strongest forbidden move, the terrifying black thunder that covers everything. Dad is basically doing his best, and his strength is probably about the same as the peak. However, this Thor, Weer, can still hold it, and is it evenly matched? Really scary guy. Resisting a wave of shock, Marco looked at Weer with more and more astonishment. Pupils vibrate, actually very unwilling to believe. In the world, there is actually such a terrifying monster. At only 8 years old, he was actually able to face off against the explosive father. Comparable, however, it's here. It's only 8 years old, how long is the physical strength enough to support that terrifying thunder force? If you fight hard, the winner will definitely be Dad. Clenching his fists, Diamond Yoja thought with hope in his eyes. In the field, Whitebeard's body is dark and armed with Hawkeye lingering, holding the supremely sharp knife Kong Yunki towards Weer. The momentum is full of invincible confidence and domineering. Thunder of this level is just a shock to me. If there's no police skills, this fight should be over, kid. Facing Whitebeard's incomparably domineering and arrogant words, Weir's expression remained unchanged. With a chuckle, the slightly soft aura suddenly became extremely fierce. The blazing white thunder stalked the whole body, and the famous sword thunder stalked the black-armed Hawkeye for the first time. On it, there are also condensed thunderflashes, jumping with dangerous rays of light. Since you say so, then, let's end this battle as soon as possible. The moment Weir's voice fell, the thunder of the sky began to hit the condensation. Behind Weer, the Marine Admirals' Hall of Justice roared in the wind. Standing above the sky, all over the body, the terrifying power after Conqueror's Hawkeye melted and asked the Thundersword stance erupted. Kun is in the world, overlooking all living beings. What is his strongest ability? Hawkeye, fencing, Thunderfruit. Do not, Weir's strongest, never a single ability of any kind. Instead, he freely controls any kind of power, and matches the swordsmanship that he has climbed to the peak. It is used to fuse various incredible powers. In pure single ability, he can't even beat Charlotte Linlin. But under all kinds of questions, Charlotte Linlin can't avoid Weir's edge. With thunder in hand, Weer walked slowly. Every step forward in approaching Whitebeard, the momentum becomes stronger. Advertisement: the thunder wrapped around the blade, the darker the color. From blazing white, it vaguely changed to black thunder. And as the color of the thunder changed, the tyrannical sword chi emanating from it became more and more terrifying. Seeing this, Whitebeard, who let go of his hands and feet and burst out with all his strength, couldn't help but raise his brows. This kid. It's just the escaping sword force, which is almost able to split his armed color Hawkeye. How terrifying would it be if it burst out in full force? Thunderbolt, rough sword returns. With the strength attribute Weer picked up from Whitebeard, the shock attribute of the fruit has been shaken. The physical strength at this moment is enough to support Weir's instant burst of thunderous thunder superimposed by rough knives. Each of them is focused on the power of thunder that exceeds the 5 difficulties and 10,000 volts. That is to say, under this thunder, there is a thunder energy of up to 500 million volts. It is also the strongest attack that Weer can break out at the moment. And, weirdly enough, what is that? Black thunder. Could it be a double fruit ability? This is Thor Weir's whole card? 93? Dangerous. That thunder. How is it possible? How can the world be so scary? The captain of the first team, the Phoenix Marco, stared at the pitch black thunder with no light at all. His eyes flashed with infinite fear, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Even with the full power of the shock fruit ability, Marco couldn't bring such a feeling of horror. Compared to the previous kind of thunderous explosion, now the depressing feeling brought by black thunder is much more terrifying. Looking at the pitch-black thunder that couldn't even penetrate the light, the degree of tyranny was not as good as the previous blazing white thunder. But even Whitebeard was in a heavy mood at the moment. Crisis. Crisis of death. At this moment, he felt that since he became the four emperors. A death crisis like never before, without any hesitation. At the moment, the arc of black thunder began to spread. Whitebeard waved Kong Yunki in his hand, and he exploded with the power of shock like crazy without money. What? This turbulent force ripped apart the sky. Wrapped in the power of endless shock, it crushed towards the black thunder. But just when this shocking force was about to touch the black thunder, a terrifying scene happened. Snapped, outside this black thunderbolt, there was the sound of a blazing white thunderbolt bursting. This broken sound is quite small. Advertisement, it didn't cause a little bit of movement at all, giving people the illusion that this black thunder is not strong on the outside and doing nothing at the same time. For flowers 0, but the next moment, no one dared to think that way. At the moment when the blazing white thunder shattered, the color of the black thunder was even deeper. The originally ordinary appearance began to permeate the terrifying thundersword intent of the tyrannical to the extreme. This black thunder, so quietly condensed on the thunderblade. But it seemed to devour the entire sky. The shocking force of Whitebeard's eruption swept in one after another. The power of shock that can shatter the Thunder Dragon is not even able to shake the black thunder. Boom. 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 Under the influence of the shock force, the surrounding hundreds of millions of thunderbolts began to burst. With the continuous explosion of the outer thunder, the black thunder in the center became darker and darker. People can feel the infinite horror of heart palpitations from far away. This moment, not just this sea area, within a radius of 10,000 miles, everyone could feel this domineering thundersword intent. And looking up, the dazzling sunlight, visible to the naked eye, seems to be swallowed by the black thunder. The heaven and earth with a radius of 10,000 miles were completely plunged into darkness. Thousands of miles away, the sun shines brightly on the earth. It is in stark contrast to the sea where thousands of miles are plunged into absolute darkness. On the island, feeling the moment when the world fell into absolute darkness, all the Whitebeard pirate captains including Marco. All of them subconsciously burst into armed Hawkeye resistance in an instant. But even so, under the tyrannical thundersword intent that was constantly swept in and strengthened, the armed Hawkeye on them couldn't even hold on for a moment. It was shattered inch by inch, and the red blood began to infiltrate and diligently. Almost everyone's body was covered with terrifying blood-colored sword marks in the blink of an eye. Even more shocking, the seawater that is active around countless islands is actually evaporating. The visible sinking, forming a terrifyingly huge Uzumaki. My god, is this the power of the gods? As powerful as Marco, at this moment, the worldview has been completely subverted. His eyes were horrified, terrified to the extreme. It is not that he has not seen the four emperors on this sea, even Roger, the pirate king. What a shocking battle, he had also felt fear, however, there has never been such a powerless fear as now. At this moment, he only felt that he was as small as an ant. He looked up at Weer standing under the black thunder, as if it was the last light in the darkness. The gaze that looks up is like looking up at a god. Chapter 188. The Whitebeard is hit hard, and the winner is king. Dad, 99 The captains of the white-bearded pirates looked in horror. Diamond Yoja was the first to react and roared hysterically. Even as far as the eye can see, everything falls into darkness. Out of sight, they still tried to observe with observation Hawkeye. But under the black thunder that absorbs all the light except Weer, everything fell into absolute darkness. Even observation Hawkeye completely failed. That tyrannical thunder, as if it can burn everything between heaven and earth. Not even Conqueror's Hawkeye has any effect. Next moment, when Weer was all over his body, the last bit of blazing thunder disappeared. The world with a radius of 10,000 miles was completely plunged into absolute darkness. No one could observe Weer and Whitebeard again. The figures of the two have been covered by the extreme darkness. Look around and everything is gone. Gradually, when the sky, a touch of 560, light gradually appeared. The terrifying tyranny gradually calmed down. When absolute darkness reappears the moment of light. All of them stinged their eyes slightly and squinted their eyes to get used to it for a moment. Then, many squad leaders began to look for the figure of Whitebeard. They were terrified. Under such a strange attack, what will happen to my father? While Marco waited for the squad leader, Jing Xian anxiously searched. The two figures standing above the void finally reprinted into their eyes. The tall body of the Whitebeard is still the same, with a huge cloud cut, and the spleen is cloudy. But his whole body was scorched black, and there was a faint infiltration of blood. Makes him look quite embarrassed. That's not the point. The key point is that the supreme sword in Whitebeard's hand is cut into clouds one by one. The sharp blade part has completely disappeared, only one polished rod remains. Obviously, under the darkness just following the extreme, a collision that no one could imagine occurred. That's a great knife, not to mention hard enough in itself, it even wraps Hawkeye, the extremely powerful armed color of Whitebeard. Coupled with the protection of the power of shock, the blade was completely shattered at this moment. Terrible attack. Even several large sea areas around the two were completely shattered into pieces. There are only big waves and the endless floating black debris. Cough. For a moment, when Weer chuckled lightly and let the famous sword thunder into its sheath. Ended. In a word, Whitebeard couldn't help coughing violently. The big mouth of blood immediately sprayed into the sky, and the domineering aura of the Indomitable also disappeared in an instant. In front of Weer, the Whitebeard at the moment is like an ordinary twilight old man. Advertisement. In addition to being tall, he was simply frail and outrageous. Dad. Seeing Whitebeard coughing up blood, his body was covered in scorched blood-colored sword marks. Marco and the others were shocked and shouted. Exploding their respective abilities, they quickly came to Whitebeard's side. Cao Cao guarded Whitebeard and stared at Weer, who was not far away. His eyes were full of vigilance. Weer just stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the reactions of the many squad leaders with a chuckle. It doesn't matter at all, the corners of his mouth still keep the same smile as always. This is also the case, of course. Marco and others are even more creepy. How is this possible? No injuries at all. Under the collision with Daddy's ultimate move, even the jumpsuit Kakuzu hasn't broken a little bit? Many squad leaders simply doubt life. That is their father, who is recognized as the strongest man in the world. Being defeated by Weer was beyond their imagination. But now, what did they see? Facing his father, is Thor Weer injured at all? Is this really something a human can do? 8 years old. The point is Thor Weer is around 8 years old. To possess such terrifying strength at the age of 8 is simply appalling. Unprecedented. I won. You can tell me now. Are you related to the attack on Teacher Zephyr? Weer, who seems to be young, is approaching step by step. Obviously no one was tall at the scene, but it gives people a kind of domineering power that is condescending and cannot be refuted by words. Cough cough. Whitebeard opened his mouth to say something. But again, he coughed violently. Even if he completely broke out the ability to shake the fruit, the armed color also played to the extreme. But it was still hit hard by that thunder. It was still he could feel that Weer left his hand at the last minute. Probably, only 70% of the power of that black thunderbolt was used. But even so, if it were other 4 emperors, I'm afraid they would have already lied down at this moment. Whitebeard was also shocked. Before he burst out with all his strength, Weer's black thunder was far more powerful than any strong man he had ever seen. Even the Whitebeard when he was young was at his true peak. Under Weer's blow, at most it was barely resisting. Even traumatized. Therefore, the outcome of this battle is already clear. Weer wins. Whitebeard, who would have been seriously injured if Weer had not kept his hand in the end. Advertisement dead at the moment. The police say that now is not his real peak. Weer is invincible. You know, Weer is only 8 years old. What if you were at the peak of your body and strength when you were an adult? Whitebeard didn't think he could match the Weer of that time. Even at his peak, in this battle, Weer won after all. Also at this time, the crowd of Whitebeard pirates finally gathered in front of Whitebeard. This time, the captain of the first team, Marco, continued to think that he had enough confidence to look at Weer. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** wondering about Marco's anger. Like an elephant, do you care about the roar of ants? Of course not. Idiot son, stop. Seeing that Marco was going to continue to call, Whitebeard cut and stopped, and then looked at Weer and said, Pandemic Quinn hit Zephyr without my knowledge. Weer smiled, nodded and was about to leave. You only know that this is deliberately provoking our white-bearded pirate paste? The many squad leaders in the classical language were instantly angry. What? I thought there was really a reason to continue looking for them. Zephyr was Thor Weir's teacher after all, because the teacher encounters the attack to find the possible reason. It is not unacceptable for Marco and others. Result? Hear what Weer has to say. Provocation of the Whitebeard pirate sucks. Hearing the anger of Marco and others, Weer turned around. If you don't want to die now, shut up. As they watched Weer leave, Marco and the others clenched their fists in anger. The weak call the strong against the strong, but it is an act of courting death. Leave your usefulness and do something more meaningful. The figure quickly flashed and disappeared in the sky. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. World government dares to exterminate other pirates, but dare not touch them? But after all, did not continue to call the device. The weak, why call the strong? It was just Weir's last sentence that made them a little confused. When the words fell, Weer set foot on the still roaring waves. Remain useful and do something more meaningful. 1.0, yes, so what? Instead, he turned back quickly and looked at the white beard covered in scars. Why they can make the world government jealous? Weer was right. I don't understand. Marco and others didn't think much about it. Isn't it just because they are strong enough? Chapter 189. The world's strongest change owner, the monster Thor. Dad, how are you? 99. I'm fine. Watching Weer leave, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with a complex look. Terrible kid. After he was only 8 years old, he was forced into such a situation. If not merciful, he, who was originally severely injured, has fallen down at this moment. Seeing that, Whitebeard waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, and his injury was terrifying, but his mental state was really good. Marco and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, Marco started to treat Whitebeard. At the same time, Marco looked at Whitebeard's eyes with a hint of worry. Dad, you. The strongest in the world, even if he is not qualified to participate in the battle just around. However, with Marco's strength, he can still see the hook. My father lost. Weer is unscathed if he chooses to keep fighting. Since the father, I am afraid there is no possibility of life. Even if the entire Whitebeard pirate is paced, it may follow in the footsteps of Bigmom pirate. Wow la la la. Idiot son, don't think too much. Whitebeard looked at Marco, who was hesitating and suddenly laughed. Reaching out, he patted Marco on the shoulder. What an idiot son. Even if I am called a monster, a devil, after all, still a human being. The strongest in the world is only temporary, how could 13 be eternal? I knew it early on. Sooner or later, someone will replace me. Only, I didn't expect that person would be Weer. Originally, I preferred to replace me with you, Marco. Whitebeard looked at Marco and the others with a doting look in his eyes. His physical condition is very bad, and now he is forced to continue his life. So he hoped that among Marco and others, after he left, someone could fight his responsibilities. Protect the entire Whitebeard pirate, but now it seems that no one of the Whitebeard pirates can become his successor. Even the captain of the first team, Marco, was not just a little bit worse. Instead, it was Garp. This old guy, who is also his friend and foe, is a successor. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth tightly, ashamed. We are so useless. Joes and others on the side also lowered their heads. There was a look of shame on his face. Whitebeard looked at the appearance of Marco, Joes and others, and just grinned and smiled. Wow la la la, what a bunch of stupid sons, you still have time to get stronger. Advertisement at least for now, I'm still here, instead of feeling ashamed, start now. All of you, give me my hard work, all the time, because of the existence of Whitebeard. Let Marco and others have a kind of arrogance, the kind of arrogance above the other 3 emperors. This is understandable. With Whitebeard, they are indeed above the other 3 emperors. But this arrogance comes from Whitebeard, not from themselves. Whitebeard is old, and his poor health will eventually pass away. The title of the strongest in the world will be taken away sooner or later. You can be arrogant, but you can't be too arrogant. Originally, Whitebeard was not in a hurry, he felt that he could continue to shelter Marco and others for a long time. But the appearance of Weer made Whitebeard feel an unprecedented crisis. At the same time, it also shattered the arrogance of Marco and others. Whitebeard is no longer invincible. In this world, an existence that surpassed Whitebeard was born. The strongest in the active world has been born, that is, Weer. Dad. Hearing Whitebeard's words, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates raised their heads one after another. Each showed a firm and determined look. Marco rhymed even more firmly. Dad, I won't let you down again, la la la. Whitebeard laughed, and the laughter echoed in all directions. The squad leaders of the Whitebeard pirates also swept through the haze one by one. Follow Whitebeard and laugh. Afterwards, it was to clean up the mess as soon as possible. One by one, they practiced frantically, as if they were recruiting blood. A few days later, Weer challenges the world's strongest Whitebeard. The news swept the sea like a storm. On that day, a certain sea area fell into absolute darkness. Many people have seen it, and they can't hide it at all. The battle between the two, especially the Thunderwan rough sword that broke out at the end of Weer, reunited. The condensed and superimposed black thunder with a height of 500 million volts can cover and swallow even sunlight. It can be regarded as Weir's strongest ultimate move at the moment. With all his strength, even Kaido's immortal body will be hit hard in an instant. Such a terrifying attack naturally caused the entire sea to shake. In particular, the name of Weer once again resounded throughout the world. Not long ago, the Bigmom pirate was destroyed alone, and the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin was severely damaged. I haven't seen this can for a few days, and see Weir's crazy behavior again. This time, the challenger was actually the strongest force of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirate. Even more frightening, in the fierce battle with the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, Weer actually won. When the news came out, the whole world was shocked. Countless people were shocked by Weir's record. Even though, Weer has a bad record of destroying Bigmom pirates alone. But the monologue-bearded pirate is bad, and the defeat of the white-bearded pirate is bad. It still makes countless forces and pirates horrified. From the inquiries alone, it can be seen that more than 6 large islands were completely destroyed. Advertisement. How fierce is this battle? Are you crazy? Marine moves frequently, and every provocation is the 4 emperors. This is, want to start a total war? Leading the monster, Weer, to completely dominate all the extrajudicial places in this world? Incorporating the entire sea into the world government and Marine's ruled territory? The most shocking are the countless pirates, as well as the emperors of the underground world. Consecutively provoked the 4 emperors, revealing that Yunlai's message was too terrifying. This is unprecedented. To know, in front of Marine and world government, the biggest obstacle is the 4 emperors. Including the 7 warlords of the sea, they are all to compete with the 4 emperors, the powerful big pirates who surrendered this trick. Now, Weer has defeated Whitebeard. What does it mean? People dare not think. If what they thought came true, the world would be in chaos. It is very likely that pirates will usher in a dark age. Because, naval headquarters gave birth to terrifying lunatics. Weer, Whitebeard, he has been the strongest player in the world for nearly 20 years. In the eyes of countless people, whether it is Marine or a pirate, it is an insurmountable mountain. Even the Marines and the world government, all members of the 560 would not dare to provoke them easily. But today, Weer, the new 8-year-old Marine Admiral, broke into their field alone. Moreover, it was defeated. How incredible! Facing a monster like Whitebeard alone, facing the whole Whitebeard pirate. Defeat Whitebeard and retreat unscathed. How terrifying is the strength of Thor Weer. My god, how can this world be hooked on such a terrifying evildoer? The leaders of countless forces are all screaming in horror. For a long time to come, I lived in fear every day. I was afraid that Marine would suddenly explode and start sweeping away these extrajudicial forces. Even a figure like the 4 Emperor's red-haired soaps murmured to the information about the Thor Weer. Eyes, with irrepressible solemnity. Alone with a monologue of the bearded pirate network, he retreated completely. Not even a character like Garp Sengoku can do it. The strongest Marine Admiral in history, Weer has lived up to his name. Even in this battle, no one knows the specific result. But judging from Weer's ability to retreat, the strongest throne has changed hands. Even if the strength is compared to the peak Whitebeard, it may still be a little worse. But you know, Thor Weer can't get around 8 years old. There is plenty of time to grow. The strongest in the world, but it is a matter of time. The strongest pirate, Edward Newgate the Whitebeard. The strongest Marine, Thor Weer. The 2 strongest were placed together by countless people. In the eyes of many people, Weer is even more terrifying than Whitebeard. On this day, walking on the reputation of the Whitebeard pirate. Step on the world's strongest prestige. Thor Weer, remembered by the world. Chapter 190. Wheel of Destiny, Difficult Choices, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Because of the incident of the Whitebeard pirates being introduced alone, the sea set off violent waves. Afraid that Weer would really make trouble and continue to challenge the 4 emperors, Warring States Fleet Admiral urgently ordered. Thor Weer was recalled. After successfully defeating the BIGMOM pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, their marine prestige is indeed unprecedentedly strong. But if you want to directly detonate a world war, you are not ready for this at all. No matter how strong Weer is, at most 4 emperors can be singled out. Once a war really breaks out, the Marines and the world government's manpower will not be enough at all. Even the 7 warlords of the sea are essentially pirates. However, because of profit, I temporarily stopped with Marine. Really provoked the 4 emperors at the same time, late. The BIGMOM pirates were destroyed, leaving only 1 Charlotte Linlin. However, even the forces of the 3 emperors cannot be resisted by naval headquarters. Hey, everyone is timid and afraid of things, it's really boring. Logging into Marineford's harbor, Weer shook his head helplessly. Of course, he also knows the current situation, and it is not appropriate to start a full-scale war. Even if he was restless, he was ordered to return to naval headquarters. Of course, the main reason is actually that, according to the progress of the matter, there is a high probability that that event is about to happen. Old man he, 99 with some idea in mind, Weer went straight to Garp's office. The office was never empty in the past. Today, Garp rarely sits inside. A person was silent, holding a bag of senbei with a gloomy face. Eat one by one. Source. Looking at Weer who came in, Garp reluctantly raised his head and smiled. Then, he lowered his head again, not knowing what to say. The atmosphere in the room was infinitely heavy. Weer walked up to Garp without hesitation and snatched a slice of senbei. Pop it into the mouth. Please say, the taste is really good. No wonder Garp is so happy eating senbei all day long. Then, looking at Garp, Weer raised his eyebrows and said, "It's about Ace, right?" Garp's expression became more bitter. Have you heard? Guess. Weer shook his head, then asked, "Where's the Ace now, 99? Already sent to impel down." Advertisement. Garp sat there, looking rather sullen. After a long silence, this continued. The ministry has decided that Ace will be publicly executed after 1 month. The goal is to stun Whitebeard and deal with the battle post that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin gave to Naval Headquarters, 33. Battle post? Weer raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of this. Even if I know that Charlotte Linlin and Kaido will definitely ask. Unexpectedly, they dared to directly attack Naval Headquarters. On top of the war, is it because of his arrival? Some deviation? Not to deal with the Whitebeard pirate, but to become an exterminator pirate and Charlotte Linlin? Since it's my fault. Don't worry, Ace's matter, I will properly resolve it. Weer patted Garp's shoulder and said thoughtfully. He could understand Garp's mood, carrying out the justice of his life with his beloved grandson Ace. As a marine hero, he wanders and hesitates. He didn't know what position he should be in at this moment. Really, it's hard to decide. At this moment, I heard that Weer was going to take over this matter. Garp somehow felt relieved. If it's a police officer, maybe not. Weer's words, probably can handle this matter well? And just as Garp opened his mouth to say something, inside Naval Headquarters, there was a sudden commotion. Almost the next moment, the door of Garp's office, which was left open, was pushed open from the outside. A Marine walked in restlessly, about to report something to Garp. But when he saw Weer next to him, his complexion changed, and he hurriedly saluted Weer again. Hurry up and speak slowly. Weer raised his brows and asked casually. The Marine continued to feel a little more at ease, and said calmly. Report, sir. A vicious incident broke out in Sabadi Archipelago. Where did they beat up the world noble Tianlong people? The main culprits are the Straw Hat Pirates and the Hard Pirate Trafalgar Law. And, Kid Pirate Eustace Kid. Puff. When Garp heard this report, the senbei that he almost chewed came out. Advertisement what? One wave is not flat, another wave is rising. It's hard for Ace, because Weer has some clues. Now, Luffy is hooking so much wheat. Weer smiled and looked at the Marine thoughtfully and said. What exactly is the situation? Dragon people called the warship and Admiral, and ordered the pirates who offended the majesty of the Dragon people to be killed on the spot. The Marine looked at Weer with love. Since Weer became Admiral, it's not uncommon for the Draconians to be offended. But Weer didn't even bother to answer at once. On the spot, kill. What about civilians? Weer laughed, and Marine, who came to report, was shocked and didn't dare to answer. Without saying much, Weer looked at Card and said. 1 month later, the sentence will be executed, and there are still things to do. I guess at the moment Sengoku Fleet Admiral they're also having a meeting. How to deal with Kaido's gauntlet with Charlotte Linlin. There is a high probability that Shichibukai will be invited to help. Tell them that I will personally go to Nine Snake Island to solve the incident in Sabadi. The Marine's eyes widened instantly, thinking that this time Weer was going to ignore it again. King Lee's weak brother Luffy who likes to mess around. Next is Weer, then Luffy. Weir's powerful younger brother, dignified Marine Admiral to deal with. It's that B*** D kid again, making trouble one after another. In a large conference room of the world government, preparing to discuss how to deal with the battle post issued by Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. He's almost grown up panicking, the full-time butt-wiping nanny of the Chi family. Holy Land, Mariojoy. But before the meeting started, the incident of Sabadi Archipelago came over. After all, it is a dragon. Then Garp's son long joined the Revolutionary Army, which gave him a great headache. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. That family of bastards, every one of them is a peace of mind. When working with Garp, I have to wipe Garp's *** from time to time. Warring States held his forehead with an incomparable headache and his heart trembled. Garp cupped his forehead, a headache on his face. Understood. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Kizaru. Sabadi Archipelago, I am afraid it will be lively again. Chapter 191. Sabadi Turmoil, the Four Emperors declare war. It is reported that in addition to the Straw Hats, there are also Eustace of the Kid Pirates and his accomplices. Hard Pirates Trafalgar Law and his accomplices. There are a total of 13 criminals offering bounties, and 5 of them have a bounty of over 100 million. Among them, the most vicious one is the Straw Hat Luffy who was violent to the Tianlong people. A total of 3 Tianlong people became their hostages. It's an unprecedented event. The Warring States sighed helplessly. They want a bounty? Or are there other conditions? 33. Nothing. Their specific purpose is not yet known. The atmosphere in the field gradually became dull. Kizaru, who had been sitting on the chair next to him, suddenly laughed wickedly. The world's nobles, Tianlong people, this is not a trivial matter. Mr. Warring States, let me go. The matter involved Luffy, Garp and Weer, and Tianlongren. For a time in the Warring States period, there was indeed no good candidate for special police. Even knowing that, Kizaru just didn't want to face the trouble of negotiating how to deal with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. But for now, it is true that only Kizaru is the most suitable to deal with the world events of Sabadi Archipelago. Then this matter. Looking at Kizaru, Sengoku also knew that it was not very reliable, but he continued helplessly. Even Kizaru stood up before he could finish listening. As a result, another Marine rushed in. Report, Thor, Admiral, just returned to Naval Headquarters. After receiving the Sabadi Archipelago incident, I have personally rushed to the Sabadi Archipelago. This time, both the Warring States period and the yellow 568 suddenly changed color? Kizaru was helpless, spread his hands and sat back on the chair. I murmured in my heart. Little Weer is really inauthentic, this kind of thing has to be robbed from the old man. Hey, the declaration of war by the 4 emperors is very troublesome. Damn. Warring States did not expect that Weer came back so well. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, declaring war on Naval Headquarters are still unresolved. Now he runs off to deal with his brother Luffy, really arrived at Sabadi land. Is it true or false to catch the Straw Hat Pirate paste? Guiji knows. But now, there is no way. Weer has gone, is it possible to send another admiral there? With Weir's character, even if he sends Kizaru and even Aokiji over, he is afraid that he will be driven back. Never mind. After thinking about it, Sengoku finally shook his head helplessly. Anyway, Weer caused trouble and handled it well every time. He doesn't need to worry about it. The Sabadi Archipelago thing, it's just a little thing. Charlotte Linlin's battle post, you have all seen it. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the entire conference room became more and more dull. That's the 4 emperors, even if the BIGMOM pirates have been destroyed. However, as long as Charlotte Linlin is around. With the call of the 4 emperors, together with the beasts of the alliance, Kaido convened a manpower to attack the naval headquarters. Advertisement definitely an extremely dangerous event. Neither Kizaru nor Aokiji opened their mouths, BDBA, but remained silent. Wait for others to go to the meeting room, soon. The meeting room time is coming, and basically all the people who come to the meeting room are here. In particular, his predecessor Admiral Akainu, who had become an advisor to the headquarters, was the most active in declaring war on the four emperors. What more need to say? Rather than having a meeting here, it is better to declare war on the initiative. What about the four emperors? We are still pirates in essence, we are marines. What a fight! Akainu, who thinks he upholds absolute justice, cannot compromise with the pirates at all. Even if the other party is the four emperors, this time around, marine may be hit hard. So what? They are marines, it stands for justice. In order to carry out justice, it is absolutely possible to do nothing. General Counsel Sakazuki is right, the four emperors are just stronger pirates. As marine, how could you back down in the face of their provocation? They even tried to hook us Weer Admiral. To quell their anger, it's just a joke. That's right. If you want to fight, then fight, brave pirates, dare to declare war with us marine. This is the first and last time. We must not underestimate the prestige of our marines. Many Marine Vice Admiral Gates, outrage. I can't wait to start the war now and beat the beasts and pirates. And those dark underground forces that support Charlotte Linlin. Since everyone thinks it's time to fight, let's fight. When everyone's mood calmed down a little, the warring states continued to speak. Broken pieces. The fingers tapped the table rhythmically and then said. However, the Four Emperors alliance is undoubtedly powerful. Red-haired Shanks, there is a high probability that he will not participate in the war. On the Whitebeard pirates' side, generally not, but the current tricky thing, how to deal with Ace. When the words fell, everyone fell silent, although they don't know about Ace's relationship with Garp Vice Admiral. But, Ace, that's the bad squad leader of the Whitebeard pirates. If at this perilous time, face Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Execute Ace again, and provoke the white-bearded pirate paste. At that time, what they need to be right is the Four Emperors alliance. The alliance of two emperors and the alliance of four emperors are not the same thing. Humph. Cut it off, Ace, just a remnant of that Roger guy. The white-bearded pirates dare to come over and fight together. It was Akainu who spoke with a cold and arrogant look on his face. Advertisement, they are all pirates, they should all be killed. Call. Warring States took a deep breath and said, Ace's matter, wait for me to inform the above before making a decision. As for now, facing Kaido's alliance with Charlotte Linlin. High-end combat power, we have enough to deal with. However, the middle-level combat power, manpower is far from enough. So, I want to summon Shichibukai, do you have any opinions? When the words fell, Sengoku looked at Akainu. Because of Shichibukai's identity, he is essentially a pirate. Therefore, the biggest difficulty in summoning Shichibukai could only be Akainu's opposition. As the toughest of the Marine Hawks, once Akainu speaks, other hawkish Marines will surely speak against it. However, Akainu, who heard the words, didn't say much. This is also where Weer looks down on Akainu. The so-called absolute justice is only relative. When a compromise is required, Akainu will not hesitate to compromise. At this time, there is no so-called belief in the implementation of absolute justice? Simply ridiculous. Well, since no one has an opinion. Then, the next step is to arrange for a candidate to gather Shichibukai. The words fell, and the warring states nodded one by one. Ghost Spider, Doberman. All the way to the last, let the rat Vice Admiral. By Vice Admiral Mole, to the Isle of Nine Snakes. Before he finished speaking, Garp, who had been silent, opened his mouth. On the Nine Snake Island, Weer said he would go there in person, 33. When the words fell, Sengoku raised his eyebrows slightly, huh. Look at me, this is what Weer said before he left. If you have an opinion, you can go to him. Garp waved his hands directly. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. That mole, Vice Admiral, is responsible for going to Gecko Moria in the Devil's Triangle Sea. At this point, the candidates to summon Shichibukai have been selected. What's more, there are 4. On the side of the world government, it is estimated that the attitude will not change. Please everyone, next, we may face an unprecedented crisis at Marine. Even if it is possible to provoke the Whitebeard pirates to come and face the 3 Emperor-level forces. We must never be careless. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Any 4 emperors are terrifying forces standing at the top of the sea. The execution decision for Ace remains unchanged. Even the red-haired Shanks would not be involved. Just one, Naval Headquarters and World Government are both a headache. As for Kizaru and Aokiji, they were all left in Naval Headquarters. But, because of Ace's identity, the Warring States period said with a heavy hook. Facing 2 4 emperors, or even 3 4 emperors, or even 4 4 emperors. It is also at all cost, sure enough, wait for the Warring States to announce the results of the meeting. It is necessary to rely on great concerted efforts to survive the current difficulties. Execution a month later at Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Chapter 192. The storm is about to come, and the world is in complete chaos. 4 Emperors Kaido, in conjunction with 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin, gave Marine a battle post. A month later, at Naval Headquarters, Marineford. This thing can't be hidden at all. It spread across the sea at a speed like a storm. For a time, all the top-ranking forces all over the world shook. Some even suspect that this is the prelude to the outbreak of the World War. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin are already the 2 emperors. Not long ago, Marine Admiral Weer even provoked the Whitebeard pirate. Now, except for the redhead Shanks, is it most likely that the alliance of 3 emperors attack Marine? Soon, Whitebeard pirate Paste, 2nd Division Captain Ace. A month later, the news of the execution at Naval Headquarters completely detonated the world. God, Marine, is this really crazy? It's not enough to provoke the alliance of 2 emperors, do you really even fight the Whitebeard pirates together? First heard that Marine is now calling the 7 warlords of the sea. Dealing with the double emperor or even the power of the 3 emperors is very likely to be true. Damn, how could this be? This world is going to be in total chaos. Countless people fell into panic, they all turned their attention to the field of beasts. Kaido, after this incident, the relationship between you and me is wiped out. The gloomy Charlotte Linlin said coldly as she looked at the gathered members of the beast pirate gang. However, in order to repay my favor, you really made a lot of money, 99. It's really bloody, even though Jilly's rage attacked New World's marine base because of the drought. In fact, the beasts and pirates did not have all the members assembled. But this time, to attack Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The beasts and pirates are paced, almost all the members assembled. After the war, the pirates recruited again, plus the core of the beast pirates. 20 pirates suck. This is almost the gathering of all the combat power that the beast pirates can muster. Among them, it even includes the strongest devil fruit army that Kaido wants to build. Add Charlotte Linlin, with her own influence, a man summoned from the underworld of darkness. Up to 40 large pirates, all elites. Such a mighty team, suffocating and murderous condensed, almost shattering the sky. All army. Cut your hair. Charlotte Linlin smiled cruelly, waving her hands and drinking. Under the orders of her and Kaido, the pirates began to set sail for Yongfan. Advertisement gradually leaving the field of beasts, the mighty headed towards Naval Headquarters. The actions of such a huge force naturally quickly attracted attention. This time, the whole world is completely boiling. Really, it's true. I thought it was another small-scale conflict, but I didn't expect it to be a complete war. God. 2 alliances of 4 emperors head to Naval Headquarters. This is, to turn the sky, 99 countless pirates went crazy. Their expressions were full of shock, and it was hard to believe such a reality. But, now 4 emperors Kaido, 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin declare war on Marine. It's already been known. Even if they can't believe it, the facts are in front of them. Especially, a large number of New World pirates have encountered the mighty 40 large pirates. That is, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beast's Double Emperor Alliance. Wherever the coalition forces passed, whether it was pirates or marines, they all retreated. Great horror. The 4 emperors, those are the terrorist forces standing at the top of the sea. Marine, too, is a terrifying being in charge of the rules. The collision between these 2 parties is destined to spread to the whole world. Definitely an unprecedented battle. Among them, there may even be a 3rd emperor-level force involved. Even, it may be the strongest imperial power, Whitebeard pirate Paste. At this moment, on the Moby D*K, because Weer defeated her father, Marco and others began to practice hard. Every day, the atmosphere on the Moby D*K is in full swing. However, this day, they got a message. It made everyone angry. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* government, does this have to start an all-out war? Holding the newspaper in his hand tightly, Marco looked at Whitebeard angrily. Dad, since Marine and the world government are desperate, what are we afraid of? Ace, it's our Whitebeard pirate's bad guy, it is absolutely impossible to execute him. Whitebeard was in a gloomy mood at the moment, in contrast to his friendly face in the past. Advertisement for flowers 0, fight. If it's just Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, even if they invite them in person. Whitebeard is also absolutely dismissive, but Ace got caught. Marine is also going to execute him. For the beloved sons, even if Ace became his own son soon. For Whitebeard, it is definitely an extremely important existence. At Whitebeard's order, the entire Moby D*K began to dry up. A large number of affiliated members of the Whitebeard pirates were quickly summoned. A large number of pirate ships gathered, targeting Naval Headquarters Marineford. Red-haired pirates suck. Shocked with Kaido's alliance with Charlotte Linlin, but it's still manageable. At first the Redhead did not expect that Marine would be so bold. At this time, Ace must be executed, and the Whitebeard pirates will also be involved in this war. The world is going to be in complete chaos. Boss, what should we do? It is absolutely impossible to stop it. The beasts and pirates were smashed, and the two disasters were beheaded. The BIGMOM pirates are bad, and they are almost wiped out. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, don't give up on Marine because of us. And the Whitebeard pirate, I'm afraid it's the same. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. With a sigh, the red hair didn't know what to do for a while. Even Roger, the pirate king who started the era of great sailing, could even make such a big noise. Because of him, decades and even hundreds of years, the pattern between Marine and pirates. Let's take one step at a time, turbulent, scary guy. Because all of this is related to one person. On one side, the deep-rooted world government and Marine. He wanted to stop either party, but he couldn't do it. One side is the three Emperor-level forces of the same level. The 8-year-old Admiral of Headquarters, Thor Weer. Once that time comes, even if one is not careful, Uzumaki will be involved in this war. Not long ago, he even defeated Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. In recent months, it has become famous. This world is completely messed up, plus. Speaking of these, Ben Beeman and the others couldn't help shaking their heads with a heavy expression. Chapter 193. Coming back to Sabaody, the fear that was once dominated. Sabaody Archipelago. The world shook, Weer knew. But didn't even care. Whether it's Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, or even the Whitebeard pirate. They are all just underdogs. If you dare to make trouble, you will be wiped out with one slap. He didn't panic at all. I don't think it was my own accident that caused the world to shake. At this moment, he has just landed in the Sabaody Archipelago. What he needs to solve the most right now is the turmoil caused by Luffy here. Tianlong people, known as the nobles of the world. It is a group of self-righteous and dirty existences. Even many marines are their lackeys. Therefore, in the evil age, 11 supernovae gathered in the land of Sabaody. That's what caught marines' attention, but just because the Tianlong people were beaten, it seemed that there was a major event of catching potion. If it weren't for the special geographical location of Sabaody Archipelago, the structure of personnel would be complicated. There are even suggestions from Tianlong people to launch Buster Call directly. Destroy everyone in the Sabaody Archipelago with heavy artillery. Just stupid. After a few words, Weer set foot on the Sabaody Archipelago again. At the same time, Chaos Sabaody Land, Marine, 577, Base. What order has the headquarters issued for our request for help? Vice Admiral of the Ahiborn branch frowned at a Colonel Marine next to him and asked. When the Colonel heard the words, his face was full of old expressions. It's Thor Admiral, he's coming to the Sabaody Archipelago himself. Thor? Upon hearing this name, all Marine in the scene was a little stunned. Immediately, applause erupted. What? It's actually the Thunder God who will come in person. Great, then everything will be all right. It started as Vice Admiral, and it swept across the wrong place. Such a werewolf boss hooked, those damn pirates are dead. For the Sabaody Archipelago, Marine soldiers who have seen Weir's horror. Thor, representing a legend, representing a legend. Not long ago, he destroyed the Bigmom pirate alone, and broke into the Whitebeard pirate alone and escaped. It's not too easy for such a werewolf to suppress Sabaody's chaos, right? Even if it was the 4 Emperor's powerhouses who made trouble, they would be suppressed in minutes. Whoa. That's when they cheered. Not far away, a gust of wind blew past. Behind Weer, the justice that danced in the wind screeched in shock. The golden epaulets on both sides of the shoulders almost blinded the eyes of many Marines. This is the strongest admiral in history at the age of 8. Sir Thor is simply synonymous with invincibility. A living legend, the strongest in active duty who defeated the 2 kings of the old era. Numerous Marines lined up respectfully, watching Weer approaching slowly not far away. The faces of every Marine were full of admiration and fanaticism. I've seen Mr. Thor. Until Weer approached, all the Marines spontaneously roared and saluted respectfully. The shocking momentum was heard by the surrounding Sabaody Archipelago residents. What's going on? Why are those Marines suddenly so excited? Those pirates can't solve it, what qualifications do they have to shout? Shish. If you don't want to die, just shut up. 33. It is said that the Naval Headquarters sent Admiral to put down the Sabaody Archipelago riot. Advertisement. Here comes the legendary 8-year-old Headquarter Admiral, Thor Admiral, 13. Hiss. As soon as this statement came out, many residents of Sabaody took a deep breath. That terrifying Marine who, not long ago, slaughtered the entire lawless field by himself, 39. Someone exclaimed. It's him. This time, no resident dared to say something insulting to Marine. After all, Thor is coming. Thor Admiral can represent Marine more than Sabaody Archipelago's Marine. And with this Admiral character, the chaos of the Sabaody Archipelago will soon be resolved. Thinking like this, many residents were moved by the wind. They came to pay their respects, the existence of this legend. Thor Admiral, have the locations of the 11 supernova pirates been confirmed? Weer chuckled and asked Vice Admiral Ashiburn. Sorry Sir Thor, their locations are still being confirmed. Vice Admiral, headed by Ahiburn, was somewhat ashamed. Because of the last Lawless Zone incident, the Marine force of the Sabaody Archipelago has never been more prosperous. But just like that, the turmoil broke out. It even made the 11 supernova pirates of the so-called extremely evil generation ask Wolf for a large number of Marines. Ashiburn thought that he was ashamed to see the Thor commander again. Don't worry, investigate one by one. Since I'm here, none of them can run away. First determine the supernova at the nearest location. For other locations, just investigate and let me know as soon as possible. Yes, Ashburn responded respectfully. Then, got a piece of information from a subordinate colonel, and immediately reported to Wei Arhui. Kira, the slaughter warrior with a bounty of 200 million Bailey. Now, fight a pacifist right in front of you, Wei nodded. The next moment, the figure disappeared instantly. When the hook appeared again, it was already deep in the street. When Wei strolled through the streets, the chaotic streets instantly quieted down. Especially the residents of Sabaody Archipelago who have seen Wei with their own eyes and the hidden pirates. Just two different moods. Residents were cheering and cheering. And those pirates, the scalp is numb in an instant. Absolute werewolf. The scene of the lawless place being washed with blood is right in front of them. Many pirates have thought that this time the Sabaody archipelago is in turmoil. As the Draconians are involved, there may be a Marine Admiral coming. Unexpectedly, it was Thor, Admiral, a werewolf. Damn, Marine is going to kill us all. Thor Admiral, what a horrible monster, almost instantly. The pirates hiding in the dark disappeared one after another. There were also many timid residents who also realized that the turmoil was about to break out. They all hid for the first time. This also made Weer shake his head a little helplessly. And can't kill those innocent civilians. With such a mix, Weer couldn't tell who was a civilian and who was a pirate who escaped. Of course, there were also people with grimly excited faces. Secretly, aiming at Weer with the fire system. Oh no, Thor Admiral, the stinky brat who swept the land of lawlessness. I want to avenge the boss. Advertisement, you are crazy, 59. A pirate next to him screamed. You want to die, don't drag the entire Sabaody archipelago pirates into the abyss of despair. That is the strongest marine in history, the highest combat power of naval headquarters. Even the Whitebeard pirate Paste couldn't stop him from leaving. Your boss, Yahoo Maupassant, is courting his own death, so why sacrifice his own life for him? Someone tried to stop it, but it was still a step behind. The big man with a hideous face passed through the corner of a hidden house somewhere. Aiming at Weer, pull the trigger of the fire mirror directly. Die. 11 crimson eyes, full of killing frenzy. The specially designed bullet pierced through the void and shot Weer's temple with a rapid burst. Ding. But the rhyme of the next scene made the pirates in the dark simply terrified. Even without even looking at the bullet specially made by Seastone, it was intercepted and twisted by an invisible energy in midair. Yah! Suddenly a ray of thunder flickered, instantly covering the Seastone bullet. Pung! Then, it detonated in midair in an instant. Damn, I already told you not to do it, now, we are exposed. Escape. That is the strongest Marine Admiral in history, can a mere fire system kill such a person? It's just a dream. What really makes the pirates creepy in the dark is not Weer's display of July's strength. But the eyes that were projected in an instant, under the chuckle, were full of ruthless coldness. The two ran away without looking back, but it's too late. Sizzle, sizzle. Two arcs flashed and moved. At a speed that cannot be seen by the naked eye, it directly turned the 6 pirates in the dark into coke everywhere. Boring. 99 Weer pouted, and out of the corner of his eyes, he praised a roof on one side. But there was no other reaction, but continued to walk forward. On that roof, one of the pirate supernovas, Skullagman 1.0, Apu, was stiff for a moment. A look of infinite horror. He, found me? 39, I think should not be. If you found me, how could you leave so easily? Is that Thor Admiral? What a terrifying ability. Thunder is the most destructive attack in nature. Those pirates are really courting death. 93, so horrible. Among those people, there was even a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. In an instant, he was killed on the spot without the ability to resist. The subordinate who secretly observed with Apu looked extremely frightened. Run away, Mr. App. Continue to stay, I am afraid that we will also become the coke everywhere. 9. When Skullagman Apu heard the words, he suddenly laughed. Baba, what an idiot. That's Marine Admiral, how boring is it to run like this? Even the Grand Line, he passed half of the people. It was just an encounter with a Marine Admiral, not a confrontation with him. At least get something to fish, and then a decent escape line is. Skullagman AP looked at Weer's back, his eyes flickered with interest. Chapter 194. The strongest in history, desperate and dead. The supernova that passed the first half is really arrogant. Compared with some pirates with higher bounties in the second half, he is much more courageous. This is to think that I found ignorant. Or, is Kaido sending a fool like that to want to see what I'm doing? Of course, it was impossible for Weer to not be aware of Skullagman App's stalking. Just based on Apu's secret identity, he deliberately ignored it. Everyone knows it now. Beast pirates are bad, ask Charlotte Linlin, and even Whitebeard pirates are bad. A war with Marine is about to break out. As the intelligence officer of the Beast pirates, it is strange that Apu is still in Sabaody. Thinking about it, Weer continued to walk forward. After walking down a street, a group of evil pirates appeared in front of him. This group of people is the Kid Pirates, and the leader is Eustace Kid, who has a reward of 470 million yuan Bailey. Thor, 99. The crowd of Kid Pirates saw Weer who was wearing justice and was walking in shock. In an instant, his complexion changed dramatically, and his pupils were full of shock. Kira looked at Captain Kidd for the first time and exclaimed. Kid, go away. The strongest admiral in history, Thor. Kid looked at Weer with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. I'm running? With this little devil in front of me? What about Thor? Dare to come before Lousy's face 13, he is doomed to death. Ah. Weer smiled. Looking at the hideous face, the whole body exudes Lousy's invincible Kid, and he didn't say anything. With a chuckle, the famous sword Thunder came out of its sheath. Seeing this, the two supernovas Kid and Kira changed their expressions. Staggering figure, wielding weapons, trying to defend against Weer's attack. But Weer was too fast. The two of them just changed their faces at the moment, and a thunder has already flashed and diligently. Hum. There is no stern sword energy, but only a tyrannical thunder. This thunder spreads and rhymes. Wherever you went, the earth and buildings were shattered and shattered. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire street was completely blackened. The pirates of Kid Pirate Paste have all become a member of the debris everywhere. Even before the screams were heard, life was completely frozen at this moment. Too horrible. Skullagman Apu, who was hiding in the dark, had a terrified expression on his face. Almost freaked out, if he hadn't been afraid of Weir's strength, he would have stayed far away. This wave of thunder bursts, and he is afraid that he will also become a part of that pile of coke. What? It was at the next moment that Apu suddenly let out a snort. Advertisement, aren't you dead? The scorched black place can be seen everywhere. Kid and Kira behind him are not dead at all. Except for the black body, the whole person was in a state of embarrassment. In addition to the blood flowing everywhere, at least there is still the breath of life. Amazing, actually able to block such a terrifying thunderbolt. Skullagman Apple's eyes lit up instantly, in the field. Kid looked at his broken mechanical arm with a gloomy expression. Even pacifists burst out enough lasers to melt steel. Your own mechanical arm can block it. But, in front of the Thunder God of Thunder, he was seriously injured like this. Is the gap really that huge, almost at the same time? Because of the collapse of a street, a figure on the other side was introduced into the eyes of everyone present. A tall man with blonde hair and striped pants, impressively one of the supernovae, Bolts Hawkins. Thunder. The moment he saw the coke everywhere, Hawkins' pupils shrank suddenly. Then he saw Weer, the god of thunder with a light smile on the corner of his mouth. Could it be the strongest admiral, Thor, at this time? Formerly Shichibukai, a pacifist based on the violent Kun Bartholomew Kuma. With dull eyes, he walked over step by step. Hawkins' brows were tightly guarded together, and his expression became heavier. Is this a dead end? There is Shichibukai before, and then there is the strongest Marine Admiral Thor in history. Point. It wasn't just Hawkins sighing. It's Kira, Kid, and the secret Skullagman Apu hiding in the distance. At this moment, the heart is beating violently, because, standing in front of them is the legendary existence of the sea. The police look only 8 years old, however, deservedly the strongest Marine Admiral of all time. Even, they didn't know they were fighting Whitebeard not long ago. Famously known as the next generation of the world's strongest terrorist existence, Thor Weer. Ah. Looking at Hawkins in the sudden hook scene, Weer smiled. Magic Hawkins, kill Warrior Kira, Captain Kid, and there's Skullagman Apo, who thinks he's hiding well over there. 11 supernovas, here are 4. It saved me a lot of effort. Weir's voice was soft and indifferent, but what fell on the ears of everyone present was like a thunderclap on the ground. Especially Skullagman Apu, who was hiding in the dark. It trembled violently. Advertisement been discovered? With a shocking expression, he exposed his body from a hidden corner, allowing Hawkins and others to see his presence. Weer glanced at him and said nothing, but Apu knew that if he couldn't hide, he could only show up. Jumped from the roof in the distance, followed by Hawkins, Kira and Kid. The 4 supernovas gathered together, and everyone finally showed a little confidence to face Thor. However, everyone who has been guarding against Weir's attack. For a long time, I didn't see Weir's next move. The atmosphere in the field was extremely solemn. Hawkins looked at Weer with a cold face. With 2 more supernovas to spoil the situation, he had a bit of fighting spirit again. Let's start together. Fighting alone, we probably have no hope of surviving. If you do it together, you can try one side. After all, it is a group of people who are known as the most evil generation, the strongest supernova in all generations. Even in the face of Thor, Weer, the legendary existence. If you haven't seen the legendary H***** R with your own eyes, you won't lose all fighting intent. Skullagman AP, who heard the words, flashed a dangerous light in his eyes. Nodding, agreeing with Hawkins' proposal, and at the same time posing -577 actions to prepare to attack. I want to see it too. How powerful is the legendary Thor, Admiral? Kira and Kid looked at each other silently, their eyes full of fighting intent. Both of them were seriously injured at the moment. If they run away together, the 2 of them will surely die. Instead, it's not a fight. Think so. The 4 supernovas ignited a monstrous fighting spirit. The momentum of the 3 of them erupted and condensed, and they pressed down towards Weer. There's even Conqueror's Hockey mixed in. Such a terrifying aura slightly caused the flow of white clouds above the sky to change. So that many people around were attracted attention. God. The 4 supernovae, how are they linked together? Captain Kid, Killer Kira, Skullagman App, Magician Hawkins. Are they going to fight Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma? Captain Kid. Mr. AP. Kid's Kid Pirates, and Apu's Pirates. All gathered at this moment. Standing behind the 4 supernovas, he looked at Weer nervously. For a time, even the atmosphere did not dare to take a breath. No matter how arrogant and confident he is, at this time, I also felt hopeless. After all, what they will face next is the strongest Marine Admiral in history. The strongest man in the next generation, Thor Admiral. Chapter 195. Flick the thunder, kill the 4 supernovas. As expected of a supernova, courage and courage. Compared to the second half of the pirates whose bounty is higher than yours, they are much stronger, 99. Weer looked at the 4 supernovas ready to go, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But in the next moment, the momentum of the whole body suddenly changed. He casually raised the famous sword Thunder in his hand, and Conqueror's Hawkeye swept across and rhythmically spread. Boom! Invisible airwaves swept in. The terrifying momentum that the 4 supernovas finally condensed was directly defeated. Originally, the 4 of them joined forces, following the change of the white clouds caused by Kankan. Under Weer's Conqueror's Hawkeye eruption, the Sabadi archipelago of clear skies. In an instant, the clouds were overcast. The dark clouds that covered the sky swept across the sky, and a large number of bright arcs flickered on it. Come on, let me see how powerful you supernovas of the most evil generation are. The moment the voice fell, Weer just cut down the famous sword Thunder so lightly. 3 deep purple thunder strikes enveloped Ling Zhou's tyrannical sword intent. At an extremely terrifying speed, it swept through the 4 supernovae. Killing warrior Kira roared and raised his scythe weapon. Aim at the deep purple thunderslash and burst out to resist. Clang. It's just that his sickle just touched the moment of the thunderslash. The blade shattered on the spot and quickly spread to the entire sickle. What? Click. Killing the warrior Kira only had time to reveal his terrified expression. The subconscious escape action was not able to be made, and the thunder killed him on the spot. A deep hole was left in place, and inside was a pinch of dazzling coke. Damn it, Captain Kidd saw his good brother being killed directly. Anger growled, staring at Weer, but the next moment, another thunderslash also landed in front of him. Boom. There is no hindrance at all. Kidd, the fiercest captain who called the device, also left a deep hole in place. Like his good brother Kira, he also became a scorched black in the pit. The 2 supernovas were instantly killed. Skullitman Apu only felt his scalp burst in an instant and wanted to escape. But, at the same time, another thunderstrike fell. He exploded his sonic fruit ability to the extreme. Layers of terrifying soundwave shockwaves, trying to resist the shattering thunderslash. But just kidding. The terrifying layers of soundwaves burst and cracked in an instant. A loud bang. Where Apu was, it instantly became a huge pit. Turned into a pinch of coke in the pit. At the moment of being killed, Bao's horrified and unbelievable look appeared in Apu's eyes. Because, even Hawkins, who has the ability of straw, can deflect attacks. He was also killed on the spot without any resistance. Stupid moth ants, you know nothing about power. With a clanging sound, the famous sword thundered into its sheath. Afterwards, Weer dialed Ashiburn's exclusive phone bug. I'm Weer. Report to me except Magician Hawkins, Skullitman App, Captain Kidd, Killer. Other pirate supernova locations. Hearing the words, Ashbourne sighed inwardly. What do you mean? Yes, the 4 supernovas I'm talking about are dead. Advertisement: check out the locations of other supernovas. Having said that, Weer directly hung up the phone bug. There was no time for Ashbourne to recover from the shock at all. 4 supernovas. Even if he knew the power of Thor Admiral, he had even experienced the bloody killing of the lawless land. But once again, seeing the strength of Thor Admiral, Ashbourne was still full of shock. But, fortunately, I have seen it before, so I can quickly come back to my senses. Notify a Marine to personally lead the team to the scene where Weer killed the 4 supernovas. At the same time, additional personnel were dispatched to inquire about the positions of other pirate supernovas. Far away, watching the 4 supernovas helplessly, they were killed on the spot without any resistance. For the pirates under the hands of these supernovas, it is simply an unprecedented shock. Those are the 4 supernovas who have over 100 million bounties and ravaged the first half of the Grand Line. Known as the most evil generation, the strongest generation of supernova. As a result, this is it, they only understood at this moment. For power, these ignorant people know nothing at all. Thor Weer, the terrifying servant possessed by him. Just to face, the battle against the 4 supernovas was over so easily. For many who have never seen the power of Weer, the scalp was completely numb, and fear swept through the body. Even many pirates, at this moment, exudes a strong stench. The strongest admiral in history, I thought it was just talk. Thor. Really experienced adoptive no. This, I am afraid it is the terrifying power that the real gods can have. The other side. Police are there to help. The Straw Hat Pirate is bad, and he has encountered 2 pacifists. For their strength at the moment, it is simply a nightmarish existence. Usopp's snot was about to spurt out of the gap, and he was extremely frightened. God, how can there be 2 identical Shichibukai, 33? These 2 guys, they don't seem to have human emotions at all. With high probability, it won't be true Shichibukai Yukun Bear. Robin looked at the 2 pacifists who were ruthlessly rampant and analyzed calmly. Zoro bit the sword in his mouth, held the sword in both hands, and said coldly. It doesn't matter whether he is a real Shichibukai or a fake Shichibukai. Since it's in the way, it's okay to cut it over, right? 11. Of course. 99 Luffy nodded, waved his fist directly, and turned on the second gear mode. Zoro bit the word Hedao in his mouth, and raised his arms at the same time. Staring solemnly at one of the pacifists, his eyes flashed coldly. 3 swords. Ghost slash. As Zoro's body flashed, a terrifying cross slash shot rhythmically. Suddenly, the pacifist's body pierced through, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Because of Weer stimulation, Zoro at the moment is much stronger than the original. Even if this move cannot directly kill the pacifists. However, the incomparably tough pacifists are also under this blow. There are ferocious sword marks on the hook on the body. The precise parts inside were also directly exposed in front of everyone in the straw hat. Actually, is it transforming people? Frankie's eyes were uncertain, but he didn't forget to attack. Wind cannon. Boom, followed by Frankie's fill up. Advertisement: the originally broken pacifist is almost unable to stand. But before falling down, he still stretched out his palm. Boom. An incomparably dazzling laser light burst out and lay down. Almost, Zoro narrowly avoided, and his face became more and more solemn. Not fear, but fighting spirit. Pacifists are powerful, but that's what they are. Weir's strength is always deeply imprinted in Zoro's heart, constantly inspiring him, and now he has grown to a strength far exceeding the level of the original. The next moment, Zoro continued to attack. 3 swords of chi flow, 1 tiger talisman. Wow. Zoro's figure flashed away, and the next moment Rhyme was behind the pacifist. A dazzling spark suddenly erupted from the pacifist who was already crumbling. Then the body cracked open like a crack with the wide stripes of a tiger. Boom. Wind cannon. Killfire birdstar. Frankie and Usopp followed with 2 ranged attacks. It blasted directly into the crack on the body of the pacifist, detonating a series of explosions of the precision instruments inside. Crack. Crack. Accompanied by countless sparks, there was a bang. One of the 2 pacifists was under siege. He collapsed to the ground, completely incapacitated. And the other side, also because of Weir's stimulation, Luffy's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Even if he didn't deliberately learn Haki, there was a faint Haki flow in his gestures. Even a very weak Haki, even a full-armed Haki can't do it. But for the improvement of Luffy's combat effectiveness now, it is still of great help. The second gear Luffy teamed up with Sanji, who was also much stronger than the original. It's easier than Zoro to give you Usopp and Fran, Lee Jiao Jiao, she teaming up to defeat the pacifists. Call. What are these things? Why is it an artificial human, and it is the same as the violent Kun Bear? Beating the last pacifist, Sanji couldn't help frowning. Nami next to him said quickly, Luffy, don't waste time. Let's leave now. Robin, who has been observing all around, his expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, it was him. A small-looking figure was slowly approaching them. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. If other Marine Admiral came, they might not be surprised. Everyone in the Straw Hats, except for Luffy, changed their expression slightly when they heard Robin's words. Once we meet, we are afraid that we will not be able to run away. Just come to a prospective admiral like Momoshage, and their entire Straw Hat pirate must be explained here. After the words fell, everyone in the Straw Hats did not act. Thor, Weer, once, in demon-killing town, it was their great terror. I heard that because you beat the open air dragon, Marine may have to send admiral-level police forces to come. This time, all the Straw Hats panicked on the spot. Boom. That's too late. In fact, the police said it was an admiral-level police force. Turning back subconsciously, he saw a deserted street in the distance. Chapter 196. The scalp is numb, and the Straw Hat Pirates are bad again. I have grown a lot, and even pacifists can destroy and defeat them. 99. Ah. The moment Usopp saw Weer, he hid behind Zoro and Sanji. Nami knelt on the ground on the spot, looking extremely frightened. Sanji's pupils vibrated, and he assumed a posture of fighting at any time. Zoro clenched the weapons in both hands, fighting like never before. What Weer said, he always kept in mind. A true swordsman, no matter what situation he faces, needs absolute belief in moving forward. He, for so long, has always followed Weir's words to him. The strength that can soar to the current level is also thanks to the encouragement of this sentence. As for Robin, it was also a surprise. He didn't expect that Naval Headquarters would send Weer here. Doesn't Marine still know Weir's relationship with Luffy? This guy, the legendary Marine Admiral, Thor, Frankie, who has never met Weer, is not as afraid as others. Blue also never met Weer. At this moment, with an exaggerated frightened expression, Lu Chin said. It's so frightening that my eyes are hooked, even though I don't have any. Shish. Robin nodded, smiled wryly and shook his head. He is the new admiral who defeated Saw 577 Karski and managed to reach the top of Naval Headquarters. Thor Admiral. At the same time, it is known as the strongest Marine Admiral in history. Not long ago, it was a terrifying powerhouse who singled out 2 Emperor-level forces. An existence standing on the top of this sea. Hearing this, Frankie and Brook were really shocked. They did not expect that such a strong man would come to suppress them. If it's really like what Robin said, Weir's strength is so powerful that it can be shaken by the Emperor's strength. Those of them, compared with the Emperor-level forces, are the existence of ants. There is absolutely no possibility of escaping from being suppressed by Thor Admiral. Luffy will be silent since he saw Weer. There was no emotion from everyone, just waited until Weer walked over to talk to Chian and then continued. Why are you here? How, didn't he say that the next time we met, he was going to fly me upside down? Or are you afraid that even the Tianlong people dare to beat you? Weer chuckled lightly at the sound of flying hooks on the detour. Luffy was silent for a moment, and he recalled the scene of the flying dragon. But even now, it may be targeted by naval headquarters. Advertisement. He didn't even have the slightest idea of regret. Looking up, Luffy looked at Weer. Don't tell me, are you even going to stand up for those damned draconians? For a group of scumbags? My stupid brother, why are you still so naive? Weer spread his hands and laughed a little. When Luffy heard this, he immediately laughed. However, at the next moment, he pouted and said, then you want to fight me? If it wasn't for the words of those Tianlong people, I would have a fight with you. We have a deal. Next time we meet, I'm going to punch you. Luffy waved his fists and said with all his might. Before Weer could speak, Usopp, who was beside him, panicked. Hey, Luffy, don't talk stupid, your brother, but Thor Admiral, the strongest admiral in history. Are we really going to fight such monsters again? 97? Is everything in Demon Killing Town still vivid in my eyes? Although they are growing fast, obviously Weer is faster, okay. This time, we will definitely win, don't worry, I will definitely protect you. It will never be like last time in Magic Valley Town, watching you all being defeated by my brother. Luffy clenched his fists and said firmly, I also think so. Zoro bit the word he dowing with sharp eyes, brilliant. He is ready for everything, this time, to face Weer again, we must go all out. In Zoro's view, when Weer came to Sabaody Archipelago, the battle was inevitable. Luffy is right, BDBA, this time, we will not lose to you again. Thor. Sanji lit a cigarette and said with a firm and heavy look at Weer. Even if Magic Valley Town suffered a fiasco, now it seems that they have no chance of victory. But Weer is the strongest admiral in history. As long as they didn't lose, it was as tragic as the one in Mosha Town. Then this battle is their victory. We are not what we used to be. Luffy clenched his fists. Advertisement words fell, and steam began to rise up and down. Zoro also clenched Akatsuki's weapons in both hands, ready to explode at any moment. Sanji put out the cigarette in his hand, and could also burst into flames at any time. Watch it all. Looking at the serious three people, Frankie and Brook were moved by their beliefs. Immediately following the three, the momentum erupted, and Admiral was the strongest in the history of frontal terror. Thor Weer, in any case, he didn't want to be stopped here. His target is the Pirate King. Looking at the serious Straw Hat crowd, Weer couldn't help shaking his head. He didn't even use the famous sword Lei Ting, so he left step by step towards everyone in the Straw Hat. Luffy burst into steam and started in second gear. Call. Sanji took a deep breath at the same time, staring at Weer dignifiedly. Frankie, Zoro, Usopp, Brew et al. All of them were ready to watch Weer nervously. In his expression, in addition to perseverance, there is also a ray of fear. But this is human nature. Facing a powerful enemy like Weer, fear is normal. But you can face your own fears and take the initiative to face such fears. Enough to prove their belief. Weer, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but nodded. As expected of the protagonists, they really have enough firm beliefs. Next time we meet, if your growth doesn't satisfy me. Brutal, fierce. What did I say when I let you go? Then, the originally gentle temperament suddenly changed. Seeing everyone in the straw hats, they looked cautiously waiting. In less than a year, let's face the strength of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Compared to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin who faced later. I don't know if you still remember, I'm afraid, Luffy can still carry the aura of the protagonist smoothly. Then I will personally send you all to Impel Down Prison. The reality is that he exists. Facing the sun, smiling brightly. Weer smiled. If, without their own arrival. Today's Weer is difficult for everyone to overcome with a straw hat. But, in front of him, there is no if at all. However, the peak of the sky that must be faced. 6 Decigrams Chapter 197. A face-to-face, and a second, repressed. Unprecedented depression, on a dilapidated street. All the Straw Hat Pirates gathered, led by Captain Luffy, Sanji and Zoro are on both sides, D. A group of 9 people stared at the Thor Admiral in front of them. His eyes were full of tension and fear, especially when Weir's words fell. If you are not satisfied, I will send you all into Impel Down, 9. It made the atmosphere in the field infinitely dignified. It didn't take long for what happened in Demon Killing Town. People can't be forgotten. At this moment, I also remembered the fear of being dominated. Really, Luffy's monster brother still won't let us go. Usopp swallowed nervously, screaming in fear. The so-called satisfaction standard is a subjective standard. Who can know how to continue to make Weer satisfied? Maybe it's just an excuse to arrest them. Usopp didn't know and didn't have time to think about it. Because Weer moved towards them, step by step. Every step down, there are small thunder flashes under Weir's feet. Even a very weak thunder, every step of falling, will make the hard map crumble into slag. Everyone in the Straw Hat who saw this scene suddenly shrank their pupils. This monster. How can the speed of growth be so fast? This makes it possible for us to win. Nami, at this moment, my heart panicked to the extreme. Luffy was in second gear completely, steaming all over his body. Zoro's 3-knife flow has long been ready to attack at any time. And Sanji is also ready to go. Robin has both hands in front of him, ready to attack Weer at any time. And saw a little thunder, the terrifying attack power that easily shattered the ground. Frankie is also staring at Weer very cautiously, and it is best to turn on the switch of the body machine at any time. Clang. Brook also drew out his slender saber. Work like a samurai. The left hand holds a scabbard similar to an umbrella, and the right hand holds the sword. Lambu Ball. 99 Chopper devours the blue wave decisively. Let your body enter the state of devil fruit in advance. Damn it. Usopp gave a low snort, fighting back the fear in his heart. Holding a slingshot in his right hand, squinting, he started aiming at Weer who kept approaching them. Only. Advertisement facing Weer, he didn't take the initiative to radiate it, which made them feel extremely frightened. Usopp was trembling all over, unable to suppress the pervading fear in his heart. It's terrifying. Seeing many partners, they are all eagerly waiting. Coming to the timid Nami, he also took out his own weapon, the weather stick. Mei Mew looked at Weer who was walking in horror. He took a strong breath, holding on to keep himself from falling to the ground again because of fear. So far, all Straw Hats, ready, fighting, immediately. Boom. Luffy took the lead. Step on the ground with both feet and directly let the earth and rocks crack and shoot. Wrapped in the dust in the sky behind him, Luffy's speed in the second gear was unbelievably fast. This is a burst of power that forcibly increases in a short period of time, relying on burning life as the price. If you have not practiced observation haki, it is extremely difficult to capture the speed of Luffy's actions at this moment. It still looks a little like it. Seeing this, Weer couldn't help but nodded. Compared with the original, the strength is indeed much stronger. That faint flow and a little armed color haki on the body surface, although it has not yet formed. But it can improve Luffy a lot of combat and defense in all aspects. Still growing pretty well. Superior. Watching Luffy riot, Weer was still laughing. Zoro knew immediately that the growth of himself and others was still too slow. But this is the end, there is no way to go back, Weer will not let them back. So, just fight. The moment the words fell, Zoro was already violent. Damn green algae head, need you to give me orders? When Sanji was angry with Zoro, his actions were not slow. Following Zoro, one left and one right approached Weer at an extremely fast speed. The surrounding ground began to vibrate slightly. Weer raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Robin. Looking at each other, Robin couldn't help swallowing nervously. As expected, it is Admiral, the god of thunder, only 8 years old. This understatement makes me so terrified. Just a glance, Robin just fell in love and almost lost the courage to attack Weer. Most importantly, Weer didn't even have a bit of imposing pressure. It's just that unprecedented self-confidence, the self-confidence that overrides everything. Let Robin, who has not yet played against, already feel invincible fear shrouded in his heart. Can Luffy, Sanji, Zoro really defeat such a terrifying existence? For flowers 0 can't you? Advertisement unable? Robin shook his head, using up disturbing thoughts. Covered in cold sweat, he continued to cross his arms in front of him. At any time, the devil fruit ability will be used to block Weer's movement trajectory. Hoo ho ho. Ladies and gentlemen, go up first, 33. At the same time, Bruce with a rapier also began to run towards Weer. Wait for me. Frankie turned on the machine switch and followed Brook and continued to run. Chopper is a close second. As the people in the Straw Hats ran, the ground began to vibrate violently. Usopp is a long-range attack. Stand with Nami from a distance and attack at any moment. Rubber. Jet bazooka, up. Luffy is the strongest attack possible. When he was less than 2 meters away from Weer, he suddenly started. Boom. The powerful punch caused a sensation, and even the air seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure. The rumbling roar of the hook. The fist has not completely fallen, and the terrifying airwave that has swept through the air has already swept away. It has grown a lot. Compared with Demon Killing Town, the power of the same move has been increased by at least dozens of times. Facing Luffy's violent punch, Weer always had a faint smile on his face. Then, a sideways did not leave the place at all. Luffy's fist was easily dodged. Wiping the hair on Weer's side, it was lost. Wrapped in a violent explosion, a huge pothole appeared on the ground. Thor Admiral, so terrifying. Plus, how come? Luffy's second gear state disappeared, and he lay directly in the pothole and didn't move. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. When he opened the second gear, his strength was suppressed by Weer in all directions. But he just had such an idea, and he didn't even have time to let his brain convey it to his body and put it into action. But in my eyes, slow is still no different from the original. Facing Luffy's horrified gaze. Then, Luffy's pupils shrank suddenly, and he punched Weer's back again. Holding Luffy's arm with one hand, Weer's mouth filled with a brighter smile. In the eyes of the police, it's getting to the extreme. A face-to-face. A seemingly small palm grabbed his arm. Boom. It was directly used up in the air, and then smashed to the ground. Luffy, whose strength has increased dozens of times, was beaten again. Chapter 198. The Era of the Great Pirates, let's end it. Luffy. Seeing this, Zoro, Sanji and the others all roared. Zoro, the swordsman, is the fastest. 3 swords profound truth, extreme, tiger hunt. The vindictive aura that has been strengthened, the terrifying slash that is enough to shatter a large building in an instant. Under Zoro's control, it suddenly swept towards Weer. Boom. The next moment, Weer didn't even edit the famous knife. He just spread out his hand and stretched out his index finger covering Hawkeye, the armed color. With a clanging sound, sparks flew everywhere. Zoro's three-knife-style slash with all his strength was easily defeated. Then, gently flicking his fingers, a small sword energy shot in rhythm. Zoro was directly suppressed from the air. Boom. Under the bang, Zoro roared in defense with three knives. It was the uncontrollable terrifying giant force wrapped in the small sword energy, which easily suppressed the ground. As soon as it touched the ground, the earth and rock crumbled. Zoro's legs, irresistibly deeply embedded in the ground, 577. Oh click. What? In just a blink of an eye, the ground has collapsed into a large deep pit of more than a few meters. Damn it, how could this be? Feeling the huge power on the small sword, Zoro was full of unwillingness. During this period of time, I have struggled to improve myself. Actually, is he not even qualified to let Weer hold a weapon? It was just a random sword sheath that was shot with a finger, and it was almost unbearable for him. The ground under his feet continued to explode layer by layer. Until a large deep pit was discovered, the giant rope suddenly disappeared. Blocked. Successfully blocked this small sword energy, but Zoro was not happy at all. Feel the trembling body, trembling hands. At this moment, Zoro can't even hold his weapon. His legs were also bent and trembling because of the tremendous pressure, almost kneeling down. Monster. In the world, how can there be such a terrible monster? This strength is already a big swordsman-level police officer. Zoro couldn't help shaking his head even if he compared Weer with Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman he had ever seen. I'm afraid, this 8-year-old monster in front of me. At the level of swordsmanship, it is even comparable to Hawkeye. Even, in Zoro's view, it is not impossible to surpass Hawkeye. 8 years old. The strongest Marine Admiral in history, the world's #1 swordsman, the absolute successor of the strongest man. All this happened to a child who was only 8 years old. Simply, it just subverts perception. Good swordsmanship. Advertisement, but the power is still lacking. Looking at Zoro with a chuckle, Weer nodded and commented lightly. The moment the words fell, Sanji's attack could not get around. Devil's feet. The right foot stepped on a raging fire like a demon's fire, which was wrapped in extremely high temperature. This kick kicked Weer's neck fiercely. The attack hasn't completely dropped yet. The surrounding air rose a little because of the high temperature of this foot. However, Weer didn't even look at it, just raised his arm and covered his forearm with Hawkeye. Boom. Sanji's devilish foot slammed into Weer's forearm. Immediately, his pupils burst into flames, and he felt that he was kicked on top of a terrifying iron mountain. Extremely hard and completely unshakable, Sanji's kick couldn't even make the ground around Weer crack slightly. All the pressure was taken by Weer, but instead his leg was aching. It seems that the bone is broken. How come? Sanji, who fell from midair to the ground, was horrified. Obviously it is an active attack, and it is not enough to cause damage. As a result, people are only passively defensive, but is it themselves who are injured? Strong right hand. Frankie stepped forward without hesitation, and suddenly waved his giant mechanical arms to attack Weer. 3 nose songs. Brew also carried a rapier, wrapped in gusts of wind. Suddenly attacked. Slaying fire birdstar. Sanji also gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of a broken bone. Devil's feet. Leaping in midair again to attack. Except for Luffy and Zoro, who have completely lost their combat effectiveness. The momentum of the Straw Hat Pirates seems to be connected into pieces. There is a kind of belief that they are united and will bring Weer down. Under the siege of the Straw Hat crowd, Weer was a little dazed. Touching his nose, he muttered to himself in a funny way. What's the matter? I'm like the big boss of some theatrical villain. Click. Feeling helpless, Weer's movements were not slow. With a wave of his hand, an electric arc flickered and lay down. The sure-kill Firebird Star exploded directly in midair. Even the strong right-hand attack with Frankie was instantly repelled. Clang. Broly's swordsmanship also disintegrated instantly, flying upside down and hitting Chopper behind. Both of them couldn't bear the force and fell to the ground suddenly. With a bang, the ground began to collapse, and a large deep pit appeared. The other 2 people in the Straw Hat were also stunned when they met each other. The scattered thunder Yue, rubbing the edge of Sanji. Demon Wind feet instantly collapsed, causing Sanji to scream and fall to the ground. Painful. Nami, Robin, couldn't find a chance to do it at all. Just as Usopp was about to fight back, his pupils vibrated violently. Advertisement and unprecedented crisis shrouded his heart. And the next second, there's no after that, the charred Usopp rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. So far, except for Robin and Nami, all Straw Hats, the whole army is destroyed. Gollum, hiding far away, observing the crowd of onlookers on this street. Everyone couldn't help swallowing nervously. A face-to-face instant kill for all members. Simply unbelievable. Among the supernovas who made a lot of trouble in Sabaody, the Straw Hat Pirate Paste is not the most vicious. But because of provoking the open-air Dragon Man, he was able to escape smoothly. It is considered by many to be the most powerful supernova pirate. Result. Just a lone Marine Admiral, 8-year-old Thor Weer. In one face-to-face, all the Straw Hat Pirates were instantly killed. This It's a monster. Once again, lost. Moreover, it was even more tragic than the last defeat, 99. Lying on the ground, Sanji, who managed to recover, sighed helplessly and shook his head. They were no match for Weer at all when they were in Mosha Town. However, it can still have some responsiveness, but now, with the speed of their strength, they are completely crushed by Weer. The crowd was besieged, and they were unable to respond at all. Sekil, all Sekil. Originally, there was a huge gap between them and Weer. Now, more and more distanced. I'm afraid, in this life, there is no hope of catching up and defeating Weer 1.0. Until he disappeared from the eyes of Nami and others, Weer shook his head and said to himself. Tianlong people, are you good at beating Tianlong people? Do you know what kind of trouble this matter will bring to the old man? From here. The end. If you don't have the ability, you know that there is trouble. He does things as he pleases. Weer didn't pay attention to the eyes of everyone in the Straw Hat, and ignored some people in the world government who were spying on him. As Thor, the dignified Marine Admiral, what did he say? Silently. She must have heard it wrong. What if I let go of the Straw Hat of the Tianlongren? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Nami suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Weer in disbelief. This era of great pirates, but then again, it's a good beating. The air suddenly became silent. Desperate in his heart, Nami is ready to be arrested. As a result, Weer just left a sentence lightly, then turned and left. Chapter 199. I, Weer, have acted all my life, why should I explain it to others? Sabadi Archipelago, Area 12. Hey, you're so embarrassing, PX4. In order to make a pacifist like you have to invest the cost of a warship, 99. The captain of the Naval Headquarters Science Unit fights Momomaru with a huge axe. Standing there with an ugly face. On the side is the pacifist PX1, and on the opposite side are Trafalgar Law and the strange monk Uroge. After the Tianlong people were beaten, the scientific troops were the first to be dispatched to support them. So it was Taumaru and the pacifist who came earlier than Weer. Zon Taumaru looked a little annoyed and said, really, why do you ask me? That be asterisk D Pang to report. Luo and Uroge both looked at Zon Taumaru with gloomy faces. Both had many injuries. The crew members under his command are basically all injured. However, they were all minor injuries, which did not affect their combat effectiveness. After all, they are teaming up against a pacifist. Who are you, Big Axe? Uroge opened his mouth coldly. Zon Taumaru said with a cold face, it's rude to call someone by the name of a weapon. No matter how you ask, it's useless. I'm not going to tell you anything. This uncle is the man with the strongest defense in the world, and his tone is tight enough. Luo seriously said to Zon Taumaru, then, Zon Taumaru is yours. No, please let -13 let. Enough of what happened today, I don't want to encounter any more Marine Admiral. Marine Admiral? Hearing Luo's words, Zon Taumaru immediately frowned. Counting the time, he should have arrived. Forget it, so much. PX1, let's do it. As soon as the words fell, the pacifist codenamed PX1 exploded a laser. The ground shattered instantly, causing a violent explosion. At the same time, Zon Taumaru was also a violent starter, swinging his axe and falling towards the head of Uroge, who fled in a panic. The strange monk Uroge snorted coldly and suddenly waved his hexagonal pencil weapon. Clang. The next moment, it directly collided with Zon Taumaru's giant axe, and a wave of terror swept out. The moment Zon Taumaru touched the hexagonal pencil, his complexion changed slightly. Under the powerful force of Uroge, it was actually knocked into the air. Being knocked to the ground, Zon Taumaru couldn't help frowning. Turn my attack into revealing your physical strength? Really, as expected of the strongest supernova called the Evil Generation, 9. Zon Taumaru was hit by Uroge, but he was not afraid. At first, it was just that Aruja's abilities were not understood. Isn't it not as powerful as Uroge? The next moment, Zon Taumaru once again waved his weapon and charged. Boom. The giant axe descended from top to bottom, slashing down with a roar of explosion. Boom. What seemed to be the same blow as before, fell on Aruja's huge hexagonal pencil weapon. With a clanging sound, the hexagonal pencil weapon was directly knocked into the air. Advertisement, what? Luo's eyes flickered on the other side, obviously seeing the means of Zon Taumaru. So, did you use Hawkeye? The pirates in the first half were quite knowledgeable. Zon Tauwen snorted and continued to charge Uroge. Utilizing power beyond Aruja's endurance doesn't give him a chance to turn his attack into physical power at all. Defeat the Uroge and start sweeping the crew of the monk pirates. Zon Taumaru's strength is average, not to mention how powerful. It may be possible to use the armed color Hawkeye, after all, it is still inherently worse than Uroge and others who can't use Hawkeye. For a time, all the monk pirates who beat him, including Uroge, were screaming and screaming. See. Luo stretched out his hand and grasped, and a strange list appeared. Room. With Luo suddenly joining the battlefield, under the influence of the Devil Fruit ability. In an instant, he switched places with one of Aruja's pirates. Then, an extremely abrupt sword slashed against Taumaru. Luo's Devil Fruit ability is very special and strange. With his addition, the scene of Uroge and others' defeat was stabilized. Zon Taumaru is stronger than Uroge, or possibly any supernova. But it is not strong enough to be crushed. The two supernovas joined forces to completely suppress Zon Taowen. Even if PX-1 is assisted by the side, there are still many pirates of Broken Monk pirates and hard pirates. As the time goes, Zon Taomaru's face became more and more ugly. Because he, who claimed to be the strongest defense in the world, was actually injured by the cooperation between Luo and Uroge. Blood was dripping all over his body, even if the injury was not serious. But for Zon Taomaru, that's a shame. Quick fight, Admiral dispatched by Naval Headquarters has heard that he has descended on Sabaody land. Procrastinate, and none of us can escape. Luo also used the special ability of the surgical fruit to suppress Zon Taowen with one move. Immediately, he spoke to Uroge. Uroge nodded deeply. Just a captain of the scientific force, it is already so difficult to deal with. If you face Marine Admiral, wouldn't you be killed instantly? Okay, quickly solve the battle peach pill, and then run away. Did you attack our science unit commander Zon Taomaru so ruthlessly? You pirates, it's really too much. Uroge has just exploded, and it hasn't fully started. As a result, a joking voice was heard not far away. It echoed in his ears, making Rouge's movements instantly stiff in place. Ah, still want to do it? Luo didn't move slowly, and continued to stab Zon Taomaru's chest with the sword in his hand. As a result, Weer chuckled softly. Then, Luo's complexion changed greatly. The huge force that the body can't bear, swept from the blade. Let Luo's body fall uncontrollably, and a mouthful of blood is poured out of his mouth. Marine Admiral, Thor. Damn it, advertisement, is this the power of the new Marine Admiral Thor? God, can we still get away? Uroge and the pirates of the Monk Pirate, all of them are numb. Looking at Luo, who was severely injured by the face-to-face, he was shrouded in unprecedented fear. Zon Taomaru is the captain of the Naval Headquarters Science Unit and is not familiar with Weer. However, the last delivery mission was that Zon Taomaru was responsible for transporting the materials he escorted. It was a one-sided relationship. Really is. How can you continue? It's really slow. Zon Taomaru glanced at Weer complainingly. Even his boss, the old man Kizaru, would not have come so late. The current admiral is really lazier than the other. It's a bit late. Up to now, there is still a supernova that has not been resolved. When Weer finished speaking, Zon Taomaru's mouth could hold several large goose eggs. You mean, other supernovae have been suppressed by you? That's not it. Weer waved his hand. What? Zondao 577 Wan was immediately puzzled. Then what do you mean? Kid and Kira were all killed by me. However, I let the Straw Hat Pirate Paste gang go. Nothing to hide, Weer said lightly. However, Zon Taomaru's expression suddenly changed. You do this, you can explain a lot to the above. Even Zon Taowen is quite disgusted with Tianlong people. But without absolute strength, he dare not disobey the orders above. Even if he knew that he came to Sabaody Archipelago this time, it was to bully those pesky Tianlong people. But he and Taomaru couldn't refuse. Tell me about it. When I do things, who do I need to tell me? Hearing Zon Taomaru's words, Weer said casually. It made Zon Taomaru, who heard this, even more helpless. It has long been heard that the new Admiral Thor has a more aggressive attitude than Garp Vice Admiral. Especially in the face of Tianlong people and the world government, it seems that it really is now. However, Zon Taomaru has nothing to say about it. It's normal for Weer to dare to say such a thing. Not to mention the marine hero, Garp Vice Admiral, as a backer. Even with their own admiral combat power, the world government and the Tianlong people would not dare to take action against such a character easily. Do you really think Admiral is Huxley a cabbage? Do it if you want your opponent. Fear, secret calculation is almost the same. Young conspiracy to deal with such a talented evildoer as Weer. The world government would rather face any of the four emperor's forces. Weer didn't respond to this. For the attitude of the Tianlong people, he took it for granted. Instead, he turned his head and looked into the distance, the strange monk Uroge who was watching him warily. And the members of the Broken Monk Pirates under his hands. Chapter 200. Have an opinion? Let the 5 elders come to me in person? The bounty is 180 million Bailey, the pirate monk Uroge. As a pirate, are you ready to die? 93? Humph. Uroge sullenly looked at Weer and said, what do you want? 3. How? Hearing this, Weer raised his eyebrows, and then his figure suddenly disappeared in place. When the hook appeared again, it was already in front of Uroge. The distance from Uroge is less than 1 meter away. At the same time, on Weer's index finger, a jet black armed color hockey was wrapped around it. With Uroge unable to resist, his fingers pointed forward. A small wisp of dark purple thunder flashed and diligently. Puff. There was a sound of torn flesh, accompanied by dazzling blood flying in the air. Centered from Weer, the cracks in the brown rice spread vertically and horizontally. Even an iconic giant Yakiman mangrove tree in the distance was forced through a scorched black hole. The strange monk Uroge, together with all the monk pirates under his command. There was no chance to react at all, and he was killed on the spot by this deep purple thunderbolt. There is no possibility of resisting the gap in strength like a moat. Silence. Deathly silence. A face-to-face, instant kill the strange monk Uroge, together with more than 800 members of the Broken Monk Pirate Paste under his command. Simply creepy. But this was not what shocked everyone the most. It was the thunder that pierced through the heavens and the earth, and even the Alkman mangroves were pierced. Zon Taomaru couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth to dry and said, rubbing his head with a headache. Sir Thor, you are too messy. The Yakuman mangrove tree was almost destroyed by you. Accidentally used a little more force. Weer smiled and shrugged, and then his eyes fell on the remaining pirates of the Broken Monk. Because the location is relatively scattered, a few lucky people were not affected. So, at this moment, they looked at Weir's eyes with unprecedented horror. What are you kidding? Just a face-to-face. Captain Yorogue. These pirates fell to the ground one after another, and they were all scared to pee. His heart was completely enveloped by unprecedented fear, and he did not have the courage to escape at all. Seeing this, Weer didn't bother to do anything to the trash. With the thought of a move, Conqueror's Hawkeye is ready to go. The remaining few pirates collapsed, foaming at the mouth and falling to the ground. Then, Weir's gaze, which followed the cast not far from the heart of Pirate Bad. Looking at Weir's eyes projecting, the heart pirates led by Trafalgar Law. His whole body trembled suddenly. Wow carrot. Luo's white bear Babo, the whole person. No, the whole bear is instantly bad. Babo, who was in a petrified state, immediately fell into a coma when he screamed. Advertisement. I don't know if it's real or fake. Luo's other subordinates also had chills on their backs and cold sweat on their foreheads. After all, in front of them, even Thor Admiral, the people of the past few months. Even the Emperor-level forces like the BIGMOM pirates were overthrown by Thor alone. These so-called supernovae are small arms and calves that have not grown up. Really angered Thor, I'm afraid no one will survive. Under the unprecedented pressure, the Heart Pirate members couldn't breathe at all. Fear looked at Weer, almost unable to stand. A bounty of 200 million Bailey, Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law. What do you think I should do with your follow-up question? Weer opened his mouth to Luo with a condescending attitude and smiled lightly. Luo just looked at Weer quietly, without saying a word. Actually, since Weer appeared, Luo remained silent. No words were spoken, and no further action was taken. Even when Weer dealt with Yorogue, there were flaws in his back. Possibly a trap, but Luo just had no idea of attacking Weer. Weer smiled, probably guessing the reason for Luo's silence. Well, those with the ability to operate the fruit are still very miraculous. It even has the magical power to give people eternal life. It would be a pity to throw it into impel down like this. Listening to Weir's self-talk, Luo finally spoke. Are you demanding eternal life too? Thor does. Eternal life? Zon Taomaru, who was standing behind Weer, suddenly changed his eyes. As Vegapunk's bodyguard and the captain of the science unit, Sen Taomaru, of course, has also heard of this ability. Because of this, the next moment Weir's performance was even more admired by Zon Taomaru. Eternal life, I don't want it. A short life is enough. Besides, if I want immortality, I don't necessarily need the fruit of surgery to achieve it. Come in and develop the thunder fruit to a certain critical point. Weer already had some vague feelings. Thunder represents the ultimate destruction. The extreme of destruction is not creation? To create, doesn't it represent a new life? Because of this, Weer can probably understand Enel's so-called God's words. Once the thunder fruit is fully developed, the fruit's ability will be awakened. Perhaps, it is an alternative immortality. Why pursue the fruit of surgery? Even the limit of various devil fruit abilities may be an alternative immortality. Who knows? You treat me like this because of the Don Quixote. Without waiting for Luo to speak, Weer said, I don't know Rocinante, and the destruction of the Don Quixote was also based on my own sake. You don't need to be grateful to me for that. If you want to repay your kindness, go and repay your kindness with Rocinante. Advertisement. Weer was talking to himself, no one dared to interrupt. Even Zon Taomaru was standing behind Weer in a proper manner. Don't say something that can't be done. Hearing this, Luo spoke to Weer in a low voice. Why can't it be done? Weer raised his eyebrows. Angry Rocinante, he was a righteous and peace-loving Marine before his death. 33. The Naval Headquarters Medical Unit SWAT Advisor. If you are interested, I can call the shots. Weer said these words, and the scene shook. Mr. Thor, don't be joking. Zon Taomaru widened his eyes and exclaimed. This guy is a pirate with a bounty of 200 million and a heinous crime. And not long ago, he also offended the world noble Tianlong people. Offend the open-air dragon man, so what? Weer gave Zon Taomaru an indifferent look. Luo is a bit evil, and his nature is not bad. The 200 million bounty was not obtained by slaughtering civilians. Rebelling against the world government or the bounty raised by the nobles is the same as the pirates who really like to kill civilians. Weir's indifferent eyes shocked Zon Taomaru all over. Sorry, Mr. Thor, I was the one who said the wrong thing. 39. Ignoring Zon Taomaru, Weer looked at Luo quietly. Luo suddenly laughed. If I don't agree, will you be sure to throw it into impel down? Of course. Weer said of course. It's not my own, that's the enemy. I have no reason to let you go. 39. Everyone. For Wei, Li Zhaozhao's words, everyone was speechless. So very reasonable. Luo was silent. Weer stood there quietly. After a while, Luo looked at his companions behind him, took a deep breath and said very seriously. Can you give me more time? Can? Weer agreed directly and turned to leave. Let's go. Zon Taomaru. Zon Tamaru looked at Wang Liao with an ugly face, but did not dare to refute Weer. He lowered his head to keep up with Weer's pace. After walking for a while, Zon Tamaru still couldn't help but said, "Just let them go." The principal was released, and the accomplice was released. It's hard for you to explain the world government and the Tianlong people. Tianlong people? World government? Want to explain? Let them come to me in person? Weer didn't even look at Zon Tamaru and said coldly and diligently. The originally gentle tone was also awe-inspiring and full of indifference. I get it. Zon Tamaru's pupils trembled violently, and he already understood Weer's attitude. He lowered his head and quickly followed in Weer's footsteps, never daring to say another word about the Tianlong people. Jia. Chapter 201. Arrogant Tianlongren, kill Sha Lulia Palace. You bastards, what are you doing? How dare you welcome those damn criminals without catching them? Sabaadi Archipelago, Island 1. The dragon man wearing the bubble hood, Zolaria Palace. With a sullen face, he kept yelling at the large group of marines around him. Impressive. One of the marine rear admiral who heard the words said in a panic. Please calm down. Thor, Admiral, has gone after those pirate gaps. It must only be a matter of time before those pirates are caught. Please wait. Hearing this sentence, Tianlongren Sha Lulia Palace became more and more angry. A group of slow dog slaves, asking you to do something is not reliable at all. The marines present were constantly scolded by Zolaria Palace, and their faces were not very good looking. But because of his status as a world noble, Tianlong people, he didn't dare to refute any words at all. He could only bow his head and clenched his fist in humiliation. Seeing this, Sha Lulia did not give up. You bastards, just wait. Those damn pirates wounded my father and brother. Even my slaves were set free. If you can't catch them, then you can forgive yourself. Humph. What do you guys think of the bloodline of the creator of the world? 11. As she spoke, she walked forward. Anyone passing by a marine general would glare at the Zolaria Palace. Turned into a shrew who scolded the streets and kept swearing at Yonda. Looking at the reckless Zolaria Palace, a colonel marine was very angry. But he couldn't bear to be scolded by his compatriots, so he couldn't help but speak out. Please calm down, damn things, snapped. Sha Lulia suddenly roared at him and slapped her directly. I'm talking, is it your turn to interrupt, you dog slaves? The colonel who was beaten was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head. Clenched your fists and backed quickly. 10, I'm so sorry. Also at this time, in the distance, there were two figures walking by. The younger ones walked in the front, and the tall ones with a giant axe walked in the back. It is Thor Weer and the captain of the scientific force, Zon Tamaru. Thor Admiral, marine generals who recognized Yun's arrival were immediately pleasantly surprised. Feeling relieved, he hurriedly saluted Weer. Sha Lulia also saw Weer, and her anger rose. Therefore, he directly roared, "Where's the person you want to arrest?" At the end of the street, Weer heard the constant shrewish behavior of Sha Lulia Palace. Advertisement. The gentle smile of the past has long since subsided. With an indifferent face, he stepped forward and said indifferently, "Let go." BDBA. When the words fell, Marine was all stiff and his expressions turned petrified. What did you say? Sha Lulia's eyes widened instantly, and she looked extremely angry. You actually let people go? Probably also know the identity of Weer. The angry Sha Lulia Palace just gave Weer a hard look. I didn't dare to say anything, I just turned around and shouted angrily at the Marine who was beside him. Gugu, is this your guarantee? You promised to catch those criminals soon, that's what you did? Hey. Seeing this, Zon Tamaru sighed helplessly. He couldn't listen, and wanted to do something, but the Sha Lulia Palace, the status as the world aristocratic heavenly dragon. He and the marines around him were really just like errands. But at the next moment, in the eyes of everyone in disbelief, Weer took 2 steps forward indifferently, under the stunned expressions of countless people. Snapped. Weer raised his hand and slapped, directly smashing the bubble on Sha Lulia's head. With a huge slap, he slapped Sha Lulia Palace fiercely. Boom. Falling to the ground, even the ground is broken. For a long time, Sha Lulia Gong Ji covered her bleeding cheeks. Struggling to get up from the ground, he looked at Weer in disbelief. You. Totally unbelievable. Sha Lulia Palace did not expect that she would be slapped in the face. And the person who picked himself up was actually a Marine. Even if that person is Marine Admiral. But standing behind her is the world government, but the bloodline of the dignified creator. I am a world aristocrat heavenly dragon, snapped. Weer stepped forward and squatted down. Suddenly he laughed a little, and then slapped his backhand again. A crisp sound echoed in the dead air around him. Looking at the high and swollen cheeks on both sides, it is like the Zolaria Palace where the pig's head is reproduced. The surrounding marines went completely crazy. Crazy? Did they get it right? Sha Lulia Palace, that's Tianlong people. Got slapped twice? Advertisement in front of so many people? Zon Tamaru was dumbfounded, showing an expression like he had seen a ghost. He swears. The shock of his whole life is added together, and the shock of this moment is not as strong. Sha Lulia sat stupidly on the ground. She was also beaten stupid. His body trembled constantly, his eyes fixed on Weer in front of him. The red and swollen two halves of her face were tingling her nerves. Eyes, with unprecedented shock. You, how dare you hit me, 99. Snapped. Responding to her was Weir's third slap. It slapped her face fiercely, causing her several bloody teeth to fly magnetically. Weer chuckled lightly and looked at Zalaria Palace quietly. You say it again, who is your dog slave? Snapped. Zalaria Palace, I haven't said anything yet. Weer smiled and looked apologetic. I'm sorry, your voice is disgusting, I can't help but want to slap you when I hear it. 15. Snapped. As soon as the subconscious voice started, Shalulia Palace slapped Weer again. 4 slaps, 2 on each side. Just right, fair, neat and symmetrical. But now, Shalulia Gongji was completely intimidated by Weer. He didn't dare to say a word, he just lowered his head with trembling. I didn't dare to look at Weer at all. At this moment, Shalulia Palace was filled with unprecedented fear. Even, she clearly felt the murderous intent of the seemingly young Marine Admiral in front of her. Under the watchful eyes of all, add the fear in my heart. She couldn't hold it anymore and fainted on the spot. And that fierce murderous intent, even Zalaria Palace could feel it. Not to mention the other Marines around. Weer only got up after staring indifferently at the fainted Zalaria Palace. Silently glanced at the dull-eyed Marine generals. Weer stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the Marines in the field, and said coldly. Listen to me. Marine, not slave seem. It is the guardian of justice on this sea. What we implement is justice, not some people, some so-called lackeys of the nobility. 33. If you don't remember this, take off your Marine uniform and leave now. The words fall, the name behind the knife is sonorous hook and sheath. Then, in the eyes of all Marines, including Zon Taumaru, were infinitely terrified. The heads of Zalaria Palace are rolling, and they are dead on the spot. Chapter 202. Why not catch the sky, let the world government try it. Holy Land Mariajoy, in the top office. The big bosses of the world government and Marine gathered together. 5 elders, General Fleet Admiral Kong, plus Marine Fleet Admiral Warring States. A full 7 people are having secret conversations in the room. Then the general matter, let's settle it first. In terms of details, it is up to you to control the Warring States period. 99. The 5 elders in loose white clothes pulled their swords and spoke to the Warring States period. Warring States nodded and said solemnly, please rest assured. The expressions of everyone present have relaxed slightly until now. The stagnant atmosphere around, also, relax a little. One of the 5 elders, who was wide and fat, suddenly thought of something after drinking a sip of tea. How about the Sabahadi Archipelago thing? At this time, don't make any other noises. Especially the Straw Hat Pirates suck. If it is not handled properly, it is likely to affect the war. As soon as Sabahadi Archipelago was mentioned, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became solemn. What is a Straw Hat Pirate to them? However, none of the people behind Luffy are simple. Marine hero Garp, Revolutionary Army Dragon. Even, there is now known as the strongest Marine Admiral in history, Thor Weer. The energy represented by these 3 people is terrifying. The generals in the Marine have more or less been favored by Garp. Weir's talent and strength are all powerful and exaggerated monsters. Not to mention dragons. The Revolutionary Army Organization has given them a headache for how long? That. The Sabahadi Archipelago event, Weer personally passed, 93. Warring States smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, I think this matter can only be left to him to deal with. Hearing the words of the Warring States period, the 5 elders fell silent. Kong, the former Marine Fleet Admiral, who is now Fleet Admiral, the Army Chief, also shook his head and said, okay, nothing to worry about. At most, the Straw Hats and his party were let go. For the war that is about to break out in a month, these are all small things. We don't need to waste too much energy on such little things. A little pirate with a reward of only a few hundred million. To everyone present, he was nothing but a small role. Report. At this time, the door of the conference room was suddenly knocked by someone from outside. The expressions of everyone present changed slightly. At this moment, the general information will wait for them to finish the meeting to listen. To be so impatient, knocking on the door directly? Come in. One of the 5 elders gave the order, and a Marine Vice Admiral hurriedly pushed the door open. Looking at the 7 big men present, they said in fear. Rhyme. The main culprit of the Sabahadi incident, the Straw Hat Luffy and the accomplished Trafalgar Law. All successfully escaped the Sabahadi Archipelago, whereabouts unknown. Understood. Hearing this Vice Admiral's report, several 5 elders showed unsurprising expressions. He waved his hand and said nothing. Understood, you go down. It was expected anyway. If you run away, as long as you can solve the 4 emperors matter this time. This kind of small role can be dealt with at any time. What more does the Marine Vice Admiral have to say? Another person rushed in outside the door. Advertisement. This person is not Marine, but a tube dedicated to guarding the dragons. His expression was also extremely flustered, and his pupils vibrated violently and shouted directly. Lord 5 elders, this is a big deal. What's the matter? Everyone is so panicked. The 5 elders all frowned. With a terrified look on your face, you said in a trembling voice. Summer. Zalaria Palace in the Sabahadi land group. 4 slaps in the face by Thor, just hit it. The five elders holding a long sword, although his face is not very good looking. But he also waved his hand directly. After all, it is Marine Admiral, not ordinary Marine. Even if it is a big thing to fight an open-air dragon man, it is very handled in an emergency. It's okay. As long as people don't have fun, that's fine. As a result, you continued to say, then when Zolaria Palace was in a coma. Thor Admiral, kill her on the spot with a sword. This sentence completely detonated the atmosphere of the office. Everyone present stood up in shock almost instantly. The teacup in the hands of the five elders didn't hold steady, and it shattered with a slap. On the other hand, Sengoku, who was about to stand up, groaned and sat back on the chair. The chair creaked directly. The five elders holding first-generation Onitoru, with their swords and scabbards all at once, pierced the map of the conference room. The map on this floor and the ceiling on the next floor are directly penetrated. Even the steady Kong almost fell to the ground with his chin. A petrified face. What did you say? Everyone present roared and hooked in unison almost instantly. That tube was crushed by 7 terrifying auras. He was already terrified and full of fear in his heart. He simply rolled his eyes, unable to bear the momentum of the crowd. Exposed directly on the spot, with a thud, he fell to the ground. Weer was walking on the sea, heading towards the direction of Nine Snake Island. Also at this time, the phone bug in his arms vibrated violently. As soon as he took the hook, the phone bug showed a very anthropomorphic expression of fury. Connected, it really is a burst drink. Weer, do you know what you are doing? On the other end of the phone is the active duty Fleet Admiral Sengoku. There came a roar, almost a complete gaffe. Weer took the phone bug a little further, picked up his aching ears and said, Dignified Fleet Admiral, why are you so excited? I didn't do anything. The warring states roared again. Are you still acting stupid with me? You are the Admiral of Headquarters? It's okay to fight Shouten Longren, how dare you kill her? Do you know how serious this is? Weer originally laughed lightly, but suddenly said with a restrained expression. Dragon Man? Killing this scum has nothing to do with Marine? Could it be that you are addicted to being the dog-slave sewing of the Tianlong people? The warring states period. ***. Warring states gritted his teeth, but he smiled helplessly in his heart. Want to deal with Tianlong people, sooner or later. Is it unnecessary to be exposed to the world government so early now? Katakana middle dot 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 advertisement. It's just that the five elders are around, and Sengoku can only continue to act with Weer. You killed a world noble. When the words fell, Weer raised his eyebrows. The nobles of the world? So what? Warring states. In my opinion, the only thing Marine needs to do is justice. It is the law enforcer who maintains the order of the sea, and has never been the lackey of some people or some forces. 99. When the voice fell, Weer directly hung up the phone bug. The veins on the forehead of the warring states burst out, and he screamed in his heart. Well said, but the face is still as angry as the five elders. Damn, there are no rules at all. The five elders do not doubt that he has him, and they think that the warring states period is also on the same front as themselves and others. They shouted angrily. Simply ****. Tianlong people, represent the world's first noble. The world's #1 noble, doesn't he know what it means? Damn it, sure enough, it was a mistake to make such a young child Marine Admiral. What the hell does that guy Thor take the world government? At this moment, the five elders had some regrets in their hearts. But helpless. Portrait Weer is based on absolute strength. By himself through the Admiral promotion battle, this circle becomes the new Admiral. It was not through their unanimous resolution. There is no chance for them to point fingers at all. After a while, the five elders gradually calmed down. But his face was still extremely ugly, turned into Vice Admiral, and even Quasi-Admiral beheaded Shoutenlong people. There is no hesitation at all, directly ordered dismissal, arrest and detention. There is no room for retention. Even Kizaru, Aokiji, and even Admiral like Akainu. If they want to order punishment, they will order punishment directly. However, the person who did this kind of thing was Weer, the god of thunder. Do you really think that the so-called strongest admiral in history was blown out? Widely accepted. Even though Weer is only 8 years old, his strength is indeed terrifyingly powerful. Even Garp, the legendary hero of Marine, is probably not as powerful as Thor Weer today. And the police forgot that the current Thor Weer is only 8 years old. There is still a lot of time to grow. Such a person, the five elders would not dare to deal with it at all. It's not that I don't have an idea, it's that I don't dare. Coming to war with Kaido and Charlotte Linland's combined forces, and even a Whitebeard pirate. Choosing this time to deal with Thor Weer is simply deliberately dragging the world government into the abyss of death. A Weer, even scarier than the combined forces of Kaido and Charlotte Linland. Plus Weer and Garp's terrifying reputation in Marine. Once he turned his face, I'm afraid Zephyr would turn his face with them. At that time, not to mention that Marine will all mutiny. I am afraid that most of the Marine executives are reluctant to fight against Weer. When that time comes, it will be an unprecedented crisis for the entire world government. After gnashing their teeth for a while, the five elders made up their minds. Thor Admiral can't move. On the side of the Tianlong people, try to stabilize them first. 93. Block all information, and those who leak will be killed without mercy. Anything. I'll wait until this battle is over and talk about it later. Plus. Chapter 203. The four emperors move together, and the prelude to the most terrifying war officially begins. Sabaody Archipelago. Island Harbor Enquiry number 41. The Straw Hat Pirates Wanli Sunshine docked in this harbor. It's just that the coating of the boat hasn't been done yet. Because of the chaos in the world, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin allied with Marine to give Marine a gauntlet. Together with the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace is about to be publicly executed. Various events have made Sabaody Archipelago more and more chaotic. Pluton Rayleigh naturally slowed down the work of coating the Wanli Sunshine. The film has not been plated, and I will not be able to go to the Fishmen Island in a short time. Did something happen? Mr. Rayleigh isn't here. Luffy and others came to the place where the Sunshine of Thousands of Miles is. I can see that the seam is nothing but the Wanli Sunshine number with the bottom film. Then he looked around again and saw no sign of Rayleigh. It turns out that Weer really has no intention of impelling them down prison. Along the way, they did not encounter other pirates who captured them. The vigilance of the group continued to relax a little. At this moment, Nami Shang couldn't help but pouted. Really, obviously a parent gave birth to it. The difference between Luffy and the Thor Admiral is too big. 33. When everyone heard this, they looked at Luffy who was digging his booger in a daze. I couldn't help laughing, 577, and shook his head. Robin said thoughtfully, anyway, let's leave Sabaody Archipelago first. For the Fishmen Island thing, I think we can wait a bit. Nami, Sanji, and the others thought for a while, and all nodded. Of course, Luffy doesn't have any opinion on this either. Just at this time, a newsbird flew across the sky and landed in front of the Straw Hats. Robin covered a coin and took a newspaper. Why waste your money? Anyway, what was reported was nothing more than the fact that we beat the dragons in the Sabaody Archipelago. Nami withdrew her mouth and said. Robin read the newspaper seriously and was shocked. You are wrong. There's a real big event in this paper. The two Emperor-level powerhouses, Kaido and Aunt Charlotte Linlin, have joined forces. Mom, a few days ago, the battle post was officially issued to Marine. A month later, at Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Hearing this, the Straw Hats were a little surprised, but that was it. Just fight at that level, it has nothing to do with them. Immediately afterwards, Robin continued. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Firefist Ace. Also scheduled for a public execution in Marineford a month later. After the words fell, Nami and the others suddenly changed color. What? Luffy was even more shocked. Frankie, who didn't quite understand the relationship between Ace and Luffy, couldn't help but ask. Why do you all react like this? 99 Zoro was silent for a moment and said, Ace, Luffy's brother, 99. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Frankie, Broly and the others changed slightly. If the previous Emperor-level war that may have affected the world, it has nothing to do with them. This is impossible. Luffy's older brother is about to be executed. Even if it is the 3 Emperor-level forces with the impulse of Luffy. Felle. Sure enough, I heard Luffy say silently. Advertisement Ace, to be executed? Luffy had a hard time accepting this sudden news. The execution time is the same day the 4 emperors declared war on Marine. What shall we do? Robin put down the newspaper and looked at Luffy seriously. A month later, Luffy lowered his head and said, Do you know where Ace is being held? 33. Robin whispered. If there is no accident. Generally, large criminals are detained in the impel-down prison in Calm Belt. Luffy bowed his head silently. Everyone in the field looked at Luffy. No one spoke, all were waiting for Luffy's decision. Moment. Luffy raised his head, looked at his companion, and said. I'm sorry everyone, before I go to the Fishmen Island, I want to go to another place. Crap. Let's go. Zoro jumped onto the boat without waiting for Luffy to finish. Everyone looked at Luffy, and their expressions were all extremely determined. Sanji took a breath and patted Luffy on the shoulder. He didn't say anything, just jumped on the boat decisively. Usopp gritted his teeth and got on the boat too. Nami and others did not hesitate, including Robin, who also boarded the Wanli Sunshine. Only, Robin's neck has been flashing on and off light. She frowned slightly, trying to analyze the matter. It involved Kaido, Auntie Charlotte Linlin, and Whitebeard. These are all Imperial forces. Now, even Weer is involved. In what direction will this matter develop? Robin really doesn't know. Weir's beheading of Zularia Palace was blocked by the world government. Finally, the influence is suppressed in a small circle. Plus now, it's a critical period for Kaido and Charlotte Linlin to declare war on Marine. Coupled with the world government, there is a big propaganda to publicly execute the Captain Ace of the Whitebeard Pirate. Therefore, the matter of the Tianlong people was completely suppressed. The countless eyes of the entire world fell on the 3 Emperor-level forces. The big event is about to collide with Naval Headquarters. The sea is turbulent, like a wave that is about to sweep the whole world. In the dark tide, the faces of countless people showed Bao's nervousness and heart palpitations. The world is going to be in chaos. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. With a solemn expression, Erla broke into Long's office with a piece of news. Inside the office, Dragon and Sabo are discussing to turn against a certain idol. But when Kurla walked over with a face full of panic, Sabo couldn't help but be concerned. What happened? Kurla, 39, ace, to be publicly executed. Zhao Erla calmed down and said in a trembling voice. It will be a month from now, when we face Kaido and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Public execution of ace. Hearing this sentence, Sabo's expression changed suddenly. What did you say? Marine, is this crazy? To provoke the alliance of Kaido and Aunt Charlotte Linlin, how dare to publicly execute ace? Even the Whitebeard pirate is involved, not the same as the original. Because of Wei Er's hook, Sabo recovered his memory ahead of time. Advertisement, it's just for some reason, and his current status. I never went to find Luffy ace and that's it. Now, to hear that ace is going to be publicly executed. Where can Sabo be able to hold back? Don't panic, Sabo. Long Yi's eyes flickered, making Sabo calm, and then said with a heavy tone. What are those guys in the Warring States period thinking? This is to face the 3 Emperor-level forces at the same time. Even the current dragon doesn't know what the world government and naval headquarters are thinking. A 4 Emperors force is enough to be terrifying. The BIGMOM pirates were destroyed, leaving only one Charlotte Linlin. In the face of such a coalition, that's all. How dare you take the initiative to provoke the Whitebeard pirate? This is, want to completely change the pattern of the world? Mr. Long. Sabo clenched his fists and looked at the dragon firmly. No matter what the dragon's order was, he usually would not refute it. But it's about Ace's life and death, he can't do it. Long looked at Sabo and said solemnly, don't worry, I won't stop you from saving people. It's just that this matter involves several Emperor-level forces, and it is necessary to formulate a sufficiently complete plan to circumvent it. New World, as many as 49 twin emperors, on a super-large pirate ship. Boss Kaido. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates is about to be publicly executed by Marine. A pirate of Beast Pirates, reporting to Kaido, Before Kaido could speak, Aunt Charlotte Linlin was immediately excited. That is to say, is Marine actually going to fight us and the old man with Whitebeard in a final battle? Kaido, what do you think? Gloomy face Charlotte Linlin's face is full of excitement. Originally, he was afraid that Kaido would flee at a critical moment because of the loss. Now, the world government and Marine are courting death themselves. He actually took the initiative to provoke the Whitebeard pirate. Then her revenge plan, the probability of success is much higher. Kaido picked up the jug, gulped down a breath, and grinned. 1.0, woo. Don't worry, I promise to return your favor, and I will go all out in this war. When the Twin Emperors coalition was constantly approaching Naval Headquarters Marineford, the Whitebeard pirates also quickly gathered their army and marched towards Marineford in a mighty manner. If it is purely to rescue Ace, Long cannot mobilize the Revolutionary Army. The red-haired pirates are messed up, in order to stop this mess as much as possible. New World, Move Everywhere, also began to act quickly. Each took action, because this is not in line with the original intention of his establishment of the Revolutionary Army. Officially kicked off, for the purpose of the Revolutionary Army, it is still quite a question. Therefore, under such circumstances, saving Ace along the way does not affect the idea of the Revolutionary Army. It has the potential to change the world order. It is the most terrifying and amazing battle since the establishment of the Great Pirate Age. However, when the 4 emperors gathered together, it was an unprecedented battle. All the major forces at the top of this world are centered on the upcoming top war. At the same time, the Revolutionary Army hidden in the dark is also mobilizing. This was originally Charlotte Linlin, and the turmoil for revenge intensified. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Marine, World Government, Revolutionary Army, 4 Emperors, Shichibukai. Chapter 204. The turmoil begins, the 9 Snake Island Crisis. Since the destruction of the BIGMOM pirates, the turmoil in New World not only did not stop, but even became more intense. Even if Aunt Charlotte Linlin isn't dead, but for the position of the 4 Emperors, there is one vacancy. The sight of BIGMOM pirates is bad, although it is said that a large part has been swallowed up by the Beast Pirates. But because the Beasts and Pirates were bad, the whole crew went to Naval Headquarters Marineford. More areas are contested by pirates of other large and small forces. There are pirates who asked about the Emperor of the Dark World, and there are those pirate supernovas in the early years. After being around for many years, the power is not as good as the 4 Emperors, but it is also quite large. These pirates are constantly fighting day and night. Just hope that before the return of the Beast Pirates, as much as possible to compete for more territory. Even, replacing the original BIGMOM pirates, became the new 4th Emperors. The reason why Marine did not attack the 4 Emperors so easily was that the 4 Emperors themselves were difficult to destroy. Also, once one of the 4 Emperors is eliminated, it is very likely to cause the rebound of the other 4 Emperors. In the waters close to 9 Snake Island, 2 13 pirate ships are colliding fiercely. One of them is the Big Pirate who became famous in the New World during this time. It is one of the 3 favorable competitors for the next 4 Emperors. The Floating Pirate is a powerful pirate that has recently risen. Captain Aldrich, who offers a reward of 1,000,003 to 6,000,000 Baileys, is the one with the superhuman ability to fly the fruit. Yes, because the Golden Lion was beheaded by Weer, but the fruit did not drop to be picked up. Instead, it randomly appeared on an island in New World. Let the originally unknown Aldrich suddenly rise. The ability to control large islands, but also to fly. This kind of ability, as long as you are not a fool, you can become a super strong. Among the many devil fruits, the fluttering fruit is also one of the strongest echelons. And another group of ships that are fighting against the floating pirates. She is the pirate queen, Boa Hancock's Nine-Snake pirate paste. Nine-Snake Island is a country of pirates, living by plundering. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Hancock can be plundered. Therefore, they often come to loot frequently. In the past, even if you encountered some pirates, at most it was a small character with a reward of 200 to 300 million. It was easy to be suppressed by Hancock to petrify. But this time, Hancock encountered the floating pirate net, and Captain Aldrich's strength was too tricky. Even to the level of quasi-admiral, compared with people like Doflamingo, I am afraid that their strength is almost the same. An enemy of this level is very difficult for Hancock, who is not very good at fighting. Advertisement, Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. What does it mean to be Shichibukai? Isn't he still the lackey of the world government and marine? You are a pirate, and so am I. Wouldn't it be nice to be the new 4 emperors with me? Aldrich, with a big belly, looked at Hancock with a smile. For the appearance and strength of this stunning beauty, Aldrich is quite a guy ship. In his opinion, the position of the 4 emperors is within his grasp. Another beautiful and powerful Hancock, then the new 4th emperors are definitely his. Close ding-talk, no running, but what responded to him was the cold voice of Hancock's assassination intent. You rude generation, who allows you to call your name directly? As soon as the words fell, Hancock immediately violently attacked. Slave arrow. Suddenly, a large number of pink arrows fell overwhelmingly. You are courting death. Seeing this, Aldrich's expression became more and more gloomy. He waved his hand to control a small island, and instantly defeated the pink arrows that filled the sky. There are not many people on Aldrich's ship who can resist Hancock's petrification. With him, there are 5 people in total. Others were directly petrified the moment they encountered Hancock. It seems that we no longer have the possibility of interworking. Aldrich snorted coldly, his whole body filled with murderous intent. If you agree, it will be of some use to me. Now, you are courting death yourself. Since he is unwilling to unlock your petrification ability, he can only kill you. Come to dispel their petrification. The ferocious roar of Aldrich's cold words made Hancock extremely angry. This was the first time she had heard such rude bastards. Damn B******************************************* D. You are courting death. When death is imminent, do you really think that you are the so-called pirate queen? 99? Aldrich smiled cruelly, and the sea shook as he waved. The surrounding large islands rose from the sea in an instant. The stormy seas and mad beats made the ships on both sides tremble wildly. Hancock, who managed to stabilize his figure, looked up at a large island that covered the sky. Boom! Wrapped in a violent explosion, the island slammed down toward the Nine-Snake pirate's ship. Advertisement, ha ha ha, die for me, Pirate Queen, 22. Seeing this, Hancock's pretty face was extremely cold. Perfume femur. Facing the falling island, Hancock chose to take the initiative. Boom! Under the action of great force, the island cracked from the middle. With a loud bang, it suddenly collapsed and fell into the sea. But Hancock also hummed, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His body collapsed and he landed heavily on the boat, panting violently. Can you stop one, stop all? Aldrich is not surprised. It would be really strange if a mere island could directly suppress Hancock. But he was not just able to control an island. Boom! Under the sky, there were more than 4 large islands. 577 had long been prepared for Hancock, and Aldrich had made preparations in advance. Damn! Hancock's complexion changed greatly. I really want to continue to take the initiative to attack, but there is absolutely no way. I just hit the large island with all my might, and my body hasn't recovered yet. I can only watch the 4 large islands, and crash towards the Nine-Snake pirate ship. Hearing the thunder-like roar, Hancock closed his eyes in despair. If he was, at the moment of dying, that one had left not long ago. The figure that has been filling Hancock's mind all the time suddenly appeared clearly. I never have the chance to see him again. Muttering to himself, Hancock forced a breath. Gritting his teeth, he was about to burst out, trying to die with Aldrich. No matter how bad it is, most of the floating air pirates will be reduced by half, which will be used to bury the Nine-Snake pirates. Boom! The sound of the falling of the 4 islands is even more terrifying, and the thunderous thunder echoes in all directions. Suddenly, including Aldrich, everyone from the Nine-Snake pirates. All of them looked into the distance in astonishment, and the scene that caught their eyes instantly turned everyone into petrification on the spot. It was a blow that spanned several brown rice, dazzling. Dazzling. Wherever he passed, the void twisted his face, and the sea split into the abyss. Even the sun in the sky has been robbed of its radiance at this moment. Chapter 205. Hancock. Concubine, I want to be the bride of Thor. Now it's really a cat and a dog who dare to touch me. Dawson's incomparably cold words fell. The 4 large islands that rumbled down shattered into pieces on the spot. Just like this, he fell into the sea amid the astonished expressions of everyone. Causing waves. Water splashes everywhere. Drizzled on Hancock's body, it didn't make her come back to her senses at all. Because at this moment, Hancock's whole body, only the person in front of him is left in his eyes. Hancock stood there dumbfounded. At the moment she was just around, she was ready for death to come. As a result, I was fine. The deadly island was not able to fall. Because the person in front of him blocked it. It looks young, but in Hancock's heart, it is an extremely tall existence. Even Aldrich et al. The moment he saw Weer, his whole body trembled violently. The pupils suddenly contracted, revealing a look of astonishment. Damn it! How could it be him? Even Aldrich has never seen Weer at all. However, Admiral, known as the strongest Thor in history, is only 8 years old. This is a fact that everyone knows. Look among Marines, someone of his age who can shatter his deadly island attack. There is only this terrifying existence in front of him. The strongest Marine Admiral, Thor Weer, it's Thor, 99. Great, 93. Elder sister. Hanku's 2 younger sisters burst into tears when they saw that Hanku was fine. No one stopped them, and no one dared to stop them. Now almost all eyes are focused on Weer, Hankuli's eyes finally moved away from Weer. Looking at the 2 sisters who were running excitedly, she smiled gently. Before she walked away from the gate of hell, she understood something. Her life is not meaningless at all. Not living simply to cover up the secrets on her back, she also has 2 younger sisters. Perhaps for her, life has no other meaning, but for her sister, for everyone else. Her existence is meaningful in itself. Mind this. Looking at Weer's Hancock's expression again, his eyes were full of emotions. It's like, activated some kind of property? This is love. Looking at Weer, Hancock completely ignored the tension around him. A heart, crazy deer ramming. Advertisement Hanku who has never experienced this special emotion. It was the first time I felt it clearly. This kind of numbness reverberated in a certain feeling in my heart. Feeling comfortable, Hanku narrowed his eyes slightly. Long, pretty eyelashes fluttered beautifully. On both sides of the delicate and flawless cheeks, there are breathtaking pink flowers. What's up? Weer looked at Hankuli strangely. He really couldn't understand the changing eyes. Hearing this, Hankuriel. His whole body trembled slightly and he suddenly opened his eyes. Glancing at Weer, his eyes met. Then, she shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at Weer. Isn't it that simple? Weer has some lemon circles. Is this the world's #1 beauty with super Tsunere attributes? Hanku just stood beside Weer, his little daughter like you. Any breath from Weer's body made Hanku's heart tremble. Even a little infatuated. I hope the time is fixed at this moment. Elder sister. Hankuli's 2 younger sisters were also stunned. Is this still the most glamorous older sister? That gesture. Just a shy girl next door. Blood rushed to his forehead, dyeing his entire face red. The appearance of delicate and dazzling, the appearance of Ren-kun. Simply breathtaking. The scene was once extremely silent. Weer-kun, concubine wants to be your bride. The next moment, Hanku suddenly trembled boldly. Frightened everyone in the 9 snake pirates. Even Weer was a little stunned. This process. Too fast? Of course, he will not refuse. Just for the moment, it doesn't seem appropriate. This matter is not in a hurry. Smiling and touching Hanku's bowed head, Weer said gently. There are still problems unresolved. The voice fell, and Weer turned around. His eyes finally turned to Captain Aldrich, who was not far away. What? Weer looked at Aldrich with a mild smile on his face. Advertisement, but in Aldrich's view, it is simply the devil's smile. Then, the next moment Weer was heard to continue. How do you want to die? Aldrich's face paled with the gentle tone of reminiscing with an old friend. How to answer? Dare not answer. He was so remorseful at the moment, how could he be so unlucky? After hiding for so long, I finally waited until the 3 emperors declared war on world government and marine. When it is clearly in chaos, I want to fish in troubled waters. As a result, the emblem met marine like this, just meet marine. Actually, he encountered the most terrifying existence among the 3 admirals. A terrifying existence that stands at the peak of the sea and even replaces the throne of the strongest man. Thor, Weer, Aldrich thinks so, with his current strength, let alone run wild in the world. But basically the same. Even if it was Aokiji Kizaru who wanted to run, no one could stop him. However, only Weer and Aldrich have no confidence at all. This is a werewolf who killed the entire BIGMOM pirate paste alone. If the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin hadn't run fast, he would have been beheaded. In this way, he had heard that 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin was seriously injured when he escaped. Facing Zhang's suddenness, Aldrich had no confidence at all. Even escaping, let alone confrontation. Dignified Marine Admiral, are you going to come forward for a Shichibukai? For the sake of a Shichibukai, does the world government let you rhyme? Aldrich's face was pale and his mind was racing. At this moment, all his thoughts are on how to escape. Li Jiao. Weer chuckled and looked at Aldrich. First, the world government has no right to interfere with me, whatever I am willing to do. Second, you can provoke any Shichibukai you want. Only she can't. Boom. Hearing this, Hanku's calm emotions stirred up again. Is this a confession to a concubine? Aldrich is equally emotional. However, his eyes widened. There was an incredible expression on his face. You are Marine. Even the next sentence, Aldrich did not say hook. But everyone can hear it. Shichibukai is essentially just a pirate. The dignified Marine Admiral actually said such a thing? Is this what Marine should have said? Is this what Marine Admiral should have said? No matter what Aldridge thinks, the next moment Weer has come to Aldridge. Looking at him with indifference, just looking at a dead man's expression. Chapter 206. In this life, I can't escape. I'm in a good mood today, let you choose a way to die that you like. Weer indifferent rhythm. Let me go. 9. The Three Emperors Alliance, Marine is under great pressure. I can help, just spare my life. 99 Aldridge begged for mercy on the spot. As a result, Weer was indifferent. By now, Aldridge is completely enlightened. Why is Weer, Marine Admiral, extremely dangerous in many intelligence reports? Even Aokiji and Kizaru don't have such a SWAT label. Except that Weer is stronger than these two admirals, things are obvious. Weer is so casual, even the world government has not been taken seriously. Marine is scary and not scary. What is terrifying is that the formation of the formed troops spreads the tentacles of forces all over the world. Not scary, there are too many rules. But, this new admiral, Thor, Weer, has no taboos. If you want to fight the four emperors, fight the four emperors. If you want to protect Shichibukai, you will forcibly protect Shichibukai. It makes no sense at all, what else is there to say? Escape. With no other idea, Aldridge went straight to manipulating the island. It slammed down towards the side where Weer was. Then fly into the air. With the ability of the fluttering fruit, it suddenly burst into the distance. As for his own ship and crew, he simply used 577 as a tool to stop Weer. Joke. Want to save someone in front of Thor Weer? You were lucky to be able to save yourself, humph. What if you were Thor Admiral? Lousy, it's not something you can kill if you want. Seeing Weer being shrouded in the ship and island he threw away. For a moment, the figure disappeared from sight. Aldridge couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although the movement of escaping is still not slow, it is still very cool to show off your tongue. After all, that's Thor Admiral. Once he escapes successfully, he will have bragging rights in the future. He, once escaped from Thor Admiral, do you think you can run away? Just when Aldridge laughed wildly, a sound that seemed to explode in the ear suddenly sounded. His eyes trembled, and his expression flickered with fear. Aldridge turned back and looked into the distance, the island and the big ship that covered the sky. It has collapsed and disappeared. Advertisement, there was only a ray of light that was approaching the extreme, at a speed he couldn't reflect at all. The shot came, directly covering him completely. The void twisted and blood spattered, not even the screams were hooked. Aldrich's body was directly broken into pieces by the incomparable blow. The blood mist that filled the void was simply shocking. So scary. 99, Thor Admiral, strong again. This is simply the power of the gods. A group of female warriors from the 9 snake pirates. Including Hanku's 2 younger sisters, their faces were full of shock. Even if they have seen Weir's strength, but even the weapon has no scabbard, and the sword chi of shooting and fishing with the fingers. He actually killed a powerful enemy that even Hanku couldn't deal with. This kind of strength, powerful and outrageous, killing Aldrich easily. Weer turned around. Seeing Hanku's beautiful eyes, he never left him, so he couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you still staring at me? Do you want to wash with me? If replaced by the previous, anyone who talks about fishing will definitely be greeted by Hanku's furious attack. The result is now. Hearing Weir's words, Hanku froze for a while, and then his cheeks flushed bright red. If Weir-kun wants to, concubine will too. When the words fell, Hankufe, who was blushing, also fled into the cabin. This scene made many female warriors in the 9 snake pirates, including Hanku's 2 younger sisters. Just stunned. Such a queen, they have never seen before. It's over, I have hallucinations. It must have been a dizzy battle. How could I have such a strange thought? 19. Dreaming. Needless to say, I must have been dreaming just now. But when they were, they patted each other's faces. Then Pain found out that this was the time for reality, BDBA. Weer has followed into the cabin. Many 9 Snake Island female warriors were stunned, but even the 2 younger sisters did not stop Weir's actions. Maybe it's a good thing? Marigold said thoughtfully. Sandersonia nodded. After carrying so much, finally there is someone who my sister is willing to rely on. Maybe it's really a good thing, no matter what the girls think. At this moment, Weer walked into the cabin and couldn't help but raised his brows. Eye-catching pink, luxurious like a small palace. Weer walked into the cabin, and naturally he was on the throne dedicated to Hankuli. After a while, advertisement Hanku, who changed his clothes, came to Weer. Looking at Weer sitting on his throne, there is no anger. Only, completely overwhelmed, she bowed her head, her black hair falling to cover her expression. But the intertwined green jade fingers exposed her extremely nervous heart. Why are you standing? Your position is quite big, let's do it together. Weer didn't really care, he waved his hand and said hello. Hancock was slightly stunned and didn't react, he was directly pulled on the throne by Weer. Sitting next to Weer, Hankuli was extremely stiff. His hands clasped the sides of the purple robe, his mind was in chaos. How to do? If Weer-kun wants, 59, so shy. Just when Hancock was thinking a lot, Weer raised his eyebrows and said. Kaido declared war on the headquarters with Charlotte Linlin, so wanted to summon Shichibukai to help. Do you want to go? Huh? 99 Hanku was slightly stunned, and then quickly returned to the divine way. If Weer-kun wants to, the concubine will. 13 Hancock's mind at the moment is already imagining. Am I already considered Weer-kun's bride? Without further ado, I think we should set off as soon as possible. 9. Weer laughed rhythmically. He did not forget the business, nor could he delay it. Anyway, 9 Snake Island is still some distance from naval headquarters. If you want to get along, you need more time, not in a hurry. Well, my concubine knows. I'm going to inform my mother-in-law yesterday and hand over the 9 Snake Island affairs to her. We crochet. Wait 10 minutes for me, and my concubine will be here soon. When the words fell, Hancock just got up. He was pulled by Weer and sat back on the throne again. Don't you say something first? Weer chuckled lightly, and Hancock was slightly taken aback. When he saw Weir's expression, he was suddenly stunned. It's like flying, just a touch of water, tapping. Then, Hanku, the goddess of ice, left in a panic. At that moment, she understood. From now on, she, Hancock, was branded as Weer. In this life, there is no escape. Chapter 207. When it comes, observation hockey is the ultimate. A day later, the Combelt headed to the waters of the naval headquarters. Weer lay leisurely on a large pirate ship, looking at the dancing figure in front of him. Quite a while. A beautiful figure flew up, and the footsteps fell. Stepping out one after another wave mark in the air, striding in the void. Sure enough, learning moonwalk is fairly low difficulty for you, 33. Looking at the Hanku who got started very quickly, and even cultivated moonwalk to a very high level. Weer couldn't help but admire. Originally, Hancock was extremely good at kicking, and his own strength was equivalent to that of an ordinary Marine quasi-admiral police officer. With Weir's patient teaching, I learned moonwalk in half a day, and I was able to use it skillfully in half a day. For those with devil fruit abilities, once you have moonwalk, you have another way to save your life at sea. For the next 2 emperors, and even the 3 emperors, even the 4 emperors' war. Still very helpful. Hanku smiled. On the whole ship, except for the female warriors of 9 Snake Island who had to stay in the cabin and could not come out. Only Weer and Hanku. A day of getting along also made Hankuli not so shy about Weer. Under Weir's gesture, Hanku blushed. He walked over obediently and sat next to Weer. With a little worry on his face, he looked at Weer and said, Moonwalk is, after all, an ability exclusively for Marine. If you teach it to me, I'm afraid it will bring you a lot of trouble, right? It doesn't matter. 33 Weer chuckled lightly. Marine 6 styles, it's not a secret ability. Apart from Marine, it is not uncommon to learn Moonwalk. Not to mention, what if it was really a secret ability? Killing the people of Tianlong, the world government is also afraid to let go of a fart. Do you dare to find fault with him because of such a trivial matter? Overlooking the domineering of all beings is because he has enough strength to get rid of all beings. Even the current Weer is not invincible, but in this world. As long as he wants to leave, there is no power or person who can do anything to him. After receiving a firm answer from Weer, Hancock nodded lightly. But still made up my mind. Unless necessary, try not to use moonwalk. She didn't want to cause Weer any trouble. The two of them just lay quietly on the deck side by side. Enjoying the warm sunshine, the breath is full of the faint fragrance of Hancock. Weer, who was vaguely intoxicated, rarely let go of his mind. Suddenly, a strange wave surged. Hanku, who was aware of the strangeness, did not dare to take other actions. Advertisement at this moment, Weer has completely let his thoughts go. Trapped in an ethereal state. That state of complete relaxation of the soul made Weer feel as if he had entered some kind of epiphany. Observation hockey, involuntarily distributed. With eyes closed, the world was a little blurry. Clear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many things that were previously invisible are now clearly visible. Halfway through, when withdrawing from that ethereal feeling, Weer couldn't help but raised his eyebrows. What happened? Hanku looked at Weer curiously. However, Weer did not respond to Hanku. This time, it is the active release of observation hockey. The next moment, Weer looked at the waves not far away and said suddenly, There's a little silverfish that leaps over the hook, 59. As soon as the voice fell, the breeze was blowing. Under the sound of rushing water, a small fish leapt impressively. Under the warm sunshine, it shone with bright silver light. Immediately afterwards, Weer turned to look at the slightly stunned Hanku. Then you will ask me, how did you know? This time Hanku was no longer surprised, but astonished. Not just because Weer was right, but word for word. For such a phenomenon, only one circumstance can explain it. Thinking of that possibility, Hanku was instantly stunned. You know, Weer is only 8 years old. He has a great swordsman-level police swordsmanship, and his physical strength is even more terrifying. Even the owner of Conqueror's Hockey. But in the current situation, it is the ability that the ultimate observation hockey can unlock. See the future. 9 Snake Island has passed down the training method of the armed color hockey from generation to generation. Although there is no training method for observation hockey, there are many records. The ultimate in observation hockey is to briefly foresee the future. Weer looked at Hanku, took the lead and smiled again. You mean, how did I develop observation hockey to the extreme? Just around, it's clearly the ability to briefly foresee the future, right? Practicing observation hockey to the extreme is simpler than Weer imagined. Originally came to 9 Snake Island, except for inviting Hanku to participate in the war on the top. I just want to see if there is a way to practice observation hockey. The result is none. Originally, Weer was a little disappointed. Even if he is the ultimate from observation hockey, it's not that much worse. But it's just a little bit of a difference, and it may be a natural moat that blocks many people for a lifetime. Ask for flowers.0. The result was unexpected. Advertisement. It just so happened. Weer also didn't know how to explain it. Probably, due to his own soul is stronger than others. Cultivating observation hockey can be regarded as a gift. Hanku couldn't help but looked at Weer in horror and said in admiration. The ability to predict the future. On this sea, there are many people who have practiced observation hockey to a very high level. However, there are only a handful of people who can cultivate to the extreme. She is also a grandmaster observation hockey, and has also worked hard to practice observation hockey. Coupled with 9 Snake Islands cultivation methods that hockey has inherited from generation to generation, she knows how difficult it is to cultivate to this stage. This is not something that can be done with effort. I want to practice observation hockey to the extreme and have the ability to temporarily predict the future. Effort and talent are both indispensable. In this case, I will feel even more at ease for the next top battle. Hancock thought about it, and suddenly laughed. The original promise to Weer to go to the top war was not for the world government or marine. It was Weer, as Marine Admiral. In the face of the coalition of the 2 powerful emperors, the 3 Admiral, as Marine's main force, must have charged ahead. Now, Weer's strength is strong enough, and he has the ultimate observation hockey that can foresee the future. Hanku no longer had the previous worries. Worry about me? Hearing this, Weer couldn't help raising his eyebrows tenderly. Do not worry. For me now, there is no single person in this world who can hurt me. It's you. You don't have to go all out, just do it. It is enough to protect yourself. Because of the mere Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, they can't shake the current marine at all. Even with the Whitebeard pirate coupler, the same is true. Hanku was puzzled. Why? That is royal power. Standing on the top of the sea, there are only 4 terrifying pirates that can confront the world government head-on. Now the 2 emperors, and even the 3 emperors are gathered together. Definitely an unprecedented crisis, right? Because? Naval headquarters, have me? Weer smiled, full of confidence. Well, I believe you. Hanku nodded in agreement. The policeman said this, perhaps bragging. After all, it is the imperial power. But the person who said this was Weer, then, it must be so. Hanku firmly believes. Plus, Chapter 208, Shichibukai gathers, clashes break out. Naval headquarters, Marineford, at the large harbor, Weer's ship docked. He raised his head and looked at the headquarters fortress, which was full of heavy artillery and had an extremely awe-inspiring atmosphere. Somewhat emotional, compared with before going to 9 Snake Island. At this moment, Marineford can be described as an iron wall. Artillery is everywhere, and marine troops of up to 100,000 people are constantly gathering. 24 hours a day, there are listening teams patrolling back and forth. It can be seen how much preparation Naval Headquarters has made for this war. At this time, standing beside Weer, Hanku also swept the awe-inspiring Naval Headquarters. Then, eyes fell on Weer. In contrast, the imminent outbreak of a war that could spread all over the world. At this moment, Hanku's whole body is hanging on Weer's body. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people around her, and her identity was Shichibukai. I'm afraid I can't help but hold Weer's arm. After this war, the nobles of the world, the rotten heavenly dragon people. It's time to disappear. With this thought in mind, Weer took Hanku down the harbor. Head on, suddenly came a patrol team. 577, can be seen in Weer's moment, and the person who came hurriedly saluted respectfully. Mr. Weer has worked hard. I am Carry Rear Admiral, mainly responsible for guiding Shichibukai and the others to a special rest area. 19. 99 Weer nodded late and looked at Hanku beside him. Hanku's cold face suddenly showed a touch of reluctance. Concubine, can't I stay with you all the time? 93. Good, it's not that there is no chance to meet. Touching Hanku's head, Weer let out a doting voice. Then, under the stunned eyes of many marines around, Hanku headed back to Shichibukai's special residence one step at a time. Until Weer was nowhere to be seen, Hanku's aura changed abruptly. It is extremely cold, exuding a cold temperament that strangers should not enter. And not long after Hancock left, Weer was still thinking when he went to the old man to talk about something. The Ghost Spider General suddenly came up. Weer Admiral. You have worked hard all the way, and your subordinates welcome you back. Waving his hand, Weer said directly, if you have something to do, talk about it. 99. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, let me pass on to you. Once in Marineford, head to the Fleet Admiral office. Fleet Admiral has an urgent matter that needs to be discussed with you. Understood. 99 nodding, Weer Yuan headed towards the former Central Fortress office building. Oops. At the door of Fleet Admiral's office, Weer pushed the door directly. The warring states have long been waiting inside. Have a look. Seeing Weer walk in, he immediately got up and handed over a document. Weer took a look and raised his eyebrows. Did it disappear? Sengoku nodded solemnly. the combined forces of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, as many as 49 pirate ships disappeared. In the Whitebeard field of New World, not long ago, there were as many as 43 pirate ships gathered. Right now, less than half of the pirate ships sailing toward the headquarters. Weer heard the words and was thoughtful. Advertisement. With so many pirate ships, it is impossible to disappear out of thin air. Take a look at the depths of the ocean. The depths of the sea? Warring States Fleet Admiral frowned, suddenly surprised. Are you saying that they are coding in advance, so that they can directly enter the harbor of the headquarters from the depths of the sea? 99? I don't know, maybe. In this regard, Weer just spread his hands. There are some things that he can't say too carefully. Can't say that he knew these things in the first place, right? That's so weird. A little reminder. With the intelligence of the Warring States period, he definitely knew how to deal with it. No, I have to make arrangements as soon as possible. If you guess right, nearly 100 pirate ships will appear directly in the headquarters. That's a great catastrophe. After the words fell, the Warring States gang wanted to personally arrange related matters in Jimin. The door was suddenly pushed open by a hurried headquarters rear admiral. Fleet Admiral, something happened. Those Shichibukai clashed. It is possible to fight directly. The Warring States slapped the table with anger. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** thought it was their lair? Go and let Kizaru Admiral deal with it now. Without hesitation, the Warring States ordered directly. Weer, who heard the words, immediately spread his hands to block Marine Rear Admiral who was about to leave. What do you want Kizaru to do? I'm not here, leave it to me. Hearing that, the Warring States had a headache. I know you're here too, but don't you have any points in your heart? Even let Kizaru go instead of letting you go, still wondering why? Your ability to make trouble may be stronger than those of Shichibukai. In case the hand is neither light nor heavy, which Shichibukai is crippled. Wouldn't it have a great impact on the next war? But where does Weer care about that? Okay, leave it to me. Smiling and waving at Sengoku, Weer walked out of Fleet Admiral's office. Go to the side building reserved for Shichibukai. B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************in front of it. The 5 Shichibukai who came here gathered here. The one who burst out into rage was Gecko Moria from the Devil Sea. And because Doflamingo was killed, the original plot was slightly changed. It was Lodar who led to replace Doflamingo. The first conflict broke out between him and Gecko Moria. At this moment, the two were tit for tat. Facing Gecko Moria's arrogance, Clotter said with squinted eyes. Do you want to die? Come if you have the ability. 33. Gecko Moria was furious and filled with murderous intent. Rude man. Weer-kun, who is a concubine, is not at the same level at all. Hanku opened his distance from the crowd with a cold expression on his face. Hawkeye and Bartholomew stood silently, ignoring their quarrel at all. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, Gecko Moria and Lodar even used their devil fruit abilities. The surrounding Marines clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Damn it, advertisement? What kind of place do these Shichibukai consider this place? Too arrogant. This is Naval Headquarters, 99, Shish, Police Impulse. They are powerful Shichibukai after all, we have no ability to restrain them. Someone has already gone to inform Sengoku Fleet Admiral, and someone will come to clean them up soon. Many Marines were terrified and watched as the situation deteriorated. I thought this was Naval Headquarters, and Shichibukai would be somewhat restrained and restrained. Unexpectedly, the next moment they immediately moved their hands. Shadow Gun. 33 boom. With an angry shout, Gecko Moria smashed the ground and attacked. Laradar's body shattered instantly, however, it turned into quicksand and soon asked again. Just because you want to kill me, how old are you? Lodar also no longer controls, angry hook. The sky was filled with gravel, and the rumbling swept over Gecko Moria. Boom. Boom boom boom. A fierce battle broke out between the two, and the earth and rocks collapsed on all sides. My god, is Shichibukai really that tough? It's no wonder that you dared to do something in the headquarters, this is because of your own strength. Damn B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** How can they let them destroy like this? 93. Is there any method? If we are involved in such a battle, we will end up dead. Numerous Marines were first shocked by Shichibukai's combat power, and then they were stunned. In his own territory, he has to watch Shichibukai, who was originally a pirate, arrogant. How embarrassed the police are. Boom, also at this time. When the attack of Lodar and Gecko Moria even spread to Hanku. Horizon. A dazzling and dazzling thunderslash, as if it came abruptly across the endless void. The speed was so fast that even Shichibukai, including Hawkeye, couldn't react. Boom. The next moment, there was a terrifying explosion. On the side of the building, the square where Shichibukai was standing appeared -1.0 deep, invisible cracks. With the crack as the center, a large number of small cracks that are densely covered with spider webs spread rapidly. The air wave that exploded instantly after the slash fell, directly forced back Lodar and Gecko Moria, who were fighting fiercely. This is Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Merely Shichibukai. If you want to look for it, keep looking for something. I don't mind getting you out of the way before the full-scale war breaks out. When the dust and smoke dissipated, a young figure strolled over. The breeze floated, and the Justice Firefly roared behind him. On both sides of the shoulders, the epaulets were exploding in the sun. Excited for the Marines and shocked for the Shichibukai. Thor Admiral, Marines are warm and high. Admiral, Thor, 99. Lodar, Gecko Moria looked cautious. There was a smile on the corner of Hawkeye's indifferent mouth. Bartholomew Bear always holding a book, silent. Sure enough, Weer-kun, who is a concubine, attracts so much attention wherever she goes. Han-ku changed his cold face, his eyes were full of twinkling pink peach hearts. Only Thor, Weer alone, completely suppressed the audience. Chapter 209. Crack Marineford's blow, Shichibukai is gone. Marineford, the side building dedicated to hosting Shichibukai. On the square, there are terrifying cracks all over the place. Half a day passed. Above, there is even the drifting sword intent of escaping the tyrannical thunder. Weer just put his hands on his back and looked at the group of Shichibukai. Step by step, he came to the front of the crowd. Silence. Unprecedented silence, even with the exception of Hawkeye and Hanku. Others have not met Weer himself, however, they are all clear about the deeds that have been circulated. As Shichibukai, none of them are idiots. Those rumors are naturally believed. In the face of such an absolute marine boss, even as arrogant as Laredar and Gecko Moria. At this moment, there was a look of fear on his face, and he stared at Weer who was walking slowly. Thor Admiral, the strongest and youngest Marine Admiral ever. Gecko Moria is an inner horror. Rumors are rumors, and seeing the scene with my own eyes is really shocking. Actually, really, just an 8-year-old kid? He only dared to think to himself, and on the face Gecko Moria didn't dare to say anything at all. Even in the face of Lodar's hideous complexion, he suddenly squeezed a smile that was even uglier than crying. Surrounded by Marine, it was not exciting. Look, this is our Thor Admiral. What about Shichibukai? In front of Thor Admiral, each one is as well behaved as a child. Joke. Thor, Admiral, even replaced Zaubybeard as the strongest in the world. The 8-year-old is the strongest in the world, what a terrifying existence. Merely Shichibukai, what the hell? Originally, seeing Shichibukai's arrogance, the Marines, who couldn't stop them, felt aggrieved. How excited was the police now? Thor Admiral, this is the thickest thigh in the entire naval headquarters. With him in town, even if the 4 Emperors Kaido came, I wouldn't be afraid. You guys are really itchy, you can try it with me. But I do not guarantee that you will survive. Scanning the Shichibukai crowd, Weer focused on Laredar and said to Gecko Moria. There was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, but his words were extremely cold. Equipment Zhang. Unprecedented gear, advertisement. Gecko Moria had never seen anyone who dared to be so arrogant in front of him. But even the subconscious fist was clenched, and it was instantly released. In the face of Weir's questioning, he was terrified. Thor Admiral misunderstood, how dare we make trouble in Marineford. Humph. Lodar snorted coldly, dissatisfied with Weir's threat. We were invited to fight the 4 Emperors coalition. As a Marine Admiral, is it okay to be so rude? Weer immediately raised his eyebrows. What? Do you want to try the knife behind my back? I still think that with your trash, you are qualified to fight in the next battle. Facing the 4 Emperors, let you come here, is to give you a chance. If they don't come, they will all be destroyed. Do you really think you need someone like you to guard naval headquarters? Joke. 99 with extremely domineering words, Lodar wanted to say something. But the corners of his mouth moved slightly, and he didn't even speak. He could clearly feel the violent murderous intent and tyrannical thunder in Weer. The flickering thunder light, even Hawkeye couldn't help frowning. Strong again. 99 not to mention Clodar, who was considered a weak existence among Shichibukai. He didn't dare to speak at all, just shut his mouth and bowed his head. He didn't even have the courage to look at Weer. Very arrogant and clever, no wonder it is still alive. Seeing that Lodar was loose, Weer was not aggressive. Putting away his own momentum, he made a light evaluation. The unrest that Shichibukai might have detonated was resolved so lightly. Looking at the surrounding Marine, it was a thrill. This is Thor Admiral. Seeing the fearful expressions of the Shichibukai is incredible. There are strong men like Thor, guarding Marineford. Even if the 4 Emperors allied forces, we don't need to be afraid. After all, Thor Admiral is the one who destroyed BIGMOM pirates alone and devastated Charlotte Linlin. Even, the terrifying existence that defeated Whitebeard and seized the world's strongest throne. In a few words, suppress the audience, even if Weer is only 8 years old. At this moment, in the eyes of many Marines, the figure should not be too tall and mighty. As expected of a concubine man, the crowd exclaimed and was shocked. Advertisement Hanku changed the cold expression of the goddess on ice, and came to Weir's side with tenderness like water. He bowed his head obediently and let Weer touch his head. Then the two snuggled up and left the square of the building on the side of the fortress. This scene shocked everyone's jaws again. God, that is the most beautiful woman in the world, Empress Hancock. Sure enough, there is such a person. Ji Neng is worthy of our Thor Admiral. The entire naval headquarters boiled immediately. Because of the tense atmosphere of the 4 Emperors coalition. All because of the news that Hanku was conquered by Thor Admiral, they all relaxed. The first half of the grand line. God, are you kidding me? It's not just Kaido of the Beasts, but the twin Emperors with Aunt Charlotte Linlin. Even the Whitebeard pirate, who is vaguely the leader of the four emperors, is heading to naval headquarters. What a great war this must be, an unprecedented war. Four emperors 577, each of them is in existence standing at the top of the sea. Now, the three emperors are moving in unison, aiming directly at naval headquarters? Wrong, I heard that the red-haired pirate also hooked Akatsuki. It is the current purpose, I don't know if it is to ask other four emperors. Or, there are other purposes, it's messed up, it's completely messed up. Now, the whole world will be in chaos, horror like never before. However, this did not prevent them from being shocked by the event itself. How majestic, and shocking, it has become a well-deserved absolute focus center. Because, a shocking event that they can't imagine will happen next. Countless people are looking forward to it. The four emperors collide with the world government and naval headquarters. The actions of anyone and any force all converge during this period of time. Unimaginable. Goal for all. That scene. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Waiting nervously, on top of the arrival of the war. What a terrible collision of forces, at least 3-4 emperors, besiege naval headquarters. Nobody knows. Both sides, which side can win the final victory. This battle brought the whole world together. Chapter 210, Justice and Astonishment, Hard Choices. Naval Headquarters. The golden sun shines through the windows. In Garp's office, there is light everywhere. Weer and Garp sat opposite each other with different moods. It seems that you have already made a decision in your heart. Just looking at Weer so quietly, Garp suddenly made a deep voice. Luffy holds the open-air Dragon Man, at most like him, he is defined as a character who likes to mess around. But Weer is different, he personally beheaded a heavenly Dragon Man. The meaning of that is completely different. This is absolute power, a collision with deep-rooted so-called power. Yes. Weer nodded lightly, his expression very indifferent and relaxed. There is not much pressure at all for beheading the open-air Dragon Man. In the face of absolute strength, it is possible to be so arrogant. Even if the 5 elders refuse to accept it, just do it. The order of the world needs to be maintained by Marine and the world government. Whether it is Marine or world government, it can only represent fairness and justice. Once others are doped, the doped part needs to be removed. Therefore, world aristocrats as well as Tianlong people. It is the useless part that needs to be eliminated. This sentence was said easily, and in the eyes of the police, it was tantamount to thunder on the ground. Especially as Weer. If the police overheard, this sentence would come from Thor Admiral's mouth. I am afraid, it is another deep sea bomb no less than the four emperors' coalition against naval headquarters. The whole world may even cause violent turmoil, but for Garp. Weer was so sure of the idea that he had already guessed it. Otherwise, it would be inconsistent with Weer's character. Therefore, Garp, who heard the words, seemed very indifferent and said with a chuckle. A war on top of anything enough to shake the world. For you, I'm afraid it's just an appetizer. 11 Before Weer could speak, Garp continued on his own. Once the top war is over, even if you don't choose to do it, those guys from the world government will probably do something to you soon. You and the dragon, and even Luffy, have their own paths they want to take. Old man, I am old, and I have no way to help you. Can only watch here. 93 Garp said with some emotion. Not urgent. Weer smiled and didn't care. After all, they're the world nobles who have ruled the world for the past few years, how can they be overthrown so easily? Take your time, I'm not in a hurry. On the other hand, things at the moment will be somewhat troublesome. Luffy probably already knew about Ace. With his character, he will probably hit Impel down impulsively. Having said this, Weer got up with a smile and said. Actually, it's pretty good, it's already messy enough. It doesn't matter if it's a little messier, just my stupid brother, everything is fine. That's right, I always like to do things that are beyond my ability. Hey, that be ****************. D. Garp also smiled helplessly when he heard Weer's words. Advertisement he has been with Luffy longer than Weer. Of course I know what kind of character Luffy is. Once you know that Ace is being held and impelled down, don't care what's ahead of you. Definitely going to have a go. The strength is not even as good as Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, and even Tianlong people dare to beat him. Is there anything Luffy can't do? It's okay, he has a younger brother like you. Garp smiled helplessly, but looked at Weer again. Weer dangled his hands. Hey, who made me lose my emblem? Met an old man like you, and a stupid brother like Luffy. It's just a genetic mess. It is said that what you did back then was even more unreliable than Luffy. Sora Fleet Admiral's orders also listen to if you want, and if you don't want to listen, you don't hear it. Simply messed up. Garp suddenly glared at Weer. Isn't it true for you? Weer raised his eyebrows when he heard the words. I have enough strength to stand by. 99. Garp. Okay, the old man has nothing to say. What can you say? Police officer Weer is 8 years old, and he is already the strongest Marine in history. In the real fight, Garp's old bones are not enough for Weer to dismantle. The words that people say are really strong enough. Okay, I know what you want to talk to me on purpose. Go as soon as you want, no need to wait until a month later. Feeling the gradually dull atmosphere, Weer suddenly looked at Garp and spoke. Hey. Garp shook his head, it's still being hooked by your kid. Okay, then I'll go now. Although, before the execution, he must still be able to see Ace. But that was already on the execution platform. Garp still wanted to have a word with Ace alone. Weer turned to look out the window, his eyes flickering. Garp pushed open the door on his own and went to impel down prison alone. The old man has been in a dilemma between justice and people all his life. Then the next thing, just leave it to me, for him now. Some things are much more convenient than Garp. Moreover, in the confrontation with the world government, there is no need to worry about too many things. A long time. Weer turned around and left Garp's office. Walked all the way through the square of the fortress and walked past the patrolling team. Came to the exclusive training ground of the elite training camp. There is almost no one in the training ground at the moment. Zephyr and the recruits from the elite training camp will not be involved in this war. The only task of these recruits is to escort them. Escort the astonishing Colonel Marine to take refuge far enough from the naval headquarters. And Zephyr will temporarily sit on the island to avoid being attacked by some pirates. And the reason is that almost no one. It was because there was only one person left on the empty training ground. Wearing glasses and wearing a ponytail, it is the constant practice of striking. The appearance of sweating like rain made Weer feel a little dazed. It didn't take long for him, but he seemed to have seen himself many years ago. Sir Weer. Even though he was immersed in swordsmanship practice, Tashigi soon found Weer who was coming. He quickly stopped the movements he was practicing, and trotted to Weer to salute. Advertisement respectful. As a recruit of the elite training camp, you shouldn't be here. Probably can think of Tashigi's idea, Weer still said to himself. I want to stay. Hearing the meaning of Weir's words, Tashigi shook his head firmly. Although I am very weak, there is a high probability that I will die because of this. But this war, I want to participate. Why? Weer asked. I want to follow in your footsteps. Tashigi looked at Weer firmly and asked in a deep voice. Immediately, Weer also said solemnly, I can allow you to stay. But this is a top war. Even Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and even Admiral could be life-threatening. If you want to stay, you must be prepared to die at any time. Do you already have this kind of awareness? Have? Tashigi looked solemn and nodded. Looking at Tashigi deeply, Weer suddenly smiled with satisfaction. Then you want to stay and participate in the war, I approve. Naval Headquarters, inside Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku was furious and roared at Garp. A*hole. Garp, you old B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** grandson. Fighting the Draconians in Sabaody land, and now attacking Impel Down. Very angry, Sengoku was very angry at the moment, because, under the frontal attack, Luffy really broke into the prison. Although it is difficult to explain, in Weir's view, it is the role of the protagonist's halo. Anyway, just by chance, the routine of the original book was continued. Although the way of entering is different, the movements of lying down are similar. Hey, Warring states, you have to be careful when you speak. I have more than one grandson. Garp's laughing tears almost came out, Li Jiaojiao, and then he suddenly made a solemn hook. Sengoku was still scolding, but when he heard Garp's words, he was silent. It's okay to scold Luffy. Such an old boy, and an even more troublesome, but helpless D grandson. Thor Weer. If Weer heard that he had scolded him, Warring states would doubt it. This kid, will he beat himself up directly without giving face? I do not care, anyway, the trouble that your grandson Luffy caused, you can solve it yourself. Warring states was angry, but he didn't dare to take Weer with him. Garp ignored the Sengoku and just laughed, however, he quickly informed Xiao Weer of the matter. It's okay, it's a mess, the plan went smoothly. Weer, who got the news, flickered, wasn't this the opportunity you've been waiting for? In order to carry out some unknown plan, Weer himself thrips. On the bright side, it is to suppress Luffy and no longer expand the influence of Impel Down. At the same time, suppress the bad events of the original book from happening. Don't let Blackbeard invade Impel Down again, and let out a bunch of really vicious criminals. Secretly, robbery, but it is for Ace, launched an unknown action. Chapter 211. Chaos Impel Down, the attacking Straw Hat Pirates suck. Calm Belt, Impel Down. Originally quiet, Impel Down with iron walls. At this moment, it was in unprecedented chaos, in addition to the original Golden Lion jailbreak, and Kaido's jailbreak not long ago. Impel Down, this is already the third major riot. Straw Hat Pirates paced a group of people with incredible behavior. The astonishment was to break through the obstacles of Director Magellan, who was arranged on the periphery of Impel Down and the first floor. Successfully headed for the lower hell. The Director Magellan was furious, and sat in the fourth floor of the scorching hell. The Straw Hat Pirate who broke through all the way down, was successfully blocked in the fourth layer of scorching hell. A chaotic battle began. Step aside, Luffy was steaming with smoke all over his body, and immediately started the second gear mode. Roaring angrily at Director Magellan, with no fear at all. Director Magellan was alone, covered in venom, completely blocked the passage to the fifth floor. At the same time, the whole body was filled with endless poisonous gas, and he stared coldly at the Straw Hat Pirates. Monkey D. Luffy is a newcomer, but everywhere to cause trouble. Not only the naval headquarters, but even the world government dared to resist the 590 wanted criminals with a bounty of 300 million. Today, Dare to invade the historic impel down prison with iron walls. Being beaten all the way here by you really smears me as the warden. The purpose of your coming here is clear to me. I want to rescue your brother, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Portgas d ace, but, whether it's going to Ace's side, or escaping from impel down prison. It's already impossible. Straw Hat Luffy. Your fate is about to end here. Behind Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others are fighting against the jailer and jailer beast of impel down prison. Another passage exit was also blocked by Deputy Commissioner Hannibal. The road in front of Luffy's eyes, except for taking down Chief Magellan, or being taken down by Magellan. There is no police way to choose, little Straw Hat. Magellan is the director of Impel Down, the poisonous man of poisonous fruit. The whole body is full of poison. As long as you touch it, you will suffer. Do you think you have a chance of winning against such a person? Feng Zhao Lei panicked and kept persuading Luffy. Advertisement hearing the words, Luffy, BDBA, did not turn his head at all, and shouted firmly. We'll win? Damn. Feng Lei clenched his fists and roared, just about to say something. Tick-tock. Z-Lala, Magellan, not far away, was already surging with purple venom. Poison dragon. Without hesitation, he aimed at the place where Luffy was, and there was a ferocious poisonous dragon behind him. Under Magellan's control, the poisonous dragon squirmed frantically, almost covering the entire scorching hell. The ferocious giant poisonous dragon head swept the ground directly, devouring Luffy completely. What is this? Is it all poison? Seeing this, Luffy opened his mouth and was obviously taken aback. However, the movement is not slow, and jumps directly to the side to dodge. But before Luffy was ready to fight back, the second poisonous dragon burst forth from the other side. Wow! Seeing that Luffy was unable to resist, a fierce cross-slash burst forth. The poisonous dragon was forcibly defeated, and it turned into a venom that spread all over the sky. Luffy, don't be brave, this guy is too strong, you can't beat him alone. 33. Just how tricky Magellan's ability is, Zoro has seen it hard. So after knocking the jailer beast into the air, he came to support Luffy right away. Sanji kicked a guard into the air with one kick, and hurriedly shouted at Usopp. Hey, Usopp, the cops are on those jailers, leave it to me here, and you can help too. Understood. Usopp nodded heavily, gasping for a moment. Immediately, he turned around without hesitation, and went to Luffy's side to face the poisonous Magellan together. It's still too rash to break in like this. Nami holds the weather stick in hand. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, his eyes flashed with intense anxiety. If it weren't for the fact that when they came, the upper floors of the prisons were messed up by them. Involved some of the impel down forces. The pressure they will face now will definitely be more than a star and a half. Boom boom boom. With the support of Zoro and Usopp, plus Luffy, the three began to attack the poisonous Magellan. But it didn't work at all. Magellan, covered in venom, couldn't touch it at all. In such a closed environment, Magellan can even be comparable to the combat effectiveness of Admiral-level police. Advertisement even Kaido couldn't break through his defense for a short time. Not to mention, Zoro et al., whose average strength is not even in Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Boom. Z-Lala. The sky is full of beautiful poison, and the roar of the huge poisonous dragon is constantly condensed. Luffy and the others who were fighting were unable to resist, and they were defeated one after another. Seeing that, he is about to be completely suppressed by the poisonous Magellan. At the same time, in the upper prisons of the scorching hell, there are constantly rioting prisoners. They are not going down, but up, all want to escape impel down prison. And the only way to the ground was blocked. It was the Deputy Director Hannibal, who sucked blood with a long knife in his hand, and led a group of guards to block the way. Hannibal's eyes showed a rare look of determination. Anyone, don't try to run away from me. Yes, Deputy Director Hannibal. A large group of pirates in the distance, their faces are full of fear. Hannibal's strength may not be too strong for Luffy and others. But for these two-layer pirates, it is completely crushing strength. Even a pirate on the 3rd floor of Starvation Hell could barely resist Hannibal head-on for a while at most. But the overall strength is still not as good as Hannibal. But these pirates, taking advantage of the riots, didn't just run away and did nothing. The entire Impel Down, except for the Arctic Hell on the 5th underground level and the Eternal Hell on the 6th underground level. All the weapons that could be robbed were gathered together by them. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Don't be afraid, everyone, keep attacking. As long as we succeed in defeating Hannibal, we will be completely free. Boom. 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 Hannibal struggled to wield his long knife to suck blood, but his fists were no match for his 4 legs. Roaring and roaring, the pirates saw that Hannibal could not stop their artillery. The incomparably violent shockwave made Marine, the jailer guarding the passage, crumbling. After all, it's not Director Magellan or a pervert like Thor. In the face of the sky-high artillery fire, Hannibal could at best protect himself. The shells wrapped in hot flames kept falling to the ground and exploding. A person can face the pirate attack of a difficult army. It turns out that these jailers are not very good. Thoroughly excited, began to continue bombarding. Towards the passage guarded by Hannibal, bombard wildly. A large number of weapons such as artillery and prison cannons opened instantly. Everywhere else was completely plunged into the same state of chaos that Hannibal faced. Chapter 212. People sit in their arms, and poison falls from the sky. Fourth floor, scorching hell. Boom. Among the ruins, Magellan, the director, surging with venom. Some embarrassed ones got out of it. The look on Magellan's face grew angrier as he looked at the scorching hell with ruins. Hole. Damn Straw Hat Boy, he is too careless. It was unexpectedly attacked by Zoro and Luffy together, and it was blown away. Department. Director. The guards next to him were dripping with cold sweat. Looking at Magellan through the old Yuan GG, he didn't dare to get close at all. With anger, Magellan's venom surged even more. What about the Straw Hats? Have you already gone to the extreme cold hell? With a gloomy face, Magellan looked coldly at the crowd. Venom surged low to the ground, making an eerie sound of corrosion. They did go to the extreme cold hell. Then what are you waiting for? Immediately follow me to the extreme cold hell. Magellan snorted coldly, then restrained venom and took the elevator. At a faster speed than Luffy and the others, he came directly to the extreme cold hell, blocking the passage leading to the 6th floor in advance. His eyes were cold, and the killer was all over his body. Fang Yu, who stared at the possible appearance of the Straw Hat Pirates. Soon, at the end of the ice and snow, there are shadows appearing. It was the Straw Hat Gang who came in a hurry. How come? How could you reach the 5th layer of defense faster than us? Seeing Magellan hanging in the passage, Usopp groaned in horror. Shao Luffy, they have elevators, Fun Lei screamed and explained. I can't do anything about it, I can only beat him up again. Luffy waved his fist and went directly into the second gear mode. Actively approached Magellan, intending to be the same as when he was in the searing hell. Boom Magellan again. But Magellan, after all, is a peak quasi-admiral powerhouse. After the carelessness, Luffy and others joined forces to blast him flying. Now under the anger, the strength is full, no plans to keep it at all. The same chance, I won't give you a second time. Looking coldly at Luffy who was approaching, Magellan roared in a low voice. Poison Giant. Gollum. Under Magellan's low growl, the venom that was originally concentrated surging frantically. Advertisement: the venom this time is different from the previous purple venom. It is a special bright red venom. Any substance that comes into contact with it will be corroded. One can be in pain just by touching it. Death after waiting 24 hours. Rubber. Jet rocket launcher. 99 Luffy's explosion was the trick he used to knock out Magellan before. Equipped with Zoro's 3 swords and tiger talismans, it violently attacks the giant poisonous soldier incarnated by Magellan. Boom. Under the violent bombardment, the venom splashed. However, there was no injury to Magellan at all. Even if it wasn't for Usopp's quick-witted hands, he bombarded the sputtered venom with the sure-kill Firebird Star. Luffy had already collapsed from the poison at this moment. Goo. The venom continued to spread in all directions. Wherever it goes, everything is corroded. Whether it is stone or ice and snow, there is no surprise. Damn it. Get out of the way, Luffy roared and wanted to continue fighting Magellan. Come on. Without hesitation, Sanji kicked Luffy. Forcibly drag him away. While carrying Luffy who was struggling, Sanji hurriedly said. In such a state, he must not last long. We still have time to retreat. When he can't hold back the current state, we'll find a way to deal with him. 19. Luffy is very uncomfortable, but there is really no way to police. That bright red venom, even breathing into the body. It made him feel dizzy. Once contaminated, the consequences may be unimaginable. Under the spread of the terrifying poisonous giants, Luffy and others could not break through the passage guarded by Magellan at all. Not to mention the invasion of the last layer of hell, eternal hell. But just when Magellan was forcing Luffy and the others to chase after the passage to the scorching hell, an astonishing thing happened. Boom! A sky-shattering explosion exploded, and in an area in the middle of the extremely cold hell, the ice and snow shattered. A large group of pirates dressed in prisoner costumes leapt and rhymed in terror. The head of the man, the majestic woman, Uranus, Ivankov. Following him, it was a large number of new humans from the secret paradise on the 5.5th floor. Huh? Human woman? Uranus Ivankov? Are you missing? Magellan was also quite surprised. Unexpectedly, I couldn't find it no matter how I looked for it, and Ivankov had long been identified as missing. Advertisement: it's actually hidden in this place. Ask for flowers. Oh, damn, Magellan, are you crazy? To release your venom like this, is the whole impel down prison not wanting to dry it? As soon as he came out, Ivankov couldn't hold back his anger. What's the matter? It's all, not long ago, Weer suppressed impel down, scaring her and a bunch of new humans. After finally settling down for a while, a pile of venom spread along the cracks to Paradise Shin where he was. It is like a person sitting in his arms, and the poison falls from the sky. The police are so unlucky. HMPH, since it appeared, even you guys cleaned up together. Obviously they are the sons of dragons. Why is the dream so huge? Magellan didn't even bother to pay attention to Ivankov's roar, with some emotion. Weer and Luffy are both sons of the dragon. The result is young, so reliable. 0 big, but also incompetent, and likes to cause trouble. It's a total police presence. Even when he said this, Magellan did not hesitate. Venom swept through the sky, forming a roar of bright red poisonous dragons. Frightened Ivankov subconsciously led people to run outside the prison. Nani? Dragon's son? As a result, He subconsciously caught Magellan's words, and his eyes suddenly looked at Luffy. Are you the dragon's son? Hearing Ivankov's words, Luffy scratched his head. Dragon is indeed my father. But to be precise, I've never met him. This time, Ivankov believed it even more. If he came up and hurriedly admitted that he was the son of the dragon, Ivankov would definitely doubt it. But the words rhymed from Magellan's mouth. Most likely, it can't be wrong. Shocked, now is the time to escape. Lightning, immediately investigate where Ace is being held. Surprised, Ivankov was quite decisive. As an important partner, he mistakenly thought that Ace was also a dragon child. Immediately use all power to help Luffy resist Magellan. Also rescue Ace. Boom, Ivankov hooked, and the situation changed immediately. The strength that had been hidden for a long time broke out, and even the poisonous giant could not completely destroy the Straw Hat Pirates in a short time. At the same time, with the passage of time, starting from the first layer of prison, we know the fifth layer of extreme cold hell today. The riots are getting more and more intense. More and more pirates began to roar and escape. Chapter 213. Another fishing law enforcement. The prisoner pirates express panic. Ha ha ha, I want to be free. Be careful. The police are the same as last time, it's Marine's conspiracy. Maybe that kid named Weer is fishing again and wants to take the opportunity to kill us. The pirates on the 5th floor are somewhat cautious. Some even dare not escape, because this situation is exactly the same as when Kaido attacked Impel Down not long ago. Then, they were completely plunged into real hell. In that battle, countless pirates died. Even the World Destroyer, and even the legendary pirates like Lonely Red. All died in that battle. Once Marine reenacted the last incident, wouldn't they be courting death for them to escape? Not even Magellan thought about it. Even though Weer was not here, he could still have such a great deterrent effect. Shaked his head, no matter how much. Seeing the grass, 590, Hat Group, with the help of Ivankov and other new Paradise pirates. About to get out of his attack range. Just as he was about to continue his attack, Shiryu of the Rain suddenly came to report. Director, an order has come from Naval Headquarters. Immediately transfer Ace and escort him to the headquarters in advance. Hearing this, Magellan frowned slightly. However, a decision was soon made. Impel Down is so messy these days, it's really not very safe. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates came quietly. I'm afraid, something really will happen. It's not just Sengoku that doesn't trust Impel Down's defenses. Even Magellan couldn't believe Impel Down's iron walls. You are escorted by yourself, and I am here to guard. Magellan immediately ordered Shiryu of the Rain to escort Ace instead of him. At this time, he needs to block the door leading to the 6th underground floor all the time. Chasing and annihilating the Straw Hats is not the most important thing at the moment. Okay. Shiryu of Rain's eyes flickered with a strange expression that Magellan couldn't detect. Go quickly to the 6th floor Eternal Hell and take away Ace who is being held there. By taking the elevator, take Ace to the 1st floor as soon as possible. Then, it was handed over to the warship parked outside Impel Down. On the warship, there are 2 Vice Admiral of the headquarters. At the same time, there is also a Headquarter Admiral. The young figure behind it represents the righteous voice of Marine Admiral. The wind squeaked. The golden epaulets on both sides are bright and eye-catching. Advertisement: the identity of the person who came has been asked. It's Thor Admiral, Weer, Thor Admiral. The moment Shiryu of Rain saw Weer, he immediately respected Zhen Sheng. As a former defeated general, Shiryu of Rain has been completely convinced by Weer. The police see that Shiryu of the Rain is bloodthirsty, and the root cause is that he is only affected by the thunderstorm of the demon sword. The original Shiryu of the Rain is not too bad by nature. Otherwise, they would not have joined Marine and would not have become friends with Director Magellan. And for Weer, who can freely control the power of thunder, it is necessary to deal with this drawback. Simply not too simple. Thunder originally belonged to the incomparably overbearing Tin Wei. To Yang Ji Gang, control all sneaky things. Even the Demon Sword series can influence the mind of the strong. In Weir's view, it is easy to suppress. How's it going inside? Weer liked Impel Down and asked Shiryu of the Rain. It's a mess, otherwise Magellan wouldn't have been so happy to unify the transfer of Ace. But, in this way, Magellan can move freely without any worries. In a short time, all riots can be suppressed. Understood, go back and help suppress the riots. Hearing Shiryu of the Rain, Weer waved his hand and said. Without any hesitation, Shiryu of the Rain turned around and went back. Help Magellan put down the riots by taking the elevator to the 4th floor of the Searing Hell. On the other hand, Weer directly skipped the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, which was stationed by 2 auxiliary defenses. Go to the cabin where Ace is being held. It didn't take long for Weer to rhyme from inside. Everything is fine. Looking at the 2 Vice Admiral, Weer directly ordered. Take him to the headquarters to recover. Yes. The 2 Vice Admiral hurriedly saluted Weer and then commanded the warship. Quickly away from the Impel Down harbor, seeing the warships move away and disappear into the sky. Weer turned his head and looked at Impel Down with a twinkle in his eyes. Observation Hawkeye's perception is turned on, and the message is extremely confusing. The turbulent pirates frantically bombard the jailers with artillery. Crying wildly, trying to escape Impel Down prison. What? With a chuckle, Weir's face suddenly turned cold. A group of prisoners, still trying to escape, act recklessly. One step on the pay, sentenced to activate instantly. Advertisement the next moment, Weer has directly entered the interior of Impel Down. Boom. At the same time, he flicked his fingers to shoot the Thunder Sword chi, sweeping and suppressing the first layer of Crimson Hell. Then, at a very fast speed, it continued to suppress the next layer of prison. Wherever the thunder passes, all things are suppressed. The dead and wounded pirates are countless. The turmoil on the upper 3 floors was quickly suppressed by the consternation of many prison guards. Let them finally recover from their shock. It's the man here. Thor Admiral, it is Thor who will support me in the future. 99. Many jailers, don't get too excited. Not long ago, Weer alone controlled the 5th floor of Extreme Cold Hell and the 6th floor of Eternal Hell. The real Asura hell caused by them is still vivid in their eyes. Such terror exists, come in person. Even more than other Admiral coming here, but also to bring them a complete sense of security. Rectify as soon as possible to minimize the impact of the riots. Giving orders to the chief jailer, Sadi Chan, Weer continues his journey towards the lower levels of hell. The searing hell begins, and at the same time, Human Girl, Uranus Ivankov, with Luffy and his gang. With special devil fruit ability, he quietly came to Eternal Hell. As a result, disappointed to find that Ace has no trace. Eternal Hell, a pirate who was once killed by Weer and killed a large number of whales and wanted to escape. Now, the number is much less, but those who can stay and be imprisoned are basically the powerhouses born in the last era. For some pirates with a bounty of 405 million, Ivankov doesn't care at all. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At Ivankov's reminder, Luffy and the others turned their heads immediately. Ivankov's face was very ugly, and he continued, boom. Leave now and hurry to the 1st floor of the sea. No wonder Magellan did not continue to guard the passage, but went to suppress riots in other hells. Maybe it's still too late, the entrance is completely blocked. It also appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the seastone cage, which had been prepared for their arrival, suddenly fell. At the same time, a familiar figure appeared. 1.0 anger casually, not afraid. It turns out that Ace has been transferred in advance. Damn it. He is still quite afraid of the powerhouse who can still leave his life. But for those who dared to challenge Whitebeard, Roger, and even Garp and Sengoku in the previous era. Boom. But at this time, Chapter 214, the protagonist Halo, Magellan loses. Feng Jiaolei. Quick, let us out. 99 Sanji looked at the familiar person and hurriedly spoke up. Feng Lei, who was wearing a prison uniform, said nothing. Immediately began to search for organs, and soon opened the seastone cage where Luffy and others were imprisoned. Where's Ace? As soon as Yun came, Luffy asked Feng Lei. Feng Lei shook his head. Stop struggling, Luffy. It's useless. 99 Ace, since it was urgently transferred, there is a high probability that Naval Headquarters will be delivered ahead of schedule. They have elevators, now, may have all put on the warship and left the Impel Down. Ivankov shook his head helplessly and said in a deep voice. It is indeed possible. Even if we could break out of the cage now, it would be too late to catch up. 99. Luffy said firmly, then I'm going to Naval Headquarters to save him. Ivankov's eyes suddenly widened, don't be silly. Naval Headquarters, do you know how scary that place is? Right now, the last hope is still pinned on Whitebeard. And even if you have to go to Naval Headquarters, don't you leave your friends alone for the sake of Ace? Hearing Ivankov's words, Luffy looked back at Zoro and the others. Zoro lowered his face slightly, the corners of his mouth suddenly raised. 13 he smiled. Marine Headquarters, Beast Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin. Coupled with a white-bearded pirate, the 3 Emperor's allied forces faced off against Marine. Still fun. What? Ivankov was startled when he heard the words, the 3 Emperor's allied forces. Damn it. World government, what does it want to do? In the past, even a white-bearded pirate was unwilling to provoke him. Now, is it actually going to be a decisive battle with the 3 Emperors alliance at Naval Headquarters? In that case, this war that has almost spread to the whole world. That guy along will go too, right? Just when Ivankov's thoughts were flying. Sanji puffed out his cigarette and didn't say a word. But that calm gaze represented everything. Luffy is fooling around, and they are also willing to help along with him. Because, Luffy is their recognized captain, thank you all. In this case, it's all nonsense. Luffy simply responded, then turned his head again and looked at the blocked passage. And at this time, advertisement in a cage next to the crowd, there was an angry shout. Please you. Everyone immediately looked at the cage where the voice was hooked. Ivankov immediately recognized the person in the cage and exclaimed in a rhyme, another big man. One of the original 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei. Jinbei saw everyone's eyes look over and continued. Take me out too, I will definitely help you, before Mr. Ace, before joining the Whitebeard pirates. We have already met, he often told me about his brother. I was imprisoned here for opposing the execution of Ace. I want to save Mr. Ace, please, let me die in the right place. Luffy didn't hesitate. Yes, then, the cage was opened directly. Released Haishia Jinbei. Grateful, Haishia Jinbei was sincerely grateful, and everyone immediately began to run towards Impel Down. Starting from Eternal Hell, soon came to the 4th layer of Searing Hell. Ivankov is not as reckless as Luffy after all, knowing how dangerous the prisoners of Eternal Hell are. After all, the prisoners of Impel Down are basically vicious pirates. Countless lives have been contaminated on their hands. Generally 200 million 300 million pirates, it doesn't matter if they are released to cause confusion. Anyway, he definitely won't be able to escape, and Ivankov himself can easily suppress it. But once Rhyme is released, it is similar to legendary police pirates such as World Destroyer Valdo and Lonely Red. That is the catastrophe for you. Therefore, all the way from the Arctic Hell, Ivankov purposefully released the prisoners. Wait until they reach the third level of Starvation Hell. Behind him, a large army of prisoners was already following. The scale, even compared to the last time Kaido attacked Impel Down. Straw Hat, boy, pay for your actions. Magellan just happened to be back and met Luffy and others in Starvation Hell. The war broke out in an instant. Various devil fruit abilities are hooked, and the entire Starvation Hell is thrown into complete chaos. Poison Giant. The Magellan fisherman is full force, and the bright red blood fills up into a giant horrific skeleton monster. ***, how dare you release so many prisoners? Betting on my name as the director of Impel Down will never let you get out of Impel Down successfully. Outright angry Magellan, desperate. Behind him, the giant soldier of poison lowered the bright red venom and filled the audience. What? Many pirates screamed and were swallowed by venom. Not to die immediately, but to suffer absolutely for up to 24 hours. Die struggling. Advertisement in the eyes of the jailers and guards, Magellan at this moment is not too imposing. But in the eyes of the prisoner pirates, that is the existence of great terror. Those bright red venom, just touch a little. Even 200 or 300 million big pirates fell to the ground in an instant. Eyes rolled, trembling pain waiting for death to come. Death winked. Ivankov did not hesitate to work hard and burst out with all his strength. Abruptly defeated the venom that swept in. Luffy, Zoro and others also put on the MR3 candle shield and hooked hands one after another. Boom. 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 Wrapped in a roar that shook the world, Zoro suddenly flashed. 3 swords, Tiger Talisman. He swung his sword and chopped a cyan tornado, forcibly clearing the venom in front of him. Then Luffy followed, and the second gear opened instantly. The fist with the Mr. 3 candle shield suddenly smashed Magellan. Champion Bazooka. Magellan tried to mobilize the venom defense, but was stopped by Ivankov and others. Abruptly took Luffy's full blow from the front. In such a closed environment, the strength is even comparable to Admiral's poisonous Magellan. After all, 590 was defeated by the aura of Luffy's protagonist. Seeing Magellan being shot flying, many prisoners cheered wildly. Ha ha ha, we are going to be free. Magellan is down, no one can stop me anymore. Great, let's rush out. Countless prisoners cheered wildly, and there was no more fear in their eyes. His nature began to show, and he looked at those jailers and jailer beasts fiercely. Director Magellan was knocked out, and the rest of them couldn't stop them. Watching so many prisoner pirates rushing towards them, all of a sudden they are about to drop their weapons. Now that he has become a pirate, he still retains any compassion. Under the dispersion, it was difficult for Luffy to stop everyone at the first time. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Since you can successfully escape at any time, what kind of thing are you guys trying to stop me? What do you want to do? Many prisoners didn't care at all, and even wanted to laugh at Luffy and others. Haishia Jinbei also frowned and tried to stop it. Ridiculous. Hurry up if you want to go, don't think about killing people. But the number of prisoners is too large, and the strength is also quite strong. These jailers, Marine, are our enemies. The hatred held in Impel Down for many years should also be reported before leaving. The guards and jailers who saw this were all pale faces. HMPH, everyone is a pirate, what's the difference? Ivankov, Sanji, and Luffy all tried to stop him. Zoro noticed the thoughts of many prisoner pirates and frowned. Chapter 215. Killing Impel Down, look who's coming. Hey 99 it is also in the prisoner pirates, with a bloodthirsty look in both eyes. Seeing the butcher knife, the moment when he was about to slaughter many jailers and jailer beasts. A soft sigh suddenly swept the audience, very light, very faint. But in the eyes of everyone, it was like a thunderous explosion in the ears. Whether it's a wild laugh or a prisoner pirate with red eyes. Still despairing ashes, the desperate jailer Marine. It was the first time, stunned in place. Even Luffy and the others looked at the direction of the sigh subconsciously. There is the only passage leading to the second layer beast hell. There was no one in the passage, but at this moment, a figure dressed in marine justice stepped out step by step. The dazzling epaulets on both sides gave hope to many jailers Marine. And see that face clearly, the face that once made them extremely desperate. Many prisoner pirates, their eyes are full of horror. His whole body was shaking like a sieve, how could he dare to do anything to the jailer again? In a hurry, he dropped his weapon and frantically took the initiative to run towards the hell where he was. Even Ivankov, who has always had no fear in the face of Magellan. At this moment, also completely lost. His face was pale, and he was covered in cold sweat. His eyes were full of fear. Looking at the voice that gradually became clear in the eyes of everyone, he trembled. Marine Admiral, Thor, Weer, the whole starvation hell was dead silent. No one dared to speak at all. There is only the sound of Tadata, the prisoners fleeing all the way. Not long ago, in order to guard against the beast Kaido, Weer personally guarded Impel down for 3 months. In just 3 months, the psychological shadow caused to these pirates far exceeded the coercion brought to them by Director Magellan. Because of the riots, 1 sword cut the world destroyer, and 2 swords killed the legendary pirate. 1 person, 1 sword, successfully separated the Arctic hell from the eternal hell. The real Asura hell that has turned into skeletons, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Whether it is imprisoned for decades, it belongs to the strong of the previous era. After Weer left Impel down, the newly detained pirates came in. They are all afraid of Weer from the bottom of their hearts. Because, that was the strongest marine admiral in 8-year-old history. Not long ago, 1 person broke into Andy's tea party alone, almost destroying the entire BIGMOM pirate. Even singled out Whitebeard and succeeded at the age of 8. Be the strongest in the world. Advertisement, no matter which record it is enough to subvert the perception of the world's powerhouses. Not to mention, these achievements are now concentrated in 1 person. Even at this moment, Weer had a gentle smile on his face. But in the eyes of these pirates, it is simply the smile of the devil. The ecstasy after Gaku Lee defeated Magellan vanished in an instant. Ha ha ha, this is Thor Admiral. Damn prisoners, look how dare you continue to act. Compared with the terrified prisoner pirates, the guards and jailers were more excited. Looking at Weir's expression, he was full of respect and awe. That is, looking at a god-like fanaticism, Deputy Warden Domino was even more excited. Seeing Weer again, a pair of beautiful eyes are shining. Uncontrollable joy. The arrival of Weer filled the entire starvation hell with a tyrannical atmosphere. Looking at it a little, Magellan lay in the venom, only to be knocked unconscious. Then, he watched the many pirates who escaped. In the end, his eyes fell on Luffy and the others. Do you know what you're doing? Even though Weir's voice was very soft, it was as heavy in the hearts of everyone when he heard it. There was a hint of regret in Luffy's eyes, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, but I want to save Ace. Ah. Weer chuckled and looked at the many prisoner pirates coldly. With a wave of his hand, the passage to the scorching hell is filled with thunder. It's impossible to move forward at all. This made countless pirates feel desperate and collapsed to the ground crying. Overwhelmed. Weer looked at Luffy again, and his voice gradually became colder. If you don't have enough matching strength, you want to do things beyond your ability. If these pirates escaped Impel down because of you, do you know how many innocent civilians will suffer as a result? In order to save the pirates, you can violate the principle. Do evil things that only a real pirate would do? Not giving Luffy a chance to answer at all, Weer rhythmically walked. Sen Lang looked at Luffy, and thunder swept through the air. You are not calm now. You don't need to worry about Ace. Right here, take a good look at yourself. Boom! As soon as the words fell, thunder surged. Centered on Weer, it suddenly swept the entire starvation hell. Those remaining venoms were also annihilated in an instant. I'm going to save Ace. He clenched his fists and looked at Weer. Luffy, regardless of the direct shot. Advertisement. Rubber, jet bazooka. Even if Ivankov was terrified, he couldn't do anything about it. Death Wink. Only able to protect Luffy's left and right, violently attack Weer. Zoro, Sanji, and even Robin attacked Weer at the same time. Of course he wanted to beat Weer, but not as hard as he did against Magellan. Commander. But Weer just chuckled. Even the famous sword thunder behind his back didn't have a scabbard. Just a wave of your hand, and suddenly you are surrounded by a thunder mask. All attacks will be annihilated outside the thunderlight list. Hum. Then Weer flicked his fingers and shot the thunderous sword chi, sweeping and tearing the hard ground all the way. Instantly defeated Luffy and everyone, and directly killed the many prisoner pirates who were paralyzed at the entrance. What? Ivankov was horrified when he saw this. Weer looked at Lou Ivankov indifferently. Is it your idea to release the prisoners? Is this the concept of your revolutionary army? Is this how you implement the dragon's idea and carry out the so-called revolution? Ivankov opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out. He did wrong, even if there is no way to choose this matter. Unless the prisoners are released, they won't even be able to get to starvation hell on the 3rd floor. The release of the prisoners is the key to their success in escaping the advancing Li Nuo's city. But on the matter itself, he was dead wrong. A thunder suddenly appeared, sweeping and covering Ivankov. Bang bang bang. The whole person was stubbornly embedded in the wall. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Weer didn't even look at Ivankov and stepped forward. Before Insabality Archipelago, I am afraid that even 1/10,000th of the strength was not used. Seriously Weer, they don't even have a chance to be an angler. Boom. Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, and even the seaman Jinbei. A child in one hand. System, they were all powerless to resist, and were easily suppressed by Weer in a coma. At this moment, Luffy and others really understand how terrifying the strength Weer has. His eyes rolled, and he passed out. With a loud bang, Ivankov flew upside down. The beeping continued. Ivankov wanted to resist, but couldn't do anything at all. Directly swept away, break into the group of Luffy and others who were defeated. Chapter 216. The family is to be neat and tidy. Look at them. Just for a moment, only Robin was left standing in the field. Weer gave an order and then passed Luffy and the others. I came to the many prisoner pirates who wanted to escape, but were blocked at the passage. Forgive me. We didn't want to run away. It's all that B***************** D. Ivankov who deliberately made trouble with us. The culprit is the Straw Hats. It really has nothing to do with us. 22. In the face of Thor Admiral, the prisoner pirate who is as high as the rough man, he has no fighting spirit at all. Even if there are even a few big pirates with a bounty of 5 or 6 billion. Looking at Weer at the moment, he was shaking all over. His eyes were full of fear. So many excuses. All kinds of begging for mercy, endless. However, Weer didn't care at all. He needed an excuse to kill these prisoner pirates. Like Shiryu of the Rain, he will not take the initiative to provoke or even deliberately go to the prison to torture and kill these prisoner pirates. Instead, under such an upright opportunity, they were killed with justifiable reasons. Watching the many pirates silently, Weer raised his hand to release the blazing white thunder. No million volts of energy erupted, and the dazzling thunder illuminated the entire starvation hell. Hundreds of nearly unnamed prisoners, whether they were trying to escape or trying to resist. Everything was smashed into 590 coke everywhere in an instant, and the dead can no longer die. Don't give me another chance, Jay Lee will kill you all. Otherwise, the number of them doesn't make any sense to me. Weer stood in front of the thundering hell he made. Looking at the deep coke pits everywhere, he left a very cold sentence. The whole place was dead silent. A riot that even the poisonous Magellan could not suppress with all his might. In an instant, it was easily suppressed by Weer. The time before and after is not even a few minutes. The name of Thor is so terrifying. Soon, impel down the big riot thing. Let the already turbulent world become more restless. Really, yes, a harbinger of trouble in the world? Countless people are incomparable in their hearts. But now, in fact, many people can only wait. Other than that, nothing to do. Can't do anything, because it was a battle between the imperial forces and the ruler's world government and marine. What the final result will be, I am afraid it will change the current world pattern. But not before the decisive victory. What the result will be, no one really knows. The 6th floor, Eternal Hell. Advertisement in the huge cage that originally held Jinbei and Ace, Luffy and his group were neatly arranged. All were locked inside. The entire cage is made of sea stone. Unless there is a key, or the ability to break sea stone. Otherwise, it is impossible to make it at all. Step, step, step. The whole Eternal Hell, because of Weir's arrival, is very quiet. All kinds of ferocious prisoners, the prisoner pirates who would even scream wildly when they saw Magellan in the past. At this moment, it is all quiet, not even dare to look at the walking Thor Admiral. Let me cut it, at this time, it is possible to look directly at Weer and shout out loud. Only Luffy. Weer gave him an indifferent look. Across the cage, a snap of a thunderbolt shot enveloped Luffy. In an instant, his hair exploded and he fell to the ground in a coma. Ivankov crowd, including Zoro, Sanji and others. All with a helpless look on their faces. To calm Luffy down, Weer looked at the crowd. Originally, you could have the opportunity to participate in this top war. Now it seems that it's because you have made too much noise. The chance is gone. You stay here honestly until the war is over. Weer said, without giving everyone a chance to speak, and continued. Ace, thing, I will handle it myself. One more thing. The Straw Hat Pirates suck, they don't exist from today. I do not allow you to continue using the name pirate. Adventure is okay, but you can't continue to hang the name of a pirate. Not to be able to do anything related to pirates. Otherwise it doesn't matter how our relationship is. You, BDBA, you don't have to think about leaving eternal hell for the rest of your life. Even though Weir's words were cold and ruthless, everyone felt different. Originally, they were not meant to be pirates, it's all about adventure. Although, I have some feelings for the name Straw Hat Pirate. But Weer was right. A thief is a thief. If it's for adventure, why hang up the skull flag to be a pirate? Originally they had no choice, but now Weer gave them such a chance. Of course, it is impossible not to agree, we know. Everyone, including Robin and Nami, nodded seriously. Advertisement afterwards, Weer turned and left without looking back. Usopp and Chopper, who were always on the verge of fear and dared not speak. It was a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is a feeling that the needle is not poked by the big boss. Fortunately, they never did what a real pirate would do. Otherwise, take Weir's cruel character. My own people, at this moment, may not be able to survive the disaster. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The sun shines on the earth, and it is warm and warm. But Marine, who was guarding the headquarters, was extremely nervous. After all, war on the top is about to break out. They need the right enemy, the 4 Emperors coalition. I heard that the allied forces of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have disappeared. Even the Whitebeard pirates are bad, and most of the pirate ships have disappeared. I think the war is about to break out soon. A Marine, clenching the fire system in his hand. Staring at the sea in the distance, he kept swallowing nervously. To now, it seems that only the fire gun in his hand can bring them a little sense of security. Don't be afraid, Vice Admiral and Admirals are still holding it up. Moreover, the Warring States Fleet Admiral will certainly be well arranged. As many as 100,000 people are stationed at the headquarters, and there is Admiral, the strongest Thor in history. What about the four emperors coalition? Certainly cannot break through our defenses. The final winner must be our marine, unprecedented silence. If there is any trouble, they will sound the alarm for the first time. The word Thor represents too much. Because of the mention of Weer's name, the originally heavy atmosphere suddenly relaxed. The sense of crisis brought by the four emperors. With Thor, Admiral, and the four emperor-level forces attacking together, we are no longer afraid. If Marine is defeated, his prestige above the sea will be completely annihilated. At that time, it will be the moment of real turmoil. This is an unprecedented war. Marine, the collision with the pirates. Yeah, we also have Thor Admiral. It is absolutely impossible for the four emperors to successfully raid us. Everyone cheered up and kept their eyes on the sea. Silence. But it was impossible to hide the sense of security that the word Thor gave Marines. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. And if the pirates are defeated, the New World pattern will be broken directly. Numerous Marines stared at their respective waters. Chapter 217. Prelude to the Rainstorm, the real turmoil is coming. Come on, send that batch of arms over there, cheer up. Don't be listless, our enemies this time are the four emperors. In this battle, we will not lose, nor can we lose. The shouts echoed over Marineford. Throughout the naval headquarters, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Various heavy artillery, constantly erected and debugged. Marine elites from all over the world have been summoned. Take the warships one after another and arrive at naval headquarters. Look around. Today's naval headquarters, almost everyone is wearing a cloak of justice. Those who are qualified to put on the age of justice are at least ensign-level officers. In the original, the Marine elites who participated in the war on the top were as many as 100,000. Everyone is an officer above the ensign rank, how scary. Deep-rooted world domination for many years, it can be seen in general. But now, Fleet Admiral Office, Sengoku, Garp, Weer, Aokiji, Kizaru, including Akainu. The upper floors of the entire Marine are basically all there. Crushed. Sengoku rubbed his head with a headache and tapped the table with his fingers rhythmically. Looking out the window, Marine was busy arranging artillery pieces. I feel a little unsure. These are nothing but preparedness. There are too many factors that really determine the outcome of the battle. Even the resourceful general like him is actually difficult to be perfect. These days, we've completely lost the news that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are teaming up with pirates. Even Whitebeard pirate paste, there are more than 2/3 of the pirate ship whereabouts. Not at all under our control. When the words fell, the entire conference room was dull. Even Garp had a calm expression on his face, he looked solemn. Whether it's the alliance of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. It's also a group called by the Whitebeard pirates. Such a huge pirate paste, most of the whereabouts are completely impossible to determine. What does that mean? What does it represent? It means that they don't know when the four emperors will attack. It means that they Marine are in an absolute passive state. It seems that it does have home field advantage, but this is also the disadvantage of handing over the initiative to other four emperors. Actually, you don't need to worry so much. If you can prepare, you are ready. Now, just wait for them to show up. Look at the silence of the crowd. Including Kizaru, Aokiji, Akainu and others did not say a word. Garp couldn't help biting Shouko Senbei and then directed at the Warring States rhyme. Weer is a special case. Among the crowd, he was the most leisurely. Yawning, leaning on the chair with a bored face, advertisement. Almost fell asleep. Not enough, the other party, but the four emperors. My preparations are okay to deal with one side. Plus the Whitebeard pirate is bad, I always feel that it's not enough. With that said, Sengoku got up and was about to leave the office. However, before leaving, he still did not forget to look at all the Marine executives and said solemnly. You all better get ready. Even if you have an absolute advantage, you must not have any carelessness. What we are facing this time may be the three emperors' allied forces, or even the four emperors, 9. Aokiji, Kizaru, and others who were present nodded solemnly. Only Weer, looking at the awe-inspiring expressions of everyone, he didn't take it seriously. What are the four emperors, an existence standing on the top of the sea? Only head-to-head is always the key to the outcome of this war. In other words, the high-level combat power is strong enough, and there is no need to worry at all. As for auxiliary attacks such as heavy artillery, it is effective for the middle and low layers. For a battle that has reached the admiral level, it does not have much effect at all. Many of the arrangements today are mostly just to appease the nervousness of many Marines. That's not to say it doesn't work at all, however, it is far less effective than the mid and low-level Marines imagined. New World, a certain sea area, some people, because their eyes converge on naval headquarters. They are all anxiously waiting for the upcoming top war, and looking forward to the final outcome of the war. And there are some bold pirates who want to carry out the last madness. Even if this time it is the movement of the three emperors attacking naval headquarters. But the final victory, who can know? What if the pirates are defeated? That is their end. Instead, it's better to have a final carnival. Then either the four emperors' victory or the Marine victory. For them, that's enough. Boss, are you sure you want to get so close? Here, it is less than 3 miles from Marineford. Above this sea area, a large pirate ship was caught. On the deck, a pirate with a hideous scar on his face. He looked around with a terrified expression, then looked at the figure in front of him and said, "What are you panicking about? As the boss of this pirate ship, there is no panic at all." There was a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth, a grim smile. "Marine is so overwhelmed, do you really think he can deal with us like he used to? I didn't see the warships we met on the road, and basically they didn't want to chase us. Even if you take the initiative to provoke, try to avoid us as much as possible. Now is our best chance to wreak havoc on the surrounding islands. Seeking Flowers. 0 You know shit, 11 is a sea area not too far from naval headquarters. It's definitely a pretty safe place to change to before. Therefore, in the past, no pirates dared to haunt at all. Not to mention it was looted. Advertisement so. There are many large islands around, and they are all quite prosperous and rich. As long as one is successfully looted, it will be enough for the large pirate in front of him to eat and drink. Hey, the boss is right. The girl who just followed that island is so hydrated. I like it. I will definitely support the boss's decision. Another wretched pirate, he said with a smile. Next, which island are we going to loot, boss? The talking pirates can't wait. Nothing makes these pirates faster than getting something for nothing. Rich and women. Excited just thinking about it. 0. This is the real pirate. Burning, killing and looting, that is their daily life. People like Luffy are considered adventurers at best. What AF ******** G pirate? No, it's this island. I heard that there are many beautiful women, and there are some for you to enjoy. The pirate ship boss took out a map and pointed to an island on it. An unbridled smile appeared on his face, the next moment, waved directly. The large pirate ship they were in immediately started to operate. But at this time, above the sea where they are less than brown rice. Whoa. Big waves surging. A pirate ship with a flag of skeletons hooked from the bottom of the water. In an instant, the bubbles shattered, revealing the appearance of the entire pirate ship. Looking at this scene, the pirates who wanted to leave and continue to plunder the island were stunned. What's happening here? Why is there a pirate ship hooked from the bottom of the sea? Could it be that they have the same purpose as us, taking the opportunity to loot the nearby waters? 3. The above skull looks like, completely agree. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. No, look at what the skull looks like. The waves that had not calmed down in the first place became more and more turbulent and hooked. Hi, 12. It's 100 beasts and pirates, plus, the stunned pirates swallowed their saliva nervously and gave a shocking hook sound. 6. Gollum. The sea not far away continued to surge frantically. 23. When everyone looked in the direction, they all took a deep breath. A total of 23 pirate ships were hooked from the bottom of the water. 1. Without waiting for them to speak. 2. Just when many pirates were shocked, one person suddenly exclaimed and pointed forward. Chapter 218. Marine's strongest formation is completed. Rhyme is now the shadow of the sky. God, it's actually really 100 beasts and pirates. I heard that not long ago, the beast pirates destroyed more than 20 marine surveillance ships. Then disappeared. Some people think that this time the top war is thunder and rain. Unexpectedly, the portrait just wants to have a big wave. The strange atmosphere made many pirates stunned and looked at the pirate ship of the twin Emperor allied forces not far away. The heart shook and the subconscious was shocked by the hook sound. A feeling of fear began to envelope them all over their bodies. So horrible. This is the first time I've seen a real beast pirate. 4 emperors. Each one is the dream chased by all pirates. The existence standing on the top of the sea is a living legend. They're here, it looks like they want to raid Marineford. Thinking of such a possibility, the hearts of these pirates became more and more shaken. Has the upcoming war on the top officially started? The 3 Emperor-level forces collide with naval headquarters and the world government's joint question, 590. Thinking of this, the pirates present couldn't help but feel excited. Both forces are powerful beings overlooking all living beings. Such existence, once the explosion collides, simply cannot imagine. Boss, they saw us. You haven't done anything to us yet, why don't you run away first? Suddenly, a pirate screamed in horror. It was a tall, indifferent animal devil fruit user. Just a glance has made many pirates feel their legs are weak. Gollum. Many pirates swallowed their saliva frantically, eager to run away. But, the next moment, the eyes of their captain pirates flickered with extreme madness. Run? Why run? This is the battle between our pirates and marines. Even if you don't come across it, now that you have met it, why don't you go and see it? As long as it can be pulled by us for a little benefit. Maybe the next 4 emperors will be us. To die for the cowardly, to starve to the death of the cowardly. What are pirates? Not just walking on the brink of death every day. Any chance, even if there is a high probability of death. A lunatic who is also willing to give it a go. Boss, have you really decided? It's true that there are benefits to the kind of high-level police fighting. However, it was touched by a little aftermath. I am afraid we will cease to exist. 99. Some pirates were terrified, but the captain pirates have already made up their minds. Go, have to go, I will go to such an epic battle even if I die. Advertisement. They all looked into the distance. The pirate ships that kept assembling didn't pay any attention to them. As long as it's not marine, it doesn't matter at all. Up to 23 pirate ships with the banner of the beast pirates have assembled. After a short rest, we started heading towards Marineford. Riding the wind and waves, the speed is incredible. Naval headquarters. Up to 100,000 Marine elites gathered on the fortress square. Everyone holds weapons and heads move, great momentum. Even the naval headquarters has been established so far, there is no rhyme. More than half a year ago, he fought against the beast pirates in New World. It is already a rare top-level war, but this time, it is to face the 3 Emperor-level forces. Regardless of the number of people or the firepower configuration. It is not comparable to that top-level war, Marineford, the strongest fortress in the world. Compared with the Impel Down, which is known as the impenetrable wall, its defense is even more terrifying. Outside the harbor, a large number of warships were assembled. Arranged in turn around a semicircle. On the warship, there are still many Marines busy at the moment. It's just that their words and moods have become somewhat slack. Because it's been 3 days. For 3 days, the sea was calm. I heard that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's 2 King alliance has disappeared. There are also white-bearded pirates, and no trace of them coming to the headquarters has been detected. Could it be that it's just a pretense? They're just bluffing. Don't they really want the headquarters to fight? Perhaps, they want to take the opportunity to deal with other branch bases? After all, pirates are cunning. We have headquarters, and there are terrifying beings like Thor Admiral. Shouldn't he really be attacked? Hear this. In the harbor, Stoloberry Vice Admiral, who was patrolling, shouted angrily. All cheer me up, anyway, today is the deadline. If more than today, no one has come, then everything is over. Marine wins. Justice shall prevail. Wow. At Stoloberry's voice, a large number of Marines raised their arms and shouted. Marine wins. Justice shall prevail. Echoing Stoloberg's words, the sound waves were formed. That majestic momentum even broke through the large clouds condensed above the sky in an instant. Tashigi also held Shiyu in his hand and was among the crowd. Except for her, Smoker, Ain, Tina. There are countless familiar figures with names and surnames in the original works, all standing in the crowd. Some of their eyes are solemn, and some are murderous. Advertisements some were dismissive, while others were aggressive. And just when countless Marines echoed and shouted slogans, numerous figures appeared in front of the eyes of many Marines. Let the shouting sound slowly subside. Most of the Marine generals present knew of these numerous figures. Headquarters Vice Admiral Firemountain, Headquarters Vice Admiral Mole, Headquarters Vice Admiral Doberman. Numerous naval headquarters Vice Admiral took the lead, lined up neatly at the forefront of the Marine camp. The Righteous, who was wearing it, was startled and squeaked in the sea breeze. This is our headquarters, Vice Admiral. 99 Seeing the countless Marine elites behind, Lu Chin couldn't help but look in awe. And after many Marine Vice Admirals, the real finale came on stage. 3 figures, 2 big and 1 small. The youngest was at the forefront, coming coldly and slowly. Countless Marines couldn't help being shocked when they saw the leader. Hold your breath. Unlike the awe at Vice Admiral, it was an emotion of cult. Because the leader is the end of all Marines' crazy pursuits today. The strongest Marine Admiral ever, Thor Weer, following Thor Admiral, it is naturally Chingshong Admiral and Kizaru Admiral. 3 pieces of different colors, representing the righteous loudness of Marine Admiral's status. Under the majesty of the wind, the hunting sounded. The golden epaulets on both sides are dazzling. The 3 came to the bottom of the execution platform under the attention of all the people. Below the execution table, 3 chairs were placed. 2 police officers, Aokiji and Kizaru, were seated on the left and right sides. The middle chair, of course, is for Weer. With a chuckle on his lips, he leaned on the back of the chair. Weer, who was not nervous at all, was a little drowsy under the warm sunlight. But all the eyes that were watching the 3 of them were mostly looking at him. Thor Admiral, 8-year-old Admiral, the strongest 1.0 in history, beat Whitebeard to become the strongest man in history. This match faced the 3 emperors, even though many Marine elites came. However, after all, it is the terrifying existence standing on the top of the sea. It is impossible to say that you are not nervous or afraid. But the moment they saw Weer, their mood instantly calmed down. For such a fierce guy who single-handedly destroyed the entire BIGMOM pirate. With him, naval headquarters is completely worry-free. Also at this time, Harbor Hook, on the sea level almost level with the sky. At the beginning, there is a shadow hook, together. 2. Not from the center, but from both sides. At the same time, the skull flags they fly are completely different. When the Marine intelligence personnel who had been in charge of watching, saw this, they quickly passed it down. Allied beasts, Whitebeard pirates, all appeared. Under an exclamation, the originally tense atmosphere was completely detonated. Chapter 219. The huge fleet strikes, the 3 Emperors coalition. Punishment face. Ace was covered in scars, and fell to the ground. The mirror cuffs on the feet are specially made by Seastone. In the rear fortress, Garp and Sengoku walk side by side. Looking at Ace on the curved execution platform, Garp paused slightly. He subconsciously looked at Weer, who was under the execution stand, smiling calmly. The heavy heart was relieved a lot. Sengoku noticed Garp's strangeness and couldn't help but said in a deep voice. Sorry, old man. I have to do it. In your position, perhaps I would do the same. Nothing to be sorry about, just do what you want. Garp responded indifferently, came to the bottom of the execution, and stood with the Chief of Staff Crane. Police. He glanced at Garp, who had no expression on his face, and said, "There's no need to blame yourself. This is not what you want to see." Garp suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. At this time, Xiaohei, you were gentle." Crane shook his head helplessly but did not speak. Just silently looked at Ace on the execution and looked at Garp again. The final eye, however, fell on Weer, on the execution stand. Sengoku stood beside Ace with a solemn expression, holding a megaphone bug in his hand. "Ace, state your father's name." 13. Ace glanced at the warring states indifferently, turned his head and closed his eyes. "My dad is Whitebeard." "Wrong," the warring states shouted loudly. Ace suddenly tightened his body and retorted angrily. "Nothing is wrong, only Whitebeard, no policeman." Ace on the stage, when he closed his eyes and shouted angrily. Weer, who was under the stage, looked slightly sideways at Garp on the side of the curved execution platform. At this time, Garp, with a heavy face, clenched his fists. He didn't say a word, but he could see the restlessness in his heart. "Hey." Weer sighed inwardly and said nothing, but a decision has already been made. "Definitely, we'll give Garp a perfect ending. Your father is the Pirate King." Gold D. Roger, 3-3 on stage. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Sengoku announced the true identity of Ace. Immediately, through broadcast television, people all over the world knew the news. World uproar. Everyone was shocked, including the countless Marines in Marineford headquarters. They are completely unimaginable. Advertisement single-handedly created the era of One Piece, known as the most evil bloodline. Actually, it still exists in this world, even if the crime was Gold D. Roger himself. Ace never even met his own father. How to determine right and wrong? Can blood alone determine whether a person is guilty or not? There is no absolute measure of this. It all depends on the subjective will of the individual. At least, in the eyes of world government and Marine. Ace, who inherited the Roger bloodline, is guilty. Born sinner, born to represent evil. That's when the audience was in an uproar. Observing the sea level, the information of the pirate ship that keeps appearing. It was also successfully conveyed throughout the naval headquarters. 4 emperors, here we come. How come? The warring states' look changed greatly. Turn back and look at the sea in the distance. Pupils vibrated violently. I have done so much preparation, is it still in vain? While the warring states period was looking at the sea, many Marines were also watching. God, so many large pirate ships. That's the banner of the Beast Pirates. That's the banner of the Whitebeard Pirate. 11. My God, the 3 Emperors Alliance. It's really the 3 Emperors Alliance. The 3 Emperor-level forces attack the headquarters. Can we really fight? Really witnessed and faced these terrifying Emperor-level forces. Most of the Marine generals fell into a nervous panic. Because the ship in front gathered 3 of the 4 emperors. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, Beast Kaido. Also, the former strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. These people are all absolute powerhouses. The cadres under their hands are not easy to deal with. The Gorilla Knight Dorma, the Decarbon Brothers, the Great Vortex Spider Scarred. Fire Calamity, Foz Fu of the Strongest Pillar, Black Maria, Peggy Wan. These guys are all the great pirates of the New World. The Marines spoke in horror, but soon calmed down. Because, they believe Marine is stronger. Directly in front of them, the naval headquarters vice admirals lined up neatly. Surrounded by head maneuvers, a large army of 100,000 people. These can bring strong confidence to Marines. The 3 people sitting on the execution platform gave countless Marines absolute confidence. With the admirals here, we won't be defeated, to know. These so-called 4 emperors are all defeated generals of Thor Admiral. With him, we Marine would be invincible. Why be afraid of these so-called 4 emperors? Bold to attack our naval headquarters. Advertisement. Today is their last day. Humph. The Marines clenched their fists, bursting with confidence. A wave of terrifying power surged into the sky, converging and sweeping. It slammed into the 3 emperors' allied forces that came from afar. In the face of such terror, standing on deck, looking coldly at Marineford's Charlotte Linlin. With a wave of his hand, he directly defeated the enormous power that swept in. With a cold snort, a cruel sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. I can't wait. As early as more than a month ago, she was looking forward to this day. Marineford. Thor Weer. These are the targets she dreams of destroying and killing. The shame of the destruction of the former kingdom of nations. Today, Charlotte Linlin must kill enough Marine. In this way, G was able to let out a gloomy sigh in his heart. Boom. Under the wrath of the ant, the cloudless sky began to gather overcast clouds. There are lightning arcs flickering on it, and there are firelights flickering. Packed with terrifying heavy murderous intent, Cage 590 singles the entire Marineford. Ha ha ha. Damn Marine, kill me. 33 Charlotte Linlin growled fiercely. The thunderclouds and fire clouds that control the sky were the first to attack. I haven't seen you get angry for many years, it's really nostalgic. Kaido looked at the thunder and flames flickering in the sky and felt a little emotional. Why, do you want to feel my lightning too? Charlotte Linlin raised her eyebrows coldly. Lightning? Unfortunately, you are not him. Your thunderbolt doesn't work for me. If it can kill me, I'd be more than happy to feel your lightning. 9. Charlotte Linlin got even more angry when she heard the one in Kaido's mouth. But unfortunately, there must be only that guy. facing the shimmering thunderclouds in the sky. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Thinking of the name makes Charlotte Linlin angrier. Boom. Thor, Weer. The controlled thunder and lightning cloud grew stronger and bigger, completely shrouding Marineford. Hey, don't provoke me. Once smashed, Marineford was absolutely embarrassed on the spot. Even many Marine generals will be affected and killed. Because, with the ability of thunder, he was remembered by Kaido again. The depressing atmosphere immediately enveloped all the generals and officers gathered in naval headquarters. One by one Marines with weapons and fire systems. Charlotte Linlin's lightning attack was a tickling for Kaido. My heart is already swept away by deep fear. Most of the lightning flashes on it have the thickness of an arm. Chapter 220. Eating monsters standing at the peak of the sea is so terrifying. God, is this a natural disaster? Is this the strength of an emperor-level powerhouse? It really is the monsters standing on the top of the sea, terrifying. 3. Numerous Marines, looking at the thunderclouds all over the sky. Shocked and terrified. Seeing this, the warring states also looked solemn. Thunder and lightning, strong men like them are completely unafraid. But such a large-scale ultimate move, covering the entire Marineford. Vice Admiral-level powerhouses can resist, ordinary generals and officers cannot. Once affected by these lightning strikes, a face-to-face encounter would probably kill more than the unnamed Marine. For morale, it was definitely a hit. Garp. Sengoku looked at Garp, and all he got was shaking his head. The range is too large, and I can't completely disperse it. He is good at single attack, not area attack. For such a range of thunderclouds, I really don't want to do it. Completely powerless. Therefore, the warring states set his eyes on the 3 Admiral below the execution platform. Precisely, it is placed in the most central position, on the body of Thor Admiral Weer. Because, Weer also has the power to control lightning. Moreover, it is also extremely good at large-scale thunder attacks. Speaking of being present, who can disintegrate this thundercloud bombardment? I'm afraid, there is only Weer, even Akainu's meteor volcano, Aokiji's ice age, Kizaru's Bachi Chongu Yu. In fact, there was nothing to do with the thunderclouds that Charlotte Linlin summoned. The power is sufficient, but the range is not large enough. Let them hook their hands, and there will definitely be escaped lightning. Even if the casualties are greatly reduced, it cannot be completely avoided. However, Weer once started, then it's different. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Warring States period, most of the Marine executives were basically there. All eyes were on Weer. They're exactly the same idea as the Warring States. Weer felt a little helpless and hugged his hands. Hey, I'm the new Marine Admiral. Shouldn't it be you hooking your hands on such a grand task? Aokiji didn't answer at all, and Kizaru simply pretended to be asleep. The helpless Weer could only get up and step into the void. In the blink of an eye, that seemingly young, but in fact extremely stalwart figure. Now in front of all Marines, stand, under that terrifying thundercloud and fire cloud. Look, advertisement, it's Thor Admiral. Great, with Thor Admiral here, what are these thunderbolts? 93. Marine, who was initially nervous and horrified, immediately stiffened with his weak legs. Use thundercloud attack in front of Thunder God Admiral, the peerless powerhouse who uses thunder. Just kidding. Poly Marines backed away, giving Weer enough room to attack. Then the naked eye could see that Weer had a terrifying aura that shook the void circulating around him. The tyrannical thunder was entwined with the incomparably cold sword intent. Just like that, under the stunned eyes of everyone, it turned into a giant thunderstrike. Nan Wan Volt Rizo, the terrifying thunderstrikes, shooting all the way. Wrapped in the terrifying sword intent that the void will be torn apart. Bravely, it collided with the huge thundercloud and fire cloud that covered the sky. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands of people. 2 extremely terrifying offensives were asked in one place. A dazzling flash of light erupted. Boom! Heaven and earth first lost their voice, and then echoed endlessly with terrifying explosions. The air vibrated and the air pressure swept through. The big waves were surging, causing a large number of large pirates to sway and want to overturn. Those Marines standing in the square are slightly weaker. Affected by the airwaves swept by this collision, even his body could not stand firm. Despite struggling to resist, he was still hit by the airwaves. They fell to the ground. Marine, who was still able to stand, began to cry frantically. Thor Admiral! Thor Admiral! Thor Admiral! They roared and called out the name of Weer, and their eyes were full of unprecedented frenzy. This is Thor. In their eyes, they are comparable to gods walking in the world. Controlling the power of thunder is close to the power of destroying the world. The terrifying thunderclouds that were enough to shock them were defeated almost instantly. And that terrifying giant thunderstrike, even the power has not weakened at all. Just like that, it fluttered towards the sky, and the void squirmed wildly. Almost broken. Even at that moment, the dazzling sun was shrouded in the flash of thunder. Among the eyes of more than 100,000 people, there is only a thunderous strike that has been dazzling and tyrannical to the extreme. Damn, on the stormy sea, Charlotte Linlin's wild smile suddenly subsided. Because Thundercloud was easily defeated, Charlotte Linlin knew who the angler was. Marine Admiral, Thor Weer. It was Kaido, who began to frown heavily. Powerful, stronger than ever, even at that moment. Advertisement, even he felt the danger of death, this kid. Kaido couldn't believe it. I vaguely remember that the last battle happened in New World. That was just a few months ago. Weer at that time, at most, barely caught a thunderous 8 trigrams in front of him. The strength is still good, at least the naval headquarters quasi-admiral combat effectiveness. But now, that sword was obviously not a full-strength thunderslash, but it actually brought him the danger of death. Does this mean that Weir's strength has skyrocketed to the point of even surpassing himself? Impossible. Kaido didn't want to believe it, especially oneself has the body of immortality. For so many years, some people can beat themselves, but no one can kill themselves. But this death crisis, which he had never felt before, made Kaido a little terrified. Could this kid really be able to kill me? 33 If you want to commit suicide, it is not the same concept as being violently killed by someone. Kaido's pride will not allow himself to be killed by an 8-year-old child. It shouldn't be, it's probably just an illusion. Kaido, who thought so, watched the angry Charlotte Linlin again. Charlotte Linlin, who gritted her teeth, waved her hand to summon Thundercloud again. However, it was discovered that the defeated Thundercloud was no longer under his control at all. There are also a lot of thunder flashes in the sky. And that's not Charlotte Linlin's ability. It was Weer, the thunder that gathered in the sky with the fruit of thunder. This kid. Naval headquarters. Weir's fighting power, Lee Nuo's, displayed at this moment, only the real strong G can feel it. Simply powerful and terrifying. Akainu, a former defeated general, has been thinking about finding a chance. Challenge Weer through the promotion battle. Stepping on the dignity of Weer, once again returned to the ranks of the 3 Admiral. For this reason, I practice hard every day, but at this moment, Akainu completely lost the idea. Unbeatable. Yes, it is invincible. Seeing the lightning strike that just went around, Akainu completely understood. By himself, he couldn't keep up with Weir's pace. Even, the strength between the two is getting bigger and bigger. I'm afraid that in this lifetime, don't try to catch up with Weer. Not to mention, if you win the battle, you will be ashamed before it snows. Ming Ming Ming, Weer is so scary. Kizaru's face was wretched, but there was a flicker of fear in the depths of his pupils. Aokiji was also horrified, and shook his head red with a wry smile. This jar is less than a year old. The arrogant young man in demon-killing town was already so powerful. Chapter 221. Charlotte Linlin in anger, Marineford about to be overturned. Weer he. Sengoku looked at Garp with envy in his eyes. You old fellow's grandson is really good. Instantly tear apart the thunderclouds, and see the enthusiastic cheers of many Marines. All of a sudden, the morale skyrocketed to its peak. Even his fleet admiral, when mobilized before the war. I haven't seen these Marines, so high morale, hey hey. Garp held the senbei and smiled happily. He didn't speak, just looked at Weer, who was guarded by many Marines in the distance. In the bottom of his eyes, there is infinite pampering and pride. Thor, Weer, is not just the spiritual pillar of many Marines today. Even he is Garp's grandson. What a proud thing. Seeing that Garp didn't have any excited expression on his face at the moment, he was actually happy inside. If it weren't for the attention on the field, and the status of his own Marine hero. I'm afraid that I'm about to tell the surprise loudly in front of many Marine executives. See, the strongest admiral in history, Thor Weer, but I'm like a kid. At this time, the thunderclouds gathered by Charlotte Linlin were defeated. Weer fell to the ground from midair. After holding both hands, he stood on the outer city wall. A person faces up to 90 pirate ships and is not afraid. Thor Admiral, as expected, 590 is the strongest active player in the world who defeated Whitebeard. The terrifying slash, even the 4 Emperors' long-awaited offensive was instantly disintegrated, 99. Sure, this time on top of the war, the ending is already doomed. With Thor Admiral around, the 4 Emperors will never be able to capture Marineford. Many Marines, shouting frantically, legends are just legends. Before I saw it with my own eyes, the level of worship was just like that. But after seeing it with his own eyes, especially Weer showed a rhyme like terror force like a god. The original worship suddenly turned into a fanatical worship. And surrounded by many Marines, Thor Admiral is invincible. Thor Admiral invincible, 99, Thor Admiral invincible, 17. There was a constant tidal wave of sound surging into the sky. Rolling swept into Charlotte Linlin's ears. Damn it. Little devil, you can be so arrogant when you think you have blocked my first wave of attacks. Again, Charlotte Linlin felt herself again and became a stepping stone to others. Weer stomped on her dignity and then plunged those Marines into cult. Let's join forces. Advertisement alone, you don't, BDBA, will be his opponent, 99. Kaido looks like he has developed limbs and is somewhat brainless. Actually not stupid. Otherwise, it is difficult to grow into one of the 4 Emperors. Although he doesn't want to admit it, but in terms of hard power. Either himself or Charlotte Linlin. The two alone will not be Weir's opponent. Right now, only 2 people choose to join forces against Weer. Otherwise, they will probably lose this war, but if they join forces, Kaido is still very confident. After all, it is the strength of the 2 Emperors. Even if Weer is strong enough, even the strongest in the active world. But 1 on 2, it is absolutely impossible to win. That would be too exaggerated, it's not your turn yet. Faced with Kaido's proposal, Charlotte Linlin refused directly. I've been waiting for this day too long. Next, if he can still bear it, then I will choose to join hands with you. 93 Bet on your own last dignity. Charlotte Linlin began brewing an attack that was even scarier than just seem. Far away, Marines at Marineford, you can feel the piercing chill. Weer chuckled lightly and raised his brows slightly. He also felt it, feeling Charlotte Linlin's wrath. Feeling her, she was desperate in anger. It's still the same old trick. However, for Charlotte Linlin's explosive momentum, Weer, quite careless. Even recently, an outraged Charlotte Linlin could improve. But not everyone is surrounded by monsters like him. Having reached the 4 Emperors level police strength, he wants to rapidly increase his strength. Impossible at all. So limited growth, the same moves. I couldn't help myself when I was in New World. Now, of course, needless to say. In the end, it must be useless. Let me see how far you have grown. 33. With a clanging sound, the famous sword thunder scabbard behind him. At the moment of holding the famous sword, Weir's gentle temperament suddenly penetrated the world. The sword intent that erupted naturally was terrifying. Advertisement, so strong. The eagle eye who saw it in the distance suddenly vibrated violently. Have you surpassed me? At this moment, Hawkeye has understood. Several months passed. In general, Weer, whose strength has skyrocketed, has also surpassed himself in swordsmanship. The pure sword intent that erupted at this moment is not something he can contend with. Of course, the difference in swordsmanship will not be too big. After all, they are all great swordsmen. However, for Dajanhao, just a little difference is already fatal. What's more, Weer also has the ability to control thunder that complements each other and is extremely terrifying. How did the sea move? Is this the true strength of the 4 Emperors? Manipulate the power of nature, and even the sea can be controlled at will between your hands. 39. The sea, which had gradually calmed down, suddenly became violent. In addition to the area where the 90 pirate ships of the 3 Emperors' allied forces are located, there are constantly amazing waves surging. A wave hit Marineford's harbor, completely unable to shake the outer city walls from the beginning. After a while, the outer city walls could no longer bear the enormous force. Beginning to show signs of cracking, the earth and rocks crumbled, and the dust was everywhere. Such a scene caused many Marines who saw it to start rioting again. Today's scenes are completely attacks that subvert their cognition. I thought I would be able to show off my skills and even have a confrontation with the 4 Emperors. Result. Then everything, there is absolutely no need to have any worries. Because the result is already doomed. It's just the aftermath of the offensive triggered by the portrait, which has already made them feel what it means to be invincible. Really, trouble. The subconscious complaining made Marine around Weer startled. 4 Emperors, do you always like bells and whistles? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the face of such a natural disaster like Big Wave, there is no confidence in my heart. At this moment, under the outer city wall, the only person who is calm and composed will die. To make such a big movement, the power is pitifully small. Can this seemingly overturning wave swept Marineford? For other Admiral here, maybe the surrounding Marine isn't sure. There is only Thor Weer, yeah, we also have Thor Admiral. Even Marine Rear Admiral, even Vice Admiral. Then, the emotion of fear suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, it was Admiral, the God of Thunder, who sat on the outer city walls. Chapter 222, Ice Age, Moby D*K. Hulala. The sea overturned, and the raging waves swept and beat. The huge waves 100 meters high are still climbing. In the blink of an eye, it was already obscuring the sky. Every time the slaps down the giant force, it increases by a few points. At the end, the walls around Malfoto Harbor were already crumbling. The huge waves that cover the sky and the sun are simply an offensive that is punished by heaven. The pirates of the many beast pirates are excited. Ha ha ha, it's really powerful. Is this the fruit power of 4 Emperors Charlotte Ling Ling? Hey, this time, Marine can't beat these waves, right? Really looking forward to it. How many Marines will die if the waves are so terrifying? Boom. Among the many beasts, pirates, they play into the bloodthirsty look. The terrifying sea waves even showed a huge evil smile on his body. Faced with so many fears, Marine slapped and fell. Damn, will we die under this wave? There's Marine exclaiming backwards. But more Marine, it doesn't have to be, because, in front of them, there is a figure that is enough to make them feel at ease. Thor Admiral. Seeing that the waves were almost ready, Weer raised his brows with a chuckle. Not a little bit of progress, a terrifying sea wave to others. In fact, in Weir's view, the power is indeed very general. Compared with the time in the realm of nations, it is indeed slightly stronger. However, it is not enough, because he grew up too fast. Even this big wave, unhindered, could even engulf the entire Marineford. However, Weer has been clanging. The famous knife thunder starts. The tyrannical thundersword intent swept through. Before the attack broke out, the raging waves already had a late and obvious blocking feeling. But not waiting for Weer to act, an icy aura swept over, and a tall figure stood on the city wall alongside him. Leave it to me. Aokiji's mouth has icy breath flowing, looking at Weer and saying, "You can't make people think that you are the only admiral in this department." 99. When the words fell, Weer put away the famous sword. 2. This kind of scene is still very suitable for you to ask. Aokiji nodded helplessly and then spread out his hands. The whole person's momentum suddenly became fierce. Whoosh! The next moment, Aokiji had an extremely cold face on his face. The figure flickered and came directly into the air. His hands suddenly turned into ice cubes, and 2 ice strips spread from his palms. One left and one right, they were directly inserted into the waves that swept down. Advertisement, Ice Age. In an instant, the extreme chill broke out. It looked like a terrifying wave that was about to sweep across Marineford. It just turned into 2 mountain-like ice walls, standing on both sides. Shocked all over. Unprecedented silence. This is the power of Admiral. They, not just have a Thor Admiral. Aokiji's hook hand instantly resolved the crisis. Many panicked Marines quickly calmed down. Yes, be saved. Aokiji Admiral's power is so terrifying. Hey, there's Thor Admiral, Aokiji Admiral, and Kizaru Admiral, and they're in town. We will win. Countless Marines looked at Aokiji hovering in the sky, their eyes full of awe and worship. However, it has not yet reached the level of fanaticism. Marine, in the new era, no one but Weer could really put these Marines into a complete frenzy. But the 2 Admirals shot, easily suppressing the 4 Emperor's 2 large-scale attacks with great destructive power. This made Marine's self-confidence burst, and his mood was high and excited. It's not like it used to be, fear and worry are coming. Instead, he was holding his weapon in anticipation, expecting the 3 Emperor's allied forces to attack quickly. The air is full of chills. Sengoku, Garp, Crane Vice Admiral and others. Looking at the frozen sea in front of him, he couldn't help but ask. Because of Weer, both Kuzan and Paluzolino were overshadowed. You know, the 2 of them are also Admiral. Sengoku Fleet Admiral has some emotions. The sea is frozen, and those pirate ships have been unable to move at all. The war is about to begin. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes flickered as he watched as many as 90 pirate ships in the distance, making a deep voice. Garp clenched his fists, put down the senbei, and laughed out loud. It's been a long time since I was so hot. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. My old bones, I really want to compete with them. In the end, how powerful are these 4 emperors standing at the peak? Warring States immediately said indifferently, your words are fine. As one of the oddballs in Marine, Garp's strength never weakens with age. The body is still so healthy, and the strength is basically the same as the peak period. Facing the 4 emperors is not a big deal. A group of Marines also clenched their weapons. They know, when the sea is frozen, the pirate ship cannot continue to move forward. It is when the top war is about to break out completely. Press. Unprecedented depression. The 2 armies faced off against each other, and they were all suffocating with murderous aura, condensing in one place and running through the sky. Even if the battle has not yet started, the momentum has already begun to confront. Advertisement for Flowers 0 tapping. Shichibukai, who came to help out, was headed by Hawkeye. All of them looked solemn and came to the outer wall of the harbor. Only Hancock, still standing in the original position. Looking at Weir's back, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with love. The man in the concubine is so handsome, at the same time. As Admiral showed his strength, the morale of many Marines exploded. Kizaru, who is wearing Marine Admiral's exclusive justice, also has a wretched expression. A leap came to Aokiji and Weir's side. HMPH, the 4 emperors? They're just a bunch of damn pirates. Dare to attack Marineford and leave them all today. The General Counselor of the headquarters, who has recovered from his injuries, and Akainu, who is on the same level as Admiral. He also snorted coldly and stepped onto the outer city wall. However, it is not side by side with Weer and others. 0 instead, they were half a step behind, in the middle behind the 3 and in front of Vice Admiral and others. It's all here. Weer felt the gathered Admiral battle power, and even the old man Garp was about to move. Even if there is some grudge with Akainu. But at this moment, after all, standing on the same front. He won't say much. The scene was stalemate, in Weer and other Marines, the moment when high-end combat power gathers. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin also began to get off the pirate ship. Step on. With his tall body, every step he fell caused the ice layer to burst into countless debris. If not even the seafloor is frozen, just these 2 steps, the ice layer is afraid that it can't bear it anymore. The cold-faced Charlotte Linlin exudes tyrannical and bloodthirsty murderous intent. The terrifying momentum lingered in all directions. On the 90 pirate ships on the opposite side, there are white-bearded squad leaders. Fortunately, there is Fei Liubao, but it didn't make the beast pirate look too shabby. Kaido waved the iron rod in his hand and laughed. Kaido laughed out loud. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Approaching, the ice in Marineford Harbor suddenly began to break up. But only, the Moby D*K is not there, nor is Whitebeard. As the ice shattered, a giant-coated pirate ship leapt into the sunlight. Huh? No, oops, underwater. Boom coffee. As soon as he realized something, the Warring States period was about to shout angrily. Naval Headquarters, here I am again. Behind the original 3 major disasters, only 1 Yan disaster is left to follow. Marco, Joes and others are there. This time, pacify Marineford. The Moby D*K, who was once the strongest in the world, with a white beard, is finally here, plus. When the two sides confronted each other, the warring states suddenly changed his face. Advertisement Chapter 223, The War on Top, kicked off with artillery bombardment. Ha ha ha, I thought I was going to hide until we and Marine were both hurt. It seems that I can't wait. 99 Upon seeing Kaido, he laughed loudly. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Charlotte Linlin's mouth. Even if, in the past, the four emperors did not deal with each other. But now, they all have a common purpose, that's attacking Marineford. With a strong man like Whitebeard, he is still the Whitebeard pirate at his peak. In this war, who will win or lose is really uncertain. That's the strongest man in the legend, Whitebeard? The captains of the Whitebeard pirates have also assembled. A Colonel Marine, holding a telescope, was full of nervousness and fear. That is the strongest in the world, and his words echoed through Marineford because of the loudspeaker. The entire naval headquarters was suddenly silent. 590s, 3 emperors, gathered, even if the attack has not yet officially erupted. But this pre-war confrontation, the last moment of the war, broke out in silence. It's even more depressing, and people can't help but tremble with fear. Between heaven and earth, even the air was twisted by the squirming of the collision between the two sides. Suffocating. In this suffocating atmosphere, on the Moby D*K of the Whitebeard pirates, there was a dangling sound. Including Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the eyes of countless pirates and marines. It all converged on that man, the strongest ever in the world. Old times, the last king, Whitebeard, Aokiji and Kizaru at the front of Marine. The two looked at the Whitebeard's expression, extremely solemn and solemn. Akainu, who was half a step behind, also had a solemn expression. Weer alone is now expected for Whitebeard to fish from the water. I just didn't expect that even the Ice Age could not stop the Moby D*K. Glancing at Weer, the white-bearded 12 workers Tien Kongyun holding the supreme sword. His eyes fell on Sengoku and Garp, Gulalala. Warring states, we haven't seen each other for decades, right? Whitebeard. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard with a sullen face. Whitebeard opened his mouth and stood on the deck of the Moby D*K. Even with scars all over his body, he is facing up to 100,000 marine elites. There was no fear on his face. Compared with Charlotte Linlin, she is too arrogant and domineering. The real king's demeanor, the spleen is out of the audience. Whitebeard, your time has passed. Advertisement this trip to Muddy Water, you don't need to come. I just want to purge the blood of evil, it has nothing to do with you. Warring State's eyes flickered, looking at Whitebeard's cold rhyme. My dear son, it's all right. However, Whitebeard didn't care at all and said to himself. The voice that seems to be asking is completely questioning. It seems that you have to join this war. Warring States clenched his fists tightly and ordered coldly. Fire. With an order, the Marines who had long been extremely excited. Load the ammunition and explode the artillery attack directly. The overwhelming artillery fire aimed at the Moby D*K in front of him. He also aimed at the pirate ship of the 3 Emperors' allied forces, as many as 90 in the distance. Boom. Boom boom boom, accompanied by the roar of a large number of bomb explosions. Most of the shells were easily intercepted by Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. A small number of shells landed on the ice layer on the edge of many pirate ships. There are potholes all over the solid ice layer. The ice ships that vibrated and shattered were flying all over the sky. Attack. In the face of that wave after wave, the upcoming artillery bombardment did not stop at all. An angry Charlotte Linlin also ordered angrily. Kill the damn Marines. 11. A group of pirates were also extremely excited. The muzzle on the pirate ship is the first time. Aiming at the direction of naval headquarters, began to cover artillery bombardment. Boom boom boom. The cannonballs wrapped in hot flames turned into parabolas, constantly falling on the outer walls of Marineford. Wrapped in a loud explosion, the impact of the airwaves made the ground tremble. The shocking top war has officially broken out. Weer still had an indifferent smile on his face. Facing the cannonballs falling from the sky, Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru and others. All were prepared to destroy these shells with an attack. But they didn't give them a chance at all. Just as those shells were about to fall into Marineford Square. A strange aura erupted from Weir's body. Suddenly, a tyrannical power enveloped all directions. That was the power that even Aokiji and other Admiral could feel infinite heart palpitations. Conqueror's Haki. A near substantial Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement. Unlike Luffy, Conqueror's Haki can only stun the fish. Weir's Conqueror's Haki erupting at this moment can even kill those who are weaker on the spot. Even in the face of heavy artillery bombardment, under the sweep of Weer Conqueror's Haki, he was also blocked in midair. A violent explosion reverberated under the sky. The shockwave was completely unable to affect the people on the outer city walls of Marineford. Such a strong Conqueror's Haki once again shocked everyone around him. Thor Admiral, strong again. Akainu didn't expect it. With that Conqueror's Haki alone, the artillery fire was blocked in midair. However, it was Admiral who quickly calmed down. Because the war is still going on. Damn it kid, I don't believe you can stop all the shells. Charlotte Linlin growled angrily. Staring at Weir's direction, he continued to give cruel orders. Boom boom boom. Huge cannonballs, wrapped in a terrifying sound of breaking the air. It rained down densely, targeting the outer walls of Marineford where Weer was. Boom boom boom. But still useless. those dense artillery shells were completely blocked in midair by Weer. Except for a few, as the outer walls of Marineford were not even touched. They fell on top of the ice layer, causing violent vibrations. That is, thunder and rain. Neither Kaido nor Charlotte Linlin has the ability of Weer. Can block artillery bombardment in a large area, 1.0. Under the fierce artillery bombardment from the west, 2 large pirate ships were finally hit by the cannonballs. Boom! Wrapped in a violent explosion, the monstrous fire rose up. What? The pirates on the pirate ship were instantly swallowed by the sea of fire. He screamed and tried to escape, but was directly killed by the shells that fell immediately. But all this, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, are completely ignored. This is war. War is impossible without casualties. Especially now, this top war. What they need to face is naval headquarters. There will be no shortage of casualties. Now that they dared to attack naval headquarters, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido are ready. Even if the entire army is wiped out, as long as she and Kaido are still alive, as long as they can hit Marine, then everything is worth it. Chapter 224. The 3 emperors join forces. The sky is stained with blood. Gu la la la. I didn't expect that one day I would also be ignored. Whitebeard stands atop the Moby D*K, just off Marineford Harbor. Seeing the artillery bombardment from both sides, no one cared about his existence. He directly slammed Tiankongyun next to him, and then crossed his arms in front of him. Suddenly, it slammed down towards both sides, and the air burst and hummed instantly. Cobweb-like cracks swept through quickly. Under this shock, a large number of pirates and marines came to their senses. God, is this the strength of the strongest man in the world? What happened to that explosion? Oops, that water level. Hi Jen. It even shook to dry the sea, under the terrified gazes of countless marines. The water level around naval headquarters was turbulent and began to sink rapidly. But soon, peace was restored. Has the vibrations calmed down? Just around, what happened? Yu Marine was puzzled and stared at the scene in front of him in astonishment. Just even if the vibration disappears, the terrifying sea shock shown by Whitebeard also shocked countless marines. A terrifying and depressing aura completely swept the audience. And Ace, who saw the white-bearded fisherman, couldn't help gritting his teeth and roaring. Dad. And a big surprise. Obviously I ignored the advice and ran out. Why don't you abandon me? 99. It's my self-willedness, and I will do it like this. 33. Do not, just like the original 13. Facing Ace's roar, Whitebeard said in a deep voice, I told you to go. 99. Ace was slightly stunned, recalling the past with his friends. The thought of it is about to let these friends who love them fall into this kind of crisis. Ace couldn't help shaking his head and roaring. Stop lying, what nonsense. You clearly stopped me at that time, and before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Whitebeard. Well, I told you to go. Whitebeard's voice is beyond doubt. Let Ace, suddenly stunned in place. The captains under Whitebeard's command are completely the same as Whitebeard's. Ah, Dad is right. The captain of the first team, Marco, echoed Whitebeard. I heard it too. You've had a hard time, Ace. When the words fell, Marco changed the subject and continued to speak domineeringly. Above this sea, everyone should know. What will happen to our fellow anglers? As soon as Marco's voice fell, all the Whitebeard pirates burst into flames. We'll never let anyone who hurt you, Ace, wait for me, I'll save you right away. Make your mind up, naval headquarters. The captains were surging and shouting loudly. The atmosphere conflict at this moment has finally reached its peak. In the next instant, the entire naval headquarters suddenly shook violently. Countless marines had expressions of horror on their faces. Looking around, he could barely hold the swords and guns in his hands. I saw Aokiji's frozen ice shattered and a huge tsunami surge. One left and one right, the roar swept over, to devour the entire naval headquarters in an instant. Seeing this, the Warring States period widened his eyes and couldn't help but shout loudly. Don't think that if we have an absolute numerical advantage, we can definitely win. That man has the power to destroy the world. Advertisement. In the end, it may be us who fail. 19. The voice of Sengoku's anger echoed in all directions. The Hakuan detonated by Whitebeard's power climbed to the limit. At this moment, countless people were shocked. In the face of Naoying's monstrous waves hitting naval headquarters, countless marines couldn't stop exclaiming. Just in the nick of time, Weer, who had been watching all this indifferently, hooked his hands. Clang. A metallic buzzing sounded, and the extreme cold light flashed in the sky. Boom. The incomparably terrifying Thunder Dragon danced above the sky in the blink of an eye. Roar. The ferocious Thunder Dragon seemed to roar silently. It swept across the top and collided with Hygen, who was detonated by Whitebeard. Z-Lala. 2 tyrannical attacks suddenly collided. Wrapped in a violent explosion, 2 huge waves were instantly defeated. The Thunder Dragon also completely collapsed and emptied after destroying the 2 huge waves. But the 2 collided, resulting in a violent impact of airwaves. So that in addition to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and the above forces can also stand firm. Others, basically couldn't help but go backwards. Thor Admiral is invincible. The terrified Marines couldn't help raising their arms and shouting. Such a terrifying wave, Thor Admiral defeated with one move. Stronger than the strongest Whitebeard in the world, but that's all. The confident Marines shouted wildly, Thor will be invincible. Thor will be invincible. Thor Admiral is invincible. 22. Rolling sound waves, sweeping the sky, and Weer didn't care about the crowd's shouts. Instead, he defeated high gen caused by Whitebeard and then watched Aokiji. Aokiji nodded silently, waving his hand and the icy breath swept through. The big waves that were rolling in the sky were frozen again. This time, Aokiji paid a small price. Make the ice layer stronger. You can destroy the ice layer, but you can't trigger the terrifying sea earthquake. And seeing this, the ant's eyes flickered and she shouted coldly. Kaido, here's our chance. Order everyone to prepare for a melee attack. Abandon the ship, step onto the ice, and attack Marineford. Previously it was because of guarding against Aokiji. If you can make hard ice, you can remove the hard ice. Now, completely frozen twice, even Aokiji was not relieved so easily. Even if you want to cancel, with their 3 Emperor-level powerhouses, it is not that easy. Come on. Kill the damn Marines, Marineford, destroy it in the next few days. Under the orders of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, many pirates began to roar and charge. The pirates holding the weapons in their hands, their eyes are red, and they are completely in a crazy mood. Under the harbor, Whitebeard looked up at Aokiji, who was hovering in the sky. Hey, Aokiji kid, do you think you're that kid Weer? Aokiji is despised and not angry. After all, the person he was compared to was Weer. Indeed, there is no way for him to compare with that kind of monster. Advertisement, but in the face of the old Whitebeard, Aokiji is still fearless. With a wave of his hand, a large number of ice spears suddenly appeared in the air. Wrapped in a sharp and piercing sound, the overwhelming ice spear shrouded the Whitebeard. 2 thorn spears. Whitebeard snorted coldly, clenched his fists and tapped the air on both sides. The air then shattered like a mirror, and a terrifying shock swept across the sky. What? Click. Chingshong's 2 thorny spears smashed directly into the sky. Even his body quickly spread terrifying cracks. Alara. That was the moment when Aokiji touched Whitebeard's shock attack, decisively let his body enter elementalization. Immediately afterwards, his body shattered under the shock of Whitebeard and fell into the sea below. The countless shattered ice slag fell to the sea and suddenly gathered into the figure of Aokiji. A fierce battle broke out between the 2 powerhouses, and the pirates frantically screamed and rushed to kill. Marine, of course, is not to be outdone. Admiral is on, we can't let this bunch of damn pirates go. Bombardment. The Marine generals in charge of the heavy artillery all waved their swords and shouted. Accompanied by countless shouts, cannonballs wrapped in scorching 590 flames fell like raindrops from the sky. The pirates of the 3 emperors' allied forces, who rushed to kill the collar, completely shrouded it. Boom boom boom. Wrapped in a violent explosion, it was the sound of a large number of pirates screaming. 99. Even if it is the 4 emperors' forces, not every pirate is a superpower. In the face of this cannon fire that even Marine Quasi-Admiral could threaten, a large amount of blood was shot, and the stumps and broken arms flew. Miserable howls continued to echo in the sky, killing and injuring more than 100 pirates face to face. Fire in the sky. At the critical moment, Charlotte Linlin controlled the flames. What? Dozens of Marines also howled and vanished, reassuring the timid pirates. It's our turn to hook. Killing dozens of Marines, Charlotte Linlin is getting more and more excited. Turning back, looked at Kaido and said aloud, already eager to try. Ha ha ha, let's do it. The words fell, and the 2 Emperor-level powerhouses suddenly rhythmically moved. Flame Calamity Kai and Fei Liubao, as well as a group of animals with devil fruit abilities. We can't watch it anymore. Seeing this, the Marines also shouted and roared. Joes waited for the squad leader and followed closely behind. Clang. Soon, the allied forces of the 3 emperors and 100,000 Marines went hand in hand. They all followed Kaido and Charlotte Linlin and started rushing towards naval headquarters. Outrageously charge. Clang. An unprecedented chaos. Kill. Only in close combat, G can face such a group attack. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Intertwined in the sky, countless vibrations erupted. When the words fell, he turned into a phoenix and accelerated towards the Marineford Fortress Square. Various devil fruit abilities, swordplay, Marine 6 styles. So that most of the ice layer was instantly stained red with blood. Seeing this, Marco also lay down directly. Stop the fire-breathing bombardment, because the pirates have already hit the harbor that is approaching the headquarters. Chapter 225, Monster vs. Monster, continue the unfinished battle. The pungent smell of blood permeated all directions in the west. The dazzling blood was scattered all over the ice layer. Either Marine or pirate, at this moment, they are all crazy. Every now and then, a fresh life is taken away. There was blood everywhere, and the stump of the leg was flying. There was also a shrill scream mixed in, making the entire battlefield feel like an Asura hell. The skeletons form a forest, and the blood floats on the skull. At this time, Doberman Vice Admiral started. The weapon covers the armed color hockey and rushes into the pirate crowd. It's almost like no one is there. Every time the attack fell, at least 2 or 3 pirates were killed by him. Soon, 1 meter in front of Doberman was in a vacuum. Then, a large number of pirates stepped forward, and they continued to be quickly beheaded by Doberman as if they were cutting leeks. Great, it's our Vice Admiral Thistle. Seeing this, Marine became more and more excited. Wield weapons and fight hard to kill pirates. Even though his body was already dripping with blood, his eyes were still extremely excited to slash and kill the pirates. Clang. It was also when Doberman rushed to kill recklessly. One has black wings on his back and a huge samurai sword hanging from his waist. The terrifying pirate surrounded by flames came to Doberman. The beast pirate, the first of the three major disasters, Yan Ash. The strength is second only to Kaido in the entire beast pirate network. Clang. With a loud metal symphony, Doberman was knocked into the air. As strong as Fire Ashes, that is a strong man who can compete with Admiral. The mere Vice Admiral is not an opponent at all. The sudden reversal of the form of the hook made the pirates who had been demoralized suddenly cheered up. Kill, kill, kill. The roar continued to echo in all directions, and Marine was once pressed and beaten by the allied forces of the three emperors. The whole army hooks. Seeing this, the Warring States period immediately and decisively ordered. Kill. Suddenly, a large number of Vice Admiral hooked up and joined the fierce battle across the sky. A prospective admiral like Momoshiki came to Doberman for the first time. Facing the ashes of direct fire, your opponent is me. Looking coldly at Yan Ash, Momoshiki rhymed coldly. Yan Ashes didn't speak, and directly hooked the sheath of the weapon and slashed towards Momoshiki brazenly. Clang. Under the sound of metal symphony, a fierce conflict broke out between the two. Above the city wall, watching this scene of many Marines manipulating artillery. Just feel the scalp tingling. Is this an unprecedented top war? The melee of nearly 200,000 people is so terrifying. While many Marines were horrified, Weer kept a small smile on his face. Weer has been silent since the war broke out, because his eyes have been on Charlotte Linlin. Last time, I let you escape. Come to Naval headquarters this time, then stay. Weer's eyes are cold and ruthless. While looking at Charlotte Linlin, the other side is staring at Weer. Little devil, advertisement today will be your last day. The eyes are facing each other, and the murderous intention is revealed. The terrifying power collided with each other across the distance. You and I joined forces against Whitebeard? Aokiji looked calm and looked at Kizaru next to him. What about Kaido? With a wretched expression on his face, Kizaru asked with a hand spread. I come. Akainu volunteered, and the lava was already surging all over his body. It hasn't been too long since Kaido was hit hard when he last broke into impel down. His immortality only means that he has the ability to be difficult to kill. It doesn't mean that if you suffer any heavy damage, you can restore your peak combat power in a short time. In this case, Akainu faces Kaido. If it's just entanglement and delay, let other battlefields gain an advantage as soon as possible. So the problem is not too big. Charlotte Linlin, I'll kill her here. Weer narrowed his eyes and spoke to the crowd without turning his head. Stepping on the void, the famous sword Thunder has already fallen into his hands. The gentle aura of his body suddenly changed. Mixed with the terrifying Conqueror's haki, the tyrannical sword swept the audience. At this moment, because of Weer's outburst of sword power, many pirates made mistakes and were killed on the spot. The pirates who died at this moment have surpassed the name recognition. Kill, however, there are still powerful pirates. Not affected by Weer's momentum. Wielding a bloodstained blade, after a battle, at least 10 Marines were slaughtered. The more he killed, the more excited he got, the closer he got to the harbor of naval headquarters. Ha ha ha, all die for me. This pirate with a light and light-armed color haki, there's really no one in front of him who can stop him. Several Marines joined forces to stop them, but they were all directly brutalized on the spot. Falling in a pool of blood, the dead can no longer die. Ordinary Marines are simply not the opponents of this powerful pirate. The other Vice Admiral and prospective Admiral have basically encountered powerful opponents. Even some of the Vice Admiral have no opponents and are too far from their battlefield. In such a chaotic situation, no one could discover the powerful pirates in time. Kill him on the spot. But, at the next moment, a young figure appeared in front of him. That Marine epaulette, is it familiar? The powerful pirate with a grinning smile was a little puzzled. However, it's just a little bit of doubt. The movement of the hand is still not slow, and it is necessary to wave the bloodstained blade to continue to kill the person in front of him. But the bloodstained blade was just held in midair. The powerful pirate froze in place. It was as if he had seen something terrible. With a bang, the tower fell directly to the ground. His eyes lost the bloodthirsty and insolent before, and there was only an unprecedented fear shrouded in them. Police kill me. 97 in front of him, it was the Thor Admiral who came towards Charlotte Linlin. Weer. Sen Lang looked at this powerful pirate. Weer snapped his fingers and shot with a thunderous blade. Puff. Advertisement as a result. Charlotte Linlin arrived, swung her huge weapon, and blocked Weer's blow. Little devil, your opponent is me. You still want to kill someone in front of me, that's impossible. Blocking Weer's thunderblade, Charlotte Linlin roared at Weer. Ah. Weer chuckled and looked at Charlotte Linlin. No one can stop the person I want to kill. So is Whitebeard, and so are you. The words fall. Just hear a squeak. Just blocked by Charlotte Linlin, the mighty pirate who wanted to take off Weer was headed by the spring. Charlotte Linlin, of course, didn't really want to save the pirate. But what Weer wanted to do, she wanted to destroy the organization. Pity. It was the first confrontation between the two that had not met for a long time. Still Weer has the upper hand. Damn brat, you've completely d me off. Today, you must die. Once again defeated by Weer's means, Charlotte Linlin was completely in a fit of rage. However, he was barely able to maintain his sanity, and his red eyes roared and roared. Anyone can talk big. If you want to fight, just do it directly. The dignified four emperors, how can it be like a rash? Weer sneered. Looking at Charlotte Linlin with a chuckle, her words and expressions were extremely relaxed. There is no sense of urgency to face a terrifying and powerful enemy at all. Come on, let's help Ant kill this damn brat. It's this kid who killed our boss in the realm of nations. Even the entire world of nations was destroyed in his hands. I must avenge this revenge. Around Charlotte Linlin, a large number of pirates roared. Wielding a weapon, trying to match Charlotte Linlin to kill Weer. Even if it can only affect Weer a little, for Charlotte Linlin of the top powerhouse. It can also greatly increase the odds of winning. It's a pity that the enemy they, Lee Nuo's, face is Thor Weer. 1. Conqueror's Hawkeye has cultivated to a terrifying existence that is close to its peak. With the observation Hawkeye Extreme Weer, even a four emperor's sneak attack is useless. Not to mention these moth-like pirates around. Soon, his heart stopped beating, and he died on the spot. Weer was faster than Charlotte Linlin and disappeared in place in an instant. Stepping out gently, the ice layer shattered. Wherever he passed, the ice burst, and Marine was thrown upside down by the blow. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Not only can it clean up miscellaneous soldiers, but also a terrifying Hawkeye with super lethal power. Waving a big knife, he charged directly at Weer. What kind of skill is it to bully the weak? Fight me if you have the skill. Just waiting for you. When the rhyme appeared again, there were many Marines and pirates who had already crossed the fierce battle. In an instant, all the pirates around Weer collapsed to the ground. This is Weer's Conqueror's Hawkeye, with Charlotte Linlin, head to head. Fresh blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes turned white. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin couldn't hold back her anger any longer. Unleash the tyrannical Conqueror's Hawkeye with a thunderous sword. Weer's eyes flashed, and a small smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 226. Kill the Red Eyes face to face, and the artillery fire is raging in the sky. Boom boom boom. Weer raised his sword violently, and the wind was raging wherever he passed. It collided violently with the wind pressure caused by Charlotte Linlin. Caused terrifying wind and waves, swept through layers of ground. Anyone who was close to the two, whether it was Marine or a pirate, was instantly hooked. The battlefield where the head was shaking, suddenly appeared a vacuum zone with only two people. Above the fence, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu and others watched Weer and Charlotte Linlin who were about to collide head-on, and a fierce battle broke out. They couldn't help shaking their heads. Just facing the four emperors directly can still have an absolute advantage. It can already be seen. Weer, who is only 8 years old, has surpassed us a lot. Qingshong was the first to ask. Akainu, Kizaru, are silent. Because, Aokiji's words, they approve, from any angle. Now Weer's strength is absolutely superior to anyone in Marine. Including their Admiral-level police combat power, as well as Garp, Sengoku, these old-time powerhouses. Kill. The collision between Marine and the pirates continues. And as time goes by 590, the situation is intensifying. The two sides who killed the Red Eye were all reckless. If there is no weapon, then punch to the flesh. Even fingernails and teeth can become weapons for both parties. An extremely cruel and bloody battle unfolded. You alert. This guy, leave it to me. 97 on the execution platform in the distance. Warring States just wanted to do it. As a result, Garp stopped him. What a squeak. With a few clunks from his hands, Garp's eyes are fixed in a certain direction. That is the place where Kaido is located. It's terrifying. This is the four emperors, 99. Can we really win? Or, run away? We are not opponents at all. 33. At this time, in front of Kaido, there are a lot of Marines chasing and blocking. But everyone's faces were full of panic, can fight hard at first. You know, seeing even Stoloberg's Vice Admiral was easily blown away by Kaido. It fell into the crowd and was directly hit hard. These Marines are already split in the liver and gallbladder. Being able to hold on until now without running is already considered that their spirit is firm enough. Here, it's up to the old man. Advertisement you guys, go and deal with the other pirates. Also at this time, dressed in justice, the hero Garp falls from the sky. It landed heavily on the ice, causing a loud bang. With a wave of your hand, face Kaido and disperse the surrounding Marines. Yes, Garp Vice Admiral, some Marine exclaimed. Garp said without looking back. Don't forget how many compatriots these pirates have killed. Today, you are allowed not to hold any hands. We will not accept any surrender until the war is completely over. In the face of these vicious pirates, dare to attack Marineford. My request to you is only one word. Kill. As soon as Garp finished speaking, many Marines suddenly became excited. Kill. Kill. 99. Kill. 99. The enthusiastic shouting and killing sounded to the sky, infecting the other Marines around. Marine, who had regained his courage, simply rushed into the pirate crowd. A new round of slaughter started. Oh, Garp, you're getting old bones. What, you don't want to live anymore? Kaido looked down at Garp, his eyes revealing Paulson's murderous intent. Just you? If you want to kill the old man, then try it. Boom. Garp smiled lightly, then took the initiative. With both hands covered with super-armed Hawkeye, Kaido, who was smashed with one punch, kept flying upside down. At such a scene, the Marines who watched it became more and more excited. Bang bang bang. Holding the fire-trained Marine in his hand, a fierce bullet attack broke out. A large number of pirates suddenly screamed and fell into a pool of blood. Died under a hail of bullets. There are also a large number of Marines, armed with various BDBA weapons, waving and dashing into the crowd of pirates. Every time a weapon is swung, it can bring blood flowers all over the sky. The blood splattered on the ice, and under the sunlight, it was dazzling red. Horror has long been filled with a strong and pungent bloody smell. The top of the war quickly entered the white-hot stage of fierce battle. On the horizon, the flames of ashes flapping their wings coldly overlooked the earth. The large samurai sword around his waist was already in his hands. Look at the direction where a certain Marine is gathering, and swing it directly to explode a terrifying slash. Boom. A large slash fell from the sky, and the void continued to vibrate and whine. Advertisement the moment it touched the ice surface, a large number of Marines screamed and died on the spot under this move. Dignified Ashes, the absolute powerhouse of the beast pirates, ranked second in strength. Even in a head-to-head confrontation with Admiral, there is nothing to fear. To deal with these ordinary Marines, it is naturally easy to slaughter. Leave this guy to me, Whitebeard, it's up to you. Above the wall, Aokiji and others saw this scene. They all wanted to do it, but Kizaru took the lead. Kizaru, who turned into a golden light, dropped this sentence and flew directly over a large distance. Coming in front of Yan Ash, waving his hand as a golden lightsaber. Stop the Shaoyun Calamity burn once again hit the massacre. Boom. With a loud bang, Yan Calamity was stunned to find that his attack was blocked. Then he turned his head to look, slightly stunned but quickly recovered. Admiral Kizaru. Give me death. The Flame Calamity attacked without hesitation, wielding the sword and attacking Kizaru. Hey, why are you so hot-tempered? Kizaru smiled wretchedly, but his movements were not slow. Quickly condensing the Tiankong Cloud Sword, facing the blow of Yan Ash. Boom boom boom. Above the sky, suddenly there were countless explosions echoing. Both of them are super strong, and they will definitely not be able to decide the outcome in a short period of time. After one move was equal, the two faced each other directly. Above the sky, a fierce battle broke out. Whitebeard. With me here, don't try to step into Marineford today. Meanwhile on the other side, Akainu and Chingnai have both faced the once strongest in the world, Whitebeard. Gyula Lara, two little devils, don't talk big, boom. Without any hesitation, Whitebeard immediately shattered the void. Aokiji and Akainu's bodies split instantly, but also because he was guarding against Whitebeard from the beginning, he entered elementalization in advance. The moment it turned into debris and magma, it returned to its original state. Then they violently attacked and killed Whitebeard. Two thorn spears. 99, Great Eruption. 33 The two Marine Admiral level police forces quickly became a mess with Whitebeard. The Phoenix Marco, Diamond Yoja and others want to break from Marine's side. They were also intercepted by Momosagi and other prospective Admiral. The strength of the two sides can be said to be evenly matched, and it is difficult to divide the victory and defeat in a short period of time. The only possibility to change the balance of this battle is the two sides fighting fiercely in the mid-air. Chapter 227. This is Thor, the power of a god, death to me. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were red and furious. Wielding huge weapons, terrifying mighty slashes broke out continuously. From the super-strong swordsmanship of the giant clan, the pursuit is the ultimate strength and destruction. The void is under the new strike of this terrifying power, roaring and whining. But, if other Admiral faced this move, I am afraid either elementalize or dodge directly. Unfortunately, what Charlotte Linlin is facing is Weer, the thunder god whose swordsmanship has reached the peak of the world. Tips for carving insects. With a chuckle, Weer held the blade in his hand and stalked Hawkeye's famous sword with a thunderous slash. The thunder slash containing more than 10,000 volts of energy exploded instantly. Even the bright sunshine has been robbed of its brilliance. Between the heavens and the earth, it seems that there is only the dazzling thunder slash that flickers with the ultimate arc. God, is this the strongest Admiral in history? Thor Weer, this is simply the power of a god. Damn, I can't move. Many pirates who approached this thunderbolt slashed out in horror. Absolute fear engulfed the whole body. It made their figures who had been slashing and slashing quickly become slightly dull. Then, he was beheaded on the spot by the excited and completely unaffected Marine. Die. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin doesn't care about the life and death of those pirates at all. Struggling to slash Wei Guo, trying to destroy Weir's thunder slash. Today, I will kill you. Staring at Weir's place, Charlotte Linlin's eyes were about to burst into tears. Infinite hatred, hatred of the destruction of the realm of nations. The shame of being hit hard in the past, led Charlotte Linlin utterly insane. What? Hearing this, Weer seemed to hear a big joke in the open air. You don't want to say that you can kill me just by being a defeated general? When in the realm of nations, you are a whole BIGMOM pirate plus yourself. Can't help me. Are you alone at this moment? Want to kill me too? Ant, you are 4 emperors anyway, so stupid. Provocation, the provocation of Kai Guoguo. The ant heard it, but she was suppressing her anger. Yes, suppress anger, Charlotte Linlin isn't stupid either. Knowing that once you lose your mind, you will only rely on instinct to fight. Moreover, the enemy is indistinguishable. In that state, although the strength will increase slightly. Advertisement, but it has no effect on Weer. They may even lose their minds quickly. Hey, did it fail? Weer did deliberately anger Charlotte Linlin. For him, fighting is not a hard hit and kill is a skill. Weer, who has already proven himself, needs to do is quickly kill Charlotte Linlin. Change the balance of victory and defeat in this battle, and lay the absolute victory with the fastest speed. Result. You still have to go around by yourself. Muttering, Weer slammed down a thunderbolt. Today's Weer can easily unleash a thunderous slash containing 5 million volts. For Charlotte Linlin, the pressure is enormous. Fire in the sky. Sudden control of the flames to meet Weir's thunderous slash. Just a face-to-face, the fire directly collapsed. The thunder slash, with a little more power left, slammed into Charlotte Linlin. However, because of the extremely strong physique, with the terrifying armed color Hawkeye, the thunder, which has been greatly weakened, can't do any damage to Charlotte Linlin at all. It just irritated her even more, because Charlotte Linlin found herself. Even Weir's random blows could not be completely suppressed. Does this mean that he has no hope of victory today? Revenge, completely impossible? Well, not today, I must kill you. Groaning, Charlotte Linlin's voice burst into the direction of Weer. Lightning strike. A huge fist wrapped around a lot of electricity and flames suddenly fell towards Weir's face. Wrapped in the roar of the void, it can be seen how powerful the power is. Cut. Weer has no fear. In the face of that terrifying huge fist, the figure does not retreat but advances. The thunderbolt of the famous sword suddenly fell, and the slashing slash instantly erupted and shot hard. Boom. 2 sky-shattering explosions followed by a wave of terror. Those pirates and marines who fought fiercely retreated one after another and were greatly affected. Even Charlotte Linlin was under this slash. The thunder and fire crit was completely defeated. It's not just that it didn't hurt Weer, instead, a blackened sword mark was left on his fist. Pressure. Unprecedented pressure. Charlotte Linlin is now more and more calm, even if she is furious. For Flowers.0, this kid is stronger. After several tentative collisions, both of them already knew the general strength of the other. Advertisement compared to when he was in the realm of nations, Weer has grown again by not a single star. Observation Hawkeye actually cultivated to the extreme. Can I really win? Charlotte Linlin, who was originally angry that she would kill Weer today, has lost her confidence. However, things have come to this point. Is there any chance of going back? There is none left. The dignity of the 4 emperors, so that she will not run away a second time. If you're still defeated today, then hit Marine as hard as you can. Flame blast. Charlotte Linlin, who gritted her teeth, had already made a decision in her heart. Roaring and attacking, Weer shot at him. The scorching sun shattered, battering the remaining power unabated. Charlotte Linlin subconsciously dodged sideways, and the slash passed her. Boom. The ice surface that fell directly behind Charlotte Linlin took away the lives of a large number of beasts and pirates. Thunder. Charlotte Linlin is drinking. The ability to stimulate fruit. Horizon. One after another thunder gathered and fell from the sky. Completely shrouded Weer in it. One blade style thunder dragon, 39. Weer smiled lightly and faced the terrifying thunder pillar, waving his hand and slashing with a knife. The terrifying thunder column was instantly assimilated with most of the power, strengthening Weir's thunder strike. At a very fast speed, he slashed towards Charlotte Linlin's face. Wiguo. Charlotte Linlin remembers this. In front of the real powerhouse who can control thunder, the god of thunder Weer. The eruption of a thunderous attack was entirely an act of capitalizing on the enemy. Boom boom boom. The two collided on the offensive, and the airwaves squeezed and swept. The ice layer burst, and the screams continued. Charlotte Linlin couldn't help being hit by Weer and knocked back 2 steps. However, Weer was completely unaffected and slashed again with a slash. Damn. Charlotte Linlin's pupils trembled violently when she saw the thunderous slash coming from the dazzling light. A strong crisis enveloped her heart, prompting her to move frantically to avoid this offensive. Taste. On the occasion of listening to Jun. A terrifying thunderslash, cutting off some of Charlotte Linlin's hair. Don't wait for Charlotte Linlin to breathe a sigh of relief. In the distance behind her, the pirates about to enter Marineford. Directly swallowed by this dazzling thunderslash. Chapter 228. Absolute Suppression, the secret weapon of the beasts and pirates. What? The screams were wrapped in flesh and blood, and the vicious pirates were heartbroken. Run away. He was awakened directly from the madness of the red eyes, and turned around hastily to escape. The severe blow even penetrated the ice layer to the bottom. Yu Wei Lei Ting, who was attached to the deep rift, and those pirates who touched it even a little bit, would die on the spot. Just a blink of an eye. More than 100 pirates fell under the blow of this thunder. Seeing Charlotte Linlin at a disadvantage, Kaido turned back and swung the iron bar. To attack Weer with thundering 8 trigrams, trying to help Charlotte Linlin. But Kaido hadn't even hit the hook at all, and a pair of iron fists of love had already fallen on him. Boom. After 2 questions, Kaido grimaced in pain. Under the mighty force of the Iron Fist of Love, even he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Fighting with me, how dare you be distracted? 9. Seeing this, Garp laughed. Garp, die for me. Kaido turned around, recovering quickly from the injuries Garp had inflicted on him. Lang, 590s, looked at Garp and didn't care about Charlotte Linland's battle. Boom. Thunder 8 trigrams. With a thunderous mob, the attack wrapped in thunder and lightning headed towards Garp to kill. Boom. Garp wields an iron fist covering the armed color hockey and slams Kaido's thunder 8 trigrams. There was a loud bang, with strong airwaves. The Marines and pirates, who were fighting fiercely around them, couldn't bear to be swept away by dozens of meters. In the center of the battle between the two, a vacuum with a gap of more than 100 meters appeared. Immediately afterwards, Kaido also covered his fist with armed hockey, and the two collided with Garp. The more they fought, the heavier Garp's heart became. Compared to when he was young, his strength did not change at all. But Garp knew that physical strength would inevitably decline with age. Facing a terrifying existence like Kaido, who was at the peak of his abilities in all aspects. In a protracted battle, he must be Garp who loses. The terrifying strikes reverberated in the sea, everyone seems to know. At present, the only thing that determines the outcome is the two figures fighting in the air. Therefore, everyone did not fight hard, but only entangled each other as much as possible. In this way, the situation of the battlefield tends to be balanced. Flame crit. Seeing this, Charlotte Linland also understands her psychology. Armed colors cover fists, and control a lot of fire and electricity. Pushing his own limits again and again, a more turbulent offensive broke out. Boom. Weer raised the knife with a hard face, and the two erupted again with strong airwaves. The ice layer shattered, and terrifying explosions swept through. Between Charlotte Linland and Weer, every collision can detonate huge movements, over time, around them. Even if Marine and pirates were fighting to the point of losing their minds, stay away from them as much as possible. Because, it was a terrifying battle between monsters and monsters. Only Wei swept away, even if the Marine Vice Admiral level police force was either dead or injured. Advertisement, Kaido, what are you waiting for? Suddenly, Charlotte Linland shouted loudly. Kaido was on a par with Garp at first. Suddenly, a huge force surged into the hook, and Garp was easily repelled with thunderous 8 trigrams. Ha ha ha. Why are you so anxious? Great show, isn't it more fun to sew in the back? Garp, who was about to continue to bully him, changed his face slightly. Immediately, even the warring states in the distance sank. Then, under the amazement of the crowd, the battle between the pirates and Marine, who were originally stalemate, suddenly turned around. More than 500 pirates suddenly began to change their bodies. All in one form a variety of beasts. They're the background of the beasts and pirates paste. Artificial devil fruit animal breeder. God, who can tell me what happened? Everywhere. How come there are animals with the ability to multiply devil fruits everywhere? Don't be afraid everyone. This is the man-made devil fruit ability of the beast pirate paste, and the number is only a few hundred people. It is absolutely impossible to change the situation of the battle. There was Marine Vice Admiral screaming. After hearing this, many Marines calmed down and continued to attack. But, those capable of forming fierce beasts, the strength increase is not only a star and a half. The opponents who could have been evenly matched were crushed one after another. Completely crushed, the kind that has no resistance at all. Puff. Burning Mountain Vice Admiral. The muffled sound of the sharp instrument entering the body, but the fiery Mountain Vice Admiral was penetrated through the chest and abdomen. In front of him, he was a mammoth-like animal breeder with the ability to multiply fruits. Cut. In an instant, Quasi-Admiral Momosagi shot in a blow. This person with the ability to multiply fruits was directly cut in half. Blood spurted, and red and white things fell on the ground. The already fierce battle became more and more violent. Because of the addition of those with the ability to multiply fruits, the casualties in a short period of time soared rapidly. Either Marine or pirate, howling sounded everywhere. The dazzling red blood almost dyed the entire ice surface red. Big Ace knelt on the ice, stunned. The mood was agitated, but he did not fall into madness. Because the one who suffered the most casualties was the allied army of the Beast Pirates and Charlotte Linland. As for the Whitebeard Pirates, they are fighting fiercely. However, both sides were relatively restrained, and the casualties were not obvious. Especially with the help of the major squad leaders, most of the ordinary white-bearded pirate paste members can also stay alive. Stunned, leave me alone. My destiny is my own wrong choice. There's no need to let everyone die because of me. Ace couldn't help but roar echoed the audience. The police are stupid. You want us to abandon our partners, is it possible? Advertisement. The Phoenix Marco was the first to shout in response. Ace's expression brightened. The other Whitebeard pirate captains also roared rhythmically. Obediently, stay here, we will definitely save you from lying down, Ace. It was also at the Whitebeard pirate, who roared and charged. Then, when the offensive was successfully stopped by Marine again. The vision happened suddenly. Is it finally coming to dry? Weer, who was fighting with Charlotte Linland, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. A knife flew Charlotte Linland, and it was a surprise soldier breaking into the battlefield. All the way, taking advantage of the vacuum area of the three-way fierce battle, flew over. The pirates who crossed the gap between the white-bearded pirates and went straight to the execution platform. This group of people is not a pirate, nor is it a figure under the command of the white-beard pirate. They are the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo, leading a Revolutionary Army squad, officially entered the war. The battlefield that was originally in a delicate balance has fallen into an unknown situation. Even the Revolutionary Army, are you here yet? Whitebeard stands on the deck of the Moby D*K. The sword suppressed both Akainu and Aokiji. It is also to look back and see the Revolutionary Army that suddenly appeared. The expression is slightly different. Marco also looked at Sabo's group with some doubts. That guy should be the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. How could he come here? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Their goal seems to be to rescue Ace. So at this moment, we are on the same front, Gyula Lara. Ace's friend, very nice. 99 Whitebeard grinned. In order to save Ace, dare to participate in the war of this level of police. Enough to make him look up, but at this time, the most important thing is to save the Hook Ace. Everything else is superfluous nonsense. In this Battle 1.0 field, there are only 3 positions. One position was Charlotte Linlin, beheading Weer and destroying Marineford. Ace, wait, it's me, Sabo. The Revolutionary Army would actually participate in the top war at such a time. Dragon, are you coming too? And they Whitebeard pirates, the purpose is only to rescue Ace. Impossible. How is this possible? And Ace, who had been kneeling all the time, seemed to see an incredible scene. PR. Sengoku, who was standing next to Ace, looked more and more cold. But I'm afraid even the warring states can't think of it. I'm here to save you. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He pointed at Ace, showing a bright smile. Even if the two did not have a conversation, everything was exchanged in their eyes. Why should the Revolutionary Army be involved in this kind of thing? As for Naval Headquarters, I am afraid they want to defeat the 3 emperors in one fell swoop. He stared at Sabo, who was leading the charge, his eyes full of disbelief. Sabo was in the harbor, looked at Ace from a distance, and just looked at Ace. Chapter 229. Blood stained the sky, the embarrassed Charlotte Linlin. Ha ha ha, kid, did you see it? Even the Revolutionary Army got involved. Do you think there is still a chance of victory for Naval Headquarters today? Seeing the Revolutionary Army team that suddenly joined, even if you don't see the figure of the dragon. But Charlotte Linlin is also determined. After all, the Revolutionary Army was a huge force that even the 4 emperors did not dare to underestimate. A lot of nonsense, take care of yourself. Weer chuckled lightly and didn't care about the Revolutionary Army's treachery at all. Because this is to be expected, such a top war has spread very widely. Perhaps, it is also an excellent opportunity to overthrow the world government. For the Revolutionary Army, such a good opportunity may not necessarily come a second time in this life. Come on, isn't it right? One blade stream thunder unicorn. Once again slashed, the void condensed the terrifying thunder giant beast. On top of Weir's manipulation, the roar shrouded towards Charlotte Linlin. Wigwo. Charlotte Linlin's armed color hockey covered her whole body, and she attacked with swordsmanship for the first time. Boom. The two collided again, making the already broken ice layer even more overwhelmed. The airwaves swept in all directions, and the tyrannical Thundersword 13 Yue once again killed a few unlucky pirates. Damn it, kid, how can the strength improve so fast? Looking at the constantly cracking mouth, even armed hockey couldn't completely defend. Charlotte Linlin is getting more and more frightened about Weir's current strength. Tough, not like a human, but you're still going to die today. Charlotte Linlin quickly adjusted her state, and with a cold snort, she suddenly rushed forward and rhymed. Tread. I saw her legs suddenly stepping on the ice, detonating countless debris. At an extremely fast speed, he approached Weer. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. Charlotte Linlin roared and slashed Weer with a flaming sword. Weir's expression was indifferent and motionless. Until the moment when the terrifying sword was about to fall. Weer had already covered Hockey's Thunderblade, and suddenly lay down with a tyrannical sword intent. One blade stream Thunder Dragon, a terrifying dark purple Thunder Dragon suddenly collided towards Charlotte Linlin. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Dragon was instantly defeated. Charlotte Linlin rejoices. The offensive that originally controlled the Emperor's sword to break the blade was a bit more powerful. With an indomitable force, he brazenly pressed down on Weir's head. The opportunity is here, but only to meet the Thunder Dragon broken. Weer did not panic at all. Even at the moment when Charlotte Linlin was about to hit her, there was a scheming smile on her face. Advertisement boom. Next moment, Charlotte Linlin's offense fell through. Wrapped in a violent explosion, there is only the sound of the ice layer breaking apart. And Weir's figure disappeared long ago. Where? Charlotte Linlin was suddenly alert, and the first observation Hockey sensed the surroundings. But at the beginning, Charlotte Linlin only felt her scalp tingling. All the hair on his body exploded, and he fought back with the giant sword in his hand. Unfortunately, Charlotte Linlin is fast, but it was still too late. Rough Volt Thunder Slash. Weer, who disappeared, suddenly hooked right in front of Charlotte Linlin. A terrifying and sharp blow staggered and bombarded Charlotte Linlin's chest and abdomen. What? A scream, wrapped in blood flowers all over the sky. Charlotte Linlin flew upside down and fell to the ground, covered in blood. Embarrassed. How come? 33 Watching Charlotte Linlin get battered and bloody. The pirates around were stunned. But the four emperors. The existence standing on the top of the sea, even the world government dare not underestimate the existence. Actually, defeated by Marine Admiral? This is the strongest Marine in history? It's outrageous. Is that a man? Not a man at all, but a monster. 99. Many pirates exclaimed, and Charlotte Linlin's face became more and more gloomy. She is injured. Once again hit hard by Weer. Although it does not affect the combat effectiveness, it is as if Charlotte Linlin suffers a terrifying humiliation again. Damn you, kid, damn you. 39 Roaring, Charlotte Linlin stood up reluctantly. Covered in blood, Charlotte Linlin released Conqueror's Hawkeye regardless. Buzz. With her as the center, whether it is a marine or a pirate in a radius of 100 meters. All of them directly rolled their eyelids, and they fainted on the spot. What? Seeing this, Weir's smile grew brighter. Suddenly, there was a terrifying momentum around him, and then the Conqueror's Hawkeye suppressed Charlotte Linlin. Also at Conqueror's Hawkeye, Weir's rank is higher than Charlotte Linlin. But it must be much stronger, because it's just a face-to-face. Conqueror's Hawkeye, released by Charlotte Linlin's anger, was crushed. Unlike Charlotte Linlin's no-nonsense attack, advertisement. Any marine who was affected by Weer Conqueror's Hawkeye is fine. And the pirates who were affected sprayed blood on the spot and died on the spot. Charlotte Linlin's face changed dramatically. Stronger than the original Conqueror's Hawkeye? Conqueror's Hawkeye is the king's qualification that only one person can rhyme out of a million people. There is no cultivation method at all. Even the four emperors with Hawkeye, after years of accumulated attacks, will have Conqueror's Hawkeye of this strength. But Weer, obviously only 8 years old, in such a short period of time, has Conqueror's Hawkeye been raised to such a level? Do you dare to be distracted when you fight with me? That's when Charlotte Linlin was shocked. Weer, suddenly carrying a famous knife. Approaching Charlotte Linlin's side. Up close. The tyrannical sword intent from the thunderstrike became more and more bitter. Charlotte Ling 590 Ling's complexion suddenly changed and she wanted to leave. But it's too late. Lightning strike. He only had time to cover his fists with the armed color Hawkeye, and exploded the strongest attack that could be erupted at this moment. Boom. What? Thunderslash touched Charlotte Linlin's thundercrit, directly splitting armed Hawkeye. Red blood sprayed, Charlotte Linlin exploded again. Falling to the ground, the whole person became more and more embarrassed. Seeing this scene, Sengoku nodded unconsciously. It seems that there is no need to move them frequently. This was for Whitebeard. Is he still here? The tremor of the secret weapon is inevitable. Unexpectedly, the allied forces of the three emperors attacked Marineford. His eyes swept across a corner of the fortress inadvertently. There is the junction of the frozen sea area and the unfrozen sea area. Even if Weer crushes Charlotte Linlin, it's only a matter of time before he kills him. A figure shrouded in robes, looming. Once you kill Charlotte Linlin, then the outcome of this top battle is the absolute outcome of Marine's side. There, a secret weapon is hidden. Sengoku's face was heavy. Warring States already knew. When he saw the obvious tattoos on his face under the robe. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It was just that Warring States had just calmed down, and out of the corner of the eye glanced at the extreme distance. It also keeps the balance of the battle.